drăguță, drăguța mea, căzută stea, că am avut utaj, ca și pătinaș, primul smuți mari, păsărele mii și stele păcălii. Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâinii, că ai lăsat oilii și-a plecat cu fetilii. Și-a plecat cu fetilii, și-a plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, rudu, m-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, rudu. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Ai, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di păscuțel le-am păscut. Prin pârloage tot să loage la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriu rudu. stăpâniți, stăpâniți, cheamă și-un când e cel mai bărbăteț și cel mai prețes. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Dumioara mea, să te îndori
Going to clip him with the stun. The follow-up ice path. Mirror held back by the sleep. Now the TP's coming. Nightfall found his position with the BKB. Looks towards got the juice. But got the juice. Can they keep him alive? They can't. He'll fall. Nightfall now turns towards potentially more as they're controlling Niku. Niku has to BKB. PMA's going for the TP out. They're trying to bail out of this one. They'll get an avalanche onto Kiyotaka here. Kiyotaka will fall as Niku cleans up the triple.
Can he get out?
In fact, the bristle, the avalanche is there, but the goose stacks are building up. Nightfall's able to TP across and get blasted back here by Zayats, but it doesn't matter. They can't save Niku. So they're closing the gap in with the cookie on towards PMA. Toronto Tokyo, of course, still has the Ravage ready if necessary. Kiyotaka's in with the Roar, takes out Zayats.
Yeah.
They just turn towards the egg. They're
He's
going
killing
to
it.
beat it down. The Supernova comes to an end. Double kill for Kiyotaka. Aurora, they can just clean this one up. As Niku's going to get chased down, trying to escape it with the BKB, but the Gush comes out, Kiyotaka jumps forward, Niku's gone. Zayats, he did buy back to try and help here and try and bail somebody out, but PMA can't escape the Beastmaster. Triple kill for Kiyotaka as they're just having a run.
Could just be it. Honestly, they get out with the gyro, but the rest of them all dead.
It's getting pretty miserable here now for NAVI Junior. Ultra kill for Kiyotaka.
They do not have a Morphling because Ame has no TP available. The XM will drop. Still about 10 seconds till he has a TP ready to go, so the chase continues here. Oh, Pippi! What a stun. 2 targets caught in that one. Onto the bristle they'll go. Poor old XXS. Just trying to slowly back away, but there's no backing. And suddenly for Xtreme, they're thinking about Roshan. There's a big chrono from Ame here in the backside. Ame has been caught. What happened? What happened?
He got stopped. He got stopped. He has no BKB.
No. Xianming will go down. XXS trying to get away. Can't get a Sunder off. Here comes XM. XM trying to run with the BKB. Oh, he's down. And it's ultra kill for Pipe.
Ursa in action. Now they jump forward, they get the gap closed on towards Katomi. The boat coming down. Wine's going to get dragged back into it. GPK's in with the crush, trying to play aggressively to finish up the task, but Wine's fine. Dive for from Planet, he's in with the Supernova. GPK's got to run, but he's getting slowed down, burned down by the Sunray. Supernova stun catches onto him. GPK, he's dead as well. No buyback on him. They'll try and get the X-Mark dragged back onto Y, but Y, he's got nothing to say by his side. He's able to get the blink back off to the low run. This is going to end up dragging him outside of the base because of the Lotus. Mirror's put himself in a terrible position there off the back of his own Lotus play.
They're going to start backing up to their base. Sure.
He's in.
They get the Hex.
They get the Hex. The RP's there as well. Is there any sort of save in time? There is. Pierce going to be more than fine. He's able to turn and in fact get the lockdown on towards Shiro. Shiro's in trouble. The escape hack comes out, trying to get out of there, but the Doom will slowly but surely bring him down. Shiro's gone.
Invest.
Smiro able to keep Pure safe inside him. Jump forward again for GPK. They're ready to dive tier 4s. They're in on towards the Sanking. Nothing says that. They get the skewer back onto GPK towards the fence.
Gets the
If
BTB.
BKB's off, he'll be able to step back. Triple kill for Pure.
Gonna get roared.
This time, surely. Nope, never mind. Instead, they're gonna turn onto Picard. There's gonna be the Fiend's grip. Nice air force to try and bring him closer with the shadow shot, but nonetheless, Picard is gone. Will this fight go any better? Yopaj, with silence, can't throw out any of his spells here. Like you mentioned, he's just a spellcaster, so no right-click damage. On the backline, Law gets another kill for himself with a toss onto Scam. And the chase is on. Miposhka still refuses to die. Yet another Glimmer came from him. How can he keep getting away with this? Tomato is gone. Avalanche toss onto Yopaj brings him to heal. And Law will end the fight with an ultra kill.
Although, Smiling Knight's going to find him. And there goes no one again. Very nice rotation now from Smiling Knight. Problem is there are plenty of heroes coming in. In fact, a double barrel strike from DM, perfectly setting up the both Zibe and Smiling Knight. And so it costs you a bit Ember, but what the hell do you care?
Radiant structures are fortified.
And they've got the damage. It's gonna take some miracles here from Desire with kickbacks.
He's doing a good job, Desire. Desire is literally just carrying the team on his back at this point, trying to protect this Ancient, but it's all over. GG's called. And as you see, John, it just doesn't matter.
Simulate is here. The Blade Mill was popped. Cursed Crown. Now they'll have that initial lockdown. But that's the ball lightning in the Vortex to get the control to Sumail. And like you said earlier, when he gets spotted, he's dead so quickly. Omar's gone to double kill for Mickey, but here's the unleash of the damage onto Insania. Can Ghost get anything else? That Ghost Scepter, it's gonna keep Mickey alive. They'll look over at GH, but they're sustaining for a moment. The Bedlam gets the kill on a GH. They'll take out the tether at work, and they'll go and get the kill on Mickey.
Not enough.
They'll take out this Gyro after losing boxing. Mickey trying to focus his attention on the buildings and take the series 2-0.
They
got
fake
35
salami.
seconds. Echo Slam. Do they have enough terrorize the
Satanic.
Mickey, he's gonna survive. Rodamation,
Still living.
Rocket Barrage, and they'll get the kill to Sumail as well as Omar. Down goes GH. Triple kill for Mickey. They want Noob. They do not have Ghost.
Maybe they're faking back here, Sim.
Yeah, there's no
Somebody else
split
to
and
show.
there's no contest, so perhaps you can squeeze. Oh, that's a good job. Oh my. Well, that's Dagon. That's Dagon 5, baby.
Dagon 5 revealed by the Bloodseeker. Crystallis now net worth leader in the game. They're actually losing the life of DZ, and you almost died there, but
He has Aegis.
does not.
He wants to
Still has
die.
an
It's
Aegis
a bait.
available. They go back onto the Morphling. They baited him in, and he had too much damage, so not enough HP. He ends up going down. Next to 4 will be KJ, and as Whispers caught outside of the base, Saxa on his back like a bad rash, making sure that he goes down.
About it. EZM, does he want to be a hero? He does. He backpacked.
He went
did.
in for it. Unfortunately, he gets it! The Madman!
US, he's going through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, he needs to go through the Twin Gate. They want to go for the Tormentor. Deadshot, the calling, the silences all connect, but WS, he's going to be able to get that primal split off, and the global silence is used. These heroes on the side of Falcons are getting away with the call down coming through onto everybody. They'll take out Crit, Snake King, and Amar. 3 heroes dead on the side of Talon. Natsumi's got a triple kill. Cyclone.
We become
That sounds pretty good. So does Global Silence. It's the sound of silence, and that's going to be +3 on the brain drain for a silencer.
That's the only. I
Avalanche
think
toss.
that's the only one that he got in the last like 30 minutes. Ever since
Yeah.
he picked up the shard.
Skeeter's actually going to die here. Loses Aegis pretty quickly. This Divine Rapier doing a lot of damage, but Natsumi needs to run.
Stealing the damage.
The Void Panda throwing him away, but Natsumi's going to end up dying here. He doesn't have buyback. The Divine Rapier is on the floor, and so are three of these heroes. Divine Rapier picked up by WS. He's going to go into the Primal Split once again, and he should be able to make an escape with this Divine. Oh my gosh.
Anamar, they
call GG anyway.
They call it. He does not have buyback.
A very happy Easter to everyone tuning in here at the start of day number 2 of PGL Wallachia Season 4. And we just saw some fantastic highlights already from the action yesterday. Today, we'll have another one of such days with fantastic action all around. I'm Shiva, I'll be your host this morning, and I'm joined by Jenkins and Fear. Good morning, Jenkins. How are you doing?
I'm excellent. Happy Easter, Shiva.
Was that on purpose?
Huh?
Excellent.
I'm excellent too.
Happy Easter, Fear. I know you really like celebrating things.
Yeah, you too.
You're a huge spiritual sort of guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Great. The reason why you might think that they have a little bit of beef going on is because they do. Because it's a competitive morning for us. A very competitive morning because it is apparently tradition in Romania to have an egg fight, and we will have an egg fight. Don't worry, the eggs are boiled. Important information.
I'm sure they're very worried about
Except for one egg. One egg is not boiled out of...
Yeah.
We have blue eggs, green eggs, and red eggs. We'll all take one egg, and we'll see which egg breaks, and which egg breaks, that person loses. So the person with the whole egg at the end wins. So I would just like to challenge you guys to start the competition.
Yeah, I got you.
No, the reds are... I will go for the red eggs, thank you. Fear has...
Can you...
asked the blue
what?
eggs.
Oh, you want to talk?
Yeah, I just want to show the audience the eggs. Oh, this matches me.
It does. Very good.
Which egg do you want, Shiva?
I'm going for red, but I'll choose between the reds. You guys go first, so why don't you guys choose your egg first?
Can you pass me a blue egg?
You want a blue egg?
Yeah.
You got to choose one. Which one do you want? Do you want this one?
Yeah. Can you hand it to me?
Can you
You're
act
there.
like you care? There you go.
I do care.
Okay.
I care a lot.
I know they care.
You know what I think is the next level strategy? He thinks I'm not going to pick another blue egg.
No,
because he just picked a blue egg.
I personally don't care what you do.
You have to pick a green egg. No?
Why do I have to pick a green egg?
Yeah, we'll have a different color.
No, that's what I'm saying, is that's the strategy. I'm going to get a blue egg here.
Okay. Great strategy.
But what color egg would Dr. Seuss choose?
Oh, mine's already... This egg does not look good. All right, here you go.
And are we battling now?
Yeah, we're battling.
You're battling.
Are we going to do tips?
I wrote down what you're supposed to say.
Oh.
Christos inviat.
Okay.
Very good.
That's the
top of the egg. Like
that
the
christens
tip.
my egg.
All right, ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mine got...
Well, they both broke.
Someone told me they both wouldn't break. I wanted to prove that wrong. It's never happened in the history. I have broken every world record. Mine is more demolished.
Jacob's eggs is way more broken.
What? That's not true.
That's just not.
Sorry, I mean, Fear eggs is way more broken. Okay. Can
I choose a new egg? I feel
you choose a new egg. I choose one egg too.
Do you want to eat this?
One.
Oh my! You almost dropped it. You're nervous.
Get a green egg.
I'll go for a green. Okay. Christos.
Okay.
Inviat.
On Fiat.
Okay, why aren't you moving?
Oh, wait, am I smashing or are you smashing?
Wait, are we not both smashing?
No,
yeah, I mean free for all.
Go.
Just do something.
Yeah, do something.
Damn it!
But I don't know why you.
I got smashed.
Move.
I got smashed twice.
I win. Very good. Well, there's a couple of other people that won yesterday in the Dota 2 that was played. They won in a little bit more of an epic fashion than I did just now, though. I will say that. But let's take a look at some of the results. These were the results that we had on the stream, stream A, the stream that you're watching right now. We had a lot of the series yesterday, Fear, going the distance.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Navi being able to take a game, which was great. Tidebound taking the series, which is a little bit unexpected. Of course, Talon also taking a game, which is great against Falcons. So it seems a lot of these teams are there's no blowouts so far. Even the Nigma series was kind of close, right? So I think it's something we love to see when the competitive spirit and all these teams are out.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more one-sided matches happening on Stream B, at least more 2-0s. That's for sure, Jenkins.
Yeah, these were a little bit more expected. I mean, the big one here is Edge. They won the series against Xtreme.
Yeah, you like them, don't you?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Edge. Yeah. Really love PP, big fan. Pike, great guy.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's a very surprising series. Need I remind people, this is a Swiss stage format tournament. We're not supposed to have even games on day one. This is when it's supposed to be the most uneven. So this speaks to the competitive landscape in Dota and how even it all is.
It really does. Also, Edge and Tidebound both are the teams that are the only teams that were able to beat the higher seed they were put up against. So that was incredibly impressive. Let's take a look at some other things of yesterday. Maybe some notable, some more scheduled. That's also fine because we have a lot of games today. 16 series total. Is that true? No, 8. Why
16 teams.
16 teams,
That's
8 series.
correct.
That's how it goes. I knew that, Fear. These are these games. Which one stands out to you?
Shopify Rebellion versus Heroic, the good old NASA showdown.
Oh, that's a classic.
That's El Clasico right there, as we call it, where I'm from. Outside of that, I think BetBoom Team losing yesterday was interesting. See if they can do better today, but they are playing versus another team from the region. I think that might give them a small advantage for NAVI. They know these players very well.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's coming our way on the A stream. Jenkins, this is all the teams that won their series yesterday.
Oh boy, these are some juicy ones. Okay, well, if you're going for like the most competitive, you probably would look at Liquid Falcons because they both have their full rosters. PARIVISION Edge. This one's going to be really interesting. I think South America in general, this region always surprises people. I'm not going to make any positive claims here or there, but I think it's going to be a 3-game series, Fear.
I mean, South America has won a Wallachia before.
They
have.
That is a fact.
That is true.
That is
Season 3.
Let's look at some more facts in some of the notable heroes that were played yesterday. It's something that we should keep our eyes out on regards to what could be coming our way today, as the meta will change every day. And Jenkins, this is something that you picked out.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at some of the heroes that, of course, we're getting like the Beastmasters of the world that are still getting picked, the relatively stable heroes. But Pango fell off for quite some time, and it appears to be back. You know, no one himself, as we can see here. This gentleman did say at Rally that the mid lane is kind of like more of a supporting role right now, and I think Pango is a good hero for, you know, being on his own island in the mid lane, going to the side lanes, like doing things in team fights, not necessarily being the highest net worth, but having incredibly high impact. So this hero has a 100% win rate currently, and there's some really nice pairings with it. We saw PP played it twice, and he had a PA on his team. We saw Nothing to Say. I believe he had a Bristleback paired with it, so there's some nice combos here.
Yeah, and I think the hero that we saw so much even just a couple weeks ago, maybe out of sight a little bit, but still very good.
Definitely. I mean, I think the hero is out of sight because think about like some of the most broken heroes in the game right now, right? Ancient Apparition, Ringmaster, Caudal. These are all 4s for the most part. So people kind of forgot about Muerta, even though just a few weeks ago she was considered incredibly overpowered, in particular because of this Gleipnir Aghanim Scepter build. And Fogg was telling me actually that people are just straight up rushing Ags. Like you don't even necessarily need the Gleipnir. Ags is just incredibly broken. So we can see that here with this win rate. Snaking yesterday had a fantastic performance on this hero.
Yeah, Elder Titan, maybe not 100% win rate, but still a very strong showing. And, you know, at some point we thought Elder Titan was mostly picked as a counter to Medusa, but I don't think we saw Medusa yesterday. Still a lot of Elder Titan, though.
Yeah, this one is interesting. I think part of why this hero is looking really solid right now is because it does extremely well against a lot of the popular offlaners. Like, you can just dumpster them in lane, and then it's a really strong team fighter as well. Yep. And you amp up, you know, something like a Tiny, like you buff up. You need damage in this meta, and he offers it in terms of both his team fighting and then also in terms of buffing up your team.
Yeah, and now we know what heroes to look out for today, but which players should we look out for? Which players did exceptionally well on day one, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at like heroes that are farming quick, getting a lot of kills, the GPM Edge, Pike. You know, he's in the situation right now where he's doing really well from the carry position. He's very known for hitting creeps, getting very farmed as well. Nightfall, same thing. A lot of these guys that did win their series are obviously going to be up there right now, but I think a lot of these carry players look incredibly strong right now. And if we look at the least deaths, I mean, Pike is on there yet again, PP's on there, Edge, they're breaking a lot of records from their series yesterday. We'll see if they can keep it up, and of course, nobody can beat Nightfall in the least amount of deaths.
No, he died like in 2 games. He did not die at all.
He looked straight at me when he said that.
He doesn't get to say that often.
No, he doesn't. We did see one attempted Nightfall yesterday where Elder Titan stopped his TP. Another reason Elder Titan should be meta if you're playing against Aurora.
Very good.
BKB canceling TP.
Yeah.
Very good. Might see that coming in clutch today again. Let's take a look at our first series because we do have Edge taking on PARIVISION as our first series of the day. And some people might call that a little bit of a David versus Goliath scenario, considering PARIVISION is considered the raid boss here, where Edge is definitely fear an underdog coming in here.
Yeah, PARIVISION won a LAN like 4 days ago, so they're pretty good. I think for Edge coming to the series, this has to be a little stressful, right? You didn't participate for a while in a LAN and tournament, so they're a little bit rusty, I have to say. And then I think you're going against a team that is the best team in the world right now. You've got to bring something special to the table here because you are definitely the underdog going into this one.
Maybe that's the advantage, though, is like PARIVISION has no information to base their strategy on against Edge. Perhaps it's not necessary because I feel like PARIVISION does indeed play their own game, but especially with the fact that replays are no longer available, like you can't just look at these guys' pub replays and be like, okay, what are they playing? They could really bring out something to surprise.
That's so true, Jenkins. If you win a tournament, you're at a disadvantage because there's more replays of you.
Exactly.
And you have less days break as well, so not as well rested potentially.
So I take it back. PARIVISION, the underdogs.
I think they're the underdogs of the series. Yeah. Anyway, we get some major achievements here from Pike and PP. I just wanted to look at these 2 players. PP, obviously a little bit smaller when it comes to the achievements, but Pike, he is a fairly consistent, like tier 1 to tier 2, maybe tier 1.5 player, whereas PP, he has always been kind of edging on the tier 2 scene in South America, but these guys play around each other incredibly well. I think this is a big reason that they're so successful. I wanted to look at a fight from the perspective of XXS, right? So he's going in, he's Brewmaster, he's trying to go for the Tinker, trying to go for the supports, yada, yada. But look at the top left, right? 2 heroes are dead already on Xtreme Gaming. The 2 supports, how did they die? We don't know. XXS didn't move his camera to see what was happening. So I want to watch the same fight from the perspective of PP. So PP, he's coming in from the backside here, and he's nullifying the Jakiro. Why? The Jakiro has a Ghost Scepter, and the Hoodwink gets focused by Pike. So they do this thing in the fight where he knows that the Hoodwink is going to go down to Pike alone, and then he's preparing for Pike to kill the Hoodwink and then jump the Jakiro after, and he nullifies not for himself to do damage, but for Pike. So basically, not only in terms of the gameplay in the team fighting, well, and by the way, this is one fight. Like every single fight, these 2 did this same thing where they are jumping the exact same targets, and it is perfect execution between the 2 of them. And they're always killing like 2 or 3 heroes right at the start of the fight, and then the rest of the fights were just Ame dying pathetically as Drow Ranger, right? So I think the synergy between these 2 players is incredibly important. PP is always playing heroes like he's played Slardar and Pango, and if you look at his most recent games too, like he's playing a lot of these like team fighting, just go in and make space for Pike heroes.
Yeah, I mean they've been teammates for a while. If you look back at the old Beast Coast, PP and Pike were teammates there too. So that team did fall apart, but they found a new team together, and that's generally what will happen if you enjoy playing with someone. You'll be like, hey, do you want to play with me on this next team? And they just built a new team around those 2 players, I believe.
Yep, they started as looking for Org, then into Mosquito Clan, and only very recently under the name of Edge. And with them being under the name of Edge, they also added Michael to, I'm assuming it's Michael. That's just name Michael, right? No,
it's Michael.
It's not Mikael?
No, it's
just Michael.
Well, we've always called him Michael.
Okay, good. Because in his last Wallachia season 3, they played with Matthew. This time with Michael.
Another M, just random name.
Yes, I think it's very cool that he's from Bolivia. So far, I mean, I only ever associate Whisper with the Bolivian Dota 2 player, but Michael up there for sure as well. How do we feel he's fitting in? Considering I feel like this is their first event with Michael, and obviously it worked out yesterday. But when we're looking at so far all the games that have been played, we talk a lot about the supports and what they're able to do. As Muerta, by the way, already first phase banned, so that hero is already out of the out of pool here.
Speaking of Michael, he does play that, and to answer your question, I think Michael's been slotting in perfectly. His Tinker has looked exceptional. Like, he gets giga beefy, and he is the type of player that can absolutely take a game onto his shoulders. They often play like 2 healer type supports, 2 save type supports, but Michael will take more of the farm, and he's capable of actually doing something with it.
Yeah, I mean, Michael's not a new player by any means. He's been in the scene.
He's been around
for at least the South American scene for a long time. Every once in a while, he'll pop up into a roster that makes it to a LAN.
Infamous or Infinity.
Yeah, exactly. So he's definitely very experienced. So when you ever have an experienced player like that, it's pretty easy to slot them into these rosters here. It really just comes down to, with a lot of these South American teams, is the cohesion, right? Like, are your strategies going to be good? Is everything meshing? We'll have to see in this series here. The Dusa does get banned out. I mean, I think when you do play against PARIVISION, that Dusa is always going to be a big threat. Not only can they play it offlane, but as a carry.
So Nature's Prophet, Keeper of the Light, and Ancient Apparition are all in?
Yep.
That's okay.
I mean, there's like some targeted bans here, right? You're playing against PARIVISION, so you're definitely afraid of the Nigma. DM plays that incredibly well. You're 100% afraid of the support Slark too, right? So you've got a ban. Oh, that is cool. That was frosty. Is that new?
What?
You didn't see it. She wasn't looking. She was writing notes.
We
that's
do that again.
We reason.
No, I think we had that last season as well.
I don't know. The first time
that was sweet.
The appearance of the heroes, like video, like.
I thought that was an Easter thing. That's all.
It wasn't an Easter.
Oh, it wasn't.
It is an Easter thing.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Well, then it was cool.
It was super cool.
That was really
ice cold.
Shiva, that's your favorite guy right there.
It is, but I mean, to be honest, I at the moment I'm just hoping that he is actually not as good as people think he is. So lose, so that he doesn't.
It's not happening.
She's been saying this for like 5 years. Like, I hope AA keeps losing so it gets buffed. It finally gets buffed. Now she wants it to lose. Like, she can't be happy.
I love how genuinely upset Clinton is about
I've been hearing this for like 2 years now. I was like, I want this hero to be bad so it gets buffed. It's finally OP and she's still not happy.
I just want to continue to be buffed, or at least not nerfed, you know?
Oh man, there's no please.
I respect that. I respect that.
I'm very, very selfish when it comes to nerfs.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the same with Pudge. I can completely understand that, no matter how many years pass. So the Ringmaster comes out. I mean, this is a really good hero against the Ancient Apparition. 80% magic resist when you're in the box. You can often kill him on the back lines with some daggers. Like, I feel like a Ringmaster finding an Ancient Apparition out in the woods is like pretty free game for Ringmaster. I don't know. I think I would prefer. I get that people are like first banning AA in every single game because it makes the games really easy to play to have this hero. But I think if I have a good Ringmaster player and I also have a good Ancient Apparition player, I prefer to get a Ringmaster. Like, this hero has a higher cap than Ancient Apparition in terms of what you can do with it. And obviously PARIVISION just won a major, so.
Oh, I mean, for sure. I mean, these heroes do different things, of course. I think Ringmaster is just like the main reason people pick this hero. It's just the lane is so strong. You just dagger plus blood grenade and hit level 2. You have 180 damage nuke on your Q. And you have percentage-based damage on your E, the blood grenade. That's always been the thing. Like, these heroes that have these power spikes at level 2 and can just get a kill immediately have always been incredibly strong. And I think that is what Ringmaster is really good at. And then you just have the added bonus of, why not have a save too, you know, on top of that? Why not have a team fight ultimate? Like, he's just got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, multiple saves. I mean, I will say the Strongman Tunic, that does not work against the Ancient Apparition, right? Because you're gaining HP, so.
It shouldn't, but
it shouldn't.
Not confident.
Because you would gain max HP, you would keep the same percentage, but you can't increase HP, so you would keep the same current. So you would essentially gain nothing from the Strongman Tunic. In fact, you'd be even closer to, it's like tread swapping.
Yeah. Or armlet toggling.
Yeah.
So both teams, by the way, are, for now, ignoring Nature's Prophet and Keeper of the Light. Because we have the Ringmaster and the AA, is Keeper of the Light still like viable to be paired up with that as a support duo? Or
I think so. I mean, at the very least with Ringmaster, we saw that one a lot, where you'd go for the Will-O-Wisp and then it forces people to look into the Ringmaster ult. genuinely strong. I mean,
sure.
I almost feel like if you're Edge, you're considering picking it here to deny it, because also Coddle would be good with Sand King. You get the double burrow. That feels really good.
Yeah, but you don't have a good combo yet. It's like Monkey King, Coddle.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad for Edge, but you still, it's still on the radar, because I feel like PARIVISION is.
I don't think they want Coddle. I think
actually
Coddle is strong, but like AA is already like a pseudo counter to it.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, the heals.
You already have like Ringmaster, which sure you can play it on 2 roles, but I think overall it's not a high value Coddle pick, because most of the games you see Coddle, AA is banned, right? And I think the heal that Coddle does is like a big part of what
that is a big part. Strong. Yeah, I completely agree. He's always like top healing by a long shot. Some people even go like Holy Locket on Coddle these days. I saw Soxa do that.
But they'll do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
what do I know?
I mean, the recall, playing around the recall, then it doesn't matter if you're going to be Ice Blasted or not. Also, Ice Blast nowadays, you guys were complaining about AAs yesterday that sit in the fountain and send out Ice Blasts. This is not going to be one of those AAs. He's going to be in there, which means the Ice Blast is super small, which means he can only hit like 1 or 2 people. And that means that the rest will still get healed.
Oh, yeah.
And I did see that. That looks very cool. You're right.
Wait, he's coming in. There it is. Took him a little bit.
That was nice. What? He TP'd.
I think if you are looking at this draft, like tomorrow when we forgot, or when I forget the order, or when someone who didn't see the draft, you're gonna look at this and think, how on earth did PARIVISION get Ringmaster, Coddle, and Nature's Prophet in the same draft?
I was literally just thinking the exact same thing, where I'm like, wait a minute, these are all the overpowered heroes. What in God's name are Edge doing?
Yeah.
How are they allowing this?
I could tell you.
Okay.
They're afraid of Satanic, so they banned. So Satanic's hero pool is basically like TA, Terrorblade, Medusa, PA, right? For the most part. And they picked AA, so they're not scared of Morph. They banned out the Medusa, Terrorblade, and PA. And TA is already banned. So they just don't want Satanic to play one of his signature carries. And as a result of that, they gave away a lot of heroes that are usually banned.
Yeah, it still seems...
I'm just giving you the logic. You don't have to agree with it, but that's just what they're thinking.
Is fine. Do you agree with it?
Of course not.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
No, just checking that we're on the same page. You know?
I mean, I think it's interesting because, like, if you do go into a series, right, and you technically are the underdogs, you have to do something usually a little bit drastic, right, to maybe win the series. And they're not trying what every other team does, right? I mean, Satanic, he always gets PA, Morphling, Medusa, TA every single game. And they're just making sure he plays something new. Forcing the young gun to, you know, show some versatility. Because you have to keep in mind, like, sure, maybe he did win a tournament recently. He did win a LAN, but he's still a young player, right? Yeah. It's still good to test him.
Sure. 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the logic makes sense. I just think it's a profound mistake. These are like crazy ass heroes to give away to the best team in Dota currently.
Yeah, but it's also not just 1 or 2, it's 3.
It's 3?
Ringmaster, Coddle, and Nature's Prophet.
And Sand King.
Yeah, okay, but Sand King, I think they would have been able to get in a draft
more. I don't know. That hero's stock is rising. It's literally the only hero DM has played.
Okay, fair.
And then again, they've played 2 games, but he's played it twice. So this will be the 3rd time. 100% Sand King pick rate for him. I mean, what is a stronger offlaner than Sand King currently? Because I feel like this is the offlaner.
Stronger?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on...
Offlaners are usually picked later in the draft.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, with blind pick, Sand King's probably the best.
So I think they have like the best heroes slotted into each role. Although I will say the stock in Kunkka is definitely rising. So this hero is very good. BH is a little bit of a like niche pick, but when it is picked, it's generally very good. You know, usually against like junglers or stackers, like something where you want to like get in there and scout. And then Ancient Apparition, like this is an S tier hero. Like this is on the same level as the Coddle and the Ringmaster. The one, of course, that we're going to question is the Monkey King. We did see it win yesterday though, and we did see it win against the Sand King.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, okay, the win rate here is 50%.
Is that even true?
Yeah.
It's only 2.
Yeah, we saw the Monkey King. It's GPK, right? He got the Mage Slayer against the Sand King mid.
Oh yeah, we
saw a Monkey lose as well.
We saw a Monkey lose as well versus a Sand King as well. I don't remember which game that was.
But I think it was the first one.
Yeah.
But either way, it's not a hero that has been particularly good in the previous tournament either. So it is, it's just interesting to see a team like Edge that is considered to be weaker than the team they're up against. They're going to go up against 3 of the best heroes at this moment, and they're going to figure it out, where all the teams that have played in the previous tournament have tried to figure it out and decided, you know what, we're going to ban it instead. So it's cool that they feel confident enough to do it.
I respect it. I really do. I think this is something that's definitely worth trying. They probably came in today thinking, oh, we're probably going to get knocked into the...
NAVI Junior lost with Monkey versus Aurora.
I see.
I just had...
Fear, I got a question for you. How does...
Thank you.
Okay. I think, and then I'll give my opinion, that Sand King mid versus Ember is probably fine for Sand King. Why don't you DM Phoenix here? Get that DM Phoenix going.
I mean...
It's actually not that good for the rest of the game. It's just good against Monkey King.
Wait, no, honestly, it's fine, but I think that's the direction they're looking at for a hero that can have the most impact. I think they want potentially either a carry or a mid, depending on what they want to do, because we already said Sand King's fine against anything. You're just jungle, right?
Well,
so, yeah. I'd like the Phoenix, so it's kind of cool.
I'm just looking for a hero to dumpster either the Monkey or dumpster the Ember mid. They could also just go for... Actually, Slardar and Pango are both banned. Yeah, those are the PP heroes.
No, I'm in my head. My brain can't comprehend if Huskar is really good against Ember or Ember's.
It's not good because they have A.
Yeah, I mean Huskar destroys Ember, but you can't. I think that's why they
just
left
can't pick it because.
But if they're arrogant enough, they'll do it.
Sure, that's very arrogant and I think unnecessary.
You could go for something simple like just an Earthshaker. Just something that does like decent against the Ember mid.
Yeah, I mean. As you mentioned, that is definitely a possibility.
Oh, I like this one way better.
Oh, this is...
Look how cool that was.
That was super cool. And this is also a hero that I don't know, we just spoke up. This hero owns Ember.
It does do well, yeah. It does.
I mean, you go the Green Dragon, and then your Flame Breath just does physical damage. So even if you have your Flame Guard on, it does lots of damage to you. This is like a matchup that's really, really hard to play as an Ember.
Now I wonder which other heroes are animated.
They need to pick more heroes so we can see everything.
Yeah, this is important. Let's get to that second draft.
Let's call it. I think PARIVISION is going to win. Game 2, please.
Well, I think Edge is already making sure we get to the second draft pretty quickly. No, they got options. They got options. I like their long range poke. I think between like AA, Ember, Kunkka, even like Track, with the extra bonus damage that you're getting from that, they can just like throw stuff in from far away and not really commit to fights. So I do like that. I think that's always like a play option. But in terms of just straight up team fighting and scaling and like OP heroes, I would say that PARIVISION kind of takes the advantage.
Yeah, I think we're discrediting Edge a little bit here. I think in general, like you're gonna have a very farmed Monkey King. I think this Kunkka should do pretty okay versus a Nature's Prophet in lane. Not too bad. Yeah, mid isn't going to win, but I think you can get to a point where this AA Ember gets spells online and they can get a lot of easy kills on the map here. I think it really is going to come down to essentially how fast Pyke is going to play this game, because if he's just going to AFK farm, this game's kind of doomed. But with its good start, if you can rotate down the map, it could be a victory for Edge. They have a route to do so.
I will say this is a quintessentially like South American lineup too, where they have so much skirmish.
Yeah.
If they want to just go aggressive, they can win this.
OD Pixel Fox, what are we thinking about this draft that has come upon us with the AA on one side and the Nature's Prophet Coddle Ringmaster on the other? Nice one, Owen.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the skirmishing. I think we're going to get a lot of that. I hope we're going to get a lot of that, because I got to agree. I think, if this Monkey King plays it a bit too safe, a bit too passive, they could get rolled over, folks.
Yeah, I think they definitely got to play fast. I do like that they have these like backline scouters and ways to jump, because I've been seeing way too many of these Coddles just get free spellcasting off. So at least they have that to threaten him. But yeah, I agree with you guys. Just have to play aggressive, look to set the pace. PARIVISION, best team in the world at the moment, and they got 3 or 4 pretty OP heroes, right? So
Yeah.
it should be pretty interesting to see.
So, and do you guys agree that the lanes for Edge, at least not the mid lane, but obviously the side lanes, they should be pretty good?
Yep, they look good.
Yeah, I think so. I don't see them getting steamrolled in the laning stage. It's kind of what happens after. I think it could quite drastically go in one way or another this game.
All right, well, we're going to find out. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into the action here of Game 1 between PARIVISION and Edge. And indeed, can Edge do it against PARIVISION? Best team in the world at the moment in terms of recent results, and with some of the best heroes in the world on this patch.
There is a lot of cool stuff, though, because like I'm looking at PARIVISION. Obviously, there's this global concept that's going to be coming into play with the recalls, with the MP. They'll be able to bring numbers in a lot of situations. But looking at Edge, too, they do have ways of mobility around the map pretty quickly, right? They can always set up with like an XTP, can look to go somewhere. The Monkey King's mobile. Bounty Hunter, if he's scouting, can give some information depending on how they're looking to set up for these recall plays. So there's definitely an approach that you can see that Edge is looking to do.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the skirmishing works, because that is definitely what they're looking to do, right? Just lots of kills, get that pace set.
Is there a specific hero on Edge's lineup that you would sort of say is kind of the bigger question mark of like, is this hero actually going to be very good?
I think we're all kind of looking at the Monkey King, right? Because it's a volatile hero.
Uh-oh, you know me.
Gets found, and DM on his Sand King gets it right away, and he gets to start with boots now because of that. So it's actually a pretty big deal.
Oh, against the Monkey King lane, right?
Yeah, you get Windlace and you get boots right away. They do some cheeky little ward here to slow down the Sand King stacks.
Okay.
So they've been watching DM how he plays it. However, now you're playing versus boots Windlace in that lane, so it's going to be a bit different.
And this mid should be pretty chill. I mean,
super chill for no one.
You're going to get the chance to get a few more denies in, right, as the DK against an Ember?
A fair bit.
Yeah.
You should win this one pretty handedly on that DK. Cool approach. I mean, we'll see what PP does to approach it, right? Because right now we see the Flame Guard approach with the Corrosive. Breathe Fire is just physical, so there's going to be no way to break that. But let's see if that actually allows him to get any extra CS, because it's just the damage advantage, right? He Breathe Fires you, you lose damage. He just has a solid 20 or more damage over you. So it's very difficult.
And what do you sort of imagine what kind of Monkey King player is Pyke when it comes to like the farming item? Is he going the Maelstrom or is he a Battle Fury guy?
In this game,
because you get that Battle Fury for that extra bit of escape, you know,
that's the one
against
reason
the
I'm
Sprout.
thinking about it.
It's going to take a bit more time to get yourself online.
I mean, he'll go farming item, right? Because he's got the Kunkka and the Ember Spirit for the playmaking.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine that he does look to be a little more farm heavy.
I think he has to, because he's not going to go some sort of Mage Slayer build, because they have like an Ember Spirit, right? Ember Spirit's going to buy
Ember's
Mage
going to buy it, yeah.
So you're definitely getting a Battle Fury on Maelstrom.
Maybe there's merits to him having one as well, though, right? He is playing versus Sand King.
You don't mind it?
It's like a decent
double Mage. I mean, they're both like kind of two of the best Mage Slayer heroes, right?
I mean, we'll see. One of the two will have it. I would imagine it's going to be PP, but if his game is literally horrible because of the laning phase, maybe they need to, like... Right? We'll see.
Yeah. No, it's going to be interesting to see which way around they do it with the items.
Yeah. Looking at the lane, mid lane, 9-5 to 4-2 right now, so already seeing that effect. 9 class. A fair bit of damage. He has Fairy Fire, but...
He looks pretty dead here, right?
He really does.
Hey, Adomi just able to take him down. Nice moves there from the AA.
Yeah, pretty much a solo kill. Been seeing this more, getting the cold feet at level 2 with the Chilling Touch. It's a lot of damage. And always having the Monkey King to be able to help with just a Boundless Strike. It's nice to trade as these AAs lately. Yeah, 2 lanes though. Already looking a bit rough. The bottom one, the Kunkka one should start to get better. But yeah, that mid one, I don't feel like it ever gets better.
No, that's... And it's one of those ones where you watch as well. It kind of makes you want to play some DK mid. It just looks so chill, right? No one makes it look so easy.
What's the point? Yeah,
it's just so satisfying, right? Having this big thwack, you know, hitting the creeps. You know, good luck to whoever's laning against you, especially with some sort of melee hero like the Ember, who's just not going to have the same sort of potential. It's a satisfying hero to CS on.
It is.
And no one really shows that off to its best potential here. 19-7.
It's like you literally have like a 30 base damage advantage over almost anyone because of Breathe Fire. It's
one of the chillest mid laners to play. In the lane.
In the lane.
Rest of the stuff gets a bit more complicated, a bit more crazy. Well, not too complicated, still a DK, but...
Movement coming out. Bounty Hunter. They're looking to actually abandon the lanes is what that means. So they're like, we can't actually do anything bottom anymore. We're not even going to drag waves. We're going to look to just enable the Monkey King as much as possible. So you're sacking Vitaly. That's what that means.
So you're going to have, what, 2 lanes that are going to really suffer? You're going all in on this top lane.
And the Blinding Light from 9 class actually stops the aggression immediately on that jump there from Pyke. That's an interesting approach, but yeah, you're sacking 2 lanes to try to just enable fully Monkey King. And Monkey King, as we said, can be a bit of a volatile hero, so see if that ends up working out as the first move doesn't connect. And yeah, Satanic is just absolutely free farming, so.
Yeah, they're gonna have 3 free farming cores.
Yep. Got a little bit of damage on him now. Satanic did step up.
Here we go.
He stepped up far. Is there enough damage here? Looking like they got him.
Lovely angle with Zybringer, indeed.
Caught him off guard. No sentry in the lane. No scout on the portal either. Michael connects it with Vitali. He had no items on the Nature's Prophet, I don't believe, either. He literally just had his starting items still, so hasn't been able to get that courier out. He was literally waiting at his tower with boots, a full Wraith Band. So pretty much perfect opportunity time for them to get that kill.
And so with PARIVISION's lineup as well, out of the 2 of them, who's going for the Blink Dagger first, the Sand King or the DK?
Ooh. Probably no one.
Yeah, you think you just get it on your mid?
They're both going to get it so fast in this game. It looks like...
But because you kind of fine with them both just getting Blink first?
They might.
Yeah. Now that mid lane continues to just not get any better for PP.
Yep.
14 and 3 against the 30 and 18. It's rough. How's the XP looking? What, because about level 5 and a third on the DK.
It's almost
only just hit 5.
It's like 3/4 of a level advantage on no one.
Yeah, because he's gonna have this wave coming
this
in
full
as well.
wave. He'll be 6 pretty much right after this next couple creeps.
Do you think, are they going to try and bring a +1 in and try and kill the Ember before the 6?
Either you kill the Ember or you just threaten the tower, because he can't actually stop the push that comes out from this DK at all. They're going to have to bring numbers, and they don't really have... Actually, looking at Edge's lineup, they don't have deep push on. They have to take
It's
fights.
the Tidebringer, right? It's the Kunkka.
You have to take fights around those towers, rather than looking to just, like, yeah, spam the waves. Okay, let's see how they approach this, because no one... He's pinging it already. Look, he's like, I'm 6 off this creep. So there it is. Immediately throws the stun.
Yeah, bully back PP.
Let's see what the reaction is going to be from Edge. Michael will scout Ducalis because the rotations, they're trying to bring 3 to the mid lane PARIVISION. They're bringing the Kunkka, so they're really bringing the numbers to stop this.
Oh, Michael could be in trouble. Let's see what we get here.
No one.
X-Mark to try and hold no one back into the torrent.
The X yanks him out of the escape act.
Do they have enough damage to kill no one? Chains are back up. They lock him down. They kill him off. And now with the numbers, they've brought over the Monkey King as well. Pike ready to join the action in the mid. They get themselves a second kill here as Edge bring the action.
Cool. I mean, honestly, that's how you do it, right? You don't have any great way just to deal with the DK by yourself.
Yeah, this gets him off your tower. Gets him off your tower. First Dragon form. How much damage did he do? Pretty much nothing.
Nothing.
The tier 1 is left perfectly safe.
And PP going for this build that he went for, right? 1-1-3, the Flame Guard. That's the one that builds up versus that DK. No way to break it. Ends up just whittling him down.
Yeah, very
cool move.
Yeah, good stuff there from Edge to alleviate what's been some tougher laning situation, and still very much the case for PP in that mid.
Yep, still is a 800 gold advantage, of course, for the DK. But a great move, honestly. You know, we talked about how they have to be skirmish heavy. They have to be very, you know, ready for these type of moves, be very prepared. And right off the bat there, they bring the fight. And now Vitali's 6. So I would say Satanic is actually under some threat bottom to really show himself
for sure.
After these 2 kills that they've been able to get with this Kunkka.
And I think it's going to make it a bit more complicated for no one. Like, Dragon Form's going to be back up in 5 seconds. Do you try and hit the tower again? What do you do now that you know that Edge is going to be playing this way where they will turn up in the masses with a full 5 of them if you start hitting the tower?
I mean, it's a good question.
Like,
you're probably
step up again?
Because you can just get X'd, and they have heavy magic damage to bring you down with this, you know, with the AA, and as we've seen with the Ember Spirit build. So no one might be more cautious and might have to bring an extra +1 or 2 before going for that again. Yeah, really heads up moves. Love how active they're being. And Pike has shown he's going the Maelstrom.
Okay.
So. It'll be Mage Slayer, of course, Ember, Maelstrom on the Monkey King. He'll keep the Quelling Blade. Mid, no one is starting to push on that tower immediately.
Absolutely, they're going to go for the fight again here. A little bit of a fear to stop the Boundless, but the Boundless still connects. They've got the X-Mark locked down into the boat. The escape pack comes out with the cold feet proccing.
Oh, and it's 5 again.
There's no escape for no one. They'll pick up Ducalis as well. I mean, we sort of question, right? It's like, does he want to try and hit the tower again? I mean, the same exact situation ended up playing out. You do it twice. I don't think he's going to do it a 3rd time, folks.
No, I don't think so. And that's really cool the way that they're playing this. So literally bringing 5 heroes to just stop that and enable PP as much as possible. He's only 500 behind now. And so far, we're not seeing, 9 class. He's just doing his stacking. to enable DM, but we're not seeing this top lane be able to assist no one in the mid lane really at all.
Now we'll see what no one does next. That hurts the DK's playstyle, right?
Absolutely.
He really wants to take this tower. He's barely touched it.
And now look at what PP's doing. He's dragging the waves. So now there's actually not even an option for no one to do that.
Look out for Pyke.
A lot of magic damage on him here.
He's getting back up.
The impalements are connecting.
It is. I mean, Ducala's doing a hell of a lot of damage here to Pyke. Is it going to be enough, though? Pyke's into the trees, and he should be away.
And Ducalis himself now has been found.
He has. Buy some time here with the escape act, but can't break away from the cold feet.
Oh, and they are playing this very fast.
They are. This is the skirmishing that, that the panel wanted to see from them. They're bringing it.
And they're about to hit 6 now on Yodomi, so they don't even have to bring the 5 in particular to go for these play setups onto the DK. Now they can just send that Ice Blast and have 2 or 3 set up. PP and Michael scouting, probably looking to see if these stacks are here, but they've already been cleared out. DM, believe that is his Blink Dagger done. So PARIVISION, they can start getting him involved to look for those pushes with the DK.
No one is coming over. PP's got a Remnant ready. He's prepared.
Doink. They're gonna hit the tower though. No one
bottom
is looking for it. Satanic.
The Ice Blast coming in.
It's a perfect one.
And indeed it is. Look at that. My goodness. The boys on edge today.
They are on fire right now. These first 10 kills, 10 minutes, with the lanes looking a little washy, they did not make it look washy with the movements that they've made.
Yeah, this is some crazy gameplay from them.
Very cool. And no one now at this point. It's pretty much like he's even with that Ember.
Yeah, I'll give one more good play from them. He's probably going to find a chance to get a kill here. Vitali.
Oh, he's so low.
Hanging around very low, will be punished easily.
That was a bit of a weird one.
I guess he felt like he had the Watcher, but he didn't. Well, no one sort of sneaked up on him.
He's at like 400 HP behind the that was a very deep play from him after having such a phenomenal start.
Well, at the end of the day, if no one's making that move with Dragon Form down bottom, he's still not hitting the tier 1 tower main.
True.
So they keep this tower alive even longer.
Ember, AA, looking for another setup. These two will kill almost anybody that they find. No one. A little bit of that tougher target. They might need a +1 if they want to go for him, especially that close to the tower. Yeah, Callis, he's going to be the one that's found. Quickly dead on the Ringmaster. No way to get out of that. Dominating on PP.
Yeah, after a brutal laning stage. Where he got very, very little against the DK CS.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. And yes, yeah, standard build for him. That's very good this game. The reduction of the healing and all that, the Mage Slayer later on is going to be very nice. No one, now pushing top, they have DM, they have 9 class.
Yeah, Pyke seems prepared. He's playing it very careful.
Yeah, I think they just ditched this one. They're not prepared for this defense. They are getting their own trade though. Vitali hitting bottom tower with PP. Maybe they're pinging like they were considering going for it, but not going to be the case. Vitali not able to go through the portal. So tower trade. These supports are very rich on edge because of those 5-man moves. Now they're going to have track online too, so definitely could see them continue to get that gold increase on the 2. Very hot start for them. Ice Blast, it's back up. DM.
Hard to try and dive in though. Lots of backup from Michael. PP's here. Vitali and Yodomi also waiting on the wings.
See if they look to scout Satanic at any point soon, get another deep ward. Because they have this one that's bottom right now from Michael, and this is usually where these Nature's Prophets play, so the bounty can get some good scouting information to at least know where Satanic is. And Satanic is very fragile at this point in the game. 1,000 HP. If he shows up, he's just dead in these fights to all the burst. And yeah, they are going to start getting that scout, so yeah, liking these movements from Michael. The initial one, you know, the top one, it didn't connect, but then afterwards he's made it. Pretty much every single one has connected for him.
Oh, Pyke. Continues to play very safe up here. It's proving to be very difficult for PARIVISION to catch the Monkey King.
Yeah, even with these double blinks that they've gone for, haven't been able to find too many connections. It's been Edge finding pretty much all of them. Blade Mail, done for Vitali. Satanic has the Maelstrom. Looking to set up top. No one. The portal. Hello.
Michael's got eyes on him.
Vitali's
the dust out onto him, but indeed the backup's coming in.
The recall.
Michael's going to be able to walk away, should tick out.
Vitaly is going to need a bit more backup if he wants to try and do the damage to bring them down. Pyke will turn up with the Wukong's command.
Ice Blast.
It's coming in big, connects onto the three of them, but Pyke, he'll fall as the Burrow Strike comes through again. This time, PARIVISION with the numbers should be able to take the fight. They look to Vitaly as well. We had X-Mark, no one to hold him back momentarily. See if he can still close the gap with the blink in a second, but Vitaly's pretty speedy.
Something they're going to always have to be ready for is just the number game. We said it early on, you know, the global potential, the recalls. If it's just 2 heroes, it can quickly become 3, 4, or 5 with that coming in from 9 class and for Satanic. It was nice Ice Blast. It did connect.
It was. It got on. It got the 3 of them.
They kind of layered everything, right? They went in one by one by one. They weren't able to get these type of big pickoffs as PARIVISION get their big connection of the game. And no one back to that top spot, having that clear separation between him and PP.
Eyes on him in the mid, but between no one and Ducalis, it's not a kill they can get.
Just trying to slow down the push a bit here. They don't have epicenter, so Edge looking to take advantage of that at the moment. No one.
Scouting them out here. Michael.
Cracks. They're hesitant though. Ults 40 seconds still for Epi. Dragon form is back at the ready. The recalls. He's going to start joining his team. And it's just an Ags rush for 9 class. So looking to help their team fight is what that tells me, since they are, I mean, a little lacking on the team fight. Just Sanking and the, the Ringmaster for the most part. So things are slowing down here for a moment. And he switched it. Okay, so Pyke, rather than going that Maelstrom, since he's playing versus Nature's Prophet, he actually does go that Fury.
There's always the temptation.
It's always the temptation.
Especially when your game's not getting destroyed. If you're having a decent start, he's getting the gold. Getting the Battle Fury in this sort of situation, I think, does feel a little bit better.
The only reason that I'm always hesitant with Battle Fury is because it makes your build completely physical, and you're playing versus EK, who's super high armor, and they can get all these armor items, so it's like, there's a trade-off always at the end of the day. But it does help your Jingu, so, PP, 50 gold from the Mage Slayer. I believe that no one actually has his finished up first, so the Blink and the Mage Slayer on the DK already at this point. So he's very tanky now on no one. 1800 HP on Strength Treads. And Vitaly going, okay, this is a very team approach coming out from the Kunkka here. So Blade Mail first for his own game, and then Pyke for the team since he's playing versus that Sandking Piscatl. It's gonna make their team fight very formidable.
Yeah, something it's just sort of necessary to try and get the Zoras online when you have a Monkey King, right, that wants to join the fights, but it's going to be a bit of time until he actually has a sort of item that's going to tank himself up.
Yodomi is now literally insanely rich. Gets the shard there, so he's close to core level of net worth because of it, and has a Force Staff, so very early for the AA to have this. Can definitely reposition.
Well, 9 class.
Stuns.
Should be in trouble here. Able to find him with the track. Vitaly's got the setup.
3-man tracks. These pickoffs always will matter. Cool. And yeah, doubling down even. It looks like a Force Staff also coming out for Michael. So looking to just looking for the repositioning out of these stuns, maybe sprouts, etc. Wheel of Wonder, try to save these heroes. So far, the approach by Edge, it's looking quite nice, keeping themselves at this 1K lead. But PARIVISION, they know how to play the map, so they're keeping that farm very consistent.
Yeah, it's just going to be nice for Edge that they do have a lineup, right, that can make it tricky for sort of Satanic to get out and try and farm on the lanes in kind of risky positions, right? They can hunt you down pretty nicely.
They have great ways.
What they have.
Yeah, great ways to get on top of heroes, right? The bounty to scout, then, Monkey can just jump on them, sim for the Ember. And this is definitely a game where you want to jump backline. It's Coddle Ringmaster. It's probably 2 of the better ones that you want to try to get on top of inside of those fights. How close is Vitaly toward that pipe? I think when he has the pipe, they might be looking for the next big fight on Edge. They're probably going to feel quite strong with that finished up. But I think PARIVISION also going to be feeling pretty keen to fight soon, since they're going to have DM with his Aghanims shortly. Should see quite a few clashes in these next 7 minutes. And there's that pipe. It's very early. They're scouting him, so they did see it. They should see that that was freshly picked up. Ducalis has a ward that saw the Kunkka walking mid. They'll see him on the wave. maybe PARIVISION just, maybe they do actually just play it a little hesitant to wait for a BKB on No One so he feels safer versus the
Yeah,
AA.
I think they need the 2 BKBs.
I think they might, yeah.
No One and Satanic.
I feel like for Edge, it's kind of go time. Because they have the Monkey King with the Shard too. Sure, he doesn't have BKB, but he can get involved. I think for Edge, it's their time to strike a little more than the side of PARIVISION. But definitely don't want to overextend, because Sand King does have that Blink plus that Aghanims now at this point. Insane amount of damage. Not able to find anything though. PARIVISION farming it up.
Dodging them nicely. Ensuring the Edge don't get any freebies at the moment.
I mean, No One is about 750 away from it.
Taking the tier 2s could be a bit more of a struggle for Edge.
Definitely.
Yeah, PARIVISION very close to being in shape to arrive for the defense.
They haven't found Satanic since after those 2 pickoffs either, so he's top net worth. They're not being able to sneak around to the places that he's able to play. 0, 2, and 0, but almost 2,000 ahead of the opposing core. Going through the portal, so this might be that hunt that they're looking to catch these pesky PARIVISION heroes since they're just dodging them completely.
Yeah, even the supports are not really being caught by Edge. Maybe now to call us how he was heading to safety, but ends up walking back down into the river. And that gives them the chance to get the setup.
Track money.
He was so close to living. If he kept walking,
he just kept walking.
Decided to take an alternative route.
Michael scouting. They see that there's no BKB still yet on No One. He's very close to it. DM continued to play in this invis. Look at this aggressive play by Pyke. I think he saw the Coddle with this ward, but recall sends himself out. The power of the Coddle.
Yeah, so tricky
so
to
insane.
find. 1 minute he's in the trees, next minute is the other side of the map.
And even if he's in the tree, sometimes you're like, wait, he's alone? Oh god, 3 heroes disappear right there. So, yeah, this hero is just definitely going to become one of the most popular, if not already is.
And PP, I mean, they were on track to catching Satanic, but Satanic out just in time before they swang over.
PARIVISION starting to acquire these big items on.
Yeah, they're dodging these fights.
They really are. Ags is done for the Coddle, BKB, DK. Okay, now it might be time to be able to clash. Unless you just want Satanic to be able to just continue farming, but could look for a 3 or 4 man engagement, trying to outnumber, since you can't always bring the numbers easier. Game has slowed down massively though. We're having quite a few kills, and then the last 6 minutes or so, not much going on. There's a smoke. Edge, unable to find these kills off a few of their timings. Let's see how it's going to go now into the clash of PARIVISION.
Oh, here we go. Get a quick one to start this off, PARIVISION.
Might just be it. Might just look to switch toward the mid lane, and that's what they're pinging at right now. PP. Just to be pretty careful here. Trying to get the scout. They know exactly where he is. Do they have the control? Do they have the damage?
That's the setup. First Forest Strike, into the Dragon Tail, into the wheel. Hey. It's enough.
Great awareness. PARIVISION just playing it cool, calm, collected, getting these pickoffs. 9 class, he's not alone. Brings DM. Yadomi's been found.
Well, Pyke's going to turn up. See if they can take 9 class out in response. They can.
But a trade. And DM actually gets a kill streak, so gets a little bit more out of that from the recall that comes in.
I mean, their attempts is maybe go again here, PARIVISION.
Vitali.
Oh, Vitali.
What?
Oh, jukes around the trees. And the X mark onto Ducalis into the torrent.
He's got backup. No one is here at the ready.
Yeah, Edge are being careful. They know that they can't poke any more than that.
And all in the meanwhile, Owen, Satanic, he's
getting a lot.
Chilling. And PARIVISION just truly understanding how to dodge and take the fights accordingly with their numbers there. He's going to have the BKB likely for that next fight if they don't find a pickoff. Edge buys a gem. Probably seems like they're, I mean, it feels like they're feeling that pressure of trying to look for these kills and just unable to find them, and then they get picked off right afterwards with 2-3 heroes.
Yeah, that's the thing. They sort of had their moment earlier, Edge, but maybe that is going to end up just being that for the entirety of this game. The rest of it could just look completely up for PARIVISION.
It's just they're playing the map perfectly. Just dodging the ganks that they need to, get this itemization. These BKBs are all flurrying in. And said BKB for No One's done. 2 components finished up for Satanic, and even the Sand King has about to have 2 components. Uh-oh. I mean, these BKBs are going to be crippling versus Edge. It's only really Pyke who's going to have a good time versus it. The other heroes are quite counter from it, especially at this point in the game. You can see PARIVISION feeling that strength too, just looking for kills. See Vitali, they see the X position.
And they're in. They'll drop the Will-O-Wisp, they've got the lockdown. Nice Buzz will come out actually with the 4-star. Maybe Vitali can get out of this one.
They got the X, they found 9 class.
See what they can do in return as Pyke jumps forward, but the escape hack save comes in on towards 9 class. Ice Blast is going to wear off now. Turn another Dragon Tail onto PP. No one pops the BKB. Pyke moves in with a balance strike. They're trying to kill off the Cottle.
They got
Don't get him. 9 class to fall.
Can they chase for more?
They need to try. Edge. Any further catch? Pyke leading the way. Onto Ducalis. They have the X mark into the Torrent. DM's coming with a Burrow Strike. Ducalis is gone, and now with the balance down to the DM, they're going to get the Sand King as well.
Pyke.
Triple kill for Pyke.
What a play.
Edge, they get that little opportunity, and then they just continue to force it, and it pays off massively.
That was like all Pyke, actually. He found 9 class in the back line, gets the jump off with the shard right on top of him. That was beautiful. Truly was. Weren't able to bring down the Kunkka fast enough.
Okay, a fight as well. Satanic didn't.
He doesn't have BKB yet.
And I think his TP may have been on cooldown.
Maybe.
He only just came back up the teleportation, so maybe had just stepped out the same moment that the fight kind of kicked off.
I think he was getting the BKB just as the whole fight was
so he didn't want to be involved at the moment.
Yeah. But anyway, it's literally Pyke. Just, getting into that back line, finds the supports. No one feeling like he has the damage to go for Kunkka, but maybe not the first choice they want to go for since he has that pipe, and it's a Kunkka.
Okay, because he was TPing in at this point.
He was,
but with the 2 supports dead, obviously
but the BKB right there gets delivered.
Only after, so it was definitely in that awkward moment where, if he had the BKB, I think he would have shown up way earlier, or attempted to show up way earlier, but indeed as the timings wasn't quite there for Satanic.
Back to having a small gold lead now into Edge. PP, top lane.
With the setup, but they don't have the follow-up. He's out.
Got the SNY now. That's status resist. And these 4 staffs are going to be very relevant, though, for the side of Edge. Just since there's that single target stun that they have in the DK, it's a lot of times you can just 4-staff the target that gets stunned initially, and you can stop a lot of that early initiation. Pyke's now got a small crit, so starting to build up this damage, too, for him. Roche, good choice for PARIVISION. I believe they did see them going in, and I believe they do see that with the ward right now. See Ducalis shooting in the Impaling Arts. But I don't think they make it in time.
I'm going to send in an Ice Blast. Or can they get the steal? Oh, it was close, I'll tell you that. But PARIVISION indeed will secure the last hit and the Aegis. Satanic.
It was literally the last auto attack of Satanic, otherwise it was stolen. A nice try there. Smoke. Edge still looking for the fight after this Aegis. They'll find 9 class. Did they see him? They did.
Yep, look at the Boundless. Into the chains, 9 class. He's not going to get any help here. He'll drop the Will-O-Wisp, but it's not going to do anything.
That's how they have to start every fight, it feels like. Find the Coddle. Even though the Ringmaster has save, I actually feel like the Coddle is more important to find in all these fights. If they can start off those fights, bringing down 9 class, it takes away a big amount of the team fight, the extra healing that he provides.
And they're fighting a few times this game. 6 deaths at the moment on 9 class's Coddle. But in fact, both supports really, 7 as well on Ducalis. They've been getting caught.
Look at Michael right now too. He's scouting with he's scouting out to DM. He's got backup of his team.
DM very close to having the BKB gold. We'll be fine here.
He got slowed down a lot though from that death. He was fairly close before having that fight kick off in the mid lane. Speaking of mid lane, no one. Just gonna throw the tracks on him. He's gone the Orchid route to deal with the Ember. But that status resistance, of course, will be there. It is an exciting one. 19-8. You said the farm for PARIVISION, it's keeping consistent, but Edge, with their aggressive plays, still definitely having a shot in this one. And okay, Pyke is committing for the build, so going for that Scotty up on the Monkey King next. The connection won't be there. DM off the mark. And the 4-staff bailing them out. Full Ags for the Kunkka too. Their team fight is getting stronger. PP has a haste.
They want to go for no one. Try and force out the BKB, but the silence is there. Stops any potential slide chains coming in for now, so no one doesn't have to get spooked into popping his BKB. Can walk it off.
Oh, that's great, actually. Just the Orchid to essentially protect your BKB. That's pretty massive. Satanic starting to cut some creeps, looks like with his treants. And he's got a lot of damage now. So Nemesis Curse has been found. He's got the Revenant's Brooch. He's going to start hitting pretty hard. I don't think... Actually, can we look at hero damage really quick? Because, of course, he's going to have some on Satanic because of his ultimates, but I feel like he's barely hit a hero this game. So, yeah, that's all magic damage, essentially. So, has yet to really turn up to anything. They are set up bottom. 5 heroes from PARIVISION, all stacked up. Still 2 minutes on Aegis.
Let's see Satanic going for the D ward. Who's going to go in first?
No one.
Michael.
He's scouted.
Trying to get some tracks out. Vitali. Look at the lead in. They get the Ice Blast straight down on towards no one. No one puts the BKB. Will-O-Wisp is there. He's pulling back Pyke. Pyke also has to put the BKB to step out.
Oh, Pyke had to use a BKB very defensively there. He might just have to disengage.
Now they go for the Tormentor PARIVISION.
I'd say for Nolan, it's like, for him, for using BKB, it's like he has to BKB pretty much every single time that Ice Blast connects onto him, but for Pyke, he has to be very careful. His has to be very appropriate how he uses that BKB in the midst of all these big damages from the Sand King and whatnot. He can't use it like that. Now they got the Coddle with the Shard. Extra heals, even more recalls, even more mobility. How close to that, Scotty? Getting pretty close there on Pyke. Pretty darn good game for it versus all the Forest. Michael.
He's got backup.
Numbers are coming in.
He's looking to set up with the Wukong's command. Wants to try and fight back. They have to catch on towards no one. Escape Pack will come in, buys him a bit of safety, but with the Ice Blast upon and the damage coming in from Pyke, no one's gone. They turn their attention over towards Dakalis. They'll get him as well. Satanic, he's trying to fight back, but he's lost 2 of his teammates. He's got DM in with the lead forward. Gets in with the Burrow Strike Epi. On towards the 3 of them. Vitali, he'll fall.
Pyke.
He's able to jump out with the Boundless Shard, but the chase is there from DM with the Burrow Strike. Pyke, he's getting controlled, blasted by 9 class. As PARIVISION, they're able to fight back despite losing no one into Dakalis at the start of it. This time around, Satanic and DM, they're ready to lead the turnaround.
And we definitely see why they love this Sand King so much. I mean, DM being the difference maker there, absolutely. Satanic is hitting them, but not hitting for that much because of the rum. And DM comes in. It's just, yeah, complete cleanup afterwards. Nice start to the fight from Edge, bringing down no one, but the numbers come in from PARIVISION.
Yeah, they know that they can try and commit for the fight at the start. No one's BKB is still on cooldown. They really want to get this DK.
But Pyke also, BKB was on cooldown, so it's a dangerous situation for him to be in.
Because at this point, it still feels pretty good for them. They haven't got eyes on DM. They're not sure where the Sand King is, but now when he turns up, panic starts to set him for Edge.
Yeah, and the rum is all, you know, wearing off at that point too. So not only are they taking down from that, they're taking down from the epicenter. So pretty much perfect timing for DM to come in.
Yeah, indeed, as you say, you know, Pyke at the end of that fight, BKB was still on cooldown for 10 seconds.
That's what happens, you know, from that bottom situation. Dagon starting to get queued up. Satanic level 23, 2 more levels till they lose on the side of Edge.
It's getting there. Full butterfly as well on Satanic.
They broke that last fight, broke the even state of the game where it was. Now they're at a good margin ahead on the side of PARIVISION with this. Nearly having this Bloodthorn done for no one too, but it's mostly just how big Satanic is now. He can show up to every single fight, and it's not easy for them to single target him at all now with this butterfly. Pyke's got problems now with his items. Going to be very aggressive here. They've got the recalls. They
PP.
The Remnant. That's, how many does he actually have now? This is only 1. He only has the 1 right now. Smoke behind. Impaling Arts connects.
They're going to drop the Will-O-Wisp. Another Burrow Strike. It's a bit of an ambitious attempt there to lock him down. PP can walk this off.
I think they're poking to force a reaction. So reaction is coming in. 2 big items picked up on Edge. Shiva's and the Scotty, so double reduction. Is that going to make the difference, though, in this next fight? Because the problem is really going to be killing Satanic now through this butterfly. You have magic damage to go through, but your physical is just not there anymore now without an MKB for Pyke, since he's gone down the Scotty route. TM does have this deep vision. They see like 3 of the heroes from Edge. We'll get tracked up. That ward from Ducalis is doing so much work. I don't think that one's going to get taken out either. Just seeing the Kunkka, seeing PP, seeing all their movements. Okay, looking to double down on Lotus Orbs on the supports too to protect versus the DK and the Sanking in particular. But again, yeah, the question's going to be is, do you have the damage to break through this 8,000 lead at Nature's Prophet? The entire gold lead in the game is Satanic over Pyke.
I mean, it's definitely sort of padding out to be maybe one of those games that when you move on from, you're like, well, we're not letting them get the Prophet again.
Yeah. Not with this type of mobility around the map, too. You have 4 heroes that skirmish amazing, and then just a Nature's Prophet doing his own thing.
Because, you know, with the way that Edge played early on, now, if there was not a Nature's Prophet in the equation, they'd probably be in a pretty good spot right now.
I would say so as well. Yeah, I mean, they were very good with their movements, very aggressive. It's just now the question's going to be, how do you deal with this Nature's Prophet who's getting the Shrines of Wisdom? They're giving him both. So that's level 25 for Satanic.
Carlos.
They'll give him up. But there it is, Owen. They gave both Shrines to Satanic.
There we go.
25 is online.
All right.
And the Daggons, they're not. They went for the Lotus Orb, so they're going to take some time to be able to have those on the supports. Dun, 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 dun. The March of the Treants. And not only just the Treants, Owen. They actually have the combo that I was memeing about.
Oh, with the Chakra.
They have the Chakra plus the Nature's.
Get more Treants out.
I've memed about this for like a year and a half, I think. But it's actually a thing, because look, he's going to come up here, he's going to start recalling. It's not just going to be one tree. I think you can have up to 4 out with the recalls, if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah, they're buffing him up. Getting that Treant spam increased.
And a lot of people can't even deal with one Treant. Dun, 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 dun. The attack's slow. It's doing it. Alrighty then. Pyke can deal with it. Giving him some time to finish up that MKB that he really needs.
Oh, amplified damage on Satanic.
He's actually kind of close to this MKB.
Yeah, if he's able to get the MKB and Daedalus online, he'll be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, then he can actually stick on top of Satanic. And you maybe... I think now at this point, too, you AA blast the Nature's Prophet every single time.
Oh, you have to.
You full commit onto Satanic, you just let no one do his thing. So Yodomi has to be pretty clean within. Speaking of Yodomi, though...
He's in trouble.
He's found that ward that they placed from earlier.
He'll get the Lotus off, it doesn't matter.
I mean, this ward, it's full duration. It's like 6 minutes it's been up. Scouting pretty much everything there. EB?
I might find Michael on his way back. Now they caught him.
They sure did.
Both supports dead.
Mid lane.
He's straight over to the mid Satanic.
Wants more trees.
Won't be able to catch for Talon.
There we go. More recalls, more trees. Wrath of Nature. Let's push out the waves. The onslaught is coming, Edge.
And what do Edge do when it comes to high ground? I mean, you talked about it earlier, right? They just don't have the best deep push.
And look, I'm telling you, there's going to be like 4 or 5 of them. And now watch this damage. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Fortification has to come out immediately.
I think you just have to commit on him somehow. They're going to try.
They're going to look towards Satanic. Ice Blast coming in. It will
hit him.
It's on to Satanic. They should have a chance to finish him off. He's going to get forced down to the low ground.
The barriers.
They're trying to get him out of this. Keep him protected. DM's in with a Burrow Strike. Lands it perfectly on a Pyke. Satanic's able to get away and survive as DM turns their attention over towards him. They have the X mark upon him, but he's able to break out of it with the Yule Scepter. Edge, they push back PARIVISION, but they get nothing, and they were so close to maybe having a chance of killing Satanic off.
Almost their moment. If they get that kill and they change sequence, it would be huge. But unable to do so, bailing him out with the escape decks. And now he's just going to get recalled and brought right back up to full HP. Around that Roche, more Treants coming in. Yeah, I'm watching this and I'm like seeing him do these turns and I'm like, I feel like this might be a situation where you just have to full commit on him because you're just going to lose your base.
Yeah,
but
they made a great effort at it.
Yeah.
It just wasn't quite enough.
DM's stun was literally perfect. Caught Pike mid-air.
As he was like coming in right, yeah.
It was actually pretty cool looking. Aegis now on Satanic. Now it's hard for you to full commit onto him since he's got the double life. Bottom, recall, more treants.
9+ bringing the team. Oh, they've cleared his tree! Double-Elimination cut down the tree on Pike. He's in massive trouble. Can they bail him out of this? He'll get the boundless off. But the Dragon Tail stun's there. They'll force him to the side. They have to try and save the Monkey King. Pike, can he live? Satanic, the final few right clicks will finish him off, but it may cost Satanic his life. He gets controlled.
And
that's the Aegis gone.
Used his Satanic there.
Can they go for a second round upon him? They surround him. Ducalis is here to try and help out. Throws out the wheel. So Satanic, can he get away from this? The cold feet procs. Yodomi's able to kite him up. Escape Pact buys him a little bit more time. DM's he's here. Now in. Satanic, he's going to get forced back, sliced to the side off the back of the tidal wave. Now he's going to look to try and heal up. BKB is popped. They have to start backing away. Once again, they couldn't quite do it. They got the Aegis out of him, but they couldn't take him out a second time.
Even though he used the Satanic while he was dying, he didn't even need it with the bailout coming there from Ducalis. BKB comes up back toward the end of it. 60 seconds, 2 cores dead.
It might be it. A lot of damage is going to get done now.
The trees are coming. Not just the trees. Look at Satanic's damage when he's near them as well. Over 500 on him now. To top lane immediately.
They're going to try.
They're going to try.
Satanic's on cooldown for a few seconds. So's the BKB. It's going to be a pretty good effort, but the backup there from 9+ and DM in with the Burrow Strike only catches on to Michael. The rest of them still continue to look towards him, but Satanic, he's going to be fine. Sprout's there. Ice Blast wears off upon him. So he can get back to push him forward. They're throwing the boats down upon him, but they just don't have the damage without their Ember, without their Monkey King. He's in onto the high ground, ready to jump forward. DM dives forward, gets the stun connection on towards Michael. Vitali's caught in the Sprout. They're both dead. Satanic again getting so low, but they're just not able to kill him.
The Wind Waker bailout there from DM2, saving his life. No one comes back, buys double bots, or Boots 2 joins the fight again, and yeah, that just might be it. Ember's respawning, Monkey King 2. They're probably going to give it one more fight. Can they kill Satanic at least one more time in this game?
Let's have a look.
He died twice early game, but never after those.
There's the buyback. The Wisp gets dropped down, clears out the trees, jump forward from PP, but straight away gets caught by the Burrow Strike, the silence, the Hex. He's forced to the side. He'll be able to reset for now, PP.
The wheel doesn't quite clip.
So the push is continuing. The barracks are gone. I mean, they've done their damage.
The trees.
Michael. He's gone. DM's in with the Burrow Strike. This one looking pretty over. The Will-O-Wisp gets dropped down. Edge getting bullied back towards the fountain. And they'll tap out. GG's called. Satanic TP's in. He's ready to try and kill them in the fountain. They've got the Hex on Vitali. They'll clean them up in the fountain to end this one off. As PARIVISION taking the game. There was definitely some moments here for Edge. But overall, at the end of it all, it does end up being that little bit of an outclass that was kind of expected coming into this series.
It's 25 minutes of good aggressive plays, but Satanic didn't die after 20 minutes. He died twice early and then literally never died again. They weren't able to find those pickoffs to be able to prevent this type of global potential that comes out as PARIVISION.
Yeah.
They do what they do best.
They do. They do. It was a good effort from Edge, and maybe if they're able to sort of replicate this in a situation where there isn't a Nature's Prophet in the hands of Satanic, they might stand a better chance. We'll see if they're able to sort of set that up in Game 2. But as for Game 1, it's going to be PARIVISION's.
It is going to be PARIVISION's. I will say, though, this game did give me a lot of hope for Edge for game number 2, because the start of this game, they were able to keep it very even up against PARIVISION. Obviously, at some point, the scales tipped into PARIVISION's favor, and they did take that game 1. But they did take it with all the good heroes, and we did give them an edge in the draft already. Fear, how do you feel this game played out? Do you feel like Edge did what they could in a good way?
Yeah, I think they played pretty well overall. It's just the ticking time bomb of Satanic this game went off. And I think that is just something that is very difficult to account for. I think when you're playing these games, yeah, you gave away a lot of good heroes, but you were owning. You were getting a lot of kills. You typically can't stop Satanic from farming anyway, so you banned out a lot of the heroes that he'd be maybe more comfortable joining early with. So they were forced into a situation where they had to delay this game, but ultimately, this is a world-class team, best team in the world. They found a way to get back into it.
Yeah, I think there's two ways of looking at this. Like, on one hand, losing in this fashion feels really bad, where you felt like you had all the momentum and you had such a kill advantage in the early game, and yet still, and you ban on all of his heroes, and yet still the kid Satanic destroys you at some point. Like, that feels really bad. But on the flip side, they also gave away literally all of the most overpowered heroes, and they had an advantage against the best team in the world. So I think going into game 2, yeah, Edge is probably feeling decent. I think they can, change up the draft. They can try something different. Maybe they end up getting 2-0'd here, but even in like the next stage of the tournament, I think they're looking solid. Like, they're looking like a really solid team.
Yeah, I mean, I think they forced PARIVISION to like an interesting position in this game. Sure, ultimately Satanic did carry the game, but he was pretty absent in the early game fights, and I think his build was interesting to see as well. Like, a lot of NPs will max Sprout and teleport and help their team fight in the early game. Satanic, he's not that type of player. He just went 1 point in Sprout and just AFK farmed for the longest time.
Yeah, he went stats, right?
Yeah, of course, and this is just how he plays in general, but I wonder if, like, this game could be different if he's playing a bit more active and aggressive on the map, but I don't think PARIVISION's going to change the way they play. Satanic's always going to be the hard carry. It was a little bit rocky, but, he got the job done in the end.
Yeah, gets a standout player there as well. I mean, he farmed a lot. It was very good. It wasn't joining too many fights at the start of the game. We did see a lot of the fights at the start of the game go, or maybe not the fights, but I think one thing that Edge did very well was getting pick-off kills. They were able to consistently find kills, maybe not on Satanic, and we could continue praising Satanic, and that's fine. But I do think the takeaway from this game is, for me anyway, that Edge has a solid chance. Maybe I should say, maybe not particularly in game number 2 or against PARIVISION, best team in the world at the moment, but definitely in future games to come, because this was a solid one.
Yeah, they looked good. I mean, they did exactly the things that we were saying that, we all agreed that they needed to do to have a chance, which is be very active, be the ones that are like dictating the pace of the game, going through the portal, like being the ones that are actually starting the fights, starting the rotations, and they were doing it. And that's not easy to do, like, especially against a team like PARIVISION, they're going to have the reads on the moves that you need to. If we can read that these are the moves that they need to make, PARIVISION certainly can do it. But Edge was able to do it anyway, so yeah, shout outs to them.
Yeah, we could take a look at the progression of the carries. Pyke versus Satanic. Let's first check in with them at minute 8, Jenkins.
Yeah, so, looking at this point, you can see that the net worth differential between the two is not so significant. It's just fine. Pyke had some really solid farm. He was 1-0-0, so he was actually being active. Satanic 0-1-0, so he was not feeling so great in the early game. That's 8 minutes in, and at 24 minutes in, there is a almost 3K difference between them. Even though, look at the kill score, 1-2-0 on Satanic. He died another time. And Pyke is 4-1-5, so completely polar opposite playstyles. This is exactly what Pyke needed to do. But this reminded me of the Team Spirit roster when Satanic first came onto the scene, where you would see that like everyone else on Team Spirit was losing in net worth, and then Satanic would somehow be top net worth. Even though he's like 1-3, he would be top net worth. And like Fear said, he's just this ticking time bomb that you need to deal with, where it feels like sometimes it's never enough.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at these fights too, this is like the moment where you're just like, okay, Edge, they might be doing it. This is a crucial team fight. They keep getting these kills over and over again, but you're still, this is like a classic way of when I usually see a team that is much worse than the team they're playing against. They're going to dedicate 5 heroes, right, to win a small fight, where you have to realize, sure, you get 3 hero kills, but there's 2 other heroes just farming the entire map at the same times. But they kind of felt like they had to do this, and it is one of those situations where everything has to go right all the time, and if one thing goes wrong, all of a sudden you feel like you're in a massive hole, and that's just what happened in that game.
Yeah, we have another fight to look at where I believe, Jenkins, it didn't go so well for Edge.
Yeah, this is the one where it kind of turned back the other way. I mean, it's 8-19, and still the net worth lead is slightly favored into PARIVISION because they're just out efficiencying, or in particular, Satanic is out efficiencying. So, of course, the fight starts with no one on the DK dying. This is great. This is a good way to start the fight, but the boat buff is wearing off. You can see Satanic the entire time is just slowly chipping away at them. BKB's at the right time to dodge the torrent, 4 staffs in. Like, he dished out so much damage in this fight. Kills the Kunkka, kills the AA, and then they actually end up getting Pyke here as well. And so this is the network difference right there.
It's also the lineup difference too, right?
Yeah. This is where Nature's Prophet's like, hey guys, I'm ready to join fights. You know, he has an Aegis in that fight as well.
Exactly, yeah.
And this is where Bounty's kind of like, what am I doing in this game as well? Like,
he's damage amp, that's all he is, yeah.
Essentially, yeah. Because like you have these Caudle, Sand King, Ringmasters. These are team fighters, and you're going to win team fights off that. If you look at the team fight that you had on the other side, like, yeah, Kunkka's good, but until you get BKB. There was BKBs on all the heroes, right? Bounty, he's not a team fighter. AA can be good if you hit your spells, but wasn't able to always get the best target all the time.
No, and then there's the box, which obviously doesn't stop the Ice Blast.
The Shatter.
The Shatter, but it did help a bunch to not be able to focus that one target.
It stalls for enough to everybody else to get into position. Yeah. You've revealed where your heroes are, so the other heroes can get the right jump. No one dies at the start of the fight, and he's just kind of like, okay, well, this gives Satanic free reign in the fight.
Yeah, I think that this game was a good first game, obviously, for both teams. Very curious to see what game number 2 will bring us, though, after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. You are joining us this Easter Sunday at the first series of the day, second game of this series. We're going to see Edge and PARIVISION go head-to-head in game number 2. Game 1 went the way of PARIVISION. It was a fairly competitive game until minute 30-ish, and then PARIVISION just ran over Edge. Let's see if Edge can prepare themselves a little bit better for that stage of the game in game number 2. We should be in the draft very soon. And previous game, they did give a lot away. A lot of the good heroes were going the way of PARIVISION. This time around, I'm hoping, Fear, that the pick order is different. So then, all of a sudden, Edge has 4 bans rather than 3.
Mm-hmm.
If you can pick your poison, obviously they went for picking Ancient Apparition and leaving the Nature's Prophet, the Coddle, Ringmaster in the pool. How would you change things up?
Well, I think in general, they could have taken a couple of those heroes themselves. I didn't think the Monkey King pick, we've seen this time and time again. This hero's not a great carry, and I get the idea. Like, you're going to lane versus Sand King, right? You're going to crush the Sand King. Well, that didn't really work necessarily. The Sand King got first blood that game, and then now you're in a situation where he can go jungle. I feel like this hero might be a bait. They could have taken Nature's Prophet there instead of the Monkey King, and I think this would have looked a lot better. So I think instead of giving every single way of those OP heroes, they can also take some themselves, and that is where you start, I believe, in this one.
I can get behind that logic. I respect it. I do respect it. Fear, what you were saying during the break, that you think PARIVISION is going to get shit stomped in game 2 by Edge. What did you mean by that when you said that?
No comment.
Okay, yeah, I think definitely taking some of those heroes makes sense. Maybe you can also not focus so hard on banning out Satanic just because, they tried to do it, didn't work.
Yeah, I just want to yeah, it did change around. So they changed sides and they changed pick order. So that's good. So Muerta's still banned out.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Michael is a very good Muerta player. So previous game, Edge banned out the Enigma, the Slark, Medusa. This time they'll have one more ban that they can add to the list. For PARIVISION, they banned out Muerta, Tinker, Templar Assassin, and Beastmaster. So they can only ban one less. But if they leave one of them in, they could have the chance of picking it up themselves.
I think that one extra ban they're going to do is probably just the TA.
Yeah, just
just going to be the hero of that Pari band, because we saw what Satanic can do with this Templar Assassin. He's real good on this hero. So I don't think you can give it away. And TA is one of those heroes in this patch right now. If you have a specialist, they actually banned it themselves. Very interesting, as they are first pick, but it looks like they have a plan of not wanting the TA first pick. Maybe they're aiming for the Coddle themselves. They banned. I think we're gonna see Coddle again.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It does mean they will give away Nature's Prophet, and I feel like after that game, Edge has gotta first pick it.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they have a ban into pick, so they could ban NP take Coddle. They could ban Coddle take NP.
They could ban Anti-Mage take Medusa.
There's Medusa in the pool. Yeah, that's true as well. So.
Yeah, I was just assuming Medusa. Well, yeah, then I guess it depends on which one PARIVISION wants. They kind of get their pick of the litter here. This is
really do. They
nice
ban
position.
Out the PA, and they will go for the Beastmaster, which was also, look at that one. It has friends. I like that one. Sorry.
Beastmaster does have friends.
He does.
But we don't know if they're friendly. Maybe they're just colleagues.
No, I think they're
like me and Jenkins.
What sort of thing is that to say? What's your problem?
No, I think the Beastmaster, we saw that actually first phase banned previous game as well. So PARIVISION picking that up first. That does allow Edge, if they really wanted to pick Medusa. They have one ban.
Okay, I need, this is stuck in my head. I need a tangent here. I wanted you to talk about the friends. I need to tell the story. We were at the gym in ESL, and Shiver goes, "Oh, I'm exhausted." And I go, "Why are you exhausted?" It was the day we went to Walmart. She was genuinely exhausted. She's like, because I went to Walmart today and I saw 2 squirrels. This genuinely tuckered her out. This was enough for Sheever.
It was a very long day.
It's just like she was so tired. I was like
looking at squirrels.
Yeah, she was like, I saw 2 squirrels.
I did see 2 squirrels though. They were very cute.
She was very excited
Do you not
about that.
have squirrels in the
We
Netherlands?
we only have the red squirrels, and the
Okay.
US has the brown squirrels.
Yeah.
And they are a lot less shy.
She was very excited about it. Made her tired. That's all I thought when I see the Beastmaster pets. Anyway, the Sand King comes out.
They have rabies too. Don't get bit by them.
That is not true. He is just scaring you. That is. It's okay. We're in Europe again. We have to worry about those rabies-infested squirrels.
That's true.
Or scorpions, because Sand King comes out and some kind of next-level drafting
those in
here
Arizona.
They do. Both of these teams missing out on the Medusa, out on the Caudal. Let's see.
Nature's Prophet.
Yes.
Ringmaster.
I mean, maybe that's the logic. There's so many supports in here. We're just gonna get some of the premium, like.
There's so many good heroes.
Offlaners in there. I mean, there's just so many good heroes in Dota right now.
Yeah.
Which is nice to see. I mean, you can't argue with any of the first phase bans. Like, maybe you can be like, maybe Morta. Sure, that's 100% win rate, but it might be the most honest of some of the other heroes that are still in the pool.
That's a good way of putting it.
Okay, they removed the Keeper of the Light. That allows them to have the option to pick Nature's Prophet if they'd want to. They pick the Ringmaster, which I'm not opposed to either. Leaving Prophet in, though.
It is in there, but I think at the same time, like, I wouldn't hate them picking it. But I think if you are PARIVISION, this is a squad in which they can play Beast on carry. Satanic has played it before. Maybe it's just worth it to pick 2 supports here and just completely leave your cores open to where you're putting this Beast. But I would also understand if they do want to take one of the OP cores as well in the Nature's Prophet. It is good, but that would kind of take away the flex of potentially putting this Beast in any lane.
I think one other hero that comes into consideration here is Pango, because no one has been playing it, and this is probably PP's best hero currently. It does mean that you're showing that it's a Sand King off lane and a Pango mid, but on this patch, that's like generally where they go anyway. Because I do think if you let it through on this pick here, like Edge is going to take Pango in the next 2 picks. So it's just a consideration in terms of like a block pick, and no one plays it as well.
Either way, Jakiro is always a solid one, so they start with 1 support, and actually, we are going to get treated to the 9 answer. So they do follow your advice in terms of picking up 2 supports, if you can call 9.
Well, I was saying, technically it could be a DM offlane Venomancer as well. And we could still see a mid Beastmaster.
Sure.
We've even seen mid Venomancer from XM. So there's options here. I think you're right. It's 9 class. He's probably going to play Veno, but I'm just saying there are options.
He's not wrong, but it'll likely be a jungle Veno. Because everything you can do from a core Veno, you can do from a support Veno.
Yeah.
Include farm faster.
And Beastmaster is one of those offlaners that is okay at being left alone, right?
Or no?
He's not the best, but he's okay. I mean, you have play options. Like, you can drag waves, the boars, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and also you have an innate where you take no damage from creeps, so...
Sure.
There's...
But you do take damage from heroes.
Yeah, you do. And I think...
So when you're a 2v1, it can hurt a lot. It's up to them. I think it really doesn't matter too much what they do there. Veno will come eventually. NP does get picked up with Bounty Hunter. They've got a lot of global potential here. This is what we wanted to see last game, right? Or at least I did. Instead of the Monkey King, you take the NP, even faster than Monkey on playing on the map, but more importantly, scales better. And I think that's what they needed in that last game.
Yeah, we did see also, though, that, you know, scaling is nice, but at the start of the game, do you think he has the same impact as Pycat on the Monkey? Can he join fights that early? Is that okay?
Sure.
I think so.
Yeah. Because I feel like PARIVISION maybe in this game is going to try to set a really high tempo.
I agree with that.
I've seen them do with this.
I honestly feel like my gut says, okay, they go for the Monkey. This is probably a no one Monkey mid. Beast carry. Like, my gut says I would prefer to see a Beast carry just because then they can play around the Venomancer coming out of the jungle like 5-6 minutes and have this like crazy timing where they just snowball down all the towers with auras. This is one approach to beat the scaling that Edge has, and I think PARIVISION is a team that's skilled enough that they can do it. And they ban the sniper, which means probably it is a Monkey mid, right?
Yeah, I mean, no one will typically play this, so it is highly likely, but not guaranteed. I think it really does come down to like DM and his preferences here. You see he's talking a lot because he most likely does have this Veno in his lane. I do know that things that they've done in the past with this Venomancer is pick, I mean, they banned the Tide, but they probably saw the same thing I saw where at level 1, you just cut the first wave.
Yeah.
Like Veno has all the wards on the Tide. He uses Anchor Smash and first wave is deleted and it kind of messes with the equilibrium of the lane, which then allows DM to get some experience in that off lane. But yeah, he wants to play one of those tanky heroes that can be left alone. And I agree with Jenkins. I don't think Beast is one of those heroes right now you want to sack. I think this is a hero you want to get early ags. You want to be able to just run around and kill heroes on the map. It's not like these Tide Hunters or Sand Kings where you're fine with just having a Blink Dagger, right? And you're still going to have impact, and 9 class will be that carry. Or more of like the offlaner, I suppose, in the game. So we'll see what they want to do with it. They banned some bad matchups for pretty much all their heroes. Jakiro, Veno, Monkey, none of those heroes like Morphling.
I'm thinking for DM, maybe just a simple Centaur. You know, cut the creep wave and disengage as well from like Ringmaster ult, even Sand King after the Burrow. If you wanted to go, I mean, DM is not a huge Primal Beast player, but I think this would be a pretty sick Primal game.
Oh, good call.
He's a card.
Oh, there's a creep in there.
Creep in there.
You can't do that. Can you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I've never seen no one do it. That'd be
saving
cool.
a creep.
Yeah. All right, so right on the money there with Jenkins. Like, you want to play one of these heroes that are very strength heavy, tanky in that regard, and don't need a lot of farm. So Centaur fits that perfectly. Blade Mail, Blink Dagger, for example, and then you're good to go. Whereas I think the Beastmaster, he's not sacrificial this patch at all, and this kind of confirms that you do need that early ags to have impact. But Monkey could be carry still too.
Yeah,
and Beast can go mid.
Do you have preference? Should we have preference?
It depends on what we see on this last pick, right?
Fair.
And that's like kind of the mind games they're playing on first pick. They're making it very flexible, so you can't get that gotcha, I'm going to win these lanes really hard last pick. Ostini, the mastermind, showing his research to the game here.
Yeah, his draft prowess. All right, so they will need most likely a mid laner. I know Sand King can still be swapped around. Is there something that's good against either?
That's what I was thinking. Like, I feel like if you were to, like, Queen of Pain, for example, it would do very well against Monkey, but I don't know how much Beast would really care about a co-op too much. It's like you just push the lane, go jungle. She doesn't like playing into summons.
I mean, I would like something like a Terrorblade or something here, which I think is in the pool. Because I think NP can go mid. And when you do this jungle Veno thing, you give a completely lane to any carry in the entire game. And I feel like that can be exploited, and you can just pick, like, the better scale in this game. And I think mid NP versus Monkey is totally fine. Also fine versus Beast. I'm not sure if that's the route they want to go. That would be like, we're going to secure our late game type of situation.
Nice call. Fair.
I mean, they had a lot of options, but I like this the best because he gets a free lane, and TB is one of the hardest carries in Dota. And I feel like if you're ever given a free lane, you should exploit that and take the hardest carry you possibly can, because it's not going to get punished.
And we see that on the side of PARIVISION. They're taking a little bit of time to decide who's playing that Monkey, who's playing that Beast, but it will be the Beastmaster mid at the end of it all.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Clinton said. I mean, I think this puts a lot of faith in Pyke, where you just ask him, like, what's the hero that you just want to get free farm on? And he says, give me TB. This is my best hero that's still available. I will say, though, on the side of PARIVISION, I feel like a Venomancer coming out of the jungle with ult, level 6.
That's what he does.
Terrorblade is one of the easiest heroes to kill with just like the Centaur and the Venomancer, so I do worry for that timing. But if they can dodge like the Veno jungle timing, they're going to have a free farm Terrorblade. Their mid-Nature's Prophet is going to do well against both of the heroes, Beastmaster and Monkey King. I think you're pretty happy. You've got a really strong offlane as well. Sand King will farm.
Yeah, we feel that Edge has an edge. I had to do it once, guys. Sorry. Do they have an edge here, Fear?
In the late game, I'd say yes, but there's a lot of scary timings you're playing against on PARIVISION. So I think the 9-class Veno, we're going to have to keep a close eye on, because if he can make those rotations early before Terrorblade has Sunder, he could definitely make a lot of impact on the map here. So It's hard to say. I believe in their draft, though. It could definitely work, but at the same time, PARIVISION, yet again, has a well-rounded lineup, and if they just outplay them on the map, they'll probably win the game.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think the mid's interesting as well. Like Natures versus Beast, which hero prefers? They're both probably going to farm, so which hero prefers to farm? And I think PARIVISION wants to play around their timings more. So if we go late, Edge will win. If PARIVISION can hit their timings, they're going to win.
Okay, let's see if Edge can deal with those timings as we head over to game number 2 with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, time to get into the action here. Game 2 between Edge and PARIVISION. Fog, what do you make of this? We're getting some switch-ups, right? You know, certainly the Nature's Prophets over on Edge. It's going to be played in a bit of a different capacity, of course. People taking it to the mid. And PARIVISION, they're going to try and do it here with the Monkey King.
He breaks it. They had a dust, too. They didn't get it off. Ducalis wasn't able to do it. Michael scouts out the smoke at the least. Yeah, cool little pivot there from Edge, going for a much different lineup, I would say, than last time. Much more about that late-game orientation. I have some worries, though, Owen. Just because I see the NP and the Terrorblade, I understand the timings that they want to go for of slowing the game down, but PARIVISION has shown that they're one of the best teams, if not the best team at playing the map. So I have worries about early game of how much PP is going to be able to do. Sure, Pyke's going to free farm on Terrorblade because he's going to, well, we'll see how they set up.
Sure, it should be a chill
set up
lane,
for free lane, but I just have worries of how much PP is going to be able to do and enable while they have just a TB not showing up. So let's see how that ends up going down, because it's a lineup for PARIVISION that can fight at all times. It's very skirmish heavy, very team fight heavy, and for Edge, they're gonna have to be very specific how they pick and choose their battles. Level 1 looks like they are gonna be doing that creep cutting. This has been, I think PARIVISION was probably one of the ones that started doing this first with like DM and 9 class, where he was playing like some Primal Beasts and cutting waves and then doing some like mid shenanigans and showing up right away. And of course with this Venomancer, so they'll be able to clear up that first wave immediately.
Okay.
And they share the last hit. There you go, DM gets one of them.
A little bit of money as well. But so this bottom wave, even when it starts right underneath the tower, I guess that's the plus with Terrorblade, right? You don't really mind CSing under your tower, right? It's
no,
nice
you get them
easy. You get all the creeps there.
We say you get them all. He actually missed the first one.
Oh, but how many did he miss? Just the one?
Just a miss. The only one. Yeah.
Okay, he's going to get the rest of them.
So, okay, the approach is going to be...
Oh, no, he did get the range creep.
He missed the range as well? Oh, God. Okay, well, the approach looks like it's going to be for Michael is he's got boots. So he's going to just sit and look for the Veno and stuff, and they're just going to leave the Terrorblade bottom. And this is going to be a bit of weird shenanigans coming out where Edge is trying to adapt to these lanes. But I feel like PARIVISION just has very strong approach to the lanes as a natural setup. Veno is going to jungle fine. Beastmaster is going to do good in the mid lane. Monkey King's going to do good in the top lane. So the question is going to be of, what do you do on Bounty Hunter? Can you find the Venomancer? Because there's too many jungle camps. So it's very difficult for you to really know exactly which one
it takes a fair bit of luck and a fair bit of time if you want to. And if you're actually going to be able to find him and stalk him.
And I got to be honest with you, I've played this a lot. This jungle Veno, you kill the bounty.
You pop dust, you just kill him.
He dies.
Yep.
Like legit, if the bounty doesn't start on top of you and he finds you right at the start of it all, you're already level 3 by the time he finds you and you kill him.
Gale him and you just kite him or what?
You don't
even need the Gale right.
No, you just dust and hit him, attack him.
Slows anyway, yeah.
They have this ward that they placed early to scout around the triangle area, but so far not able to get anything out of it. Yadomi's going to be the one to actually contest instead, while Michael drags creep wave, so they're doing a different approach.
And he's going to find the Veno.
Yeah, he's got impalement arts, but who's going to find who? This is kind of the problem with contesting Venomancer jungle. And yeah, so far, I mean, Pyke has actually missed a fair bit of last hits.
I mean, 9 class is persistent with this. He's going to find him. Was he?
Oh,
yeah, he knows now.
Yadomi's got a TP. Instantly. If 9 class had a blood grenade, he actually gets the kill. But doesn't have one on him, of course. You don't want to buy that when you're just doing jungle. Veno, don't steal it from your side lanes. I mean, he's free farming jungle. The other 3 laners are free farming, and there's no pressure on him. And Sanking's getting nothing, Owen. He's got 2 CS.
Uh-oh.
This approach is not working right now for Edge. I have such concerns for the greed. It feels way too greedy from them, and you're playing it to PARIVISION.
You would much prefer to just see them say, hey, well, you know what, we are going to have an easy lane bottom, but let's not sort of jump the gun and do anything crazy. Just keep the Nature's Prophet down there and pick something a bit more active in the mid.
I mean, or just shut down, like play to actually maybe kill DM a couple times, bring a supporter. They're literally just giving DM, so DM's having they're all having free lanes, and a jungle free lane. So essentially, like, nothing's happening from Edge in order to pressure and stop the setup that PARIVISION has had. They had a conception of what they wanted to do, but right now it's not working.
Yadomi's going to try and find 9 class again.
He's very low, so this is that opportunity. If he can land the Impaling Arts, Should be
Here
able
we go.
to. He's
There
got
we
him.
have it. Easy first blood. Yodomi, he'll succeed this time.
It's fair. Big money, too. Surprised he didn't actually check that ward. He checked the other one. Not expecting that one to be placed there.
Vitali. Oh, managed to break away just in time with the burrow strike, but Michael is not going to be as fortunate.
One more hit. Does get the connection. So at the least, Yodomi does get that set up.
Vitali still can't hit the creeps. He's got 2 CS still.
Yeah.
This has got to be one of the slower offlane starts we've seen in a while, right?
One of the slow.
4 minutes
Mid,
in.
though, Yodomi shows up.
Okay.
Gets that set up.
I mean, Yodomi's doing it.
Yodomi's going to be the X factor, and he's got to be. As Vitali...
He's looking pretty dead this time.
Dead. And Michael... Oh my god. These lanes are devastating.
Well, at least Michael could maybe get some CS here.
Yodomi's starting to make them... I mean, maybe Yodomi is going to be this X factor. Impaling arm X on DM.
Dude, he's carrying them.
Got him.
Yodomi's carrying
All
the game
three.
right now for Edge.
Now, you love to see that, but you don't love to see Vitali's situation.
He's going to get some CS here, right?
I don't think so. I think Satanic just walks up and hits him.
Just let him last hit.
Let him get 3. 3 CS.
There we go.
PARIVISION, 9 class, he's left that area where the ward was.
Satanic's not even letting him get this one.
No, he's not letting him get anything. Oh, he'll get one.
He's going to get these.
There you go.
There we go.
Get the money creep.
Get both of them.
Nice.
Doubled his CS.
He's back. And PP... The problem with this, like the setup of the lane, is you're going to lose to the Beastmaster with this because the denies that add up. Because Beast just has, he has the better summons and better animation, higher damage to be able to trade versus you. But they did get that kill, at the least, to enable PP to get the 6 a little earlier. They are looking for this kill in mid. No one, even without 6, they can threaten PP with a rotation from Ducalis. They're going to try.
TP's coming in.
There's no way to cut the tree yet.
A lot of TP's coming in.
But the summons are doing it.
TP.
The heal.
Is PP going to get out of this? He's not. They'll take that. You know, Ducalis dies, but they get the kill that they were after, and it did force both TP support rotations.
Imagine Yodomi was the difference maker again. Imagine that tonic actually saves him. Would have been pretty huge if this Ringmaster was able to make these type of moves for his team when things are not looking at the overall best. Pyke is starting to get majority of this, yes, but DM2 is getting a lot down here. No one has 6.
Oh,
and
about
so does
6.
9
Yep,
class.
walks up, finds Michael in the river.
Solo kill. So Vitali just has to jungle, and it's not a very efficient one, unfortunately, because it's only level 2 Sandstorm, not the level 3, so a little bit smaller. You can't actually, it doesn't look like you can really connect perfectly with these 2 camps, actually, with that. So Satanic, absolute full free farm.
And of course, 9 class is going to take away some of the camps that potentially Vitali would have wanted to look towards.
Oh, in the Shrine. It's in 30 seconds. They've got to start thinking about it, right? They got to start prepping how they're going to look to set up.
I mean, can they set up to defend it? What they have at the moment?
They're giving Satanic level 6, it looks like, on PARIVISION, so he's going to have Wukongs to potentially rotate over there, too. So it does not look easy. If he has Wukongs, I don't think they can contest that.
Vitali might be dead.
Vitali might just be dead. Maybe they just can't contest it even with everybody, actually. Oh, God.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to get both.
Pretty smooth.
Yeah, this is
PARIVISION.
This definitely has a bit of that sort of early sign of a stomp.
Yeah. Pyke is top CS, top net worth, as he's meant to be in this type of situation, of course, versus nobody, really, in the laning phase. But these other lanes, especially the top one, is painful. 9 class, they'll get a great pick off there. Good support levels.
Yeah, they're probably going to lose both supports, though. Yodomi, okay, buy some time with the escape act. Satanic's in onto Michael. Yodomi, of course, will still go down. And Michael, he'll fall as well. So they kill 9 class, but not without a cost.
Only just 2. I think if they stampeded maybe a little earlier, he actually survives. But either way, they get another kill onto him. Pop the pinata, but it's still Vitali who's having no game whatsoever. The Ringmaster is actually having a more net worth than him. So we'll see what he's able to do, but the support's now on the side of PARIVISION. I mean, to say supports, but Ducalis is level 6 as well because this double shrine has been picked up now too.
Yeah.
Very high level.
This was as well for Satanic, of course, going for the Mage Slayer build.
Yep.
Oh, bottom. DM's going to get caught out. Nice little bit of money there for Pyke.
Honestly, Yodomi is doing God's work. This is like, I don't know how much more he can do as this Ringmaster with this type of setup that they've got.
Yeah, he's giving them a chance.
He really is. PP. looking to get involved through this tower push. Name of the game will definitely be just enable Pyke as much as possible. I want to see, honestly, like Solars, everything, just buff ups for this TB at some point if they can get this itemization on the supports. No one. On mid, Michael does get clipped by Dust.
He's speedy though. Oh, the bird!
He's good. He's on the Wandering Whirl now. He's out. Did 9 Class show what build he's going yet? He is. Okay, so Solar Crest for him. Doesn't feel like he needs to go any type of Orchid route or anything like that. For the Veno, they're starting to apply pressure on mid. Vitali's getting some space to catch up, but it is very slow catch up for him still.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's just never really going to be an easy game for him to get in on the front lines right.
They're going to itemize either the Pipes and Mage Slayer to deal with him very early on in the game.
They're going to have both at a good time, likely.
Yeah. You can imagine either 9 Class or DM is going to build that pipe for the team. And yeah, Satanic, it's going to be Mage Slayer into a Radiance. So going for that hyper carry toward the later stages to be able to match the TB. Now is where things are going to... this game could get kind of farm heavy, depending on how much PARIVISION actually wants to hunt. Because PP, I feel like he's just going to play in the Nature's Prophet position where he farms. Terrorblade's going to play in his position where he does his thing and farms with Delusions. And Vitali's on catch-up mode. So it feels like for Edge, 3 heroes that are going to be farming for some time for PARIVISION, they can take advantage of that. But eyes on Yodomi, right? I mean, he's the one that you got to watch for Edge, how much he's going to be able to do.
Well, they're looking for Vitali here.
And look at the setup bottom. He's got the wheel.
We're looking at Satanic.
Very low level on Michael still. Only 4, but Yodomi, as you said, the wheel's at the ready. Paling Art. They don't want to chase. A little hesitant.
I know there's going to be that potential with the Stampede.
This ward is here. It actually, I think, sees 9 Class and Satanic jumping on the tree there. We're stepping up. But PARIVISION, they're getting the angle.
Yeah, they're coming in with a wraparound. No one's ready to join.
Uh-oh, Pyke could be in some trouble here.
9 Class is kind of baiting them. There's no one. Leads him with the Roar on towards Yodomi. Escape pack to buy him a bit of safety, but DM's ready, waiting with the Who Stomp.
They got the Terrorblade out for now. Ducalis is still kind of hunting him.
Satanic.
And he get Michael. Dust.
Any detection?
Fall off.
Not on these two right now.
Ducalis is hunting. He's still trying to find Pyke, because that was the target they were initially looking for, so he's following him through the portal. 3 cores on Edge set up around top. Ducalis is here. Is there numbers they can bring with any cores?
DM's TPing over.
He's got Stampede.
Yeah, they're bringing in the numbers. They want to try and fight this. They've got the Ice Pass set up on towards Pyke. DM closing in with a Who Stomp. Can they burst through Pyke in time? The Sunder will come up, but the Balance strikes down as well as the Wukongs. Pyke to fall. Vitali, not a chance either.
What a movement. I mean, beautiful plays from PARIVISION. The wraparound bottom, keeping the Jakiro smoked up, following the Terrorblade through, and they find the 2 cores and stop the push. I don't think you could ask for a better move there. For the 5 top net worths, of course, for them, with that Venomancer and a 5k lead now, pre-12 minutes.
Yeah, it's bumping up.
It really is. It's looking very strong for them with this early game, and it's a very aggressive lineup. It can force objectives very easy with this Beastmaster Aghanims, which he's 3 components toward already. Arcane Rune picked up. And these stacks, I mean, Vitali's trying to work on them, but Satanic just doesn't let him.
He might just be dead.
I think he's just dead again. And Michael, Satanic's carrying Dust.
Yeah, he's ready with the Dust now.
He's got the big pull, so he will be surviving. But the stack, Owen, Vitali's catch-up, it's going to get taken.
They're going to be able to clear this up, PARIVISION.
PARIVISION just a very clean read of the game so far. And Edge trying to adapt, but as you said, these adaptations just aren't hitting. It's only Yodomi's who's had that actually work out.
Yeah, he had some highlight moments, Yodomi.
That's just about it, though. It feels like so far.
And Pyke and PP, they are getting the farm.
They are. It's just when they... My worry is how do they turn up to fights? It's going to be a Mjolnir, Nature's Prophet.
They both need time, right?
And then a Terrorblade also showing up with potential. They need so much... And then their offlaner has no game. So I don't know when they're going to feel like the 3 cores have HP to run into this super strong lineup of PARIVISION that actually hits on all marks. It has physical, magical, all control, damage, etc.
I should get Ducalis here.
Get Ducalis. No track kill. Bounty wasn't quite in range yet. Spike. Just set up onto mid. This is aggressive. Aurora's at the ready. I mean, everything's at the ready for PARIVISION. Doesn't look like they want us to go for this, so no defense for them. Blink is done. Vitaly. Very slow one for him.
Yeah, meanwhile, DM's got his, but of course on top of the Blade Mail.
And 9 class, he Solar Crest, and almost the mech finished up. Gotta be some damage issues for Edge, absolutely. They're gonna have damage issues and they're gonna have some HP issues, because they're gonna be playing into these auras, these very tanky cores, and they're just squishy. And they're farmed at this point in the game. It's gonna be an interesting one. If they can delay, if they can get to later stages, you can absolutely see.
So the Nature's Prophet and the Terrorblade popping off.
Then you could absolutely see how Edge's lineup can look good. It's just, yeah, these next 10 minutes feel pretty difficult for them to play, but let's see if they can stall it.
Especially PARIVISION get this Roshan at a solid time. They're going to move into the pit here 14 minutes in.
They can go Rosh, and then they can go directly to Tormentor right afterwards with the Axe Beast.
It's a very, very good timings from PARIVISION. Everything going to plan for them so far.
Everything hitting. It's just so wild, too, how you just do this rush and you're just, you had an illusion, of course, but you're full HP. So you can immediately look for a play, you can go for a kill. Tormentor's not even up just yet, so. Looks like they do want to hunt for that kill before going for that Tormentor and Pike.
I mean, yeah, there's always the chance you find someone down here. They are close to Pike.
They just put down the ward. If they searched even just a little bit more, they would have probably found him there, but not going to be the case. Tormentor will be theirs. So for Edge, I mean, you're going to have to just avoid for a very long time, it feels like. Avoid ganks. Avoid any of the movements that come out from PARIVISION to get your NP and TB into a comfortable spot to be able to fight. But it does feel like that's a ways away.
I say Tanic's very close to the relic into that Radiance. He's had that whole sort of freedom to farm that 3,400 gold up.
They all kind of have. Besides PARIVISION, they're doing their own thing. DM is actually going for the... Okay, so he's going for the Crimson Guard again. So they're actually not... They're feeling like the Mage Slayer might just be enough to deal with the Sanking, and then they're just going to itemize for the 2 right-clicking cores.
Yeah, that's fair, actually.
So makes sense.
Yeah, the pipe would only be really that effective against the Sanking and the Nature's Prophet ult.
And maybe you just, anyway, just tell 9 class to get it after he gets the Greaves, DM can do his own type of build, go for the Crimson. If you actually want to do that as bottom. No Glyph. Immediately when it comes up, they do pop it. Counter Glyph gets popped by the side of PARIVISION for the push.
They are making sure that they get farm themselves across the map edge, but...
Yeah, they're avoiding, right? They're doing their best they can to not walk into this lineup of PARIVISION at this point.
Which is sort of what we saw PARIVISION do against Edge in game 1 of this series.
Absolutely.
And obviously did work out very well for PARIVISION. The difference being PARIVISION weren't 7k gold behind.
No, it was a 1k, 2k max throughout the whole game. They're setting up the defense. Sanking has the Epi plus the Blink. They're playing into the Aegis, though, and they're playing into this mech. Still feels like a very difficult fight approach for Edge. Even if they get the connection of their spells, it's going to be the question of do they have damage. I really don't think they have the damage to take this fight.
Yeah, they got to let this go.
I think if they go in, they just get wiped, and that could just be the game. I think they need more time. Ward is out, so they'll be able to get some extra tracks there from Michael.
They can sweep over, go for another tier 2 if they want PARIVISION.
Yep.
Probably not going to get stopped again.
And PP probably will be just wait for that BKB, and then I think that's when you try to take the fight, probably because you can't just give up the entire map when you have that on the Nature's Prophet, but that's still ways away as well. And Vitaly still, I mean, no, I've mentioned he's been recovering. He's starting to catch up close to DM, at least in that net worth. Still not a very farmed Sanking, 0-3-0. And it's the fact that they have 2 offlaners, right? Literally, on the side of PARIVISION, because of 9 classes farm. He's actually he's close to these mid laners, in fact.
I'm going to turn up on the top lane here, no one. And to Carlis. No one.
He's hunting.
He knows they're around. I mean, he's on track towards PP, but PP on the tree's just in time.
That's what happens when your cores don't carry dust, Owen. You got
stupid
magic
blade.
wands. I mean, the quelling blade is versus NP. I mean,
okay, that's okay. The wand.
Sometimes you just
that dust.
You know, Satanic. Look at him. He's been carrying dust.
He has.
The entire
Satanic
game.
has. He stepped up with the
Big
dust.
fan of Satanic. Yeah. You know, I love this guy. But love to see cores carrying dust. And speaking of dust, Vitali.
They're gonna find him. Easy kill.
Even DM's carrying dusts. Okay, so we'll give the break to no one. It doesn't need it when they.
I tell you what, he's going to get Michael anyway. I think Ducalis is able to step back over and pop out the dust. He is dying though to the damage of this Terrorblade, but it has the Aegis. Ready for round 2.
He lives 10 HP.
And might be able to get out some more spells off. At the side, Jadomi's been caught. DM's in with a jump straight away with a Who Stomp over towards Pike. No one.
No one.
He's getting beaten down. Will fall. Ice Bath comes out. They've got the follow boneless. They're able to kill off Pike, leaving him no chance to sunder. Yadomi chased out as well. Will finally fall.
I'm surprised they bring down no one there. I think maybe it was like the Mjolnir procs or some extra damage that was coming into him there, but either way, they do get the kill, but do end up losing a lot out of it again. PP. Almost has the BKB. Okay, let me see. It was a Mjolnir proc. Okay, it was the hit plus the Mjolnir proc at the end, because I was like, something hit him really hard, besides just the TB auto attack, so. PP close to BKB. Then he can look to start getting involved in the game a little bit more here. As we do see that replay.
Yeah, just the fact they're able to make quick moves both at the bottom and top really at the same time. PARIVISION with the lead they have on their heroes.
Just instant from 9 class, really. An instant TB coming out as back into this Satanic. Looking for another setup. Won't find it. Radiance. It's done. PP is getting close to at least matching that farm, though.
There's a lot of farm on Nature's Prophet.
They are absolutely farming.
But they are just heavily sort of outnumbered in terms of the heroes that do have this amount of farm.
But they do have these strong right-clicking cores. Just the team fights overall, there's just a 5v5 fight for Edge does not look possible still at this point. Not for some time.
Yeah, we'll see it here again. Yeah, Pike still obviously doing a hell of a lot of damage.
It was a lot, quite a bit more than I anticipated, to be honest with you, especially at this moment here. Yes, they do get the connection of all these spells, but yeah, look at these last few attacks did quite a bit. Yeah, you saw the Mjolnir proc jump from the tree and onto there.
Big stuff that Ducalis, of course, is able to survive, because if maybe he's killed off, he doesn't get that Ice Path off, there's not the chain stun, and Pike's able to get off Asunder. True. Maybe clean up the fight in his favor.
Yeah, lives with like, what? I think it was like 10 HP, literally, so. Shrine, they'll be able to grab here. Yadomi will be able to get that. Has his Atos finished up for the setup. When did 9 class queue up? He is, okay. I kind of figured he's just going to do this. Greaves, Solar, into the pipe. So besides having overall team fight advantage just based off of their heroes, as we said, these auras are going to give them that even more of an edge, at least when the big fights kick off. The edge, they're just continuing this attempt to stall the game out to get to these points when they feel comfortable for the TB and NP. But it does feel like it's going to be 2 cores versus 4 still at this point, with the way that PARIVISION is able to get this farm across the map too. And the Crimson's now done.
Yeah, they're ready to smoke up.
They've got almost all their auras. They're ready to hit hard.
Yeah, Edge's best hope right now is you lose one support, right?
Yeah, dodge and catch the support.
Yeah, tank the gank with someone. You don't want to enter into the fight. You do have the Ags down the Sand King, but still, whether or not the damage output's going to be there, it's looking unlikely.
Michael, scouting them. She does get a good read, but no one, he gets the better read. And now no one is carrying the dust.
There we go.
My man, he moves the magic wand.
We've seen it sort of happen with the 2 cores, right? Earlier we had a situation where Satanic didn't get dust ever since then. He's picking up the dust, and then no one, same thing happens to him.
All 3 cores, DM has 3. DM has 3 dust, Satanic has 1, and no one, I imagine he's going to maybe bring more out. Or they might buy gems soon even, with the way that the control is there for them. They are smoked up, so Edge, with that timing that you mentioned, the Aghanims on the Sanking, they are attempting for a catch here, looking for a hero isolated.
And for PARIVISION, they can sort of just hold the game as it is and get that next rush pretty soon, and coming up in a few minutes.
Be the perfect catch if they can get no one here. It's right before he has BKB.
Can they get him?
Full set up on it with Epicenter.
PP. He's got the Sprout set up, Burst Strike coming in. It's a lot of damage. The Stampede's there. No one is he going to get out of this. They force him to safety.
He's alive.
He's going to live.
No way.
No one gets out. And now PARIVISION,
have turned up in their numbers. Satanic's in with a bounce. Takes down PP. The Wukong's is out. Pyke has to back off. They got so close. Just not quite enough.
Vitaly is getting poisoned. He keeps getting hit. Can he get out?
They're going to find him.
And so close.
So close.
PARIVISION, they kind of read the play, but Edge with
Satanic might even outfind more. They do manage to push him off the trees, but he's hot on the chase here. Looking for Yadomi.
5 heroes on the chase.
I mean, Pyke's got to stay hidden. They might even... Pyke? He's going to try and fight back here a little bit.
Crimson Guard.
Yeah, he's not going to win this battle. Surrounded by the 5 of them.
No chance for him there.
I guess he felt there wasn't an opportunity to try and hide in the trees and TP out with the Monkey King jumping around, so had to try and stand his ground. Ends up dying, the 4 of them.
They tried to take their opportunity. They tried to seize like the one chance that they have in the game.
And it was close.
Where he doesn't have the BKB, but he lives it with 100 HP because of the Stampede, and now probably just seals the deal for them.
I think so. I mean, it's very much the story of the series, right? We saw in game 1 as well how close they were like to killing Satanic.
Yeah.
Even in these positions where they were behind, and this time round, so close to killing no one.
And now the issue is that he's gonna have him. He's gonna have BKB for the next guy.
Now it's just
no
not happening.
chance that they're gonna get him.
Yeah, just unable to really just bail out the rest of their team here.
Yep.
Now PARIVISION chasing them down. Not an opportunity for Pyke to get out safely.
I think he thought he could maybe get like a kill or 2 on the exchange while he gets out, but the Crimson blocks everything, and there's just so much control, Owen. So many different ways to just lock him down.
A very tough one now. Roshan is back up, so PARIVISION can look to set up and secure that.
I mean, a crazy tough one, and the thing is, too, it's like they haven't even been able to punish the fact that Satanic doesn't even have BKB, right? Like, they have Epicenter, good amount of spell. They haven't been able to find him at all this game. 8-0 and 6.
Well, he's having a pretty free game.
Yep. DM, gonna go down that heart route next. And no one, yeah, they bought him a gem, so no longer needing to buy those dusts. 16,000 gold lead. Even for Edge now at this point. If you slow things down, you try to farm, you're just getting outscaled too. This game is looking quite rough. Let's see where they look to go, how they want to try to approach these next few. Because PARIVISION, yeah, from the 15 to 25 minute, they've gained a 10,000 extra gold lead. Roar, it's on Pyke.
They're gonna find him. Ice Path available, Boundless as well.
Godlike for Satanic.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, dream approach for PARIVISION. Feels like everything has worked out for them.
Yeah, definitely felt that the approach from Edge in game 1 was sort of a style that would have given them a bit more chance. This game 2 style, as you say, opting to get this Nature's Prophet in on the mid and have the Terror Blade. It's a lot of greed. It's
So
getting
much
heavily
greed.
punished.
Yeah.
Heavily punished. And just the fact that with the laning situation, it just was one of the worst starts I think we've seen from Vitaly on the offlane. That was a tough one on the Sand King, right? He got nothing.
I feel like if he gets a little more, then maybe it can be kind of okay, because Yadomi ended up getting those 2 snipes that he was able to find in the early game. But the fact that he had literally 2 CS at 5 minutes, it just feels like it's been a recovery from him the entire time. And Satanic looking for Michael. He'll burn him down.
Pyke's TP'd in.
Oh, Pyke, careful. Pyke's got to be very careful.
They're just on no one. They're ready to force the top tier 2 as well as the mid tier 2. Getting all the waves pushed in here, PARIVISION.
Even the Veil now for the Beastmaster. 9 class has now surpassed even the Nature's Prophet. Little pesky Venomancer. All these auras at the ready. Level 18 as well.
Let's see if they can bring together any sort of high ground defense. Edge.
2-2 tops dropping. Banner has been planted. Can't stop the push.
Somebody's got to get in there.
Someone's got to go just suicide for the banner or something, because this tower is going to die. Okay. Can they hit it? Hey, well, okay. They're actually going to let them go for that.
Yeah, no one backs off.
That's interesting.
Wants to deal with the bottom wave that was getting shoved out.
I thought they were going to just full commit for the push there with all their auras, but giving some extra respect to the side of Edge. Even though they dropped the banner, maybe some miscommunication, because usually when you drop the banner, you want to get that push going, but I guess Beast went to the other lane. DM. Looking to take this Shrine of Wisdom away. Satanic is here as well. Michael.
They want to mess with him.
They're going for him.
They get the jump in with the burst strike in the epicenter. There's a lot of damage. Satanic is getting stampeded. Can he get out with this?
No.
No.
Okay, they got him.
They get the big kill.
They finally punished the fact that he has no BKB.
I should be able to get to Carlos as well.
2 track kills.
Very big kill for Edge.
Big slip up there from PARIVISION.
I mean, yeah, they could have. It felt like they had the potential to go full in for the
It really
push,
did
but they
feel like
really
they could.
they split up. They played it a bit too loose.
No one.
Might still be able to get some
find
kills
some
here
kills.
with the 3 of them with how strong they are. They got the Roar at the ready. Can he find Yodomi?
He'll
He
find
can.
They should get the both of them here. Michael also being chased out. A little bit of a hiccup.
But they're in a position where they can have quite a few hiccups.
Oh, PB. He's trying to wisdom. He's trying to steal it away. No one will be able to take it instead. Yeah, they can do quite a bit of oopsies.
Yeah, they can get away with quite a few hiccups with this sort of lead.
Let's see if Satanic... I mean, he doesn't actually. I was like, let's see if he feels like he even wants to go for BKB. And nah. He's just going Revenant Brooch. He still feels very comfortable with the game. DM, soon to have a heart. And damage is definitely going to be an issue. See, PP, he's getting very farmed, but Pyke is starting to really fall behind on the Terrorblade now at this point. Two minutes left on Aegis. Shiva's about to be finished for no one. That's every aura but Vlad's, right? And do they have drum actually? I don't think they have drum. All right, so every aura but Vlad's and drum they're gonna have once they've got that finished up.
What about AC?
All right, fine, whatever. There's so many, damn it.
There is a
Whatever. They have Shivas, they have Crimson, they have.
What about Greaves?
Pipe,
Oh, they have Greaves. They do have Greaves.
They have Solar. We'll count that as a pseudo aura.
What other auras are there?
I think you said it right.
Is that it?
I guess you could count Ceremonial Robe.
Oh, that's
like
true.
A neutral item. We're not gonna do that.
Well, that's like an offensive aura, right?
Yeah, but it counts. No one gets the roar.
He does. Probably had it on his own as well.
Yeah, looks like it. 50 seconds, no Sand King for the hold. Yeah, lots of orders. And now the push commencing. No banner, of course, but should just be able to push right through it. Satanic has found Yodomi. Solo kill.
And the base push, yeah, it's there. They're up on the high ground. 2 heroes dead on Edge. What do they do with just the 3 of them? We'll lose this courier, so Satanic's not going to have the Revenant's approach.
You just let your Rex die. There's no way you care about that Rex. But you care, but...
I mean, maybe you just let the Ancient die. They can just move on to the tier 4s if they want.
You got to just farm. There's no way you can go back to contest the push.
Oh, Satanic.
But they will continue to push.
Dude,
so.
he's looking for PP. He's going to find him.
Oh, PP.
Uh-oh. He's got BKB in the other TP to use. So that will get him out.
But now BKB's on cooldown.
And he's got to spend a bit of moment in the fountain, heal it up. The fortification's been used.
How do you hold? The final hurrah. Sand King's up.
Oh. Gonna try for DM, but Blade Mail Crimson, you ain't killing this Centaur.
29 armor, 4,300 HP.
Someone's got to do something. Aegis is gone. So are the 2 sets of barracks.
They can't walk in. And they walk in, they die. It's too hard to play versus this lineup with this deficit.
I just go top.
Back to top.
And look to do it again.
The final lane. No one wants a kill. He's chasing. Can't quite find him. He's checking the jungle camps just in case. Just a game where it's so hard for, yeah. It's been very difficult the entire time, but a game, even as this game progresses toward later game, for these, Nature's Prophets and TBs to even hit their targets.
And so maybe if, like, either the Nature's Prophet or the Terrorblade were like an item ahead, if you have one of these sort of carries in that top spot, maybe there'd be potential for that sort of hero to pop off and solo carry the style of game, but it's just not the case.
Maybe also if PARIVISION just wasn't so far, just so big, and literally everyone has a Gale Guard too, as we saw pointed out there, so they're so tanky. They are so damn tanky. Vitali also will go down. Michael can't get away. DM, I mean, DM still, he's just holding the stun.
He's in! Gets onto the 2 of them.
DM.
And I'm popping the wheel down there, trying to save Michael. No one's in with the roar onto towards Yodomi.
And DM has 7,000 HP.
He's just walking at them.
He's just walking at them.
BKB's up for no one. He has been caught in the sprout. He doesn't care though. And DM, he's jumping up to the fountain. Buyback comes in from Yodomi.
I mean, literally 6,600 HP.
They're throwing everything
not
at
touching him. He might be half HP, but he's not half HP.
Yeah, his half HP is double your HP.
Yeah, his half HP is the
case,
entire Radiant lineup.
Yeah. He's in again.
PP.
Give someone the PP. They're focusing the barracks. They're going to get the objectives here. PARIVISION. Macropie gets laid down by Ducalis. PP trying to step forward. They can't even quite finish off 9 class. He is ticking down low on the Venomancer. 9 class, he's ready to get back in there. He's taunting them, walking back up. No one jumps forward. Over towards Pike. DMs him with a Hoostop. On towards Shinobi and Pike. Wukong's command laid down. Pike's out. The mega creeps are up for PARIVISION. And Satanic, he's ready to start teasing around near the fountain. They do have a buyback on Pike. It will come in now, but Satanic, BKB is popped. Can they punish this Monkey King at all? I mean, Vitali's trying to get out with the epicenter, but Aurora holds him back. DMing again with a 3-man Hoostop. As Vitali's out, no buyback available on him. Boundless strike laid down by Satanic, down onto the 2 of them. They kill him off once more. No buybacks left here for the ones that count. As PP down as well. He does have buyback. But without Pike, and without Michael, and without any sort of pushback, there's not a lot they can do. It's a pretty 3-man bar strike.
Can they kill DM?
Into the wheel. And
they got him.
Or maybe they can do something? I mean,
big connection.
Is this happening?
PP?
Okay, Sprout?
PP?
All right, they can do something.
PP with the triple.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Don't turn off your TVs yet, kids. This one's still going.
It is mega creeps,
It's
but
not-
they kill all 5.
They did.
Actually, all 6.
It was a lot. It was all buybacks.
No one bought back 2 to join and end the game, though.
And he did die back.
He did die back.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet, boys and girls. There's a chance. There's a hope here for Edge.
The Rapier is the hope. PP, cue it up. He does. It's a very small hope, maybe some type of 1 to 5% hope, but
all right,
you take what you can. When
So
you
I guess
get
the
this
question
type
is,
of situation.
where did PARIVISION get a little too carried away, do you think?
Probably stampeding into the fountain right here. Is it right? Comes up pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was before that. I can't even remember. This lasted so long.
I
mean, they're just fighting at the fountain rather than hitting buildings. Let's be honest here, but 5 buybacks.
5 buybacks. The whole team had to buy back for this. But, you know, you spent 5 buybacks and you haven't lost the game. That's a worth. Do what you can here.
PP's almost 25, and he will... It looks like he will have the gold for that Rapier if he wants to. He's changing it.
Oh, no, he needs the Rapier.
He's going Satanic.
Oh. Disappointing.
DM's like,
DM's like, well, I guess we're playing for another 5 minutes.
I guess my 7,000 HP was not quite enough. I guess we're playing for another 5 minutes. All right, how much gold did they actually get on all their heroes is the other thing too we have to look at for PARIVISION, right? Because they got like a 4,000 gold at Surge on
and they're getting the levels right. He's putting the Nature's Prophet close to that 25.
It does mean that NP got almost 25.
He's very close.
But they're trapped in their base, so it's not one of those where he's getting the opportunity to get these treants and do that split push yet.
Look at that bump.
4%. A healthy 4%. The wave's coming in, though. These megas, they're going to have difficulties getting these lanes pushed out. Still not quite 25 on PP. And as we said, 4,000 gold on each of the Eos and PARIVISION from taking out all those Raxes. So Nullifier, if DM wants to purchase it, I believe the Ags is done for Ducalis in a second, and also 9 class, if he wants to go that route. Pike, Satanic has actually been waiting here on the tree with his Radiance off the whole time. They find the TB.
Oh.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Satanic was waiting there for a full minute. Literally.
He's gone. On the plus side, he's level 20. He's only there for 70 seconds.
And at this point, he's not even the carry by any means.
Exactly. You know, so it's like, it's whatever. He's probably going to get the chance to play again this game. I don't think they're going to be ending in this minute.
Oh, and they got the ceremonial. And it's a timeless ceremonial, so we'll count that as a double aura, too.
I'm going to get the Roshan once more.
Refresher.
Third Roche.
Give that refresher to no one. There we go. And the banner is at the ready for the final push. PP is gonna hit 25. He's 60 XP from 25. He gets it.
Okay. See if he finds some chance to push out the lanes.
At least just having it next to himself too matters, right? You get the plus damage from it. But
20 seconds until they'll have Pike back up.
They're on him.
Oh, they're on him. The bonus strike does come in from Vitali.
They've got another roar.
And they're able to get him out of this. PP pots the BKB. He's trying to slide back towards the Phantom, but the roar catches him. He's out. Vitali's gone. Back to business for PARIVISION. The fortification will come out from Edge. Pike's back in the game, but him and Yadomi, I don't think they could do it 2v5. As the tier 4s fall, Pike steps up, tries to fight them back. They're going to be ready to dive the fountain, PARIVISION. We'll see. They're coming in. Here they go into the fountain as they move forward. Kill off Pike. GG has been called. PARIVISION take game 2, and with that, the series 2-0 here against Edge.
This one must have been quite a painful one. You know, the first one you could see they had some hopes, especially the first 25 minutes, the moves they were making. This one felt hopeless.
Yeah, it was a slow and painful one. At least they got to enjoy a little bit of a potential of the 4% chance of a comeback at the end, but that unfortunately was it for Edge here in this game, in this series. PARIVISION, no surprises, the series is theirs. 2-0 today against Edge.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. We said after the draft was done that Edge just had to weather the storm if they wanted to have a chance of taking this game number 2 against PARIVISION, and I mean the storm they got hit with it head on.
That was like Hurricane Katrina in there. That just took them out completely. There's no recovering from that. Florida has not been the same since.
Have you been?
Have I been to Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Orlando. I went to Disney.
Anyway, I think this game really went wrong for Edge when they decided to chase Veno around in the jungle instead of just winning their lanes. I think the fact that Yadomi on this Ringmaster, as well as Michael, both trying to stop this jungle Venomancer, not only allowed Centaur to have a way better game than he should have in a 2v1 situation, it entirely sacked the Sand King to the point of no return in the top lane. And it just, you know, sometimes you have a read of like, okay, they pick jungle Veno, we need to punish it. But at what cost are you doing this? And unfortunately, that choice kind of just ruined 2 lanes. Sure, you're still free farmed on the Terrorblade, but the bigger thing here is the fact that Centaur is also farming. He's getting levels.
Yeah,
he should not be.
Yeah. This is the problem with 9class's playstyle, like, and why teams ban the Veno against him, because even when he was playing like the Nyx Assassins when he first came into the competitive scene, his whole idea of Dota is just to like waste as much of the enemy team's time as possible. And if he's like 1 in 17 feeding, he doesn't give a shit, like as long as he's making space. And so jungle Veno, you force all of this attention on you, because if you don't stop him, he will be the top net worth hero, which at a certain, I mean, we can see here,
he was anyway.
Third on net worth. So it's like you force this attention to you. He has this like gravity, and people chasing him around and killing him. Like, this is where 9class is in his element.
Yeah, does that just mean, because the picture we're painting is there anything that Edge could have even done? Because, okay, they went about to try and chase him to slow him down, which obviously didn't really work. But if they didn't do that, then he would be top of net worth anyway and take the game as well. So
that's the paradox.
Feels like they can't make a right choice.
I think, I mean, Fear, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think part of it is like you should have a plan for your Sand King to have a game. Like, I don't think you want to have your offlaner get completely devastated. I think the idea of like having a hero chase around in the jungle, the Venomancer, is not that bad. They have the Bounty Hunter for that, but you should have you're killing the first creep wave, or you're cutting waves, like some way for your offlaner to still have a game.
Yeah, I mean, you need to have a plan, essentially, because, you know, the plan for this Venomancer Centaur lane is they cut the first wave, right?
Yeah.
That's a plan. If they didn't have a plan on how to give Sand King a game, right? So that's where there's a big difference here. And I think in general, hunting a Veno is just not really worth it, not at level 1. Like, maybe you can go slightly later, but if you just look at the trade-off, sure, like maybe you're harassing him a little bit, you're slowing him down, but he's still farming. You're not farming on this bounty hunter.
Yeah.
And you're not even really winning the trades
You can
either.
steal like 20 gold every 10 or 15 seconds, actually. It's
just not a good trade, essentially.
Yeah, it's not.
So, like, I would have much rather seen this bounty, like, worst case scenario, make sure Centaur had a 0 game, right?
Yeah.
So then you're in a situation now where you're at least winning some of the map, but they tried to like win the whole map, which was very greedy of them, and unfortunately they lost the whole map instead.
let's relive some moments of this game. We're going to start with going back to the Wisdom Shrine, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was me, but I think in general here, this just kind of shows you like the state of the game, right? Like there yet again, they could have potentially went more aggressively and took the enemy Wisdom Shrine here away from the Centaur, but they're considering on defending their own, but ultimately they're so far behind, they don't even try to defend it. So they lose 2 Wisdom Shrines. I think this game was just Edge just being one step behind for the majority of the game.
Yeah. Imagine being a Centaur in a 1v2 type scenario. Like you're supposed to be getting sacked. You get a free lane and you get the Wisdom Shrine. You're like, what the hell is this? I want to be a solo laner all the time.
Yeah.
Go jungle.
That's like the best case scenario right there. Now for Jenkins, you did have a portal moment you wanted to highlight in this one.
I do, yeah. I mean, this was extremely impressive from the boys on PARIVISION. We had through the portal, Jakiro sets up, but I really like the TP in here from DM. He TP'd towards the bottom, which made Pyke retreat to the portal. So they had this like 2-pronged setup that started with a smoke that didn't connect bot, but they just continued using that smoke to set the Jakiro up in the tree's top, and then DM TPs into the trees. It's just really nice cohesion from PARIVISION.
Yeah, and I think this game was, the story of this game did kind of have to do with the offlaners. You do look at the GPM at 12 minutes. You have 269 GPM on the Sand King versus the 420 on the Centaur.
What is the default GPM?
The default GPM at this moment is at least 400. Like, look at the Centaur. He didn't have a good game, but he still has 400 GPM.
No, she means like, what do you get per minute?
Do anything, and
you do nothing. If you're Shiva playing Ancient Apparition with your Midas in the fountain.
I'm actually not entirely sure. That's a good question. That's a very mechanical question that could be useful, and so I don't know when you'd use that information.
Yeah, we're not analysts, Shiva.
Like if it was 200, then he was only like 70 gold per minute higher
because he's dying.
Yeah, and we did see him sitting on two last hits at some point for the longest time. He had it was not a good look.
No. It was sad, yeah, but it was not his fault because you're playing versus Jakiro Monkey King as a Sand King by yourself, nobody pulling waves through you. Like, he can't do anything in this game. I mean, it was just a sad game overall for Edge because they couldn't do anything. They made a couple wrong choices that just expedited the loss, essentially.
Yeah, we did say from the get-go that this was going to be most likely one of the most queued games that we have coming your way today, considering PARIVISION at the moment is the best team in the world, and Edge is coming in as a contender. And I just hope that, especially from that game one, they take a lot of lessons that they can then take with them to tomorrow, because for today they are both done, where PARIVISION tomorrow will be playing for potentially advancement into the playoffs. And of course, we're going to see on the other side, Edge are going to be playing against other teams that are 1-1 at that time. That means we're moving on to our next series, and that is going to be Spirit versus Tidebound. We'll see you in a bit.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I'm here with Collapse from Team Spirit, one of my favorite offlaners, to be perfectly honest. Collapse, how are you coming straight from America to Bucharest?
It's because of the time zone. It's time always changing, and for me, I was in flight in for 2 days.
What's like the difference between like a TI Grand Finals and one of these different events for you guys?
Comparing this Grand Final and Seattle, it's like on the Seattle, it's a bigger crowd, a lot of people just cheering your name, and it's, to be honest, more crazy.
Playing against PARIVISION as well, playing against Satanic and everything, how was that? You obviously know him now quite well.
They're a good team, to be honest. They found their heroes. First games in the Grand Final was like for us, like they already knew they need to change something. They changed tactics and they did it, but we couldn't adapt to this. So we lose 2 first games. Then we won the 3rd map, and we also could win the 4th map, but we just did mistake on our drafts. Yeah.
Obviously, when the season started after TI and everything, you had a bit of a break. You wanted to kind of, take some time for yourself. Do you think it was a good thing for you to do? And do you think you'd come back stronger?
Yeah, it was good for me. And after this one, I come back. I did come back in January. I left in Serbia, where we all live. And then I just was playing pubs, a lot of pubs.
Obviously, you come back to a slightly different team, a new laning partner as well, Rue. I feel like Rue has actually been really, really strong with you guys, and I think he's kind of been maybe overshadowed by some of the other new names in the scene. But talk to me a little bit about Rue and what it's been like laning with him.
Nobody is talking.
Oh.
Because I'm not talking a lot on lanes. I'm always thinking, always concentrating, and I don't find a way to talk about something. Just to give the information about Lotuses on the 3rd minute, and also for the 6th minute, you can go on rune, leave me alone, or something like that.
Yeah.
Just few words on the lane, and it's enough for us.
Coming into Wallachia and everything, looking to your best. A, what position are you looking for at this tournament? And B, are you looking to get some vengeance on PARIVISION?
Everyone of us wants to reach the higher place, than the previous one, because the previous one was kind of unlucky for us, to be honest, versus Tundra. On this tournament, I hope everything's gonna be okay.
And PARIVISION, are you seeking vengeance, or are you just hoping that someone else deals with them and you don't have to play them?
For me, to be honest, I don't see any revenge, just to play with them.
Awesome. All right, Collapse, thank you very much. Good luck in the tournament. Looking forward to seeing you play.
Thank you.
And we are going to see them play right now. You're still watching PGL Wallachia Season 4. It's Team Spirit and Tidebound that are going to be playing a best of 3 against each other. Both of these teams yesterday won their initial match. So now we're going to see which one of these teams will move forward to the winners and which one will be moving forward to the 1-1 group tomorrow. I'm still joined by Jenkins and Fear. And I want to dive straight into this one because we heard Nomad ask the question, we want to get revenge for, losing against PARIVISION in the best of 5 last weekend. Fear, he doesn't want to get revenge. He just likes playing against them.
He just wants to lose again. It's fun.
Is it though?
I mean, he doesn't want to win.
Is that why we do it all the time on Fart Studios?
You're just a masochist.
That's actually true. That is
why
Dota's about suffering.
I will say, I'll bring up a quote from Yotoro from last week. He said, "Nothing but first place excites us."
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I mean, that's strong words.
Maybe Collapse doesn't feel the same sentiment. I don't know. I mean, you can have a team, right, of 5 players, and they could all want different things, You never know. I'm just saying that Collapse probably still wants to win, but I think Yotoro, he has more of that hunger to, be the best more than almost anyone else in the world.
As long as they're all motivated, that's all that matters here.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the man himself, I guess, because there's only been 2 interesting carry players as far as hero and item builds go, and this is one of them. The other one's Ame, but I'm not going to cover Ame because he's not playing. But Yotoro, he's been doing some cool things on some heroes like Medusa. We've been seeing this on offlane a lot. You're going Meteor Hammer, you're going for Gleipnir. He's going for the other facet where he has the Venomous Volley. He's going for Mjolnir Rush into Ags, into the Scotty. And then he's playing Luna, and his third item is Aghanim Scepter, right? This is something a lot of Lunas would get maybe as their Ags, blessing potentially, but he's getting it really early on. And he's so far one of the only carry players that are doing unique things. Everyone else is just playing, their Terrorblades and their Morphlings, going the standard builds. So he's always been a trendsetter. And I think it's generally speaking, when it comes to him and no Dota 2 Pro Tracker, we're going to see this team pull out a lot of cool stuff we haven't seen before, because he is the one usually inventing the meta for carries.
I've seen a lot of like pub high MMR Lunas doing the Ags build, actually, and I'm glad to see it finally in competitive, because it just feels like, what's the point of the hero if you're not doing that? It's not a good like 1v1 carry. You can't really do the like just getting giga farmed with the glaives thing. Like, you got to play around the magic burst. This is the one thing she offers that other carries don't. So it's cool to see you successful with it.
Yeah, I do feel like we have then two polar opposites, because on one side you got Utoro, oh, he's playing his cool heroes, his cool builds, yay. Yesterday we saw Tidebound two games in a row. They first picked Shiro's Gyrocopter, and obviously it worked one of the games. He played a Morphling as well, which also worked out, which is why they're here right now. But overall, that's not the most exciting thing, Fear.
I mean, I think every carry player, other than Ame, who played, Drow Ranger and Faceless Void with Chrono, like, these two guys admire each other a lot, and I think they admire for similar reasons. They have a unique take. All the other carry players are just playing stock standard right now, and I think that's what makes Yatoro really fun to watch. But I will say Shiro, he is still really good at what he does. He's very good on this Gyrocopter. Maybe don't pick it so early. They caught on to that. They 18-picked the Morphling. He carried the game, so we'll see what they come in today with their ideas.
Yeah, I think yesterday when we watched Tidebound play, because Tidebound is one of the two teams that was one of the only two teams that was able to beat their higher seeded opponent, and they did so in their very own style. And I think that is something that we're going to find out with this series, Jenkins. If this own style, if they hold on to it with the Silencer first phase ban, it does seem like it.
It does. Yeah, I mean, we were absolutely not predicting the Gyro first pick going into that series. It seemed like unnecessary in a way, but like a cool unnecessary, where it's like, okay, you guys, like, either you're gonna like destroy, or this is gonna go horribly and you're not gonna pick the Gyro again. They actually did destroy, but then they got destroyed with the Doom pick.
It was the other way around, right? Didn't they lose game one? And then
no, they won game one.
They won game one, lost game two to the Doom.
Yeah.
I mean, so they went back and did the same thing again.
But I like that you can tell that after Rally, they clearly had a talk and now have like a clear identity, and that they also understand that they're adjusting it. Like, their identity, it does exist, but they're like, okay, well, we're still figuring it out, so we can change something. Because it's really clear to me that Shiro said, like, they had a talk of like, okay, we're struggling to find like a first pick hero, and Shiro probably just said, well, I got a few, like, let's try this one. And they tried the Gyro, and it did work. So just having that as an option is always nice, because it might work against some teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting approach. It's something that we don't see a lot of anymore, because nowadays you're picking heroes that are flexible, right? They could be your carry, they could be your offlaner, these Beastmaster, these Nature Prophet type of heroes, these Templars. They all can go different lanes. The reason why we're so caught off guard by the Gyro is this only goes to one lane. Doesn't play off lane, doesn't play mid, not really good on a support role. So it might work once or twice, but I think not much more than that. So they're gonna switch it up. I think the Gyro first pick is dead. They realized after game two that we can't keep doing
it's punishable. Yeah,
it's punishable.
And the punishments were like people.
Severe.
Yeah, and also shown, like, Spirit can just look at the replay and see what happened to them, and then copy it.
Are you happy with the Jakiro first pick, considering there's still a Ringmaster in the pool?
Lukewarm.
Lukewarm.
It's just a Jakiro. Like,
it's fine, yeah. It's just fine.
Never bad.
Well, the Ringmaster will be traded then.
I think Ringmaster looks more impressive this patch right now than Jakiro, so I think it's a slightly better trade, but Jakiro's never bad. And we saw in most games where Jakiro is played, it is one of the few fives that maybe can trade with the Ringmaster in the laning stage, so that's probably what they expected. Maybe they're not super comfortable playing it themselves.
And you can also consider that maybe Jakiro is considered a counter towards Ringmaster, because you can still do damage through the escape hack.
And ground targeted stun as well, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. Tidebound probably wants to consider banning the Medusa right now because Spirit could just ban Anti-Mage and then pick Medusa on the next 2 pick ban.
Yeah. I think Medusa is a hero that Collapse has been playing, and more than anything, Yatoro, he'll play it on carry too. One of the few carry Medusas left out there.
Yeah, they actually let it through. Interesting. I mean, more and more we've seen Medusa kind of ignored in this tournament compared to the previous one. I guess people feel...
I think in the grand finals, Medusa lost like every game in Raleigh, right? So I think that hero may have been overrated a bit in that tournament, or at least we saw some of the weaknesses it does have as a hero. So I also don't think that hero's just instant win either. Like,
yeah,
sure, it's good. It does some really cool things, and I think when it did come into the scene, it was just weird that this Medusa sitting in front of your tower, just meteor hamming it, and people didn't know how to react to this, and then it looked really good. But it is still an offlaner that is very slow, farms a lot, kind of limits your draft in a way. The whole show has to be around her, and I think a lot of teams have found ways to kind of like deal with it and answer it. So
yeah, like Elder Titan and then heroes to just jump the back line while you sleep the Medusa.
It has more than just Anti-Mage as a counter, essentially.
But, you know, still always an option. Maybe this is something Spirit's considering. Maybe it's too simple for them. Maybe they didn't think that Medusa would make it this far into the pool.
It definitely has extra value with Spirit just because Yatoro, as I mentioned,
he'll play it as
loves
a carry.
it.
Yeah.
He's happy to play this.
I think, honestly, I think the Ags build on Medusa is quite underrated, the Ags carry build.
There's still TA in the pool, too.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, maybe this is what they're considering.
Like, TA, Medusa are in the pool. Right now, there's like a weird, like, trifecta of heroes right now. Actually, it's more than a trifecta. There's like the Templar Assassin, who is like very, very strong. Then there's like the Medusa who counters the Templar Assassin. There's the Terrorblade who counters the Templar Assassin, and the Morphling who counters the Templar Assassin. So I think those 4 carries are something you always have to kind of like think about being in the pool and how you want to play around them.
10 seconds remaining.
Bristle is another hero that has a god tier win rate over a decent amount of picks. 75% win rate. I think the fact that you can play it in multiple roles and play either the red or the green facet, play around utility or carrying the game, makes him such a solid choice. They ban out the Morphling, which is a good hero to lane against Bristle, and then Tidebound takes the TA, which is like one of the most overpowered carries. And I think it does very well against a Bristle in lane.
Yeah. What is rock, paper, scissors, but with 4?
Rock, paper, scissors, gun. That's the American version.
What you've got the Big Bang Theory one. Rock, paper, scissors, Spock, or something.
The Big Bang Theory. Speaking of American, sort of junk are you watching?
I just don't know how it went anymore.
I mean, I think when you are playing versus TA, you are looking at that Medusa or Terrorblade or Morphling. Those are like the 3 hardest counters to this hero.
What does Sheldon say? Zimbabwe? What's the thing that he says?
Bazinga.
Bazinga. Bazinga.
It was Zimbabwe.
I don't know. That sounds similar.
It starts with a Z.
Bazinga is a B.
you say it like he does, actually. Bazinga. Anyway, Grimstroke gets picked. Let's see. You figure this one out, Fear.
Oh, with Monkey King. Have we decided on if we like Monkey King or not? Because it seems like a lot of teams are liking the Monkey King. Even if we keep saying, oh, it's bad.
I mean, that was Jenkins, not me.
Oh.
No, listen, don't throw me under the Magic school bus here. I think that Monkey King early on
can fly. You won't even get damaged.
That is actually true. You can throw me under that all you want. Miss Frizzle, what a great, excellent woman. Anyway, I think Monkey King early on was being picked in Rally, like first pick. And this is a big reason why it wasn't that great. And when the stock is lowering in it and you're picking it in the second phase, it's a different hero. People are picking it when, you know, it's a good Monkey King game. It's very good against TA. You win that matchup. The Wukong's ring in lane.
Is it good through the game?
Yeah, I think so. The Wukong ring like insta kills the refraction charges.
I mean, sure, yeah, but you can't really lock. Normally she blinks out.
High armor.
I mean, the matchup itself is like, it's really good in lane. I think throughout the game it's whatever. But Primal Beast is a hero you talked about last game, and I just haven't seen this hero in so long.
Yeah,
I know Bach.
Tournament.
Bach loves this hero.
Yeah, I don't know if we even saw it in Rally either.
This hero might just be bad, but you do have a break against Monkey King and Bristleback, so it used to be the go-to counter. But I have a feeling that this just didn't work, you know, or otherwise we'd be seeing it more.
Maybe with the Grim giving him the Ink Swell,
sure,
it's a little better. Like that's a pretty amazing combo because the move speed on Ink Swell, I feel like other heroes don't use all that well. It's just decent. But with Primal, it literally gives him more damage on the trample. So yeah, I think that's pretty good. Also, Grimstroke, I would love to see somebody take the Ink Facet and stack Ancients at one point. Have Primal like cut the wave, you know, do some lane shenanigans. Or you can just farm
the fine art one, right?
Fine art, yeah.
You draw your own, basically.
Yeah, you can stack both camps, and like at level 3, you can legit clear like massive ancient stacks. Maybe you can do that, and also have Primal trampling it for some extra net worth. They could also just play normal.
They could
just play normal.
Yeah,
I mean they can't because you are versus a Warlock Monkey King lane, and Monkey King is, if you were to ask what's the best hero versus Primal in lane, probably Monkey King, right? It is a matchup that's very difficult for him. So they probably will have to play for the stacking at some point. Which means likely need a hero for Laurel, unless Yatoro really wants to have the better carry matchup and pick a Medusa, but you are tanky on Medusa, but Warlock Medusa lane, 0 stuns versus Primal Grim, seems a little risky.
It would be pretty crazy if they overall last picked Medusa, because that would be like, if it would be a good Medusa game, I would think that that's pretty big oversight for Tidebound.
It's an okay Medusa game. It's not bad. But Medusa isn't necessarily what Warlock wants to play with.
Okay. Doesn't Warlock always want to play with a PA still in the pool?
That works too, yeah.
That does work, yeah.
I mean, I find TA to be the best hero in the game versus PA, carry-to-carry matchup, just because PA is a hero that relies on bursting, and Refraction kind of stops that. And also you build MKB pretty reliably, so, I mean, but PA is still PA, very strong. It just, yeah.
There is still Gyrocopter for Spirit too, if they... Okay, well, Doom gets picked, so I don't think Gyro is going to come out.
So does that mean Primal Beast goes mid?
Yeah, it could.
We don't know.
Or TA goes mid?
It could be TA mid, Doom carry, Primal offlane.
Doom carry sounds pretty atrocious
it
for
sounds,
Bristle.
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
Look at that, 100% win rate for Doom. Only picked twice though.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like Primal mid against Monkey is that's a bit bold, is it not?
It is indeed.
But this is what Tidebound has been doing though, is that they give nothing to say. They give nothing to say a bad matchup mid for Bach to get last pick. It worked for them yesterday.
This is just inviting Medusa last pick. What's going on? You're gonna play Medusa against TA Doom? Like, you get doomed on Medusa, right? You literally aren't gonna buy anything, but all right, what? They don't care. They don't care.
So mid Bristle. No, okay, it's carry Bristle.
I mean, we did mention how Bristle's a good lane matchup versus Doom, so they're going to go with that. This is interesting. I mean, we're at a little bit of a loss for words because it's kind of like, what does this Underlord give them that made them go for the Bristleback carry? Right? Because like we saw the Monkey King mid versus Primal. That was for sure going to happen. I guess Underlord, I don't find that to be good versus TA in lane, in my opinion. You have bonus damage through Refraction, which your Atrophy Aura doesn't really stop. Sure, you have a Dot, I suppose, which is okay. This is a weird one for me. I don't know, but...
it's a bit weird.
Weird in a good way, in a way where you're like, oh, I'm excited to see how...
Yes, it's weird in a way where like they see something that we don't see, and I'm very curious to see what they see.
Okay.
I will say
through their play.
The route is good from Underlord. I think Primal doesn't really like charging into these like area control things, like the route from Underlord or from Dark Willow. Like these heroes naturally counter Primal because he's literally doing damage based on running around. He will get a BKB at some point pretty early on. I do think Laurel has, Laurel Monkey King, this is one of his favorite heroes, and he's in an extremely favorable matchup. Like, there's a chance that he just runs away with the game, but I still think in terms of justifying the Underlord last pick, I also don't really get it, and there's a potential here that, I don't know, maybe Team Spirit just wants to try it. Maybe that's it.
I mean, they've played it recently at the last tournament, so I know it's in their wheelhouse, but I just want to watch the game.
If
That's
you
it.
guys don't know what to expect, I'm curious what our commentators think about what's coming our way. Fogged, can you shine any light on this one here?
We don't really see Primal pick too much, or Underlord. Of course, Underlord's been rising a little bit more, but this one just... I'm trying to figure out why. Like, I used to see Underlord picked versus Doom because people would use it to reset versus the Doom with the portal, but I'm not sure either, honestly. This seems really different.
Owen?
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what they've got planned with this. I don't think it's bad. I think there's, offers up some sort of extra bit of control that maybe they were lacking to, indeed, as you guys mentioned, deal with something like the Primal. Firestorm can be a bit annoying for the TA and the Refraction, so they've got something cooking here. I don't mind it.
Maybe because it stops the initiation, right? Because looking at Tidebound's initiation, they kind of have to just charge into the fight, literally. So maybe it's just like something around this pit and then being able to just have this in the front line with the Bristle. Not sure. I'm with Fear. I just want to see what's going to go on because this looks just strange.
Well, we're going to see it right now. Looks like exciting times ahead for sure.
Absolutely. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what goes down here today between Team Spirit and Tidebound in this best of 3.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Like, because with what Fear was talking about too, it's like you're versus TA, you're versus Doom, right? It was an invite to get Medusa, and we've seen teams do that before. They opt to go down this Underlord route. So it is quite interesting. And looking at these different facet choices, we're seeing he's gone Demon Reach this time around. Looking at the other ones, I think I saw one other one that was out of the ordinary. It was the Grimstroke one, so he did take Fine Art on the Grim as well too. So we might see that stacking come into play that they were mentioning. So yeah, this is cool.
Oh, let's have a look. And another game, indeed, as the panel pointed upon, where nothing to say. He's happy to be signed up for some rough mid lane matchups.
Yeah, he just launched this. They've been doing this every game that we watched them.
Every game last series that they played.
Yep.
Worked out, obviously, in the long run. But yeah, nothing to say. He is not afraid. He welcomes the bad matchups to play in the mid lane.
He's the catch-up guy, because that game, it was like the Sand King versus the Monkey King, right? He had this terrible time, and then he's back right after the 10 minutes. Even though he's playing versus the Mage Slayer, I think he ends up losing that game. He did recover in both of them. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to go down and see what itemization we get. Because the Primal, like they mentioned, the Aghanim's is probably one of the things that they're looking for versus the Bristle and the Monkey King as the game progresses later on. But yeah, just a hero that we've seen kind of just disappeared. And it's interesting to say so too, because it got buffed in 7.38C. You get more stacks on your Uproar. And Nature's Prophet is one of the most popular heroes. And Primal used to be the counter versus NP. So yeah, it's interesting stuff to see.
Chris, what do you make of the side lanes? Are there any sort of side lanes here in this game that are going to be pretty one-sided?
Side lanes that are one-sided. I feel like Radon should do pretty fine bottom, right? I feel like he's going to have a pretty uncontested lane down here. With the backup of the Warlock, I don't see how they really touch a Bristleback. So I would say that's probably the one that I'm looking at to have absolute free farm. I did also want to point out that Shiro went for the Meld bonus rather than the Refractor. So also another thing that maybe is a difference maker. I'm going to be looking at Collapse a lot because I'm really curious about what the concept of the Underlord was. Besides just like, wrapping around team fight and just what his spells actually do. Just what the overall concept really was of it. And maybe it is just a lane that he really likes to play it versus the TA, right? Could just be something like that.
And Firestorm is super nice. I mean, in terms of the build, do you imagine he's going to go for just the Aura build, or are we going to get something else a bit more offensive?
Could still be, I want to say could still be Halberd because you're playing versus that TA in some situations, but probably just still the Aura route, I'd imagine. Yeah, I'm really curious on it, though. This is a pretty strong lane, too. Now that we're looking at it, Jakiro overall, obviously one of those like super strong laners, as we've seen most times, but these two actually pose quite a good threat versus TA and Jakiro, because they're slow. They have a ton of little poke damage that comes up between the two of them from Rue and from Collapse. So far, having a pretty good lane up here. Did use a lot of mana, since they did use the pit early on to go for an attempted kill. Yeah, I feel Radon, he's going to be the happiest overall in the game. He's just literally will have zero pressure as a Bristleback in the game. in these first 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, super chill lane to farm in. I mean, any time, right? You've got the backup of a Warlock. You're having a great time as these carries.
Yeah. Bach does find, I mean, probably the best creep he could find. He does get the Chain Lightning, so that actually could maybe change a little bit of things down here since he's going to have infinite mana to spam it with the stick charges. So we'll see if that does turn the tide of that, at least. But yeah, I feel like we're done. He's chilling. So far, mid lane, 12-5, 9-3. Not super miserable yet, but it's about to become super miserable for nothing to say, of course.
Yeah, it should. Sort of kind of what, level 3 onwards. Yeah, you got the 2 points in the Jingu, then you just don't stand a chance of trading with a Monkey King.
Yeah, he gets his boots, he gets the Orb of Frost, and then once he gets the Corrosion, it's very difficult for you. But you do have options to cut waves and, you know, even make rotations elsewhere. As nice play there from Laurel. He's trying to stop him from getting the range creep, but I think the trample actually ends up claiming it. All 3 lanes looking pretty hot. Top lane, of course, we're still seeing Shiro get the last hits, but Collapse has the lane in a, I mean, beautiful position. He has it at his tower with double range creep, so he's going to be able to get a lot of extra CS up here and prevent quite a bit from Shiro. Bach.
It's a lot of damage. These bonds as well. I mean, Radahn able to chase them down. Get the first blood. Probably get the second as well here, Maposhka.
Gives him the mango.
Double kill for the Warlock.
But it's well worth it. Yeah, that Chain Lightning not even making a difference. He's trying to get the spam out. They got him a little bit low, but yeah, this lane, it's devastating. This is really the one to look at. They got the dream setup for a Bristleback. Bristle versus Doom with a Warlock behind him.
Yeah, this lane is going to start getting very difficult to play for Tidebound now.
And it's
those 2 deaths.
It's dangerous to give up kills early too, because Maposhka is a Warlock. So that Grimoire, he's at 3 stacks already. He's level 4. He'll have 6 instantly as soon as he gets the time to consume it. Just even getting 2 or 3 kills gives you enough of it. As here comes that lane drag. Laurel trying to meet the wave.
He should be able to.
He got the money creep too.
Got the important ones, got the range.
There's nothing to say, going to try to charge through to get it. Doesn't probably want to risk his positioning.
Yeah, that'd be a bit too dangerous.
Yeah, that's like an Owen charge maybe to security.
You get the CS, but you're probably dead.
Rue swinging over. Says hello. Doesn't take away the bounty, so nothing to say is actually able to claim his bounty to refill his bottle. That's quite nice for him. And Shiro is getting pretty much free farm up top in that lane. But so is Collapse. Collapse is getting a fair bit up here. With the backup of Rue. Alright, so since Planet did end up going for this fine art, you end up playing around stacks, right? This is just the way that it ends up being. You always want to get these extra stacks. So I'm already seeing Maposhka. He understands that. He walks over, blocks the camp with the sentry, and they're going to be likely ready to contest those stacks too. There's nothing to say. Can he play his way out of this? The Corrosion just gets delivered.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
he's gone.
He's gone. It was literally, the Corrosion literally got delivered on the Courier, and Maposhka's got the Blood Grenade. More XP.
I tell you what, bottom though.
They'll find him.
They'll be able to punish Radahn on his own.
And look, he tips Maposhka. He's like, "You leave your Bristleback." See what happens.
that's the level of tipping you need to be bringing to the game. You got to be doing it in your pubs. Don't tip the person you killed.
No.
Tip the person that you know they're going to be mad at. So you just kind of you justify their anger, and then you create the division between the team.
Oh, and we're also going to get the Dota Sama build, aren't we?
But the Lincoln's
The Lincolns, because he's playing versus Doom. Maybe not the Glimmer, but Radahn is definitely going to go the Lincolns this game. He already has the purse. Planet versus Laurel. These impaling arts are actually all missing by Rue.
I still can't turn and fight Laurel though.
I think Rue missed the last 5 impalement arts, actually.
He's going to hit the next one.
Would have probably got a kill if he landed at least one of those, but not going to be the case. Good punish play there from the side of Tidebound to at least get that kill onto Radahn when Maposhka left the lane. Perfect time to seize opportunity.
So what sort of creates the perfect situation where going for the Lincoln's rush feels good on the Brist?
He's versus Doom.
That's enough. Well, it's got to be sort of down to the fact that he has certain other elements of his lineup, right?
Well, I'll tell you right now, Dota Sama built it even when there was 0 spells.
He does it every game,
He does it every game. Lincoln's... Well, I don't know how much he does now. This was months ago.
I think he's still been doing it recently. I've seen on some streams.
You've seen on some?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, it's an approach that we've seen tons of people do and kind of copy him. We even saw a shout-out from 33, if I'm not mistaken, from the last Wallachia, when they said shout-out to Dota Sama for the Glimmer builds on the cores. But this one is the Lincolns, so for those who don't know, we just explained it. So Shrines, 1-for-1 exchange. Balance in the world. Nothing to say. We'll farm the double camp that was stacked for him, but it does get you know, was blocked from the ward that we saw from Mipushka. Ancients are tripled.
And who's going to be taking those, the TA or the Primal?
Probably the Primal.
Mipushka, Golem ready to go.
They're going mid.
Mipushka's got the Golem. If he can get over in time, he'll drop it, but Lal's already gone.
Great move. Just before he can get the opportunity to go for it.
And maybe if he was a little bit closer, Mipushka might have been able to interrupt a bit sooner.
It's a Golem used. He's going to get his Sentry Ward down again. He'll find the Obs Ward. He scouts the Ancients, so they could actually bring Radon over to maybe contest them with the coils.
Well, that'd be big. Yeah, you could get the Bristle. Yeah, do it, right?
Or Mipushka maybe just starts farming a little bit with his Golem.
I don't know how much you can farm with the Golem, though. It's a big stack.
If you pull it out and hit it, you can farm it.
All right.
You got to walk over.
Mipushka.
This is hilarious.
How much of this is he going to get? Can he actually get this?
He's bringing Laurel and Radon. They might take it all.
They got to turn up, Tidebound. They can't let this happen.
Planet, does he get a big stroke? He does get at least 2 of the creeps.
But most of it is definitely going Spirits.
Nothing to say is here.
There's the Doom.
Get the Doom.
Lucas commands down there as well as the Boundless Strike onto the 2 of them. Nothing to say, he's dead. Bark tries to step up. They'll get the Ice Path down onto Lal and Rue. He's falling very low down, will end up ticking out, but Spirit can push forward.
Laurel.
Jingu's built up, he's healing up Lal, as he'll survive. Bark will go down. Planet is able to snipe Rue at the end of it all, and some of the Ancient stack does still remain. He's going to have the Jingu charges here with the Boundless Lal if he wants to lay this down.
Oh, Planet! Oh my god. We almost walked into it.
That's true. If he gets caught, that might have been enough
damage
to kill him.
It would have killed him 100% if it hit him.
Can he snipe anything more, Planet? He can.
He got 2.
And maybe can set up for a kill potential. Throws down the grenade. They look towards Lal. Nothing to say. Tramples on top of him.
Planet.
You know what, Tidebound, they do make sure that Spirit don't get away with this play. You know, a decent amount of the stack goes to Spirit, but not without a few deaths themselves.
I kept clicking on Collapse, and I'm like, oh, they're going to, use the Fiend's Gate, they're going to bring the numbers, but he didn't. He just stayed in the top lane, didn't get involved.
Yeah, where was the Underlord? Collapse? He was like, guys, what are you doing over there?
So he was
I don't want to be a part of that.
He was contesting versus Shiro a bit, but yeah, didn't end up joining, and Shiro ends up getting free farm while his team ends up winning that contest of those Ancients. Great stroke of fates there from Planet.
Trying to dive in for Bark.
He's got the move speed. Is it enough? It is. He's got the quickened Polywog charm, so extra 15 move speed, phase boots plus ink squall allows him to get the distance.
I think we've got that tornado out in them as well.
Yeah, true. True that. Did slow them down. That extra little bit doesn't matter. Huge. They're able to protect the stacks. They get the TA to farm all in the meantime while they only have 4 people contesting those stacks. They killed Radon as he walked in too. Really solid stuff. Still see nothing to say, struggling a little bit here, of course. But he tends, as you said, he's a sacrifice a lot of times. And he was put into that situation where he was, of course, sacked. Level 6 on Planet. Doesn't take the Soul Bind. He wants the point in the silence first. Laurel has the backup of Rue, so he can play closer toward the mid. I think Rue just hit 6, so they've got the Wheel of Wonder. Looks like they want to make a move onto the TA, slow down Shiro since he's had a pretty free time up here. They seem to have a read on it, though. I mean, they were already drawing the line that they were potentially looking for that gank setup. I saw Y actually draw it. Speaking of Y, another stack. Very stack-heavy game. Triple stack on that hard camp. Looks like they'll potentially try to either kill Collapse or protect a move that could be upcoming onto Shiro here. The 2 supports are moving. I say we'll clear out that stack quickly.
Radiant are scanning.
Collapse is out of here.
Yeah, just jungling it up.
Not going to get caught by that smoke. On the mid, Lal.
There's the nice thing about this Demon Reach, with the Atrophy Aura, you're able to just go back and jungle, so...
Yeah, he's farming pretty nicely.
Maybe there's something here. I mean, this is a hero I think that's actually quite underrated still at this point. Doesn't really get played too much. I feel like a lot of these because of how good some of these offlaners are, a lot of the other ones just get overlooked, but we'll see how much you can actually do with it. 2-2-4 skill build on him. $1K lead now for the side of Tidebound.
I think they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, does seem like it. Bach is getting away with being able to stand in his lane bottom.
Yep.
Slowed down the Bristleback. Laurel.
He's going to try for Planet, but Planet, it's going to be fine.
And they have to be careful. They have a really good lineup on Tidebound to counter any type of aggressive plays with the Primal Beast, with the Grim, with that Jakiro. So Laurel does have to be a bit careful how he overextends. Great ways to punish that. Even if there's Rue behind him with the Escape Act. Again, the stacks. It's going to be a game of stacks when you're playing versus this Grim. So another triple stack, another double stack. Laurel's going to rotate over. Are we going to have like the most fights of the entire game just around this triangle?
I mean, it seems to be the point where they're most interested.
They're just going to clear it with the Pulverize. It's already gone. That's essentially the blink done now for nothing to say. So has a way to initiate fights without having to just charge.
Well,
Planet.
They'll get him this time.
And they should. And they have the Boundless for the stack too, so he can just throw it out if he'd like to. He will. And that's the whole one taken out. But Shiro is getting completely left alone. So top net worth for him. This Templar Assassin. I believe he's got the first component of the Deso. He's getting close to Dragonline's Deso already at this point. 13 minutes in. And how's Radon doing? Treads, almost Lincolns. He'll have the way to protect versus the Doom. Mid tower will drop. That's a really interesting game. It's very different from a lot of the other styles that we've been seeing teams play.
Yeah, I imagine for the most part, I think Spirit, they're probably not too concerned about the TA getting as much farm as they are, because
they're farming too.
And they've got ways to deal with the TA.
They do.
It's not a super easy game for the TA to just kind of pop off, kill everyone and carry.
I think both teams are just, I think they're both just happy, right? Both teams are very content with the state. Nothing to say, he's probably pretty happy that he's been able to find a Blink Dagger at this point in the game when he was versus that Monkey King matchup. How close is this Mage Slayer? Laurel, he is about to have it done. Looks like they are going to group up here. Collapse has shown what build he's going, so he's just going to do Aura. So Pipe versus the Grim and Jakiro and the Primal Beast in particular. So they're going to have Pipe plus Mage Slayer to be able to deal with a lot of that magic damage that comes from the team fights. So
yeah, it's going to be super difficult for Tidebound to fight too. I mean,
a 5v5 will be hard for them.
The output of the Primal in particular is going to be heavily reduced, right?
Massively reduced for him and the supports too, and it's not the easiest for Shiro a lineup for him to just walk in and just hit target.
No, there's so much that can catch him off guard.
Out of control.
Cause it to be very difficult for him to get stuck in.
Yeah, so actually, now that I'm thinking about it a little more, I actually think that Spirit might be slightly happier.
I think so. That's what I'm saying.
Like,
I feel they're not that scared of the TA.
Yeah.
Like TA, you know, Shiro is getting fantastic farm, but I don't feel that Spirit are like, my goodness, what are we going to do about this TA? They've got plan.
And they've got
a plan for the TA.
Great ways to take all of these objectives. I mean, both sides do, but Spirit's a little bit more prepared for it at this point. They can take this Tormentor for free with the Bristleback. Roche is making his way toward, but see if they're going to be able to contest that. It looks like they're actually going to make the call to contest instead of Tormentor.
Yeah, they don't want to waste time on the Tormentor. They want to look for the fight and stop this Roshan from being a freebie for the TA.
The Pipe is not finished yet, but the Mage Slayer is done. Laurel?
Oh, can't quite get the Jingu stacked up. The Golem will be dropped. Now with the Boundless coming out, be able to get himself up to a 4-4. Get the Wukong's command out just in time. Say comes in with a Pulverize, but the Wukong's command was already out. He's going to survive here on the Monkey King.
The Mage Slayer, it clips, nothing to say. The damage just gets reduced
absolutely
instantly.
made the difference, yeah. He gets in, but the Wukong's was already out. They didn't have any other way to get over towards Lal, so Lal doesn't mind being grabbed and thrown about because he's not dying.
Very good aggressive move from him. That is Golem used. So it looks like they're actually going to halt off of the Tormentor for now. Look to join Collapse, play with this Golem that's still up for 20 seconds. Yeah, I think they're realizing, if we go Tormentor, they get the rush, so we got to do something different. So it looks like the move is going to be getting Shiro.
Yeah, he's got eyes on Shiro. Collapse is able to come in through the gate.
They got him. A big kill. Now they can do Tormentor for free without having to worry about the contest of that Roshan. Very likely is nothing to say.
They should be able to get out of it. It's pretty far from the...
Laurel is on the chase. He is a kobold right now. Look at Laurel go.
Is he going to go for the prediction? No. Does hit the spot, but a little too late.
How many transformations does he have again on Monkey King? It's like 70 or 80 of them. I can't remember.
What are ones that you can... dude, yeah.
It's like everything now at this point.
7? It's not 7.
I think it's more than 70. I'm not joking.
But what can he be?
Anything.
List them all.
I'm not. Bottom. They get the catch. Oh! Almost gets away. Nothing to say. Has back.
Oh! is pretty outnumbered here. Now, he's going to regret turning up and trying to poke back for that kill.
Done.
Killing the Bristol's obviously a bit trickier.
They've got the high ground. They still haven't claimed the Tormentor. Nothing to say is getting the wraparound here. Done.
I mean, it is 5 versus 3.
It is.
So if they can't do something here, it's going to feel kind of bad.
They feel confident playing around Collapse with that pipe if they're on this high ground here.
I mean, yeah, this is the thing, how sort of strong Spirit are with just the 3 of them, right?
Ooh, the wraparound. Why? They scouted each other. Collapse is going to look to leave. Fiend's Gate's back up in 20. Radon is dipping.
It's got to feel a little rough. You got the whole team there, and you can't push into just 3 heroes.
But they prevent them from going for Tormentor. This move from Tidebound is really clever.
It's still a win in that sense, I guess, yeah.
They bring 5 bottom.
Get them out of there.
Doesn't expect it to be 5. They push them off Tormentor. Now they actually are the ones to get it. After all.
Oh, yeah, they still feel good overall.
This is cool. This is very, very cool. And now they're going to be the ones to get it. Does Spirit make the move to Roche now is the question. They are. So immediately run into the Roche pip. Will they be able to do it in time, though? It looks like they should. Okay, so they do actually get this. It looks like they should be able to get this trade-off. That's cool stuff. Both teams kind of mirroring each other's movements in a way.
And I imagine what you're getting the Aegis on Lal.
Ooh. Might give it. Yeah, you do. Because he's got to just charge in and go first.
He's the
and the Lincolns.
Right?
Yeah, the Lincolns should be enough to protect with Radon. Doom on cooldown, but it's going to be back up in 30 seconds. Buck, he's doing the Midas tricks, so he's getting very rich, as we see on this Doom as well. Also Planet, right? Definitely have to keep highlighting him. These stacks are making him quite rich. He also got the Shard, of course, but very wealthy Grimstroke at this point in the game. And this hero does have some fun itemization that you can do if you get very farmed. A Hex, like let's say. Of course, he's going to be going 4-step first to bail people out of scenarios of Goo and the Wukongs, but a very farmed Grim. Collapse. Fun to pick off. It's going to be a pipe into Lotus. It is actually a very good Lotus game, too. Yeah, you're playing versus the Pulverize as well. And the Doom. These Lincolns, these single target abilities are going to definitely get turned against them.
Now, how much do you think Spirit want to push for with this Aegis?
It's scary to push into too much of this, right? Versus the double Doom potential. This might just be one more of those farmy Aegis and look for like a fight in a jungle if they can. I don't know about pushing it tier 2. How close is the Lotus? Still a bit of way there for Collapse. He's getting a lot of farm though. This I almost said Pit Lord. Oh my god, it's been a long time since I did that. This Underlord.
Now Bart, very close to the BKB. So they will have that solid chance of getting in, and especially if they can find some sort of way to pop that Lincolns, get the Doom down onto Radon.
There is ways to prevent through BKB though. Do have to highlight. You know, there is the Golem. There's also going to be escape deck. There is potential for saves that's there from Spirit. They're going to look for a fight. Have to be cautious of the overextensions. As we mentioned, the double Dooms are there. There's a Jakiro also. Shiro has a force. Actually, he sells it. He had it for a second, but gets rid of it. They want to have as many 4-steps as possible for him. So he's actually going to go BKB himself, and the supports are going to go the 4-step in order to bail him out of positioning mistakes.
Oh,
Planet.
There we go.
They're on him.
So if they can bail him out, it's forced up to the high ground. Planet, he's still alive. The Wukongs will help finish him off, so they'll get the kill, take down Planet within his base. They also catch Y
the Dream
outside of the base as well.
They get 2 supports. Can they turn it into this tower, though? Doesn't look like they'll be able to do it in mid, but maybe top. There's a Lotus.
I mean, Radon, when he's hitting the buildings and stuff, it's you know, who's going to turn up and deal with the Bristle? Like, is this Bristle killable? Like, how much you have to throw down on him?
I think, yeah, absolutely. You just need to break the Lincolns to get the Doom on him, right? Essentially.
But without Doom, if you're not getting the Doom on him,
you can't. Then I don't think you can kill him. Because he's got, also to point out, just, you know, we saw the neutral items picked up. We should talk about it. The Gossamers, right? They're playing versus TA. Everyone's going to get a Gossamer. They have 3 of them. So that's actually, it's massive, really, how much it can prevent from a Templar Assassin and what she can do. As Radon, just going to go S and Y. Bach. See the Monkey King. Laurel.
Oh, he's in and he's out.
Oh my, gets the jump in.
Amplified damage, Rooney wants it. He's going to have to deny it.
I mean, he gets kind of baited for this, though.
He's got Aegis, of course, so he's going to be set up for round 2.
Are they ready for this?
And Posture's got a Golem ready. And I think, you know, Tidebound, they know it. They know they can't go in for a second attempt at his life with the setup that there is behind him.
As soon as they see the 5 coming in, they're like, I don't know if we're ready for 5v5.
That was a good disengage there.
Yeah.
If they go in, they get kind of bonded and golemed. It could be a very bad situation for Tidebound, but they give the correct amount of respect there to what Spirit could drop on them.
Yeah, I don't think that they're ready straight up for the 5v5s just yet. Because just as this Pipe Mage Slayer is going to reduce so much of the damage from 3 other heroes. Once BKB is out for Shiro, perhaps, and I think he does have it, so maybe they can look to make another attempted go with this. But it's difficult. You have to find them split off, so maybe you just have to look for a collapse, because if you don't, they're going to have the numbers every time with that Fiend's Gate that he comes on with.
He's going to turn up, get his spells off, get his items off.
He's not an easy kill. With this Lotus, with this Pipe, with the Gossamer Cape. They're looking for the options, looking for the potential moves, but nothing to say during all this downtime is falling behind on net worth. He's constantly looking for kills, and Spirit's just hitting creeps. So definitely seeing that reflecting on his net worth. 10k versus the 12k of the Monkey King now. He's trying to be active, but it's just not hitting. Slow-paced game. 11-8. Very methodical from both sides. Wrap around top. But Poshka is unbelievably deep.
Yeah, he's in there.
He is very in there. And he will be punished for it. Does get the wave with the Fatal Bonds.
Get some good info as well. Yeah. They know that pretty much the whole squad was up there.
It is 4 heroes, right, for a 5 position, so you'll say worth, you'll say space. Again, nothing to say. Looks like he wants to continue trying to go through Portal and keep making moves. He's not hitting creeps on. So they are pretty much just making that call that Shiro's the one going to be hitting those creeps. Halfway to Ags. On collapse. And he's still just, I feel like he's literally just hitting creeps. 258 last hits. He has over 10 CS a minute on the Underlord. So maybe that is, like I said, there's probably so many things that they were thinking about with this. Maybe they kind of anticipate the game to be slow. He's able to just hit creeps and farm also to join in. Shiro.
Coming in.
He's quite deep. He has
collapse.
BKB.
That's the setup. BKB has to come out now from Shiro.
I mean, Radon is on the chase.
Yeah, they're going to chase on forward. White. Forced to the side. Able to TP away.
I know BKB now for 90 seconds. Laurel, under a ward.
They're looking towards him. Nothing to say. Charges forward. They get the stun into the grab, into the doom. They've caught him.
And they silence the back line.
He's gone.
Laurel goes too far.
I can't Tidebound get anything more with this. Trap slow out. Spirit, they're still not afraid to fight with just the 4 of them.
Nice dispel for Bach. He's holding the Purge creep. Gets himself out of the pit.
Tidebound also being cautious. They know that there's still the threat of the Golem.
Oh, this Purge is doing work. He can actually dispel so many different spells. The Goo, Fatal Bonds, yeah, everything. Pit. It's actually pretty massive. I just saw him dispel like 3 or 4 different things there. As Laurel goes a bit far, goes under the ward, gets caught, but Doom is on cooldown now. And Roche is going to be respawning soon. Poshka wanting to get rid of this pesky vision. Looks like he does pick up a gem.
I mean, it feels like in these fights for Tidebound to stand a chance, someone's got to find this Warlock right. Because they're being so careful about fighting when they know that the Golem's ready. Rue's going to walk right into him. He's got the escape act. Poshka's heading over as well as Radon. And again, they're just backing away Tidebound. They're too terrified of the potential of getting a Golem dropped on their head.
And Shiro doesn't have BKB, so he's very scared for 15 seconds still.
Yeah.
Trying to go from some trap plays. Can't really do much. I mean, Radon is a very scary force. Even though he's 0-3 in this game so far as the Bristle, now with SNY Lincoln's plate mail.
He's a tough one to take down.
Yeah, the status resistance plus this damage reduction versus the physical. It's tough. Nothing to say. Did get some space to hit some extra creeps here, as we saw, after they get that kill. So he is getting closer toward his Shivas now. As Laurel needs the BKB probably next too, if he wants to play that aggressively forward. We're seeing at least one of the breaks come into play. Because I saw the Shivas queued up from Nothing to Say, which means that Ags is going to be delayed a tremendous amount of time for him. They're going to go Silver Edge on Shiro instead.
All right. I mean, just feeling that they've got to have some sort of more reliable way of being able to take down this Bristle.
I really thought
even if they don't get the Doom on him.
I really thought Nothing to Say was going to do the Agonimus after the BKB this game. But I guess just
yeah, you're right. That would give similar solutions.
It gives a break for both heroes.
Yeah.
Actually, all three, right? Monkey King, well, I mean, Underlord's not so much, but yeah, either way, it does break them. So interesting to see. I guess maybe because he wanted the armor to have the tankiness to be able to go inside the fights, but...
Sure. He'll have it eventually.
Oh, he switched it. He switched. Okay, he's got Veil, and now he buys a point booster. I think he recognized. He's like, wait a minute.
I think you're right. He's like, we need the break.
He's like, wait a minute. What am I doing?
If my TA's having to buy a Silver Edge, I've probably got to buy an Axe.
Exactly. He's quite far from it, though. 3 components away. Dagger. We'll catch Shiro once. Jump.
Oh.
They're on Rue.
Get the grab. Rue, he's gone.
It's a very nice catch. That's one of the saves that gets taken away. Nothing
Does have buyback, of course, if he wants to turn up and try and bring the 5v5 around the Roche fight.
And this pit does force the BKB from Primal Beast.
I mean, they can't go for the Roche here. They've got to go for the fight first, Tidebound. There's no way they can take the Roshan right in front of Spirit watching them down.
Especially not with Nothing to Say with the BKB on cooldown. Rue respawning in 20 seconds. Patience from both sides. Laurel. Does anyone have a smoke? I'm checking around.
Shiro.
He jumps in. They have smokes on the Jakiro.
Gonna be able to check the power in down bottom. Shiro stepping up.
It isn't already. Shiro is deep. He has BKB.
Yeah. Trying to see what he can get out of them.
Lots of 4 steps coming in.
They're going to get forced away from the Roshan for now.
So there's the smoke coming out from Spirit, as you said. Innocence, Y has 2 smokes on himself, too.
I mean, I think they sort of saw the majority of the team swing down bottom.
So
exactly, they know Nothing to Say is on his own.
And he has no
they saw the direction that the rest of the team went in. Blinks there in time.
He's got no BKB. Can he get himself out of this? The Golem connects.
And it's going to be able to stop him in his tracks. They slow him down. TPs are coming in. Can they get to him in time? They can. Nothing to say.
The bailout.
Should be all right here. Shiro and Bach have turned up.
Nice play from Bach. Again, just dispelling the goo. This Purge, it's having a big impact. BKB back up in 5 seconds.
They want to still push forward here, Team Spirit.
Bach, he is scouted. They get the pit.
They're ready to go. BKB has to come out from Bach. Bach tries to turn, pots the link because he's able to get the Doom down on towards him. The escape pack buys a bit of safety for Radan. Nothing to say. Trying to stay on top of the Bristle, but Radan's able to get out the fight for now. Miposhka gets focused by Shiro, but Shiro's BKB is about to come to an end.
They're on him.
He's going to be dove underneath the tier 2 here. Fortification will come out. They get the ice path down, but the Battleless Strike comes in across Shiro, over towards the Jakiro as well. The pit catches the 2 of them. Nothing to say. He's got a final charge away, but the whip comes in to interrupt it here from Rue. Has Nothing to Say this time round.
What a fight.
There's not going to be anyone left to save him, surely. And Radani's continuing to try and play and tease around with Bach.
Is he going to live?
The Doom.
The Lotus.
Survive here as Bach, the last one left alive on Tidebound. He's going to get slowly chased down.
He's got the Purge again to dispel at least once more. The stun actually helping him. Can he get away?
I don't think he can.
Don't think so.
No, they can run him down.
Suicide to Tormentor somehow. Try it.
He's running out of options. Bach's gone. An effective team wipe here from Spirit. I mean,
what a fight by
They did everything they could there at the start to get that Doom in onto Radan, but just with the escape act and just the movement speed in general, I think he was running down the river as well. They just couldn't stay on top of him, and from that point onwards, the fight got very messy for Tidebound.
They were completely split up all over the place. The Wukongs ends up not really connecting so much, but look at the positioning of all the heroes at Tidebound. They're literally all over the place. No one can actually focus fire targets. These 3 were stacked together, but
all 3 cores went for Radan, and they couldn't get it.
Out. Yeah, and the fact that Radan lives to this end state and Shiro's BKB runs out, the fight's over. Red from that point. It was a 7,000 gold lead for Tidebound at that point, too.
It's a tough one. I just think it's a tough one for them to play with the heroes, especially the TA. It does not seem like an easy game for a TA, despite how farmed Shiro is.
No, he can't focus targets.
Spirit gonna feel very happy with that one.
And now they have an AC after that fight too for Radan, so a huge increase of damage for him. Nemesis Curse for Laurel was found, and he's got a BKB to protect himself too. Spirit with a huge pick in that fight, and now another one. Y has been found. Yeah, just great 5v5 approach. We said the auras, the pipe, mage, all these little things, they really do start to add up when you see the full 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, look at Radan.
Okay. He's got the Aegis, though, so he's feeling pretty comfortable.
But they literally threw everything onto this Bristle in that last fight. It didn't get... At the end, he did tick down pretty low, but the initial burst, at least, didn't bring him anywhere close to dying at the start.
You gotta find... If you're gonna do it, you all in, you gotta find Rue at the same time. But it's a hard jump, right? You have to prevent the escape deck, but you also have to throw, break a Lincoln's, and get the jump to burst him through a Gossamer Cape and a Ghost Scepter. So it's just... It's a lot of elements.
It really is. It's just a very difficult game for Tidebound to play. Despite, you know, the numbers looking as close as they are and the TA in the top spot, just the ingredients of the lineup, it feels so much more tastier from Team Spirit.
Absolutely, and it's starting to really feel like it's the single core versus tri-core, right? Even this Underlord is dealing a lot of damage in the team fights with how much farm he's been able to get. He almost has Nullifier also.
Yeah, he's massive.
So it's TA trying to kill 3 bruisers on top of her. Ghost Scepter, Planet will survive. But these Nullifiers are going to start coming out very soon to deal with them.
And the fight's going to get even more slippery as well once Rue's got his Ags.
Yeah.
You throw another Escape Act into the mix.
And even also Maposhka's about... He's supporting Rich.
Shiro, now's the BKB TP, gets a little spooked up top.
You mentioned how rich Planet was, but long time... that's long of the days that he's been able to have that extra impact after that last fight. And there's the Nullifier done. Yeah, Spirit just with a really clever approach coming out here, as we've seen it all culminate together. You're seeing all the power of
You just can't kill them.
Can't kill them, and they just have 3 cores that are scaling really, really hard. And even though, we mentioned the 7K gold lead for Tidebound, a bit of that is always, you have to mention the inflation of it because of the Midas and the Doom. Spirit just very comfortable at all stages in this game. And now able to play and posture very aggressively with this Aegis and a full BKB on Radon. They've gotten like 2-3 big items on their cores after that last fight win. While for Tidebound, we do see the build, of course, deviated there from the side of Shiro, going for more damage.
They need it. And they are going to have a serious step up in damage because they'll pretty much have the full Daedalus on him, and they did just pick up the Ags on Jakiro. Yep. So a decent amount more damage output to have in the team fight, but is it going to be enough?
That is the question. They have the Ags on Nothing to Say too, so they do have the break. So both sides got a fair bit increase. Just Spirit just got quite a bit more, I would say.
BKB's coming out. They're trying for Lal. He's able to get the Wukongs off. We'll be able to bound this out away from the Macropire, but the damage coming in for Shiro. It's bringing him low. They'll finish him off. Lal's gone. Now can they get out?
Shiro, can you get out?
Radon and Collapse ready to chase him down. Buck will drop down the Doom, but that's going to mean that Radon's going to have free reign to just run across the fight.
Shiro!
He's sliding back towards the base. He'll survive, but nothing to say. And Buck, can they live? They're looking to try and get Ruru. With the escape pack, gets away. He'll survive, turns with him and Payamalats back onto Buck. Buck will fall.
They'll find Laurel again.
They get a kill.
But he was very alone for them to get that initial kill, and Shiro only just gets out. His BKB comes up literally at the absolute last second as the Golem hits him. But now no BKB for 65 seconds for the upcoming fight. They use their Doom. Can't get a big catch.
Yeah, still not as clean as Tidebound needed to be in it. Yeah, out of the cores, that is the one. That's the easiest core to kill.
And it is. It's massive that Shiro survives, though. If Shiro dies, the game might just... At least the Rax will die. It literally was split second. His BKB came up at the absolute second that the Golem connected on top of him.
Yeah, I mean, they might still die anyway. Push coming in with the banner and the Golem. The Golem's kind of chilling for now. There we go. Maposhka gets it back to work. Shiro has to be cautious. 35 seconds, no BKB. We'll be able to slide back with a Hurricane Pipe with the barracks. They're going down.
Anyway. Can't even keep them alive. The damage from these two is too high. Nothing to say.
BKB's up from Radon. Forward, they get the pit down on towards Shiro.
He's chasing.
Up towards the fountain, Radon. He's ready to get very aggressive here, forcing Tidebound back into the base.
Super aggressive. Does force the Soulbind out. They can still look to go for mid lane too. They have their ults at the ready. Wukong's is up. Golem in 60. No Doom for 30 seconds.
Aegis to tick out. So Radon, he's only got the 1 life now.
All right, can they jump Bach? He's stuck in the upheaval.
That's a lot of slows.
They will be able to keep these Racks alive. But losing a pretty commanding team fight and losing your Racks right afterwards, as another flurry of items are going to fly in for Spirit. I mean, the Underlord pick is absolutely working on, I gotta say.
It's looking very good from Collapse.
1-0 and 8. They didn't die at all in the game, and he is huge. Like, he really is so farmed at this point.
Yeah. Can treat himself what to... Going for the Gleipnir next.
Sure, he's got that Atos. Build the jump. Find Collapse.
See if they can kill him. Sarah's coming in with the damage.
Escape back.
And it's going to buy some time here for Collapse to walk it off. And in fact, Collapse is considering turning back in. They will find the squishier hero at the back here, but Poshka gets taken out.
Okay, jumps forward.
He's going to get caught in the pit.
They bring Radon with the portal.
I mean, they're still considering if they can go for more at Tidebound. Shiro jumps in. They really want Collapse dead. They get the stun upon him. Collapse, he'll finally fall.
Radon.
And they deal with the Bristle. Macropire down. Radon, he's going to push back in towards them. He'll try and bounce away. Escape pack coming in again to allow him to get out of this. Lyle's in with a Wukong command. Finishes off the second support.
My God, Ru is being such a nuisance. These Dooms just can't be effective. They get the kill onto Collapse. Can they escape?
And they've used a lot here, Tidebound, so have to be cautious on the retreat.
Thinking about re-going in, but this is dangerous versus these two supports with Radon. They'll back away. They finally do kill
they
the
do,
Underlord.
they do get one of the big ones.
But it's expensive. They have to use the Doom to try to get an extra kill afterwards, and now you're playing versus an Aghanims on Ru. So he's got the double saves potentially versus that Doom too. He's been on point.
Radon's going to have the Aghanims himself for the next fight. He's nearly level 25 on the Bristle. Surviving through this ult.
Oh, that's interesting that he went for it this late. Okay. I thought he was going to go more of just like the right-click route, but pivoting. 20 seconds. Collapse will be coming back up. And you see, it took them so long to kill him.
It did. I mean, this is the thing. It just takes so much for them to get that kind of one core kill.
It actually feels like Shiro has to use his entire BKB to kill one of the heroes, and then it's very dangerous for him, the positioning. He's level 25, Shiro. Does have those extra refraction instances. What other growth do they have? Nothing to say, getting closer towards the Shivas, but they already have one on Bach, of course, from earlier. Even going Boots of Bearing. And he's kept the Purge the entire game to just get away from the goo stack, so wants that extra little bit of movement speed to be able to reset in and out of fights also. Don't blame him.
I could look to set up for the next rush, potentially up in a few seconds. See how long it is. It's still going to be a 3 minutes on the timer this time round.
Feels like for Tidebound, they have to have a double Doom. The only condition for them to actually win a team fight feels like it has to be a double Doom on two of the cores. And that's really difficult to set up with the positioning, with how they've been kind of not standing together, the two cores on the side of Spirit.
Maybe get the refresher on the Grimstroke. Then you get the quadruple Doom. That's how they come back into this one. The quad Doom.
Well, they need the refresher on the Doom then also. But
yeah, they both got it, yeah. No, for sure. It's going to take a bit of gold before they have refresher on the two of them. Shiro's going to get gold up.
Let's get the BKB.
Collapse.
That's his whole BKB. It's gone. These pits. They're very annoying.
Bug's trying to step up.
The Golem. And Shiro no BKB for the fight.
Well, that was who pressed BKB? I heard it.
What? Oh, it was Primal.
I heard it. You don't get away with that one,
oh,
sir. I heard it.
Dude, that's two BKBs down for the siege.
Well, okay, Radon, he's ready to pop his BKB, of course, getting it on towards them. Bug had to get away. Jump forward in with the Boundless, but they had the pulverize, grabbing him in position. Doom gets dropped down upon him as well. They use the escape pack, trying to bail him out of this. He's ticking down low. Can they actually keep him alive? They can't. Lal will fall. But the fortifications had to be popped.
Very quick pulverize coming out from Nothing to Say. It was a beautiful stun from Laurel, but ends up delivering himself.
We're going to get back in on this. Nothing to say.
Break.
Charges forward. They have to break upon him. He's able to bounce outside of the base, though. Radon gets away from the attempts to Tidebound. They turn over to Poshka instead. Bounce forward with the Oak Seal Tome. Good pit hit for Collapse. Pretty much clips onto the four of them. Stops them from being able to chase down the Poshka. Nothing to say.
Oh,
he's grabbed an acorn. Or a pine cone, sorry.
It really annoyed him. A Collapse. We'll be able to disengage. Radon, a big pit.
Another pit onto the three of them.
Laurel's buying back. He's coming back to the fight.
I mean, Radon's still strong. They get the slows onto Bach. Bach can't get out of this one. Bach's going to go down. Lyle closes over towards Y. He'll turn. He'll get the Macropire off. Y. He'll actually somehow manage to survive. No, he won't. Fiendskate comes in. The pit clips on towards him. Collapse.
Oh, they're trapped.
Ready to shut off the escape. They can't get back to the safety of their base. There's nothing to say. It's blocked off. Killed off. He's gone. 90 seconds. No buyback.
The pit again.
The wheels out. They just can't run around. There's too many things on the ground stopping them from escaping.
These pits are enormous, of course, with the Gleipnir. Continue to catch everyone.
He brought back for this one final attempt to try and keep the game alive here for Tidebound, but the tier 4s are falling.
What an approach from Spirit this game.
Zero.
Can't do it.
Pots
on
the
his own.
BKB, but indeed the throne getting focused. Boundless in, pits down again onto the two of them. This one, it's over. As Team Spirit coming in hot here, last pick collapse with the Underlord. Looked fantastic, and pretty much just made this game kind of impossible for Tidebound to play, even though Tidebound, for the most part, a bit of the part, they were ahead.
In gold.
A lot of it, they weren't that far behind. Yeah, in gold and in levels. But they just couldn't really do much right. It was a difficult game for Shiro. He had all this farm in the world, but actually getting to kind of carry the game as this TA, it looked impossible.
He couldn't stick on targets. Like the 6-second BKB is not enough to kill these tanky bruisers. Laurel, a couple times, a little over-aggressive, got punished for it a few of those times, but at the end of the day, it ends up working because the rest of the team comes over. He soaked the Dooms on this Monkey King a couple times too, as Spirit. A very different kind of approach in the game, but can absolutely see why they wanted that Underlord.
Absolutely. Rounded up the way they wanted to play this very solidly and just left no option for Tidebound to try and turn this one around and get the victories. Team Spirit will take game 1.
Yeah, we were very curious at the start of this game how it was going to play out, and if we knew after the fact why the decisions were made the way that they were made. Fear, hindsight. What do we think? Underlord overall last pick obviously worked out. What do you think overall?
It worked, for sure. I mean, it didn't really stop the TA. We saw the TA was incredibly farmed in this game, but being able to just join these fights with the early gate against the Doom, against Primal mid, these very tanky heroes, allowed them to get that extra damage they needed in this game. So overall, yeah, I mean, it looked pretty good. Their idea wasn't really to shut down the TA, but maybe that's a fine idea to have because this hero is often first pick for a lot of reasons because it is so strong in the lane. Maybe just don't do that and just focus on the game itself.
Yeah, I kind of have a theory about the Underlord a little bit. I mean, I think one thing that is almost certainly true is that if we had Dota 2 Pro Tracker, we would probably see that Collapse is just playing it. I think anytime you see a new facet get picked up like this and like a new playstyle get picked up like this, it's because a player just like thinks that it's good. But to me, I see this as like somewhat of a Sand King replacement, where it's a hero that you can leave in the lane and he can just go jungle because he has cleave and he has Firestorm. So maybe it's something where they think like this is just the meta for the offlane right now is having these heroes that you can like entirely leave alone. Maybe this is an option versus the
3 pits on the ground, by the way.
The late game, the pits looked really good, actually. Those were pretty incredible with the Aghanim Scepter, and he was going to go for a Gleipnir as well. So I have a feeling Collapse just thinks that this is strong, and he wanted to try it in a competitive match.
And then on the flip side, we were curious about the Doom last pick from Tidebound that put the Primal Beast in the mid lane. Instead, even though at first we were thinking Primal Beast was going to be going to the off lane, so we thought they were going to pick a new mid laner. Obviously, it didn't work out. True. But I would love to hear some thoughts on that as well, Jenkins.
Yeah, Fear, what do you think about picking an offlaner that loses lane and then sending your mid to a losing lane? What is going on with them? How are they?
I don't think that's very good, Jenkins, but what do you think about it?
Well, I think they won their series yesterday, so clearly it worked out. But who won their first game today was Miposhka in a very Team Spirit type fashion, I might add, that they were losing the entire game. They had a gold deficit, and then they have one big clutch fight, and then all of a sudden they win the game. I feel like this is one of the few teams in Dota where I see a 10k gold deficit, I'm like, they're going to win. Like they're just in control of the game, even though they have a deficit. This is just how they function.
Well, they were. I feel like all the skirmishes that we saw were all on the dire side of the map.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of them. Yes. A lot of them in the triangle, I believe, as well. There were a lot of stacks contested.
Yes, there were. Fear, you want to take this one or me, buddy?
Take what?
You both wanted.
We both wanted to.
Both. I mean, I do want to.
Do you want to just talk over each other?
Yeah, let's interrupt each other. I mean, I definitely wanted to talk about some of the heroes, but you can take this.
Oh, I thought this was interesting.
No, I'll take this one. So I think in this particular fight, you do see like there was a bunch of stacks being stolen, but this didn't end up poorly for Tidebound. You can go now, Jenkins.
Yeah, I think it was actually good for Spirit. I mean, it just depended on how they were taking the fight because it's fighting over a core objective, which is the Ancient Stacks. I think Spirit in the first place being here is the right move, but some really nice plays on both sides.
Being really greedy there and going for that last dragon gets the Monkey King killed. which is not what you wanted to happen. So I wanted to kind of take a look here at Laurel versus Nothing to Say at 5 minutes into the game here. Mid lane was an absolute disaster, right? It did not go the way that he wanted it to go. And this is the matchup that is supposed to be very difficult. You can see this Monkey King is ahead in the net worth. You just have a bottle and boots in his name. But if you fast forward, all those fights happen. All of a sudden, these two heroes have the same exact net worth. So, like, you got to be very careful when you're, like, trying to go for these aggressive plays with the Monkey King, because it can get punished very hard. Unfortunately, the lineup for Nothing to Say here in the squad did fall flat in the end, but he neutralized this matchup that was really terrible by some just great rotation.
Yeah, that's a classic with the Primal Beast is lose mid, rotate somewhere at level 3 or level 4 and get a kill. I mean, that's since Thompson was playing the Primal Beast mid. I remember the Thompson rotation, he would literally go for a bounty rune and then gank a side lane or something like that. But same thing, the hero still functions the same. You just want to go for those rotations.
Yeah, and then there was one fight in particular that really hit the nail in the coffin here, Jenkins, at minute 30-ish.
Yeah, this was the one that really did it in for Team Tidebound. They were desperately trying to kill Yatoro, aka Yatoro, aka Radon, and they did get the Doom off on him, but of course they have the Ringmaster save, among other things, and he survives. This kites out Shiro's BKB, and so they are able to focus him. I mean, a lot of the time in a game like this, you would want to jump like the backline supports, but Spirit is such a good team at identifying when they can kill the crucial targets that would otherwise be very difficult to kill, just based on like abilities that have been used and items that have been used. So they get a super high value kill, and because of that, the rest of the fight is easy. Verdun even surviving like with a sliver of HP right at the end. This is classic Team Spirit.
Yeah, and they're chasing down Bakir too, who will also end up dying, completing the wipe. I think he ends up dying, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, we have to give a shout out to, I believe, Dota Master here, because he's a pub player.
Are you sure that's his
Dota Master, aka Jonathan, aka Dota Sama.
Yeah, because he's one of those pub players right now that he plays very few heroes, doesn't play any competitive, but that was his build, and Radon did it, so.
Yeah, these pub players, you got to look at these new builds coming from them. And speaking of new builds, I wanted to look at Collapse versus Laurel. Of course, they're on the same team, but Laurel was in a favorable matchup mid, and still Collapse was out farming him. And that's because of the Underlord facet, where he is getting the cleave. He went for an interesting item build. He went for the Aghanim Scepter, so he had those massive pits, but also the casual nullifier. I really like this. Maybe not so casual, but like a utility nullifier. I think we've theory crafted this one for a long time, where you don't need to necessarily get this on a carry, because all you're doing, I mean, you target it on somebody, right? So you can target it on whoever has the Ghost Scepters, the Glimmers, whoever your carry is focusing, and it does give you a little bit of armor for the offlane. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really cool idea. I think just for Underlord in general too, like you can't force out of the pit too either, right? Which is kind of cool. So I like the idea of like teams getting the item needed for the game, even if it's not on the role that typically would buy it. So very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like potentially that is the name of the game with this in terms of what we saw in the draft, right? They didn't necessarily pick for the lanes, both teams. They picked for the game overall. At the end of the day, though, it does go the way of Team Spirit. We're going to find out if Tidebound can force out a third game to this best-of-3 series after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
A second game between Team Spirit and Tidebound coming your way here for PGL Wallachia Season 4. It's Day 2, it's Series 2, and it's winners up against each other. Yesterday, Team Spirit was able to 2-0 their opponent. We had Tidebound 2-1ing theirs respectively, and we are going to see if Tidebound can force out a third game to this series, because Game 1 went the way of Team Spirit. And I do think, I mean, we are about to go back into the draft, and I do think when we look at the draft, that is an easy place for Tidebound to look for solutions going into game number 2, right? Why are you holding up your hand?
Why'd you hold up your hand and look at me? That's not a normal thing to do, Clinton.
So there's no objection.
Oh, did you?
Oh, that's like I don't object?
Oh, did you object?
Anyway, I'm going to answer your question now. I think right now, what I do want to see in this game is nothing to say, not getting sacked.
Yes. That's not going to happen, dude.
I mean, like, or if you are going to sack nothing to say, I want to see Bach carry the game.
Okay, so he has to not be sacked.
Do you know why he gets sacked?
I would like to see them both not sacked.
Do you know why he gets sacked in games?
Which player are you talking about?
Because they ask him what hero he wants and he has nothing to say.
Okay, if we had cricket sounds, this would be a perfect time to play them.
I think the silence was apt enough. Anyway, yeah, I agree. I think the sacking of nothing to say has not been necessary. I think the way that they are winning the games that they do win doesn't have anything to do with the pivots that they're doing in the draft. At least to me, it looks like it's unnecessary. And I mean, kudos to them for having such close games and then also winning a series while doing this. But it seems like they're playing with weights on right now to me.
Yeah. Who were they supposed to sack?
The Primal Beast and the offlane.
Okay.
I think they should have picked something for nothing to say. I mean, he's a really good player.
Yeah.
He's like one of the best mids in the world. Let him have a game, you know? I think one of the issues I have had with this squad in particular is the fact that Bach is wanting a hero last pick. I mean, I don't know what the inner dynamics of this team are, but from what it looks like from here, is nothing to say is playing the sacked hero mid. Then Bach is playing a hero last pick that is quite frankly underwhelming, right? It also feels like it's kind of counter-picking himself on this last pick, and it's not a great spot to be in.
I'm just going to say, as Fear, you have said that Bach is my best friend, and so I'm biased here.
You are.
It's not like him to demand a last pick or require this at all. Like, he was playing on Fart Studios, and he let me have last pick. I'm dog shit.
Isn't there a high chance that in that previous game we did have the overall last pick going the way of Spirit, and they ended up with the Underlord, so they kind of pivoted themselves. Maybe they picked the Doom with the assumption that the Monkey King was going to be safe lane. Would Doom have done well against the Monkey King?
That's still a bad lane.
No, that's not good.
Okay,
that's what I mean. It's like
it's for the game. They're doing something here where it just looks like this is happening. I think it's a coincidence, but I think the heroes that they're picking are not intentional where they're sacking to give Bach the last pick. It's just that they wanted the Doom for what they thought Spirit might have picked. Other than the Medusa, that was a bit of an oversight.
Yeah, I also think they are not really taking laning into account at all right now. It's like, this hero looks good. Oh, there's a Bristle. We'll take Primal, right? We have a break. Oh, they picked Monkey. If I doom him, he can't Jingo. That looks great. And like, oh no, our lanes are really hard. Maybe we should have factored that one in. I feel like they're just not caring at all about the laning stage, which to some degree, you have to have balance.
Other than their safe lane. They picked to win the safe lane.
I mean, they just picked TA blind, technically. Well, they saw Bristle.
TA Jakiro, and then they did the gyro. Like, I feel like
they blind picked the gyro too.
They did, but gyro's like naturally a safe lane winner, right?
So is TA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They picked to win their safe lane.
We have the same.
They're not picking
same
loser
sides,
for sure.
Same pick order for game number 2, and we have a Keeper of the Light, so Tidebound does change it up quite a bit. So does Spirit, though, because they banned out Keeper of the Light previous game. They've banned out the Terrorblade instead this time around.
I'm just saying the games that Tidebound has won, they 18 picked a Morphling, right? And the other game, they first pick a gyro. We already considered that not necessarily a fluke, but like kind of like a one-time occurrence. Maybe it's time to start giving Shiro a little bit of
I think
later
that's fair.
picks in the
I
draft.
think that's fair. Especially if they can get him one of his like Grandmaster heroes, like the Morphling. Every time he plays it, I think like, why the hell did they not pick this Morph for? Like, he looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, Morph just has like a couple really annoying bad matchups, so that's about it. You can't just first pick the hero.
Yeah, no, you definitely not on this patch.
Yeah.
So the Ringmaster is usually what we would see as a response, at least in ESL. That's when the Caudle got picked. We saw the Ringmaster get picked, and then it seemed like this was the better support to have. They go for the Tiny.
Well, he gets bigger. That was fun.
That was really fun.
Yeah, that was good.
Good stuff.
I like Tiny against Caudle. It's like a backline assassin, a hero with low cooldowns that can jump him. That's not really like showing too much in the draft. I mean, the other hero people pick is a PA against Caudle, but I don't know how much you want to just like throw in a first pick PA on this patch. Like Tiny reveals a lot less. You can run it as a support. Mid,
yeah, I mean, Tiny's very flexible. Like I think right now his preferred position is mid. Very strong in that role. A lot of skirmishing, can show up to fights. Crash landing was buffed. But if you find a better gotcha pick in the last pick, still a suitable carry. It's fine. And as you mentioned, support. It's a little weak on the support role, but it's still playable. It's no Ringmaster 4, let's put it that way.
And kind of the nice thing about picking the Tiny as well is that you don't have to ban it, because you know that a team who has Caudle is going to try to pick up a Tiny as well. So this means they can ban some other Caudle combos.
Yeah, they only get one ban, though, on the side of Spirit. And we already have the Ringmaster removed from the pool by Tidebound themselves. They also take out the Bounty Hunter.
Maybe they consider banning the Morph, because they did win with the 18-pick Morph. They are first pick this time around. I think Morph is much, much better versus Tiny than it used to be. Just because you changed the nukes, you can't do burst damage anymore, right? The way you used to be able to. So, like, killing a Morph as Tiny is incredibly difficult now. And becoming a Tiny as Morph is always nice. So, I mean, that's much later on in the draft, but I think if you are Spirit, you have to be thinking about that 18-pick Morph coming out.
You don't want to just leave, like, a free Morph game with your draft. You got to pick some heroes that are decent.
And Morph is also very good versus Jakiro, so...
Yep. So, in terms of Caudle combos...
Sand King.
Okay, they go for the Sand King. Yeah, it's a casual one, you know? It's not some, like, bristle where you're kind of all-inning the Caudle, or, like, a Storm. But double Burrow, double Stinger, like, these are excellent. And it's a hero that can farm stacks, and Caudle loves to stack.
Yeah, and Sand King's a hero that doesn't really want to win in lane anyway. And Caudle is in agreement with that as a position 4.
Yeah, especially because he can take the lane.
Yeah, essentially. So, like, you don't... This is a lane that you can pick very early, and you don't care what they pick to counter you. You can pick Monkey King for all you care. You're not going to lane there. It doesn't really matter. You're just going to farm all the neutrals on the map. And then Wind Ranger, this hero, we've seen it 5, we've seen it 4.
Yeah, I guess for Caudle, the same thing, right? Or do we...
Yeah, I mean, we don't know where these are going to go. I prefer 4 Caudle over the 5 Caudle, just because you kind of want to live in that triangle, like, back behind the tier... like near the tier 2 and stack those camps as well for your offlaner. Not sure what your play is, a position 5. I'd be a little tilted actually if I had to Caudle 5.
Yeah, I'd be tilted.
Like, what does he do? So yeah, maybe just a 4. So maybe a 5 Wind Ranger. I saw Shopify Rebellion play this as a 5 once. It looked, I mean, they lost to Spirit with it, so not sure what that means.
Yeah, maybe Tidebound's about to lose the Spirit with it. That's an omen right there. Cheever?
I waved back.
You waved at him?
Yeah, because the little creep waves us out. I like the Centaur pickup. It's stable.
Yeah, it is really stable, and also it's some disengage. You know, Caudle throws down his circle. Sand King has his circle. Even Windrunner with the shard, she has a circle that she puts down on the ground. Everything is just in an area, so if you can run away from it with Centaur, this is solid. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Bane, nothing beats Eastern European Banes.
No. Maposhka Bane.
I'm with you, but I want to do a special shout out to Solo Bane when he was, kicking it. Rest in peace, my boy. He's still alive.
What do you mean rest in peace?
He's still alive.
He's probably on a team too.
He's still around, yeah. I think
he's still in the scene.
He's chilling.
Yeah, I think Bane is a response to Wind Ranger for Maposhka. I mean, I did mention that for Shopify Rebellion, they picked Wind Ranger against his Bane, they picked Wind Ranger and he picked Bane against the Wind Ranger. And I think this is a pretty easy answer in the laning stage at least, which is why they might switch to 5. If you ever try to Windrunner away, you just get slept and walk into the Bane, and then your win run's down, and then you're just dead. It's always been a matchup that's very difficult to play against. And yeah, Aposhka does enjoy the hero, but I only see it come out versus Wind Ranger usually.
Did you know that you can cliff people with the Bane walking facet? This is very important information.
Cool.
That is cool.
Anyway, Tidebound looking for...
Still good morph game.
Yeah, potentially carry.
And Bane's good versus morph, but...
They have the double pick, so they want to pick their more important hero here.
Beastmaster goes first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they have Sand King Beast.
So that means they think that there are... Well, actually, we don't know if this is a carry or a mid or an offlane beast.
We don't know. This hero does go into any core position as long as you can farm the Aghanims in a timely manner. This hero isn't... Yeah, it's incredibly strong.
Yeah.
And I imagine it probably does decent in lane against a Centaur.
It does fine versus any hero in the game. You have like two play options.
It's magic damage.
It's either just spam axes or you have summons.
I guess one interesting thing here for Spirit is this looks like a Jakiro 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
Which would do quite well against a beast as a carry. So probably you want to run the beast mid.
Mm-hmm. Where do you want to run the Tiny? On the side of Team Spirit?
It's probably going to be Laurel, just playing it mid.
Yeah.
But you could play it carry too. It's also fine.
Yeah, they have absolute last pick on Spirit, so they can see the entire draft and then decide.
Yeah, it's really going to be down to what the carry is going to be for Tidebound. I mean, I don't mind Tiny carry versus Beast because you can go the insurmountable facet. Also pick a S and Y. And these stuns by, you know, Shackle Shot, Sand King Stun, Roar, they're not going to last very long in a hero like Tiny.
I really feel like you got to ban out the Morph here, right?
They banned Luna.
They do. And they're thinking quite hard on what to ban next.
If they do ban Morph, I don't mind Lifestealer as a pick again. It's kind of the Bane, obviously, with the BKB Piercing Disable is rough, but against Centaur and Tiny.
Definitely a nightmare for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Not good for him.
Bane of his existence.
You could say that. Yeah, you could say that.
They removed the Ursa.
Good old Ulfsar.
Is that Ursa's name?
That is, yeah.
Oh, I thought
trivia.
I thought Ursa was a woman.
I don't know. It might be.
Okay. I don't judge. You know?
What does Ulfsar allude to?
I thought that was
woman?
I thought that was a bear dude's name. You know.
I think that's a pretty unisex name.
Among the bears, that's a very.
That's embarrassing of you. Anyway,
What do you want, a reaction to all these puns, dude? What do you want from me?
Okay.
It's like 3 in a row.
The Morphling, obviously, is still in the pool. Are you really wanting to pick it when they can still counterpick your carry-to-carry matchup? Is there not something maybe safer? Dare I say the Gyrocopter is still in the pool?
You don't want to counter Morph with Gyrocopter. I'll tell you that much.
They ban out the Morphling themselves and pick up Storm.
All right, they're going to do carry Beast then. Okay. Puck is in the pool. I have not seen a game in a long time where Storm was picked with Puck in the pool. What about you, Jenkins? Have you?
No, but I haven't seen a lot of Storms either. I also feel like Tiny Mid is decent against Storm, right?
It is.
So you can pick a carry here too if you feel like if Radon thinks that he has a hero.
Ember.
Okay, they go for the Ember. That's another really hard counter. It's one of the best matchups in the game against Storm.
So Puck and normally we see
both banned.
Both banned and then Storm picks. So
yeah,
I mean it's interesting. I think you do have Storm Coddle though, which is very nice. You are going to be very fast tempo with the Beastmaster carry. This matchup is going to be much more early game centric for Tidebound, for sure. And I think if they get off to a good start, the map is going to feel very small for Team Spirit. But I feel like if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, this game can be very difficult to play. Because if you get behind on Beast, this hero does not play from behind whatsoever. Storm, if he gets behind, he loses Galvanized stacks. He's not really happy either. Yeah. And Sand King, you know, you buy 1 pipe and he doesn't do much damage at some point in the game. So Tidebound has to have like a strong lead in this game.
Do you think that Nothing to Say, Storm Spirit, you know, you had started the game before the draft team even began. You really wanted to see him, give him a normal hero, set him up for success. Is this it?
I mean, sure, it's much better this game. It's not like, it's a hard Storm game though. Like you're playing versus 5 stuns.
Yeah.
So actually, you didn't give him like the best. You didn't set him up for success here by any means.
At least there's no Bach pivot in this one though.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's playing a hero that can carry a game, but it is not an easy Storm game. That's for sure.
I think regardless though, this game is going to be fun. Like both teams have such early game heroes. Like you got a tiny carry. There's Ember who's going to be like constantly poking. Storm Coddle, they have infinite mana.
Yeah.
Beastmaster carry, like you want to end early with that hero. Both sides could snowball with the game super early on.
But do you have preference?
Not really, honestly. I mean, I'm a big believer in Beastmaster carry. Like I like this Tidebound draft better than the last one for sure. Seeing that it's Tidebound versus Spirit, I would say like if I didn't see the teams, I would say Tidebound, slight edge, but both are such like aggressive brawl heavy lineups.
Well, that sounds like we got an action-packed game on our hands. Let's head over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, CBS. Game 2 time here between Team Spirit and Tidebound. And yeah, a lot of action expected with these two lineups coming into play. What sort of stands out to you today here from what the team's doing, Fogged? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, well, the Ember pick, we're looking at probably another Mage Slayer carrier. I think that's what they're looking to finish up their lineup with. They maybe had some other... Miposh just stole the ward! Oh my god, he actually is able to just walk in and take it. Are you kidding me? They had the ward down beforehand. They saw him drop it.
Oh no!
I mean, I've never seen this in a pro game, Owen. In 12,
give it
14,
back.
15
Come on,
years.
give it back.
What the? I cannot believe that just happened.
How bad is that?
I cannot believe that just happened.
Is it pretty bad?
I think actually I've seen this happen once from a bounty hunter before, I want to say. But that does not happen, Owen.
What, a Bane just walking up
They start with 3 obs wards now.
Well, they just want to play this on hard mode here, Tidebound.
Bog?
Well, it's got to be careful.
Speaking of hard mode, there's a sentry.
Yeah, they'll drop it.
They've got the sleep. Can they save him? Laurel might actually be the one to go down.
Honestly, they kind of messed that up, Fogged. I don't know if you saw, they nightmared and chained at the same time.
I saw.
So, whoopsie-doo.
Oh, man, the power shot connects onto like 3 heroes, too. All right, well, I mean, that's okay to lose your ward if you're going to get...
Would you trade your ward for first blood?
Hell yeah.
I think you would.
Any day. As we see the highlight right here, we're going to see that.
Look at the smile. The sound as well. Those laughs.
They can't even breathe. I mean, I'm in the same state right now.
The laughs probably stopped after they gave up first blood.
Probably.
But, you know, those moments up until first blood and after they saw the ward, we're feeling pretty good.
And now the thing is, so we have to... Laurel now has chains in the mid lane, right? So
yeah, that's the whole chains and nightmare. It's become a bit of a nightmare.
It truly is, because now the lane becomes quite difficult. Well, not quite difficult, but a lot more difficult than it should have been.
You can't harass
Pretty
the
good
Storm,
lane
really.
for the Ember otherwise. Now it's
level 1.
Nothing to say. He's going to have a pretty good time in that. And oh my goodness. Okay, we got to reset ourselves. That was craziness. Okay, so the Ember Spirit, Mage Slayer carrier is what they want. Tidebound, they have a very good lineup that thrives off of Chakra. These are godly Chakra heroes. They have Beast, like everybody, right? So it can definitely make a lot happen with Planet playing this. But speaking of Planet, he's trying to drag Creep Wave, but he's playing versus Bane, which is the best hero in the game to stop that. He will be able to survive, but the wave is not dragged. All right, Laurel re-established after that second wave. Should still be able to have a pretty good matchup. But nothing to say, he's going to have a very good time now in the mid lane because of the kill. And
yeah, and compared to what he's usually used to playing in the mid, right? Where we've had him just have pretty devastating hero matchups. This one, as you say, you know, it's not amazing, but it's not terrible.
This was just, I call it, this one's like the skill matchup. You know, some people like playing the Storm, some people playing the Ember, so.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, both getting pretty low in the mid.
Yeah, big harassment coming in. Got the bottles, of course, the water. Planet will go down. This is going to be the hard lane. Even though Bach didn't die originally at the start, it tends to be the case with the Sand King when you're playing versus these strong 5 positions. And Bane, definitely one of the strongest. I believe that's probably why. Besides Miposhka just loving this hero, probably another reason why they wanted to have it. Really good at punishing those weaker offlaners at the early few levels. Nice deny there from Collapse. Gets the money. Shiro's kind of struggling. 10-1 up here, but 15-6 on Collapse. It's a very strong duel lane that they've got up here of spam and damage with Collapse and Jakiro.
Yeah, Lar's super low in the mid, and he's out of bottle charge. He just has the one Fairy Fire. He's going to have to get a Sal sent out.
Looks like they're going to call to Miposhka to help out the mid lane. Nothing to say. Does he get caught by this? Does not. Okay, and he's just going to go for, because he had the single point in the chain, so rather than going for any extra flame guard points, he's just going to multi-point chains then instead of it, so, okay. So still will have a very good impact to be able to make the rotations around with that. Yeah, I mean, Collapse is going to be full free farm. He had an excellent game last time when he was pretty much left alone to devices. This is a Centaur who's going to be quite formidable. Radon. A fair bit of damage. He's got the Lotus. Be okay.
Has to be careful still.
Should be alright. Top. Water Rune. Brew will be able to take down away. Nothing to say. Denies the bottom one, so Laurel won't be able to get a refill. He's still very low, but nothing to say is low HP as well.
They want to try and see if there's a chance to kill off Rue, but indeed.
Oh, they passed the Lotus over to Laurel. If they actually get that Lotus and they get the dual breath connect, they could get a chain set up and get him perhaps a kill there. Still both lingering, or both of the 4 and the 5 lingering around the mid lane just in case. I mean, the power shot potential, right? If they get a Vortex into a catch, he could snipe Laurel. Will reveal himself though and go back toward the lane.
Let's see if they can get aggressive onto Shiro.
And just some harass. Did they block these camps? So they blocked the stacks, at least from the Ancients from Miposhka when he was making that move over toward mid, but obviously not blocking the right side. So Bach, he's recovered his lane. He's at 21 CS, and now he has pretty massive stacks, actually. I think it's a quad stack and a triple. So we'll be able to get enabled nicely, and they're definitely not looking to contest that one this time around.
Yeah, it's going to put him in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they're pinging it out, so they know, but yeah, they can't make it there in time. So great stacks coming out from Planet. Sure, you're not slowing down the Tiny's farm, but at least you're getting yours on the flip side. Rue just continuing to play around mid, just looking to try to bully Nothing to Say before he hits 6. But Planet is also staying in the area.
They'll kill him top. A Collapse. Chased down there by the 2 of them.
Got left alone. All that chase out from the Boars and the Hawks. Extra damage from Y. Now looking towards shifting mid. Power Rune up in 10 seconds.
So they get the setup. Look at the chains.
Big damage.
It's too much for Nothing to Say to survive through.
He got caught. I think he got hit by the double impact there. It might have been Slight just doing way too much for him. Planet will take away the rune, but they get the kill that they've been waiting for a long time with Jakiro. And he does have his bounty rune to go back to. Oh, wait, actually he does not. Just kidding. So he'll have to go back. He'll be able to refill with the Remnant, though. As we see Bach finish off those stacks.
He's going to make pretty good time on the Blink this game.
It's not going to be phase boot Blink, as we see a lot of them do, but either way. Pretty good considering. He was playing versus a Bane in the lane. But yeah, Radon, complete free farm on this Tiny. Pretty big difference between him and the Beastmaster, too, even though the Beast got a kill. 700 ahead on this Tiny. And now Collapse has the Vanguard, so very unlikely to die again unless they bring 3 or so heroes onto him. Miposhka is looking for a steal. They got to bring 2 heroes over because he can sleepwalk them out of the shrine.
It's still risky, yeah, but the 2 of them here, Miposhka's not going to get away with this.
And they'll just kill him. Buy some time, but they'll be able to get that. They didn't get it. Guys, you didn't get the shrine yet.
Who wants it?
Guys, you didn't get it.
What?
Did they forget?
There's no way they forgot.
I think they think someone got it.
Well,
they'll get it. They'll get it back. They'll go back.
Someone will go back there eventually and be like, oh, you know what? Nobody got it. Bug's going to go again.
Bug's going to go, okay.
Here we go.
I think he's going to go jungle.
And
then he's going to tell them. Yeah, he's like, oh,
there we go.
There we go. They're like, all right, you can take it, fine. It'll go to the Coddle, so Wind Ranger will be a slightly less on the levels. Shiro.
Trying to dive in on him. Collapse.
Got Stampede.
So gonna close in, walks up, gets the hoof stomp. Bark's gonna be in with the turn up. TP's in, Burrow strike out on towards him. The Roar to follow things up. They've got him under the tower, but the Stampede's there. Collapse is able to get out.
Laurel's here.
Planet caught by the Ember Spirit.
Huge damage again. The double slide catching on the front onto Planet. Looking for more. Can't get Bach. Getting poked. Ooh!
Almost pretty low here.
That hits him. I think he dies. Laurel also still very low. The Pushka will be the one to get caught.
Hello.
There's a power shot still available. If he hits Laurel,
I don't think it's enough.
It's definitely enough if it hit.
Really?
Yeah, it's 270, Owen. And it's an execute.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. How much is the max damage? Yeah, I'll give you that.
It's a lot.
Yeah, you're right. He's definitely good.
Doesn't connect it though. Laurel goes back toward mid. A lot of damage done under this tower here, actually. Nothing to say. During that time when they were spending top, he was just beating on it. Almost brings it completely down. Actually huge. Laurel.
They're going to turn back towards him.
Got a remnant.
He's got a bit of mana to play with, nothing to say, but Maposhka here by his side. And
dead.
He's dead. All right, wasn't able to live.
That looked really weird.
Yeah, he... I thought he was going to be able to live.
I think attack was following him in the slide, and as it finishes, it hit him?
I mean, that definitely happened.
That had to be what it was, right?
So it must have been a proc of the passive coming in. Well, yeah. We'll get it on a replay, maybe.
That looked cool. Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, because I think otherwise, right, there was a nightmare save potential, right, from Maposhka. He could have potentially kept him alive. Same time, though. Top, 0.
Bach making the move with the blink.
Back over in the mid, Lal. Looking to get back into the action, get aggressive. We'll be able to chase down Wire with Rue.
Rue gets the kill. Laurel starting to get hurt on his net worth, though, from these moves. 2 deaths on him. CS not looking the best either now, 44.
Ah, here we go.
Okay, yeah, wait.
So was it just sort of the overload damage coming in at the end?
I guess it just, yeah.
Remnant thrown.
The attack, I think, followed him after the slide. Let me see. Oh, no, the Remnant.
Oh, yeah, he slid out.
Oh, yeah,
and
blind.
very stylishly threw back
blind.
one Remnant to catch him there.
I'm so blind.
Very nicely
I didn't
done.
see that. Nicely done from nothing to say. 800 ahead. He's got some stacks to go back to. He's got the chakra to fill him up too. Radon still very farmed though. Echo Saber is finished up. Same thing for Collapse, but Collapse has died twice now to give up some good gold to the Beastmaster too, who's got 2 components now finished up. And Lars Mage Slayer, it's gonna be quite a bit slower after these deaths that he's had to tank. It's a very good Mage Slayer game though versus the Beast, Storm, and Sand King. So when he gets it, it's gonna be very impactful, but it is delayed for the time being.
A Planet just going to bring himself over towards the mid.
Get the pull.
So if they can get the setup onto Lal, it's a lot of burst, but not enough.
Tower, though. Will he get the deny? They will. Planet gets poked.
A lot of focus around this mid lane.
It truly is.
Has still resulted in Spirit losing their tower.
Yeah, I think just wanting to really slow down his timing of that Mage Slayer because it really is such a, like I'm looking at it, all 5 heroes actually, it's really, really good versus them, right? Even the supports. Like, the 3 cores are a lot of magic damage coming in the early game until those later stages, so wanting to prevent and slow down Laurel's game.
Yeah, Bark with the blink now. He'll be ready to turn up and help if the fight goes down again around the mid.
They've got great ways of skirmishing and team fighting. That being said, so does Spirit, but now with Laurel being slowed down a bit, it could cause some effects where he feels a little worried to join the fights because of how much magical burst they have on Tidebound.
Here's the smoke.
Let's see what it connects.
Put big things here, Tidebound with the blink reveal.
Okay, Laurel again. Looks like that's the target they're going for. Dawn is here.
Here comes the Epi. The Burrow Strike, the Slider Fist was already out, so Laurel's able to run it away, and Bark's just dead! They just kill the Sand King immediately. Nightmare save comes in there from Maposhka to save Rue from being burst by the power shot.
Read like a book.
They were perfectly time for that. I mean, it just so happened to be right that Lyle mid-sleight of fist means that Burrow Strike initiation doesn't catch him.
Little force there. I mean, Bach wanting to punish, but yeah, Spirit 1 step ahead this time around.
Yeah, they were very ready for that Spirit.
Dawn even turning up. This farm is pretty ridiculous. 7,000 in 12 minutes. Is he gonna have? I feel like he's gonna have like Silver Edge plus the shard at the 15-minute mark almost. It's actually pretty absurd timing, and that can definitely pose some pretty crazy kill threat on these more fragile heroes like the Storm early on. Collapse, again being chased out. He's got the TP at the ready.
Should be hard to get out of this. Yeah, they got him.
They got him.
Can't get away from these. Done a few times this game, Collapse, but he's making space.
He's complete space. Radahn is literally untouched this game, as we've been saying, so. Laurel, of course, feeling that pressure, but some good moves from Tidebound in this early game here, as we wanted to see them do with this type of draft, too. It's like a very skirmish-heavy draft that they have picked up for themselves. I have some worries for Nothing to Say once Radahn is ready, though, because I'm just seeing him at 1,000 HP. This is a free kill for Radahn once he's got the Shadow Blade every time. Once he's got a little more, yeah. If he goes Strength Treads plus that belt, he'll be like 1440. So that'll be him in a little bit more of a comfortable position, but still risky. As Tiny's going to be scary. But so is Shiro, as I think that is the Aghanims pretty much done. So triple core timings, Tidebound will be able to get together. Wisdom Rune.
Oh, they've hit the scan. They know someone's in it.
I'm going to say, though, he's walking in.
They've got the grip.
Script
Meposhka having a setup here from the tree line. The shackle will come in. Not in time though to stop the avalanche afterwards. It was not long enough of a stun to stop Radahn from getting that follow-up after the grip came to an end.
They will find Meposhka on the back lines.
Radahn, he should be able to get out in the Tiny though.
Yep.
So they'll take that.
Nothing to Say did get the Shrine.
That's true.
I actually don't even know how, but he did. I guess they stepped out of it for a fragment of a second there, or didn't get into it at the start there. But yeah, gets burst. The Tiny, as we said, Radahn is going to be a big threat.
Rue.
Gets caught at the front.
And they'll drop the Roar, the Shackle, the everything. Make sure he doesn't get a chance to lay down a Macropire.
That was a very aggressive TP spot. Gets caught. Tower. He's getting pressured here.
I mean, Radah's still hanging around.
He's got the Shadow Blade finished. As we said, he's very, very scary. They've got the Sentry ready for him, though.
And can he set up some sort of play? He's going to have...
Collapse is here. They're looking. Bach is going in.
He's going to get the jump forward with the Epi on Radahn, but the Stampede's there. Collapse able to move forward, close the gap onto Bach. Bach falls, the Shackle catches onto Radahn, but there's no further damage to throw the way of the Tiny as Radahn's perfectly safe. Bach falls, and the rest of Tidebound have to retreat.
Radahn is still too scary. He can just walk up almost by himself at the start there. 2,400 HP. Can't quite just go for that epicenter there. And oh, they actually have salves for him. I think Meposhka's dug up like 3 of them, so he can actually stay down here. He's back up to HP. Great reactions, and now Mage Slayer's done for Laurel, so let's see that again. Did they not get inside in time? Yeah, they just didn't get it in time.
And they were very close to protecting Nothing to Say.
Burst.
I'll say that if that Shackle duration was a little longer, Radahn wouldn't have been able to find the follow-up, but as it was, he does. They move back, they get the Tormentor, shard secured from Meposhka.
Yeah, if the Shackle was longer, too bad you're playing versus Tiny, so.
Yeah. Only so much you can do when you're trying to lock this man down.
And Meposhka, he gets the shard and he has the max brain separated. So his farm, you're going to watch it go up a lot. I've seen this a lot from him. And the potential of surviving in team fights, too, it does a lot. You know, that extra healing that you can do.
They're going to get that Aegis onto Shiro.
Still get the trade-off. We saw this last game in particular, both teams being very hesitant on how they wanted to do the trade. This time they will be able to get it on the side of Tidebound. Arcane Rune for Nothing to Say.
Are you okay though? Like, because you still give the Aegis to your Beastmaster even though you have a Storm? Or would you have liked to see it on Nothing to Say a bit more?
I feel like the Beastmaster is more important.
Sure.
It's quite a bit more important in this game, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing to Say. Arcane Rune diving very far forward. Meposhka, he's found. Making him work for it a little. Gets a ward down. Was that seen?
I don't think it was.
I don't think they saw it, actually.
I think he'll get away with that.
Oh, sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Blink for Shiro in a second here. They're going to finish off the bottom tower. He'll have it. Then I would imagine they're going to look for these fights, but it still is not the easiest way to approach when they're playing versus that Mage Slayer. Has Collapse queued up his pipe yet? Yeah, he has. Okay. So it's kind of similar to that last game, just the pipe plus the Mage Slayer timing is going to be pretty huge for the side of Spirit if Tidebound can't set pace afterward, set pace before they get those. So it reduces so much of their damage. Very even game though in terms of that net worth the entire time here. Less than 1K. I think it jumped up to maybe 2K for a moment there, but not even as Tidebound again, looking for a play, another Arcane Rune. Nothing to say has it at the ready. The Blink Roar at the ready also, Laurel. Doesn't show himself. Swing back toward the mid. The Kobold trying to scout things out, doesn't see anything. And Poshka.
There's the roll.
It's on collapse.
They're going to see if they can try and burst through the Centaur. Dive forward with the Ice Pass there into the Hoostomp. They're caught underneath the Tier 2 tower. The Fiend's Grip fall up as well. He's dead. Nothing to say. He's gone.
What? Why would they? It's on the tankiest hero.
I mean, sometimes you misjudge how tanky the tankiest hero is. I guess.
That's such a risky move, Owen. Under the Tier 2, you don't see the rest of them. They have double Ice Path stuns. They have multi-stuns. That was...
They won't be doing that again.
Yeah, that's so big.
They won't be doing that again.
But now that breaks a lot. That stagnant point of the game now.
We're done.
Done. Find himself a solo grab. Easy peasy. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That was with their Aegis, too. So they blink, go for Roar, and that one
was there a point at this where it looked like it could go good?
No.
No.
Definitely not. You went on a 2500. I didn't see anything else either. That's my worry with it. They didn't see anything, and they go for that type of play, so...
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's even without, like, the Mage Slayer reduction going on. Like, if he even gets a slight before all that out, he would be even healthier. Like,
I tell you what, though. If Nothing to Say had the Aegis...
He wouldn't at least die, but he might die afterwards.
He might die. Yeah, I guess at least with this, they still have the Aegis for 2 more minutes to make a play with Shiro.
That's really rough, Owen.
Yeah. I'm talking about Shiro. I have found him.
I'm not going to commit. They,
they haven't got the rest of them around.
They're just poking him, trying to force some reaction. That's huge. So, Radon, now with the Shadow Blade, he's close to a BKB done after his Echo. He is walking through Vision, but he's got team backup.
Yeah, they should be able to get out of it. Tidebound won't be caught off this move.
Cannot make another mistake like that on Tidebound. It's difficult to go for the frontliners, though. You have to either add catch the supports or Laurel, because the other two front lines are so tanky. It's a 3,000 HP Tiny, and it's a 3,000 HP Centaur. So it's got to be pretty interesting how Tidebound looks to approach the fights. Is they're going to go in forward.
Here we go.
Chains.
And that's caught him. Into the Hoostomp. Into the Avalanche. Into the Ice Path. Is there anything here to save the storm? Nope. There isn't.
And Miposhka will get killed by the Roar. Shiro.
But the rest of Team Spirit, they could maybe look for more here. Shiro is going to try and fight back, but the Chains actually catches him there amongst the creep wave. They aren't stepping up, but they are being careful now that they've managed to kind of get into formation here. Tidebound. Radon. The toss back Bugs in with the epicenter. They're focusing Radon, trying to bring the Tiny down. They'll get him.
There we go.
Tiny to fall.
They find the catch. Even through the Mage Slayer being put onto them, they have the damage there. Rue.
Ooh.
Ooh, yep. Split second, will be able to get himself out. They'll defeat Radon. Can't get much more out of it there, though. At least they get some gold out of that fight. They do lose Nothing to Say again.
He's dying at the start of these plays, right? He's falling behind.
He's at 0 Galvanize. Actually 0.
Oh.
So not getting that type of snowball that he ideally wants to have in this game. And it's just, you know, Pano mentioned it. It was a last pick Storm, but it's into 5 stuns. Actually, we'll say 6 or 7.
I mean, yeah, we're seeing these stuns completely ruin him.
Yeah.
He needs that BKB yesterday.
Yeah, ASAP. They've done some, like, with like the Planet being able to get his positioning with his blast, he's done some decent work. It's just, yeah, still so difficult to bring down the multi-cores. But that was a good fight for them.
It was.
Reestablished that gold.
They killed the Tiny, the big target right now.
Yep. Kept Shiro up. Didn't waste the Aegis, at least in that front. He'll have BKB. It feels like overall they still want to be getting a little bit more on Tidebound out of these fights. It's Mage Slayer, Pipe, and now BKB is going to be done for the Tiny to reduce that heavy magic damage that they have on their draft.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Collapse actually, did he pivot? No, he didn't. Okay, he's got it coming out. I was going to say, what? It's such a good game for it. It'd be weird if he pivoted. As yeah, Pipe is now done. BKB for Shiro is done. Nothing to Say still a ways away. Same thing for Bach. He's going for the Aghanims first, so they won't have the liberty of being able to have some triple BKB timing fight. Well, Spirit said they do have BKB is going to be done for Radon, they have that Mage Slayer in that pipe, so those 5v5 engagements look quite strong if they can have the positioning for it. Bottom, Rue will get caught. It's a nice thing about Tidebound's draft with this Coddle, with this Storm. They can move around the map, get these pickoffs if they do see people separated. And they'll smoke off that with the kill, looking for a number advantage fight.
All right, Radon's going to be ready this time, has his BKB.
And Pushka standing in a position to break that move too. Radon walks in first.
Whoop. They're going to get the lead in with the burst drive, but they've gone for the roar onto Miposhka, so kind of split with the targets they go for. Miposhka's going to be able to turn and get the heal off. Stampede's getting him out of there, but the burst drive from Bark will catch him.
But Bark
he finds himself underneath the Who Stop on Collapse. Bark dies for that overextension to just finish up the Bane. Shiro has to BKB TP out of there. Planet is going to get chased down by Lal and Collapse.
Multiple jump different targets, and then they have to throw away their life on Bach to be able to get that kill on the Bane. Not worth it. Gets punished immediately from it, Spirit being there. I mean, great read again. I mean, Pushka, you could tell they knew that smoke was coming.
He was in position for that.
In position, same thing with Radon on the left side, so reading the moves from Tidebound, even though they got picked off on the Jakiro, were able to take that fight afterwards. And they're actually, I mean, speaking of reading the movements, look at Radon right now.
Oh, here we go.
The bottom, nothing to say.
Can he do on his own? It might just be enough.
It's close.
No, not quite.
Miposhka was starting to get closer, but wasn't able to do so. But threatens, nothing to say. He just got down there with full mana, and now they're going to smoke to look for another move as he's restoring that mana. Laura also found an amp damage. Has the S&Y finish too, so a lot harder to bring down that status resistance.
Yeah, Crimson up in a couple of 100 gold as well for Collapse.
They're setting the trap over here, perhaps for nothing to say. I mean, he might walk down here to look for the camp and might get caught right away.
No, is it?
Mid lane. They're poking.
He's heading out, nothing to say.
I'm watching nothing to say while also trying to look at the mid lane, but nothing to say might just get caught here. They are so ready for him. They are reading him like a book, Owen, but he gets the zip.
The Avalanche does still clip him, though.
They got him.
Means they get the setup for the Fiend's Grip. Tosses at the ready.
They know where he... It's like they have map hack. They knew exactly where
They knew where he was going to go.
That was a sick read. Probably, I mean, Miposhka or Radon, one of the two of them likely, is understanding exactly where he's going to go. Now tower push.
That's pretty much going to be the Silver Edge done for Radon.
They're literally not letting nothing to say play. They're just not letting him have fun at all. Still 0 Galvanize on. No, Shiro is very farmed. The other two cores are starting to get dwarfed.
And Bach and Shiro looking around the mid. Whoop. Oh, Bach. He's... run away. Run away.
Flee!
Well, I'm going to try and chase in with the Stampede. He will get to run away.
He's getting recalled, and he will...
Same time, though, Radon in the mid. Kills off Y.
Oh, he gets hit by the creep. It actually cancels the recall.
Well, they're going on Radon in the mid, but he has got BKB at the ready. They have the roar, though.
They've got the control.
And Bach's over to help out.
They got him. They found him split up.
That's a massive one to find, killing off Radon. Got a little too greedy there, tried to get him behind the tower, did manage to get a support pick-off, but of course, with everything going on elsewhere, with the chase down on towards the Sand King, there was no backup for him.
They can... Roche is up, right? They could probably threaten or get the Roche here with 60 seconds.
They might get another one. Miposhka is looking pretty dead.
Laurel. Mage Slayer reduction is there.
Yeah, maybe indeed with these auras coming in as well for Collapse. Can they keep Miposhka alive? They can.
And Bach now.
He's able to get out of this. Bach's in trouble as the chains will clip him.
The pipe.
Yeah,
the Mage Slayer.
The Bane looked dead for sure, but he's able to walk it off.
Glimmer, Brain Sap. It's a lot of extra HP that he gets pumped up in there. And now they can't actually go for that Roche because of this play, as Radon will have time to respawn. Laurel.
Oh.
Walking back forward. The ward is scouting. Both sides.
Well, Lar's in. He's got the dust at the ready as well. Make sure they get the slight change connection onto Y, but Y with the Gale Force will be able to push them back. Does Lar want to keep chasing? Same with the Sleight of Fist, but Y should be fine this time. Nothing to say watching from the side.
And Radon is back up to look to contest that Roche as well now. Even though they got the pick off the Tiny, couldn't quite get another thing because they try to go for Miposhka. He's just deceptive. It's not squishy. Collapse is going to start it. Radon's ready to go
I think they can.
well.
They don't mind if Tidebound come over and try and contest this. I mean, Epicenter is back up for Bach.
But they've got all these auras, and they have that vision placed now up on the north side to see the approach that can come in. Level 20 has been hit from Radon. We see that extra damage coming into play here. Stampede.
Just going to look to try and see if they can get a catch outside of the pit. They look for White. Chains are there. Into the hoof stomp, ice buff. It's going to be a very dead Wind Ranger.
Just having that extra vision that they've been placing. He does take out the Obs ward, but the wards do their damage. And they have great information with the other wards, too. They actually see Shiro on the Ancient side, so they know that they're getting this absolutely for free. And ward coverage from Spirit in this series has been top-notch. Aghanims, is that done for? Oh! He's got the roar top. Laurel, there's a sleep.
He's ready to try and break him out of the combo. He's able to get the slider fist down. The Revenant off Lars out of there. Park jumps in with the Burrow Strike. They'll catch Maposhka, but again, Maposhka, is he able to survive once more? In fact, he's pretty much at full HP.
The brain sap.
They're barely able to do anything to him.
Yeah, I think he hit all 4 of them with that brain sap there, so it gets healed an insane amount as he's doing so much work as a 5-position Bane.
They can't go on it. Rue might be a bit of an easier target. I'll say that. Okay, Park's got to go with the epicenter.
Is he an easier target?
He's not even going down half HP. They've got to kill something.
The Storm zips in.
Ice Park catches the 2 of them. Park's gone. Grips onto nothing to say. The BKB's not going to save him. He's dead.
He's zipped into an ice path and dies in the 1 stun. Gets his BKB off literally as he's dead.
I think they can't kill these supports, Fog. They're trying to kill Maposhka. They're trying to kill Rue.
I think we're seeing of what this game is going to quickly turn into now. They've kept it pretty even through the majority of this one, but now they're unable to even bring down the supports with all these auras.
I mean, this is the thing. There's been no progression from game 1. Game 1, they couldn't kill the cores. Game 2, they can't kill the supports.
Hey, this is just a masterclass approach here from Spirit, as we see. Just really understanding how to play versus these drafts, and really make nothing to say have no game. This game in particular is still 0 galvanized. He's getting nothing. Banner's down.
Here comes the push.
It's a tiny push too, so it's a fast one.
Who's going to dare initiate?
Shiro's BKB is up. But it's into this Aegis. I mean, Radon just going to finish off the racks. Back away. It's too tanky, Owen. And now they've got the Crimson on top. Well, they've had the Crimson on top too, but he's going to have an Aghanim soon afterwards, a Shiva's as well. The approach from Spirit, it's just preventing. It's a preventative game.
It's tough. I mean, I guess this is the thing as well with the 3 cores that Tidebound have, that none of them are really kind of heroes they can just like buy a Daedalus or
they're not that super.
Yeah, they can't buy some sort of crazy damage item that's going to make a big difference.
No, this is like the mid game draft, I would say, for Tidebound, where you want to be dominating the mid game, and that's not what's happening. You're losing to the mid and late game draft Spirit has with your all-in mid game draft. Because there's no traditional carry since they have the Beastmaster with the Sand King. And if the Storm was having a better game, then maybe he could be looked at as sometimes as a carry, but he has no game whatsoever. So, because we have seen Storms in the past in some situations be able to do it if they have good games, but this is not one of those. Up to 8K lead.
They're all very close to getting a grab here.
They are truly on the hunt. Radon as well, looking for a target. He sees nothing to say on the wave.
Stampede.
He is going for the Tormentor. 1v3, let's go. Radon's in. Big connection. Does he have backup?
He certainly does. It's on the way over. The support slowly walking towards him to help out, and Tidebound, no, they have to just bail away.
He was like, I'll just take the Tormentor then.
I don't know if he can do this.
He's got the Bane next to him, right?
Okay, he's falling pretty low.
There you go.
Yeah, still got a minute and a half left to burn with the Aegis.
He can just walk into 3 heroes, right? It's starting to really tell the tale of what does Tidebound do now to adapt and fix these errors that have happened in like the last, 5-10 minutes or so. This feels like the whole game plan for them has just been completely halted with how Spirit has approached this. And really, this Pipe Mage Slayer, right? It is so massive when you're playing versus a 5 magic damage lineup, essentially. Double Glimmers plus, Pipe Mage Slayer. Workhorse is ready. You can see Tidebound hesitant to even look for the pickoffs, which is what their lineup is pretty much about, right? Doing the recalls, trying to find these pickoffs when they have any opportunities. If people are split up, it's just not the case anymore. Every single one of the pickoffs has actually turned pretty disastrous for them in these last 10 minutes. Planet, I mean, it looks like they're trying to set up for it, right? Trying to set up for these recall plays.
Shiro.
Split, but Shiro, he's the one who's caught instead. And Planet actually.
Uh-oh, I don't know if he wants to be it. He's caught by the Nightmare.
They're trying to set up those plays, but it's just, yes, every time Spirit's just too ready. I want to say 1 step ahead, but it feels like 2 or 3 steps ahead in every single point of this game. Cliff gets popped. And the power shot from clearing it. Revenant's Brooch is done for the Sand King, but again, it's not enough damage. Versus all this sustain that they've been able to build up. 1 Rax to fall, second one as well. Continue.
How are they going to push them back?
Arbok.
I've got the shackle. Want to collapse there to put the fortification to try and protect this final set.
The 2 tanky bruisers in the front line. 4,000 HP on the 2 of them. Final Rax. They'll back away. Shiro as he's responding. Looking to make no mistakes on the side of Spirit. They could probably still continue there, but just in case, being as careful as possible.
Yeah, they could get their next set of items finished up. I think we've nearly got full BKB on Lal if he wants to buy that.
I think it's screw those. Screw the cores. Both the supports almost have Aghanims.
Oh, sure, the Aghanims timings. Yeah, just let them get those online.
They're actually both at the exact same gold pretty much, so they're both going to have it at that exact same moment. And they're very strong ones, of course. How dare you look at the core players? Always look at the supports. Daedal's done. Crazy game from Radon in particular. But it's all pretty much going back to that moment, you know. It wasn't like a big gold lead by any means for Tidebound almost ever in this game, but it all goes back to that mid, right? When they make that tier 2 jump on the Centaur. Ever since then, it's been complete clear sailing from Spirit. It's been a pretty clean game from them again anyway, but at that point it was like, yeah, there's been nothing afterwards for Tidebound really.
There we go, ready to approach the base. Tidebound, have they got one last hold in them? There we go. Trying for Radon. But Radon, he's barely taking any damage at all. He's just casually walking on off. They do get the shackle shot in. Now they're bringing him low. Nightmare comes in to break him out of the combo. The stun comes in. They'll try and take him out. Of course, it's going to keep him alive.
He saves him.
Radon survived. What's going on?
Did he just toss the Centaur while he's inside the workhorse?
They both got tossed forward together. It was beautiful. Radon, he does still die, but they're having to come in with the buybacks here from amazing. Shiro to try and hold. Nothing to say. Very low on the mana. The Nightmare controlling him. Collapse steps up with the hoof stomp. Into the ice path, into the searing chains, nothing to say, goes down, no buyback for him, triple kill for Lal. Shiro is cleaning up a couple of them.
He's alone now though, Laurel, he's the one who's doing the work. He's got the nullifier, the workhorse pulls him in.
There we go again, Collapse, ready to run them down. Ultra kill for Lal as he does it from the back of the cart. As indeed this game, this series, it's over. Team Spirit will take the series here today, 2-0 against Tidebound. And they look pretty good doing it here, Spirit.
Yeah, it really did feel like, even though gold at both of these games at some points was fairly even, it seems like Spirit were just very confident about the later games every single time. Just super good approaches. That was one of the cooler interactions I think I've seen. Tossing the Centaur while you're inside the cart so you can keep hitting. That was pretty swagular, as they'll take this one away in a very convincing fashion after that first 20.
Yeah, tough one here for Tidebound, but yeah, Spirit looking fantastic today. The series is theirs, 2-0 Team Spirit.
Swagular. I feel like I should use that word more often. It definitely did look very cool, the Centaur cart with passenger hidden. And Team Spirit, though they do it in a swagular style, taking out Tidebound here with a 2-0. Here to break it down, we were predicting a very action-packed game, Jenkins. I feel like we got that delivered to us.
We did. There was a lot of fighting back and forth. Both sides were kind of doing all right, but the whole time we had Yatoro silently farming away, top net worth. Everything was on his shoulders. He needed to carry, and he did. I mean, there was a couple of mistakes here or there. Like at the end, he did dive the fountain, but it's at a point where it doesn't really matter so much.
I mean, he was driven into the fountain, to be fair.
You know, Yatoro dived the fountain. It was kind of his fault. We're not going to go ahead and name any names here, blame any blames. But, yeah, I mean, another game won in kind of typical Team Spirit fashion, where they have a goal deficit for the game is just not looking like they're like devastating by any means, but then like one fight happens, everything switches, and then they have a 19k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, this reminded me a lot of like the PARIVISION series earlier, where you have this lineup where it's all in essentially on the first like 20-25 minutes. You don't have a carry on the side of Tidebound, not really. I mean, Beast carry technically is a carry, but it's not going to scale versus this tiny with insurmountable S and Y. This roar is going to last 1 second on him. And at some point, what other hero is going to kill him? The Storm? Not really. Sand King, same story. Their damage from the supports doesn't exist. Wind Ranger doesn't do damage. Neither does the Coddle. I mean, they did some really cool plays. I think Bach in this game, with that early Blink Dagger, made lots of space this game. He did sacrifice. He was very swagular this game. And here's the fountain diving, where he was literally carted into the fountain.
He tried to get out, too. He just ran.
I mean... not to blame names or, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah,
that was Radon's fault for sure. Yeah, this game as a whole, like, it was always going to end this way if you didn't have, like, an insurmountable, no puns intended, lead on Tidebound, but they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I respect that they went for it, and they were doing pretty solid in the early game. Honestly, speaking of the early game, I think Miposhka did a lot of work in this game. I know Rue is 5-3-11. I think
he stole a ward. That was cool.
Oh, the ward stealing. That was
funny.
funny.
We're going to see that again.
That's a win. Yeah. That's a win. Even if you lose the game, that's a win in my book.
Yeah.
But of course, we got to highlight the boy, Laurel. He was there for pretty much every fight. He was staying alive, sliding, fisting, you know, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, he stayed alive most of the time, except for the 2 times he didn't.
I will say, I mean, he gets overall last pick of the draft. He knows he's going to lane up against a Storm. He's expected to do well.
Another, by the way, nullifier on a utility sort of hero. Like, he has a Shivas. He's not dealing damage with the nullifier, right? Like, he's not right-clicking anything. This is purely so Yatoro can hit people, which is nice.
Let's see that ward steal again, though, because that was really cool. As we heard from the commentators, this never happened before in a game of Dota 2.
What happened here, Jenkins? Can you break this down?
Yeah, I can break this down. So Nothing to Say is doing the old trick where you walk mid and you hide your ward, so it looks like you've warded. But Miposhka had already warded there, so he saw that the ward was there and was in position to walk around and steal it. I don't even know if he took a tower shot for doing that.
I don't think he did.
Holy shit! The smile on his face. He was like, I don't care if we win or lose. This is a win.
I will say that did lead, we don't have a clip of this, but it did lead into the first blood for Tidebound after Spirit messed up a little bit with their combo with the chain on a nightmare target where, you know, Tidebound gets first blood. So effectively, maybe the disarray, the ward steal cost. Oh, we do have it. No, we don't. This is
something else.
This is when Laurel dies. Something.
Yeah, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was an interesting one. The Remnant, as he's sliding and then he comes back into the Remnant and he dies. It's like one of those interesting miscalculations where he's probably off. I bet if you went to the combat log, he's off by like 5 HP or something, where he thought that he would survive that. He's being greedy, right? Because he had the Remnant and he wanted to like TP back to base or something and then Remnant away. But he could have Remnanted during the slide, just a little bit of a miscalculation. Sometimes these things can lead to a massive gold lead in a game of Dota, which this one didn't, but it can.
Yeah. Or perhaps it was an outplay.
You could say it like that, sure, but he did have a Remnant up, so it's not like there weren't play options. Like, he could have just pressed Remnant while sliding.
Touche.
We have Fear being mean a little bit here again.
I'm being mean?
Yeah, because you wanted to highlight Nothing to Say.
This is really shocking stuff, Cheever. Fear, go ahead.
You wanted to highlight Nothing to Say and how he's doing.
So I wanted to highlight how this is a bad Storm game, essentially, or a hard Storm game. Not necessarily heated anything, because what can you possibly do in this situation? You're level 5, 1 creep away from 6. You're trying to get a Wisdom Room, you get gripped. This is what we're talking about during the draft. Like, sure, you pick Storm or Coddle, that's great, but you are playing against heroes that have multiple sources of stuns or roots in general, and this just kind of happened throughout the story of the game. He did, unfortunately, zip into an ice path there, into a hoof stomp and die, but like, Storm is not a hero that can carry these games, I feel, if you are playing versus multiple instances of stuns. Like, Jakiro, he's got like the double stun with the ice path. Bane, he has Nightmare, he's got stun. Chains are a very low cooldown. You got Tossed, you got Avalanche. It was a very hard game for nothing to say to play, and it felt like, yet again, with this Tidebound roster, they're just in situations where it's very difficult.
It is a situation where it's very difficult, as we are looking at an epicenter here as well, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, if you blink, you missed it. There's definitely an epicenter there, but it's kind of like the story of the game as a whole. Like, this Sand King and Storm just got so far behind. It just relied so much on Shiro yet again to do a lot in the game. And the way they drafted it's not like a Morphling. It's not a Terrorblade. He's not playing heroes that can just solo carry the game when both of his cores are kind of like falling off in net worth.
I will say, in that clip that we just watched, the thing that Spirit did is something that's very typical for them, where they just like dangle a hero in front of you, and it's like Maposhka on Bane or something. He has an Essence Ring cloak, and they're just like, if he dies, whatever. A lot of the times in that game, he actually didn't die. So they would bait, and then like all 5 of them would be there. And that's why that looked so horrible, because they were all in position to just insta-kill Bach when he blinked in.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is Team Spirit that take a pretty clean 2-0 here over Tidebound. So it will be Team Spirit that move forward to all the other teams that are going to be 2-2 by the end of the day. And that means tomorrow they'll play for advancement into the playoffs. And Tidebound is going to the pool of teams that will be 1-1 after today. We have another series to play. Actually, we have another 2 series to play here on this very stream. It will be Richard Lewis taking you through the second half of the day. And first up is Tundra versus Aurora.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A new powerhouse is forming in the CIS region. It's a very tough region already, but I'm very excited to find out how they do. Nightfall is joining me from Team Aurora. I mean, firstly, how's it going and how's the new team?
Hello. I mean, everything is fine. Nice to be here and play some LANs. Excited to play some Dots.
Absolutely, always good to watch you play as well. I mean, how did this team sort of come about then? You know, how long has this been in the works for, and what brought it together?
It's basically after like New Year, like none of us like had a team, so I looked at players and I was thinking at the start that I don't really see how to like build good team, and I was like, I kind of like didn't want to do it, but then like after like BetBoom Dacha and during BetBoom Dacha, I realized like I could group like create team with like this group of people, and I realized if I could get like each of these players like exact like these ones, like it could be a decent team. And like if for example like one would like reject, probably like I wouldn't be here as well, because like I kind of believe in like only like these players on like each role. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you kind of got like the people you want then to play with.
Yeah.
Cool. And how's it been so far? Do you feel like you've had success so far in terms of learning and developing?
I mean, we got like top 6 on our first LAN like here at like PGL like I'd say like month and a half ago. But
season 3.
It's kind of like new team and it's a learning process. Like you can really like just group a team and like win momentarily. You need to kind of build a knowledge, build a base like of how you want to play, like build a structure, and all of these things it kind of takes time. So we're like in the process, and we're like getting better, I guess, from like every month for sure.
Yeah, that rate of improvement's certainly looking strong. And of course, in terms of yourself though, do you prefer like do you like switching teams every now and again, you know, keeping it fresh, or would you rather just be with like the same group for years?
I mean, do you say like for like a year or like 2 years?
I mean,
like what's the question?
Well, whatever your preference is, you know, what do you like?
I mean, I'd say in ideal world, I wouldn't really love to switch teams like often. I would prefer like play with same like group of people for like 1 year to like at least like, you know, get to know each other, like everyone understands how like each person wanna play the game and like etc.
Yeah.
So it's
gotcha.
So yeah, it's like from 1 year to like 2 years. I think it's with like same group of people. It's like kind of the best, I think.
All right, excellent. Cool. And finally, you know, what are you hoping to get from this tournament? You know, do you want to learn a lot, or are you hoping to try to like, you know, get one of the top finishers?
I mean, I think we have already like experienced enough players and like good players on their own, like individual skill wise. So I guess the goal is like always to like win and like but I'm gonna see like how far we can get. It's like depends on us and others. We'll see.
All right, Nightfall, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and good luck with the event.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, welcome back. We have got Tundra Esports taking on Aurora. We're going to be talking about that on the desk, as is our job. I am your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me in the studio to talk about said game, we, of course, have T-Governor. Right? They say, you know, hello. He is the Omega of analysis, the final form that all analysts reach when they become geniuses. And joining him, you can't have an Omega without an Alpha, and that's why we got Lizard here as well. How are you doing, guys?
That's doing great, man.
You like these intros, don't you?
I love them.
No, I was just waiting. It's just awkward because I naturally don't do well with compliments or anything. So like, he's hyping me up, and I can't be like, yeah, that's me. I'm just like,
don't worry, brother. I'm the same.
It's good. I like making the desks awkward. That's why they hire me. So look, let's set it up. We'll start by talking about Aurora. We saw Nightfall there in the interview with Jared. Great job there. One of the most intriguing characters that we have, a very unique play style, got his idiosyncrasies that we love to talk about. But obviously, Aurora, I think they're just a great team to watch. I really enjoy watching them. You never quite know what you're going to get.
Yeah, definitely. Like they have a star-studded lineup, right? Like we already discussed Nightfall. He's been through his changes, through nickname changes, through positional changes as well in the game. And he is surrounded by some, well, I should say bit of newcomers when it comes to one of the supports, right? But the other one, definitely not, right? There's on the offlane, on the other support, like you have this killer duo that has won TI together, that one of them actually has won a season in Wallachia as well, so we're turning champ too.
Yeah, it just feels for me that like when they formed, they instantly got, if I remember correctly, was it top 5th, 6th at Wallachia season 3, right? The last one?
Yes, that's right, yes.
But the tournaments after he didn't do so well. So I feel like in the first tournament, we're like, oh my God, wow. Like, even though they're a new stack, their individual caliber, their skill, it really is enabling them to make deep runs. You know, Eastern European Dota is the strongest it feels like it's ever been, at least in the last maybe 4 to 5 years. But for Aurora, they had one good tournament, and since then, they're kind of chasing that same form. And maybe the kind of the honeymoon of the newly formed team is kind of rubbing off a little bit and fading. And now they're kind of having to kind of, I guess, reinvent themselves a bit, because I'm not too impressed.
Yeah.
Like, they're a top 8 team, it feels like, on a good day, but I'm not seeing them being like a grand finals team.
At the moment, they feel like Eastern European team with somewhat of an identity, but identity that doesn't skew too far away from just the meta, right? Like, they have their own heroes that they really like to pick, and if they do get them, they look like a tier S team. If they don't get them, they still don't have that variety within them. And speaking of one of those heroes that they truly enjoy playing, it's the PA. This is, funnily enough, their second most contested hero, but also a hero that gets banned almost always against them if they have the first phase. The last time these two teams matched against each other, it was banned out against them in the first phase. Like, all 3 games, you have to take it away from Nightfall. He's got an incredible record. I believe, like, in the last 3 months, 70% win rate on the PA. The second hero is most likely a support. Could you guess which one? It's also played on mid.
No, go on, what?
No, please.
It's Tinker, of course.
Oh, of course,
like,
yeah.
So PA is only behind Tinker, and Tinker is banned by every team almost every game.
I mean, look, I'll just say this. I think the PA is perfect for Nightfall's needs because it can naturally get in and out of fights. We all know he likes to get out of them if he's not feeling the right way about them. Having natural abilities that complement that style, it's no wonder he's doing so well. But the other thing we can talk about, T-Governor, is, of course, over on the other side of Tundra, one of the best teams of the year. They also have standout players, and one of those we're going to talk about now.
Yeah, of course, the Darkseid for 33. I think when we look at the last 3 games he's played, sure, he has 2 losses against PARIVISION, but then he was able to beat Heroic. But I just think the depth of itemization available on this hero is a reason why it is somewhat hotly contested, right? In one game, he's going for Helm of Overlord and Shivas. Then you have like Ghost Scepters and Blink BKBs, and then the first game there, just a couple auras, right? So I think just the fact that you have an offlane hero that, depending on the game, you can buy anything. You can play most matchups. Sure, Ursa can counter you. There's a couple heroes that you don't want to play into, but not many counters in lane and free atomization.
I really love the picture that they took next to him. Big brain next to the Darkseer. That's also big brained. But this man in general, like I have a couple of heroes on offlane that I spam like, around 500 games or somewhat. And when you play that many games, you kind of know ins and outs, like even the small items. Like when would you start with a circlet, let's say, in the lane? And whenever I see him playing the same heroes, he does the same thing. And other different heroes, even the starting item build, like how he enters the lane, it's always different. He always adapts. Is it a Bracer? Is it a Raid Band? Is it an old Tally on some hero like a Visage, right? Like he has an abundance of knowledge when it comes to Dota.
And now we're going to see how it pans out. What are the chances of seeing a Darkseer in this game?
I mean, it's not getting banned out against them, right? So for Tundra, it often is available. It's just more a kind of later on in the draft type pick, but with Beast getting banned, Doom getting banned, all these heroes getting respected, then...
Is the PA getting respected? That's
They're holding, they're thinking.
They don't have first pick, right, on Aurora?
No, it's Tundra first
they're
pick.
The second pick, so because of that, maybe the PA... it's the Tinker instead. Speaking of Ringmaster, by the way, Aurora have been picking it as well recently. They're big Ringmaster enjoyers now too. Everyone is, I suppose.
I was saying this. I was talking to Jenkins earlier, and kind of saying he seems like he's fulfilling the role that the old Shadow Demon patch had, where he's like just got so much kit to use that he's gonna become the most popular support.
He's also just doing it better. Like having a hero that saves but also does damage is quite a unique ability, and Ringmaster does the damage, has the control and the save and the vision with his shard, right? Like he really does.
And his laning is all right as well.
All right?
I mean,
it's mental.
His laning is definitely up there, right? So you get that. You have escape art, but it's not only escape art that you're not really playing only around the box, right? Like you have your little goodie bag as well to throw around as well.
Tonic, yeah.
So
I think players have learned how to hit those big wheels now as well, which makes a difference.
Help a lot, yeah.
By the way, surprisingly, Prophet did go through. Like we have seen it today already, and it has lost. but it was a very greedy Prophet setup where he was playing mid, and you had, what did they have? I think like a TB on safe lane or something like that. So basically 2 cores that couldn't really play the map. But there's a reason why Prophet is banned out first phase almost every single game. This hero is sometimes people forget, you know, because it gets banned out every game, every series. But
I think in the last like 3 days of Raleigh, I think he was pretty much 100% banned.
Yep.
I mean, even in the series against Heroic, they're banning out when they're not first pick. Sometimes Tundra might not ban out the hero just to kind of bait their opponent into picking it, and then they can you know, construct this like super anti-Prophet game. But yeah, the key thing here is Nature's Prophet just feels like you're on a bit of a timer, because if the game gets difficult, the Prophet will skip multiple waves. You'll eventually get level 25. You'll force your enemy to think about, how do I kill the tree? It really is just it can play every stage of the game, right?
Yeah, basically.
And the farming.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, farm is very good.
He never stops farming. He joins every fight. The map is huge, so he's everywhere on it. Like, it's...
You just need a clear game plan when you go against Nature's Prophet. If you doubt yourself, if you're overreacting to the bad moves, then Nature's Prophet will be able to exploit it.
The way I saw teams, some teams at least, deal with him when it comes just to the hero picks, I really like this combo of Bounty Hunter being played on... I'm not sure, this Ringmaster is most likely hero 4. We'll see. But something like a bounty that gives vision on top of the Prophet that can hunt him through the trees, comboed with a Storm Spirit or an Ember Spirit or some spirit from the mid lane that gets on top of him easily. I feel like that's one of those things that this hero has always struggled with.
That's why Tuscan Prophet is one of the best combinations. Right? When you eventually do catch on to the Prophet, there's a snowball save. And in the lane, tag team on the Tusk with the Nature's Prophet, you can play pretty much, I think, most lanes, right? You don't really care what you play into. You're going to have that ability to either keep the Prophet alive or kill that off lane in position 4.
Oh yeah, the laning stage itself is looking ridiculously strong from Aurora right now. If these two are the lane, and by the way, I believe we are seeing our position 4 Slark. Like, when it comes to this tournament, I haven't really witnessed it yet, but the idea is not really that big brained. You're playing a hero that cannot be killed. Like, you jump in, you have your ulti, you naturally go for drums Yules, you save yourself, plus you have the shard to save not only your hero, but the other ones around you, and you can initiate, right? Like, because of that extra vision that you get during the night, you just find targets, you use them, and you chill.
I mean, I think the main point is the vision. Sure, he doesn't die, but I'm a poor old support. I'm doing my hard job here. I'm putting sentries down. I'm warding. I'm having to play like battleships. You know, I got to miss. I got to hit. I feel good. This motherfucker walks around. Ooh, look at me. I see all the walls by myself. I hate it so much. I understand, again, one here in the game can do it. He sees if Ward sees him. He knows, but it is so toxic to play against.
It's very toxic, yeah.
You can never place an aggressive ward and play on it. You have to play with your vision in the moment. Like, you need to occupy an area and hold the ward, which is kind of uncharacteristic, because in Dota you want to move to an area, fight, place like a deep ward, disengage, push out waves, and smoke back to it. You just can't do that natural play when Slark's in the game.
Luckily for Aurora, at least they have this global presence with the Prophet, right? Like, the Slark, he can make this natural moves across the map difficult, but with the Prophet, you don't have a natural moving hero.
Sure, but also to Robson's point as well, I mean, you use the Nature's Prophet to scout out things, get deep wards. You got a Slark, knows where everything is, right? So
I mean, that's where Aurora needs to be decisive with their playstyle, and I think that's exactly what they're doing with their heroes. Because for Tundra, they're not really the highest damage lineup, right? Their lanes can be annoying, but after that, they're not exploding into the map, contesting objectives, trying to take towers. They're just farming. So for Aurora, you can see through that and just go to an objective. With Brewmaster split, tag team on Tusk, you get kills. Prophet will take the tower, Hoodwink set up. Like, they will happily 4 or 5 man an objective in the first 8 minutes, using twin gates, even teleport, to take those fights. And yeah, I think Aurora's respecting the vision game of Tundra by going, you know what, we just won't let you get online because we're gonna keep those fights going, keep that pressure, and try and break you before you.
And speaking of this hero that they just picked,
you called it yesterday, right?
Yeah, I called for it because I truly believe this hero is... Sometimes you just play a hero and you're like, okay, on paper it was nerfed a couple of patches ago, but right now it feels really damn strong. The playstyle is a bit different. I don't think you necessarily need to go for Maelstrom. I think you're just literally going to increase your control and magical damage, and that's it. Like, down the line with the facet, you can literally cast your bushwhack from one side of the screen to the other, or maybe even further away, so you don't even see the. You know, when you usually go over the spell for the circle,
yeah,
like for the range of the circle, like it goes over your. When the Scary is on, it goes over your screen. It's kind of crazy, and you get a break into this bristle that just got picked.
Yeah, which is kind of an interesting pick in that regard. Do you have any thoughts?
Putting a front line,
yeah,
right?
just a front line.
I mentioned that Aurora is going to be really excited to try and take that early fight. If Bristleback, depending on the build, be it Vanguard, be it the kind of SMY, whatever, if you can just stand in the front of those engagements, soak up a key spell, Slark can then get the backline, Ringmaster can get his entry, TA will know where she's blinking. So all Bristleback here is an information provider, tanky enough to weather the storm and unlock that kind of big fight for Tundra.
And speaking of weathering the storm, I'd like a storm for Tundra. I feel like BZM storm here.
Or any stun, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do need a. You're right.
They've got a pounce and a whip and a wheel. If you look at it,
they ban out a Medusa.
I kind of feel the wheel needs a setup though.
Are they?
So,
wait. Are they expecting a Slark core with the Medusa ban?
Could be. I mean, Chrysalis is a Slark player. He does like to dabble with it. But Tundra don't have ultimate last pick, so they will have to reveal where the Slark is going. But, yeah.
Okay, they're definitely expecting what we are not, and that's the Slark to not be a 4, but to be a core instead. With their bans, at least, they banned out 2 offlaners.
In theory, it's quite an annoying lane, right? Ringmaster Slark running down a Brewmaster. As long as you don't get hit by the Bushwhack, you can just, put some good pressure there.
I don't know. In my mind, getting some Spirit on the mid lane for Tundra would look nicer. It would round up their draft. Right now, this draft to me looks a little bit wonky when it comes to playmaking.
Wait, what?
They
No, hold on. What are we talking about? Slark obviously going to be support here. What do you mean? I just realized. I just fully lagged.
Slark, yeah. Because they banned out
sorry, don't worry.
on the other side. So they are not expecting Slark to be a support, right?
No, they are. Because Bristle and TA would be your cores, flexed between mid and carry, therefore they need an offlane. Because Slark is your support.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's so much.
Sorry, my bad.
I politely just jumped. Yeah, there we go.
No. That makes sense as well.
Sorry.
My bad.
I was so confused for a second. All right, off lanes. Let's just fully lock in on off lanes. 33, doesn't matter, no time. It's Storm anyways.
Good job, man. Good call.
Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm confused.
Okay, the key thing is the confusion was Slark obviously a support, and there was flexible cores. They went for
I expected. It's not only like they're special, but it looks good. And Storm, it's such a fantastic pick here. Plus the puck ban.
I was going to say they telegraphed it with the puck ban. I think
exactly.
I mean, it's just we already mentioned they need stun. It's going to be nice where Slark and Bristle are very, backline finding heroes. They just run into the fight, and as soon as that happens, TA with a blink, Storm with a jump, you're going to be able to convert on that vision and get a kill. So yeah, I don't mind it. But they go for a Ricky, a last pick Ricky.
This is an S tier animation, by the way. There you go.
Yeah, that's good.
Bringing the tier list back.
That was good, and it's a mid Ricky as well. So trying to threaten that Storm Spirit with the smoke screen throughout the game. We talked about Slark being a pesky hero. When he jumps in, he can't, obviously use any of his toolkit when he's smoke screen as well.
Yeah, need at least a BKB at some point, I guess, to use it properly.
Yeah, I rate the Ricky last pick. I think it does annoy Tundra a lot, but it is one of those picks where if Kiyotaka does the Kiyotaka thing where he dies a couple of times, suddenly Storm Spirit's got like Witchblade BKB, doesn't care about the Ricky anymore, he is just going to consistently, you get seen, you die. There is the jump there. But no, I think both teams, they have a lot of the recipes and tools that they like to play on. Aurora, aggression, early game skirmish, and Tundra, it's just outplay you on the map and just...
Do you have a favorite draft here, T? What's the one you prefer?
I do. I don't know if T is going to agree with me. I like this Slark position 4, and I love BZM's Storm into the Prophet. Aurora's draft looks maybe a bit easier to execute. Kiyotaka is a wild card for sure on the Ricky. I like their draft better, and I have to wait and see how that lane goes, though. And that lane, I mean Panto, Nightfall versus 33 and Saksa. That lane to me looks very volatile. If Prophet rolls out of control, he can connect on the map and make a difference everywhere.
Yeah, I think the Ricky was a smart pick, but the cores on Tundra are quite independent. They like to buy items that are defensive, so it doesn't really matter about Ringmaster not having impact. But I think I lean more towards Tundra. once you get to like the 30-minute mark.
I'll see what our commentators think. There they are. Beautiful people on the screen. It's B-Cop, it's Lacoste. How you doing? I'm trying to come up with a name for your duo. There's something there.
We're not
Cop, Cost, LA Cops. I don't know.
Ooh, yeah.
You see? I'm trying to work it. I'm workshopping.
Yeah. Well, we'll make something. Maybe day.
I'm expecting big things. But what do you think about the drafts, guys?
I like Aurora because they picked Nature's Prophet. We have Nightfall, who can BKB TP out every single time. If they stop one of his TPs, he can TP with the teleport from Nature's Prophet. So he's upgrading. This is why I love to watch this guy in action.
All right. Well, I'm thinking about the Tundra draft. I think I am enjoying the Tundra draft. I like this Slark. I'm a big fan of support Slark. Just saying. I don't know how other people feel about it, but it's definitely coming in and feeling pretty good. So we'll see what it does here overall and how it's going to do with this Storm, TA, Ringmaster, and Bristle.
Slark position 4 is a bit underrated. This is something that Saxa did play, I would say, a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, where he was still toying with the idea. We saw 9 Class as well, who likes to play the hero. It's very annoying. It's a vision hero, so you're getting rid of vision. Mira didn't land that bushwhack.
Saxa in some trouble, but not too worse for wear. Impalement Arts was aimed for Nightfall, but ends up landing on a Panto where they turn this on to 33. Look for first blood and they'll find it, and now a bushwhack onto the Slark, so Saxa, he might drop here as well. They've got 4 heroes, and that'll be a kill for Mira, grabbing 2 kills for Aurora.
Their heroes are not, like, Slark is strong if he's the one who's isolating the hero, he's getting those essence shift stacks, but you gotta be careful. Something that tanky heroes don't like to play into is always going to be tag team. This is the ability, you bring the numbers, they will also have a greater treant, so extra bit of a damage always comes in handy, and this is going to be a very strong lane in the bottom lane. It's going to be Nightfall with Tusk, who's going to be on Nature's Prophet, so quite a lot of right-click damage. 33 did die for the first blood, and who was the one who got the first blood?
It was Panto who got 33.
Okay, so it's Panto, which is going to allow him to bring Magic Stick. Already has 7 stick charges. Mid lane is going to be the most interesting one to me. This is a lane where I saw Ricky actually getting a kill on Storm Spirit at some early levels. I remember a game, it was like 2-3 weeks ago. Ricky is a very strong laner. He does have good amount of HP regen, sitting at almost 5, and then has quite a lot of armor. I think side lanes are also going to be very, very aggressive, as we can see already Crystallis and Whiteman trying to put a little bit more pressure onto Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, and Mira there too. We're both sitting pretty low. Crystallis is going to be passed over a Tango. He'll try to heal up. Another set of Tangos flying out for Mira. Try and protect this Brew. We've seen only a few TAs make it through, and out of the 2 games it's played, it's yet to win. This hero is banned so much, but what are teams seeing that has stopped this heavily banned hero from being successful?
In theory, this should be a super strong laner. You're never going to be lacking damage. You have objective taking. We did mention it yesterday, because you can take Tormentor, you can take Roche, and you can take towers. And Saxa, he's going to drop one more time in this bottom lane. 3-0 for Aurora. What a good start.
Yeah, great start for Aurora, and I mean, they have some pretty nifty lockdown there over in the bottom lane to make sure that Sark can't get away, especially with these early levels. And I mean, Aurora's in a good spot. I would say probably the underdogs for many people in their eyes, but this is a really good start coming up into a matchup like this, and see how it continues for them, as Crystallis, he's only 9-4 up to this point, and they haven't gotten a kill in this side lane for themselves.
BZM is the one who's doing really good. Every single time, like, BZM's Storm is always a 3 to watch. He is putting quite a lot of pressure onto this Ricky, connecting with Remnants. He needs to be careful. Kiyotaka. This is the classic Kiyotaka. He's going to be playing aggressive. I think this hero suits him really well. He does have 10 stick charges, but yeah, very low on HP.
Crystallis again. He's in some trouble, and Toronto Tokyo and Mira are going to get this kill on a Crystallis. That Cinder Brew, a real pain, and then using that stick those charges on that stick for the Brewmaster to survive even after they got that kill on the TA.
Lanes are going really well for them, except for the mid lane. He's keeping up with CS, but needs to bring some extra regeneration. Right now, he's bringing extra tangos, does have that Orb of Blight, so we'll be starting to pump in slightly more damage. Both of the off lanes, especially this one, they're sitting very low. Mira's sitting at almost no HP. Whitemon.
Mira's not afraid, though, and by standing there, keeps Whitemon close with a bushwhack as well. They're able to get that kill on to Mira and end up trading Whitemon for it, but Toronto Tokyo on the run from Chrysalis doesn't really have to worry all too much this early on. Shard thrown out in front of 33, who will show his back, but the damage is still pretty heavy. I think he felt as though he could kind of just sit there, and, well, he's dead for that.
They're really trying to push the limits, but the trades that they're getting are not really worth it. I mean, they only managed to get 1 kill in this top lane, and something to point out, B-Cup, you wanted to see it's Ringmaster. He is not playing the... What's it called?
The Carney Classics?
Yeah, the Carney Classics. He does have Unicycle available.
Oh, he's gone
not
to the
yet, not yet, but he will have it.
Yeah, a little bit different when it comes to the available objects and items for him, as he's got the crystal ball at the moment. So a scan, which is doesn't sound as good as the Carney Classics.
Yeah,
but
I think
this is the one with the pie in the face too, right?
Yeah, that's the funny one. I think he wanted to have a crystal ball so he can reveal Ricky. I think that might be the whole point, because it is global. It's not that big of an AoE, it's 450, but it does reveal for 4 seconds, so you don't have to invest as much into Dust to be able to get the kill.
We'll see if it ends up turning some of these fights. Rarely do we see the sideshow secrets. You don't normally tell people your secrets, but here now, Ringmaster has the opportunity to show us something different. Taking a look at BZM, he's heading back to base, but he is level 6, 38 and 5. He is about 100 gold ahead of this Ricky. But this Kiyotaka Ricky is not really upset with the way the lane went. Even getting so close to death a couple times.
Yeah, they're trying to make a move. If he gets him inside a cloud with the bushwhack, that should be the kill.
And Paleman Arts will fly through, but I don't know if that's going to help out enough. BZM's going to try and get out, but the tricks of the trade will secure the kill for Kiyotaka, but the Pounce leashes up this Ricky, and there's that crystal ball, but a bushwhack on it too nicely placed by Mira. They'll get the kill in a white bomb. They'll look for another one with Nightfall joining the fight. And that is all 3 heroes dead, and all 3 kills credited towards that Ricky.
They are layering the spells very nicely. Ricky jumps in, uses the cloud. Cloud duration is 6 seconds at every single level, so one valuable point in it, especially if you can keep inside of it with the bushwhack, with the snowball, and also shard. So using that real nicely, getting multiple kills out of it. And how are we in the stacks department? I'm looking at the triangle for 33 where he can go. I mean, even with him dying once or twice, he's still having an okay amount of farm. Yeah, this is 0 for Aurora, which is pretty surprising in a 7-minute game. They're focusing more on lanes. And also Tundra, they're not stacking. Slark, not the best hero in the game to stack with. You can stack 1 camp at a time.
They end up splitting the Shrines of Wisdom. Toronto Tokyo getting one, Saksa getting the other one. So Toronto Tokyo now sitting past level 6, and he is going into that first item after the double bracer, into that first item, Radiance. This is honestly shaping up really well for Aurora. I know they're only up 1,000 net worth, but the aggression early on, if they can continue to parlay this into maybe some more map control and a couple of tier 1 towers, they could really make life difficult for Tundra. Specifically, if they stay on this TA, Chrysalis could really fall out a little bit.
Yeah, they're keeping him low. The one who has the least amount of farm is Toronto Tokyo, but this is also Brewmaster, and they're making a move already. Chrysalis is in trouble again. First split being used.
Yeah, they use that Void Panda to pull him back into a poor spot. Cyclone, though, onto the Storm. Crystal is hit with that bushwhack. Another well-thrown bushwhack by Mira to get that control and secure that kill.
This is what you want to get. Your Brewmaster hits level 6. You use the split to get a kill. He's not the one who got the last hit, but overall, he is getting the XP. some solo XP right now, plus also gonna get closer to the Radiance. I like that Brewmaster is probably the only guy who's gonna be buying Talisman of Evasion as his component when building into Radiance. I think there's maybe one more hero that can do it because most of the other heroes, they want damage, but Brewmaster doesn't really have a problem farming it. And also that extra bit of evasion when he does have his Drunken Brawler, so it does add up. And look at what Kiyotaka's doing. He's putting a lot of pressure. That Blightstone minus armor. They dealt quite a lot of damage with that rotation 6 minutes in with the catapult.
Kiyotaka immediately into the tricks of the trade, throws down that smoke screen and is able to evade 3 heroes coming mid for him. Good read. I mean, they had Mira and Panto there for a little while to kind of just help out if he had been caught there. So I like the movement so far from Aurora. Looking for BZM. Out of the smoke screen, but the Walrus Punch, the Ball Lightning for some distance, but not far enough away from Kiyotaka, who can pounce and get that kill. And Whitemon gonna TP right in front of his face. Good damage, but
that damage from Ricky.
Not gonna be enough overall.
He's gonna get Diffusal Blade in the next 2 minutes or so, and then things are gonna be even more difficult for them. In terms of net worth, it just got increased from 1K to 2K, so that's basically 1K, but overall it does feel like Tundra will need to do something. BZM, he's the one who's supposed to be the playmaker. Bristleback, he's playing for himself. Templar Assassin needs a little bit more time. Slark position 4 hasn't really worked out for them. He's not a playmaker by any means. So pretty difficult couple of next minutes for Tundra unless they bring the numbers.
Ooh,
they are bringing the numbers in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he'll fall and go by the wayside by 33, but when you've got this silence and the extra control on a BZM, when BZM kind of needs to recover, I don't think that 1 kill alone is enough.
BZM is going to have a really hard time in this game. There is still no point in Escaped Act on Ringmaster. He will definitely need to have it, but once Ricky picks up the shard, there's not going to be that save available.
Saksa with an amplified damage, maybe looking to go after Whitemon. I see the creeps following him, and he is on his way. But what can he make work here is... They've got nothing doing for Aurora at the moment.
I think Aurora are in a pretty good spot. They need to keep farming on Brewmaster, start to pressure this tower a little bit more. Kiyotaka, once he finishes off that Diffusal Blade, the kill threat on the map is going to be insane because you will always have a global presence from Nature's Prophet to TP in or deal that extra bit of a damage that sometimes Ricky does need when he's going for these solo actions. Brewmaster has split available.
He does. He's starting to get a couple more Essence Shift stacks, but Toronto Tokyo able to walk away. Just putting some pressure onto him because he's had a free lane up to this point, right? But now here comes the rest of Aurora, and Saksa will have some help from BZM. Got the Wheel of Wonder, nice Walrus Punch on a BZM. Backing up towards Chrysalis as well as Whitemon, and now has that Vortex to pull in Panto, who was looking like, at least for now, the singular death for Aurora. But Toronto Tokyo is going to go back to form in about half the duration. Does he have anybody else to come back in and help him? They'll start to retreat. And when he comes back on that Earth Panda, he'll be out of harm's way anyway.
Kiyotaka's still not done. He's trying to make something happen. Diffusal Blade finally finished on him 12 minutes in. Good timing.
Nightfall, top of the net worth, hitting that 6K mark already. And they did get that kill on him a moment ago, but he has had a free time in it. The way that they've made these moves on Tundra, it feels like it has to be 4 or 5 heroes. And if you're moving that many heroes, they had Toronto Tokyo, who is towards top. He was alone. They try to pressure him out of the lane, which they did there for at least a moment. But in doing so, it's left this Nature's Prophet all up.
Pretty standard stuff coming out from Nature's Prophet. Maelstrom / Mjolnir into Hurricane Pike. I want to see Aurora play much more aggressively with this Diffusal Blade on Ricky, because Ricky doesn't really farm that much. Did break him, Saksa. He's low in HP, low in mana.
Saksa, Toronto Tokyo's trying to stay in front of him, and it won't matter anyway. He didn't have a pounce to go to, so they'll get that kill into Saksa. Mira starting that off with the sharpshooter that got the kill. onto that Sark, and immediately Kiyotaka, he puts the pressure top, TP's bottom.
Sees that Crystallis doesn't have TP, so we'll go on him immediately. NP does have TP ready, Nightfall. He's coming in.
He's ready to go. Crystallis is out of mana now. But Whitemon here, and they back off, so don't commit fully onto this.
I was just kidding. Nightfall with his classic TP rotation. This time around, of course, did not want to TP into the battle. TP to the mid lane to get a couple of extra creeps.
It happens. But I feel like that could have been a kill. Like, when you think about it as opportunities against the Templar Assassin, right? If you don't commit to that kill and he's able to make up that time and farm, it's something that you may regret further down the line, right? Where you don't keep the TA down.
I don't know if they had enough. Maybe they needed to bring another one. Ooh, Mira, he's evaporating. Very aggressive move. Try to contest this 14-minute XP Shrine. Needed another hero. Panta was a little bit too far away.
Soxa stole the other one too, as pointed out by our lovely ops. And getting both those shrines, slowing down the experience lead that Aurora has. They do have a little bit of a net worth lead. We saw a lot of games like this yesterday where it was 2,000 or 3,000 for about 25 minutes, and then one big fight is really what pushes it off the deep end. But Aurora had an experience lead, and with those 2 shrines, now they're up 9%, 3 levels on experience.
I don't know if we have the heat map available, but I would love to see where Ricky was so far in this game, because it does feel like he was all over the place. Ricky as a hero, he doesn't really farm that fast, not until he gets his Aghanim Scepter. This is where he one-shots the creep waves, but right now he wants to stay off the map, have that extra bit of a kill threat.
Nightfall. Getting very careful. Wheel of Wonder coming through. He's feared up and Control with the Vortex. They get another kill on the Nature's Prophet. They will use that Primal Split. They do get a return kill on a BZM. They've got the Cyclone onto this Bristleback, but Mira coming over, who has Sharpshooter ready to go. Void Panda pulls him back, and 33 is now going to be lined up for this Sharpshooter and this kill from Mira. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka, while they're getting that kill, is able to find and spot out Whitemon for a kill of his own.
He's playing on a completely different side of the map, and all that minus armor is starting to add up. Orb of Blight, -2. Orb of Destruction as well, -2.
There's that heat map.
There's that heat map, yeah. He's been pretty much in every single lane, and look how deep he was, especially the bottom part of the map. This is exactly how you need to play with Ricky, because you want to stay hidden. If you're showing in a wave, your Storm Spirit is going to be like, okay, he's bottom, so what Kiyotaka is doing is he's not showing at any waves. Like, he's not farming the creep lanes. Creep lanes, lane creeps, never mind. He's in again. Kiyotaka ready to jump.
Mira, Impalement Arts land, and Bushwhack might have saved his life there, but Crystal is still moving forward. Toronto Tokyo doesn't have Primal Split, but will Cinder Brew and maybe deter them a little bit. Ball Lightning all the way over. They've got the Vortex that's on in Toronto Tokyo. Tricks of the trade. Silence with the smoke screen down, making this a little bit more difficult for the side of Tundra. They get the kill on 33. They end up losing Panto, but Toronto Tokyo, he's very tanky. They even buy back on Panto to have this Tusk back into the fight. The Acorn shot bounces over to Soxa as Nightfall's going to TP over, but pounce up onto the high ground. Soxa trying to get away as Panto's now spotting a couple of these heroes and might have enough to lock at least one of them down. The idea is to get in front of Soxa, make sure he can't pounce away as the Walrus Punch comes through and the Bushwhack connects.
Bushwhacks,
and
every
Nightfall,
single time they are connecting.
Yeah, he has not missed many of those Bushwhacks, and Mira has been a very important part of the fact that they have 21 kills in 17 minutes.
Yeah, he's been very active, and he's about to finish off his Road of Atos, so that's going to be another item that Storm Spirit will need to be careful about. BZM not really having the game, can't really blame him considering what he's playing into. Ricky, they really shut him down these early rotations, and he was thinking about what he wants to buy. He was thinking about Orchid, but there's no way that he can get away with it. He desperately needs that BKB, and you could see the power of Tag Team. It's level 4, so that's extra 100 damage per hero hit. Bristleback, who's supposed to be a tanky guy, just dies off immediately.
Yeah, he really didn't feel tanky in that fight at all. And he's supposed to be that frontliner to make some space for these other heroes, but in spots like that, not looking likely at the moment. Water Rune bottled and sipped on. Arcane Rune bottled here for BZM. Mira bushwhacking, trying to scurry to freedom, but Tame the Beast connects, and the sharpshooter getting some distance, but won't matter Radamatos before he dies. Maybe allowing Kiyotaka to come over. BZM's actually out of mana. And he'll just TP out. Thought for a moment that could be a little bit dangerous for BZM if Kiyotaka was able to make the jump strike.
BZM's recovering. He's getting the components. He just got a last hit, so that's going to be his mithril hammer. Needs another 1,000 gold for a BKB. Nightfall has been... I'm not going to say silent, because he has been involved in some of the kills, thanks to Wrath of Nature. He's on top of the net worth, continues to farm up. Didn't reach the critical mass yet, because the rest of the team is very active on the side lanes, and I'm looking what Kiyotaka is buying. He's going for Manta style of his own, wants to be able to get rid of some of these more annoying things, especially Goo.
See what impact he has as this game kind of continues, because TA, who was once pretty far behind him, is starting to catch up. And the fights where Nightfall kind of is purely involved in a tight quarter, he has not really succeeded in. BZM, not a lot of life left, but enough mana to retreat.
Do you think there's going to be a guy after watching this game that's going to queue it up and be like, man, this position for Slark, I want to test it out, and then he's going to buy Yule Scepter and be like, it's really not that great?
I think people get fooled pretty easily on what's good. I mean, if a pro is picking it, there must be something there. Tricks of the trade, and Kiyotaka still doing some of that cool damage.
He has a magic one in his backpack. Kiyotaka.
6 seconds, Tame the Beast. It's not going to be out in time. 33 gets that kill, but here comes the rest of Aurora. Here comes Nightfall with some big damage. Sharpshooter aimed and landing on a 33. It's a 2-for-1, but a good kill to get this Ricky out of the fight, at least when you're taking away Silver Linings.
This is the most Kiyotaka move that I've ever seen. Instead of putting his Blightstone in his backpack, he decides to put, which is 3 attributes, and he had 21 charges, so that's extra 400 HP that he could have used and be able to reset his cooldowns. So he fed away 700 gold to Bristleback.
Because he didn't want.
Because he wanted to use the clarity, yeah.
Huh. That doesn't sound like you're profiting on that move right there. Stack still being made by Aurora. Nightfall, as we've said, top of the net worth. Going into a Glimmer Cape, he's got this Mjolnir and the Hurricane Pike. But the Glimmer Cape has been a bit of a staple with some cores. Definitely feels like a pretty strong item, especially when your cores are willing to buy it themselves.
He's going with the idea whether he needs a BKB or whether he wants to go for Glimmer, because he swapped the BKB and swapped the Glimmer one more time.
What would you prefer?
I mean, this is Nightfall we're talking about. Maybe he's upgrading, and this is going to be Glimmer TP out compared to his previous BKB TP out. So, starting a new trend.
Could be it. We'll see if we see it. But what they did see is Saksa. Toronto Tokyo getting that. And still, though, the fact that it's 24-8 and it's not even more than a 1,000 net worth lead is insane.
They managed to stabilize. BZM is getting good amount of farm, and most importantly, Crystallis is getting the farm. We've seen very slow game from TA yesterday, where they didn't have many Deso charges. He also finished off Deso. And right now, Aurora, they will use this opportunity, go inside Roche Pit with tag team. You have Predatory into tank Roshan. You're never going to be lacking damage, so they will take this one. And let's see who decides to pick it up. It seems like Nightfall wants to be the one.
Mages for Nightfall, who will TP to top. Actually nearby Crystallis, who blinks away, and Nightfall able to deny that tower.
I want to see one game where Nightfall... Never mind.
He is going to use that Glimmer. Wheel of Wonder can't TP out, but the Impalement Arts land on him. He does have an Aegis, so they'll at least get that with the Snowball, trying to chase this Storm. Not going to be able to get the connection there. They'll able to trade out the Whitemon Ringmaster and potentially a +1 on BZM. They've got the Blink Strike and the Smoke Screen Bushwhack landing again. So Kiyotaka gets a double kill for just the Aegis of cost here for this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, so I was trying to theory craft what Nightfall needs to buy. I think the ideal itemization would be Hand of Midas to get all that gold. Get a BKB so you can TP out, maybe Boots of Travel, Octarine Core, lower the cooldown, and Refresher so you have double. You can TP out, TP back to a fight, and come back.
And if you're playing Nature's Prophet and you've got the Refresher, technically you could BKB, TP out, TP in, TP out.
Yeah.
It's a lot of moving. That is some quick damage there on Toronto Tokyo Crystal, showing the damage from TA. I mean, this, again, I think back to all the times where they could have taken out Crystallis earlier and failed to do so, and now Mira's going to be dead to Whitemon, and you start to wonder, was the side of Aurora not committing on TA a bit of a long-term mistake? Snowball does actually hit Saxa as he pounces across, and Panto's going to die too. 3-0's dead on the side of Aurora, and it's now less than a 1,000 net worth lead for this team as they jump on a Whitemon, and they will get this kill onto the Ringmaster, but do they get Kiyotaka away? Pounce connects and leashes him up. The smoke screen is there. They'll try to TP out, but the damage is overwhelming, and he's dead too. 4 heroes die from Aurora.
Oh man, Aurora, they're playing it so sloppy. They had so much advantage. It wasn't that much advantage in terms of gold, but with the heroes and the item timings that they did have, I wanted to see them put a lot more pressure on the map. But some of these kills, Kiyotaka dying bottom, now he died for a trade for a position 5, which is really not worth it. He's worth a lot of gold in that previous engagement. He fed away 700 gold. Then again, Nature's Prophet. He picks up the Aegis, dies immediately, so they don't really get the full value out of it.
Yeah.
And Tundra, they managed to stabilize.
Not only have they stabilized, but they have what I believe is their first net worth lead of the game. 25 minutes in. Puts them in a pretty good spot as, truth be told, I mean, Nature's Prophet's the one guy who's got farm here for Aurora. If you take out the MP, the fight is going to feel so easy. Just Toronto Tokyo alone, they take him out very quickly. And Tundra now kind of doing what Aurora did to them for the first 20 minutes. Move around the map as a unit, get these kills, and secure a little bit more offensive ability.
Yeah, Brewmaster, he's trying to farm his Manta style. That's going to be the big one, him dying there because he doesn't have any way of dispelling Shard on traps. Does give you just enough silence for Storm to zip in or Ringmaster to cast his spell. Saxa, he has not been in any like real fights. He's more dewarding. And this is the combination that I want to see. These two heroes pair up together and go for the kills. So, Nightfall, he's thinking, what do they need? He was thinking maybe there's a need for a BKB, but in the end, opting to go for AC, which is, I would say, overall a better option. You're playing into Templar Assassin and Bristleback. There's a lot of minus armor, so you want to protect yourself and protect the team.
When you talk about him questioning whether it's AC or BKB, when does that start? Is it Boots or BKB? Is it Wand or BKB? Does he start wondering how early he needs this item as they find Saxa? Ooh, Sprout not around him. Saxa now silenced up, but still pretty speedy. Wrath of Nature even flies through, but he's fine for the moment.
This is a very slippery guy to catch.
Yeah, and now he's back to full health. Well done by Saxa, and not able to get the Sprout around him, which probably would have killed him in that moment. Toronto Tokyo with a quick pause. Fingers crossed. As we hope all pauses are quick. But for now, Tundra, break it down for me, Lacoste. What can Aurora do to kind of... I mean, Tundra did it. They stopped the bleeding. They gave up a couple of kills. By a couple, I mean, it's 28 and 27 minutes, which is a decent amount. But Tundra, they farmed their way to this point. Can Aurora find their way to a situation where they're leading the charge again?
I want to see some more aggressive maps, more aggressive wards on the map. Problem is you're playing against walking sentry. Slark basically has one job in this game, be very annoying and become, like, remove all of their vision. And that's exactly what Saxa have been doing so far. But they need to pair up this Riki with Nature's Prophet and try to grab kills. And they also need to be the one controlling the second Roshan. And I also think that Toronto Tokyo needs to finish off his Manta style because he dies in one silence.
Yeah, this is the silences have been brutal. They'll call go. They're ready to resume as it's a 3K lead for Tundra. 27 minutes in though, and they start to ping out going for the Tormentor, which you don't normally see the first Tormentor be this late, right?
Yeah, and Nightfall is going to be the one getting it because Toronto Tokyo did buy his own shard. They killed first Tormentor, and it was Panto who got it.
Right.
This is a good, really good shard on Nature's Prophet. A lot of the times you would see carry Nature's Prophet, pick it up just to have that extra bit of damage.
Both shrines again taken by Tundra. Saxa has been able to get his hands on a couple of the shrines. They've been really making that the difference maker too, because you look at the experience and the difference between Tundra and Aurora is pretty massive at this point. And getting that last shrine was pretty important. That helped these supports kind of have a little bit more in terms of experience, be a little bit more impactful. I know you talked about how Saxa wasn't really involved all too much in these fights, but I mean, the Ringmaster has done quite a bit. And getting that extra experience is always huge.
I would love to see if we have technology, and I believe we do, is how many observer wards Saxa has been killing so far, because it does feel that he's been very active.
He's destroyed 7. So has Mira. So some wards destroyed. More than the average ward destroyer, I would say.
Right, because he's not farm. I mean, this is also a very good hero if you want to stall the game, because you can creep skip. And if we look at the catch on side of Aurora, if Ricky's not there, they don't really have that much. He can use his Yule Scepter. If he can get his ulti or his shard, it means that he's going to be very difficult to catch. So he's very good at buying time.
BCM right in. Ball Lightning in the Vortex pulling in Mira, and they've got that silence to try and help out Mira to escape.
They're committing with the split.
Smoke
This is
screen
not a good
was not
split.
enough, and now they already used the Primal Split, but they don't look like they want to play aggressive with it.
Tundra should use this opportunity. They have more than enough damage, and BZM, he's going in.
Pops the BKB, has the Vortex on a Kiyotaka, but he's silenced up in some trouble, gets pulled into the Snowball. That's going to 33, but they've got the Wheel of Wonder. They're wondering what went wrong in this fight. Whitemon with a double kill on this Ringmaster.
There were 2 situations where he used the Snowball away from Wheel of Wonder, but this time around he was going towards it, so it explodes, it taunts them, and now they're in a lot of trouble. Split has been used, so they don't have that for another minute and a half. Brewmaster without it doesn't really feel as impactful, and look at this damage. 33 with his Aghanim Scepter, with SNY. Seeing Red Facet deals almost 450 damage.
Have the control to Nightfall. He has to be careful. Force Staff try and get him out of harm's way, and he'll be safe for now, but the mid-center racks will drop. Bushwhack not connecting, and Aurora all of a sudden starting to fall apart pretty heavily.
One thing I'm really sad about is we haven't seen the unicycle. I don't think he used it one time.
Have we seen the pie?
No. Have we seen anything? Because he's holding on to six charges on it, so hasn't been very active. Just picked up the gem, gave it to BZM.
He's currently hovering on the unicycle. Walrus Punch, Saxa. Last time it took him a lot to get this kill, but this time it'll be easy. Nightfall even joining in. All 5 heroes showing up to get a kill on a Saxa.
This MKB is also massive upgrade in terms of damage for Crystallis. He's playing into Brewmaster, he's playing into Cloud, Radiance, so that mischance is not going to be there. Panto still trying to search. Crystallis, he's out of there.
Yeah, escapes with the help of his Hurricane Pike. But Kiyotaka, he comes over. Bushwhack connects. They're starting to get this man out of the way. Nightfall comes over. Curse of the Oak Growth as well as the Walrus Punch. They get the gun to Crystallis. Ball Lightning Vortex out of Nightfall. They're in pretty deep. They don't have a lot left with now losing Whitemon and Tundra. They got to be careful. 33 and BZM need to get out of here, but the Cyclone with the Primal Split being used by Toronto Tokyo. The Walrus Punch follow it up. They've got the smoke screen down. BZM needs to be careful, but Kiyotaka and Toronto Tokyo both die here to 33. So now the turnaround that Tundra want is available as they'll take out Panto. Can they control Mira? They've got the Yules from Saxa, and that's going to make it 4 if they can get their hands around the Squirrel. But the Bushwhack is there, and Mira trying to find some escape through these trees. With Aronavatos, it's just not possible. The Vortex pulls them back in, and they'll get that 4th.
Oh man, this is really funny because you have Bristleback against Ricky. One guy wants to attack from the back, and the other guy wants to be attacked from the back. So that damage, 6,000 damage coming up from Bristleback. The heroes exploded.
Was not expecting it to kind of turn out that way. The beginning of the fight looked good for Aurora. I mean, they get Crystallis out of this fight immediately. He is dead early on, and then immediately they go for Whitemon.
Whitemon also dies without getting much on. Sure, he did cast Wheel of Wonders, but it didn't connect onto anything. And this is the funny part. 33, look at the damage. Panto, he's ready to jump in. He's probably calling the shot. I have tag team. I'm going to blink in, and the heroes just disappear.
Oof. Yeah, that ball lightning across the fight and the Vortex pulling in the Ricky as Bristleback activated his Bristleback with the Ags is what allowed them to get that kill onto the Ricky. Saxa. Ooh, Wheel Wonder. All of a sudden, Nightfall's in trouble. The damage, he's low. One more shot needed. Can Nightfall survive? He does for a moment. Now they've got the Snowball. But is it enough? He didn't get far enough away. Nightfall ends up dead. They've got the Fear on a Panto. They'll try to get the kill on the Tusk. They've got the Silence on the Storm Spirit, but it won't matter. Crystallis has the damage. Kiyotaka blinks back to Mira. And this is 2 dead on the side of Aurora. And they're going to make it a 3rd. But the Bushwhack stuns up 2. The Impalement Arts land on Toronto Tokyo. He'll eventually die to Whitemon. And that is a good fight for Tundra.
A little bit premature Snowball because he had still like 1.5 seconds left on that Satanic. I don't think it would matter in the end, but they are overlapping some of these abilities. And Ricky Otaka, after having a blast of a game, he kind of fell off so quickly. That one death in the bottom lane, and his item progression is just not there. He did pick up the shard. This Manta style is a bit of a question mark for me. And look at that win rate. Mira trying to escape.
Ball lightning. Meanwhile, they're going for the bottom tier 3.
I don't know if they got the word out of Manta style. It's a cheap way of dealing with trap silence. Good against Goo, but other than that, maybe I would prefer if they did go for more damage. If he picked up some Aghanim Scepter, maybe a BKB afterwards, or then go for the Manta style. But yeah, I feel like in this game, Aurora had the timing. They needed to keep the pressure going, and they just kind of stopped after 20-minute mark. They wasn't that aggression that we've seen them, especially in the first 15 minutes. Kiyotaka, before he got a Diffusal Blade, he was super active. He was finding some of these kills, and then the game slowed down. Templar Assassin managed to get her items, so did Storm Spirit, and now this game kind of completely flipped.
Walrus Punch and some damage onto this Sark. Saxa able to pop that ult and get away. And for now, at least, it's looking all Tundra. But we'll see if Aurora can pull it back with a good high ground defense. Not going to start well if Toronto Tokyo ends up dead. He's got the Primal Split. They've got the Wheel of Wonder in front of his face, and he's going to be taunted up. And these right clicks are just so overwhelming from Crystallis. A snowball in from Panto, who will try to TP out. And does so successfully, but with a ball lightning from BZM and the Electric Vortex follow-up, they're able to get a kill on Amira, who's forced to buy back. Pounce. Leashing, they've got this Sentry, and he's also got this Yules. Right below him, though, they'll put down a trap to get that silence. He'll pop the Manta style and try to blink away. but they've got another silence. They just don't have everything yet to control him until this pounce is available from Saksa, and that leashes up Kiyotaka again to allow Crystallis to do the damage and get another kill. They've got 3 heroes gone on the side of Aurora. They go for these tier 4s for Tundra, and they're trying to finish off this first game. They're up 20,000 net worth, and Nightfall, they'll try to hold on. They've got the Tusk, they'll have Kiyotaka both buy back, but now the snowball pulling them towards Saksa. There's the Satanic, but it's just not enough. Nightfall falls to Crystallis. That should be all that is said for this game as Tundra, they're not going to have to deal with this Nature's Prophet for 80 seconds. They'll call GG, and Tundra will take game number 1.
They definitely missed the opportunity to keep this aggression from going. Tundra, super experienced team when it comes down to how they need to recover. As soon as BZM got his BKB, he didn't have to care about the Cloud, all this control that they did have. And Crystallis, after having a bit of a slower start, still manages to deliver. Very good showing from Tundra, but also very good first 15 minutes showing from Aurora. This is, I think, a problem with the team where they can't continue to keep this pressure, and I want to see what they have cooked, what they have prepared for game 2. I want to see something slightly different, and because this team does have quite a lot of potential.
Yeah, they definitely do have potential, and I am ready to hear what the panel has to say. We'll throw it their way. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, Crocop. Let's get into it then. It was kind of a crazy game. It looked like the Aurora was so out of sight at the start, you know, they were kind of doing it. But T, you did call it. You said that's kind of empty calories. These, you know, it's a deceptive kill lead. That doesn't really matter all that much. And then, of course, Tundra get back into it, and they just grind them out. So a really well-executed game plan from Tundra, despite a shaky early start.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora's, they're kill hungry with their heroes, right? You've got Tusk, Nature's Prophet, you've got a Ricky in the mid lane. You're expecting to find some progression, but that didn't really turn into map progression, right? They never really took any tier 2 towers. All the highlights that we see here, just look at the minimap, right? Even if Aurora are to win a fight in the highlight package, you're never progressing the game in a good way. Even when they took the Roshan at 24 minutes, the Brewmaster dies after, the Hoodwink dies after. They aren't turning that ages into, this is our game. They're allowing Tundra to farm and to kind of like eke their way through the map.
Even when you look at this replay and the way it started, it's like 16 minutes in, your Tusk is already buying back. And one of the reasons why is because they understand that they need to take these fights right now. They understand what kind of a lineup they're running, right? Like, you need to take all of these early engagements, you need to win them. The problem is, when you need to do something, the opposing team also understands, okay, this is their only gameplay, let's not give it to them.
But you need discipline from Aurora, because in this game, when you don't play on that discipline, every highlight we just saw, it's the Slark running in, do they see me, don't they see me? If they don't see me, let's convert and look for the kill. And then here, there's a trap. Oh, look, we see the Hoodwink running over the TA Vision. Let's go for another kill. They're utilizing the map and the way in which you control the game on Tundra to punish Aurora. And if Aurora lose pace of the game, you are just always going to be victim to losing the vision game, losing the positional game, and that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely one of those games where it felt like, you know, ultimately there just wasn't a way back in beyond a certain point, and there was this air of inevitability about it.
I have to say it did look a bit scary for Tundra. If it's a lesser team, they probably crumble under pressure like this. Ricky was on a monster kill streak at some point. He's just dominating the map, moving everywhere, finding all the right pickoffs. You have a Prophet to follow that up, Hoodwink that's naturally really mobile to follow through high range as well with the sharpshooter to break the bristle. I really thought at the beginning that they had everything that they needed. However, yeah, they hit the wall a couple of times. They moved next to the high ground a little bit too early, unprepared. They used a couple of primal splits when it wasn't necessary, but yeah, this guy definitely deserves the MVP.
Oh, no doubt.
His Storm Spirit is probably his best hero at the moment, like out of all the games that I have seen recently.
Yeah, I mean, it's a signature performance on a signature hero. And you called it as well, exactly what they needed to really bring their draft to life and be able to execute their game plan. So well done to him to give them the series advantage. We can get into some of the minutiae of it. We can take a look at what was going on at 20 minutes in the game, because very different complexion to how it ended.
Oh yeah, I think this is a small replay that we have of Ricky and
Kiyotaka,
I think this is the first death, right? Like, this is basically something that T as well was mentioning. All it takes is that one death to get the ball rolling. Ricky mid, it feels like Quap mid in the like in the past, right? Like you have to keep on snowballing. The moment you feed that kill once, you know, you're out of position, it snowballs out of control. And when you look at these items that he had here with this massive kill streak, and when you look at the same time, when you look at the advantage that they had, it's only 1k. So you're getting all these kills, but you're not really converting.
And that was exactly what you said about the empty calories, you know?
Yeah, it's like the kills, doesn't really mean much because you need your, again, I say discipline, but it's always the issue with Kiyotaka because like his gameplay is so aggressive that at some point, if a team punishes it, the whole concept of the draft falls apart because it's like, well, your Ricky could have had a Manta in the next fight. And I think the main thing that I wanted to look at was the kind of the cores. And at 10 minutes, you can see the pressure that Aurora have applied. You know, you've already put, you know, the tri-core of Tundra into a bit more of a farming position. And then if we just quickly accelerate through to the 30-minute mark, it's the fact that when, like, look at them, Crystallis, BZM33, they have all the items in the world. So we've got the kill score, which is like 15 kills ahead for Aurora, maybe 20. But for Tundra, their cores, they're not feeling this threat against them. Sure, BZM might have 4 or 5 deaths at this point. He might be struggling a little bit in kind of the KDA department. But in regards to itemization, they have Hurricane Pike on the TA to not care the Ricky. The Storm's got the BKB. The Bristle's got the BKB. So by 30 minutes, the deciding point in the game for Aurora, they've made multiple mistakes earlier. And then they've given Tundra all the time to get the items they need. They had the kills, but they had no map progression. And even when they do get a good pick-off on the TA, then you're now just getting outplayed by BZM, right? You're chasing into the Bristleback, you see him underneath the tier 3, you think he's alone, but BZM beautifully zipping through the smoke screen to then grab the Ricky and set up for an additional kill and continuous turnaround play. Like this, you could argue, could have been a point where Aurora finally bring all their heroes together to show that aggression we expected from them. But then Tundra go, you know what? We're one of the best teams in the world. We're even going to outplay you here as well. And I just feel like for Aurora, when you have that many kills early on, you need to progress the map. You need to bring your team together because it felt too independent in their playstyle. There wasn't that kind of cohesion.
It also kind of felt forced at this point as well. Like this particular fight, Storm wasn't even using his BKB. He had it off cooldown the whole fight. So it's kind of, you have this Ricky on mid lane who wants to play the map constantly, but you have a Brew that is kind of cooldown dependent, and you have a Prophet that can join these fights, but this is a hero that hasn't really popped off and been first phase ban only because he can play in that style, aggressive 24/7. No, like as a Prophet, like you can actually chill, farm, get all those items, and then show up, but he's pulled in and pulled in and pulled into these fights that eventually they started losing.
Ultimately, a bit of a, temperature check on both of these teams because, we've highlighted Aurora and how we think, we never have confidence they're a championship team, but we like it that they have deep runs, very exciting. Meanwhile, Tundra have obviously been one of the teams of the year and just showed why, I guess.
Yeah, and we didn't really talk about Saxo too much, but the Slark, right? It is a lot of him. Everything that we're saying for Aurora that could be better, we also need to respect the fact that the entire time they're dealing with a Slark who's running at them, dewarding their ward. They're having to kind of like deal with this fish and then also get their team in a position to fight, right? So it's like maybe if the Slark's not in the game, they probably just win this one because they're going to have vision advantage, they're going to have the tempo, they got the kills, they can make all the moves. But reacting to the Slark and then the Bristle behind it, plus the Storm zipping, like there's so many layers of annoyance that if Aurora just doesn't have the mentality of this is how to win the game, if they don't see the path to winning, they're just going to react. And reacting in this type of game gives Tundra the win. Like they need to have their own thought to win.
You can't be reacting with the Ricky. Like you are meant to and bound to hunt and get pickoffs 24/7. And it's hard to do so, like T said, when there's a fish on the other side that's constantly giving all the info. And you could see the way that he was playing. He was just constantly in front of the positions where his carries were, if they ever felt threatened, right? So he breaks those smokes plays.
All right, guys, great talking. It's time for a quick break. Tundra, ice cold in that game. We're going to see if Aurora can see the light after the break.
I'm here with Mr. BZM from Team Tundra, a team which has been making some waves this season. You had a really, really good start to the season, and things have sort of, I would say, come more competitive since then. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think first tournament we played, there wasn't very much competition. I mean, I would say it's normal in the beginning of the year for everybody to be, with everybody making new rosters. and everybody not playing their best game, that's probably gonna come at TI or Riyadh. So, but yeah, recently for sure, everybody improving.
Well, how come you were able to click so quickly at the start of the year, yet the other team sort of took a bit of time to get into it?
So they had time to, think about Dota, talk about Dota. And when I joined and Durachu joined, it was just like, they tell us what, they know.
Yeah. So it's relatively easy for you to fit in and...
Yeah, and the rest was just like, maybe we were good at the moment back then. And, felt nice with the flow of the tournament. So recently, like you said, just a lot more good teams.
For sure. But, you're always up there. And how do you feel playing the game at the moment, in terms of the hero pool and everything? Do you enjoy Dota in its current form?
I mean, right now, I would say it's not the best for me because of hero pool stuff that has just been pretty much the same for a couple of patches, maybe more than a couple. And it's whenever something new pops up, everybody's gonna start playing it.
Yeah.
So I don't really like when there's something that just sticks out and everybody has to play it. Everybody has to first phase ban, first phase pick. I just want to play, I don't know. I tried to Invoker some games when new patch dropped and I thought it's good. And if you go back to it like 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the patch, everybody was playing it. And I was playing it. But 2-3 weeks from now, like, since then, I don't think anybody has touched the hero.
Why is everybody kind of so assured that like, oh, this is bad now, we can't pick this anymore? Do you think that's like the right approach that everybody has?
Maybe not as direct as that, but I think for me at least, whenever you play some games on certain heroes and they don't seem to work, you don't just automatically say the hero is bad. You look why, like the game happened that way, why the hero doesn't feel good. And most of the time you just come to the conclusion that it's because of the hero and not the game. Like, wow.
Yeah. Interesting. So, I mean, do you feel like the changes they made to public match data sharing is going to have any effect on your games, or is it still the same because you're playing pubs anyway, so it doesn't really matter?
I mean, it's definitely gonna hurt the analyst type of work that people do and prepare for games. It's gonna hurt people that wanna copycat or like not necessarily copycat, but get ideas from somewhere else. I used to do that a lot, and a lot of other people did that a lot. But yeah, I mean, right now you can still like stay in the game and watch whoever you have in the friends list, but it's only wife, so it's pretty limited. For me, it's not that big of a deal, but it's for sure annoying. Maybe because I'm not used to it.
Yeah. But do you not feel it's gonna like down the line maybe like allow you to pull up some more surprise picks or discover something that's good and kind of keep it to yourself? Do you think that's possible now?
If anybody in the game that you're playing is in the friends list of somebody else, they can still watch the game. So you can go offline mode, you can do whatever you want, try to hide. I mean, the best way is to just delete everybody on your friends list, which I've heard some people might do for Riyadh or TI. It is an idea.
Yeah,
but
I mean, makes sense.
But to me, it's like if somebody starts it, then it's like war,
Who's gonna pull the trigger first? That's very interesting. Alrighty, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Looking forward to see how you do, BZM. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at this event.
Thank you.
Thanks.
If you're just joining us, Tundra are ahead against Aurora in the series. We're going to be jumping straight into the veto. So T-Governor and...
Sorry, what?
What did I say?
What? The veto?
Did I call it a veto?
Yes.
Oh, I meant the draft, sorry.
God. Sorry, which map are Tundra and Aurora going to be playing this time around? I really hope they're playing Cobblestone.
No, listen.
That would be cool.
Listen.
Wait, he's onto something.
He is.
Give Valve some ideas. Imagine in the next patch we get a couple of maps.
I've done it. I've improved the game, guys.
A couple of maps of Dota, a couple of different patches that you can rotate through. Right, T-Gov?
All right, listen. We don't need him anyway. Let's do it. Let's get into the draft.
Imagine playing Dota from like a patch 5 point something, and then playing Dota in this patch as well. Sometimes I miss Roche where he used to be, you know, in his own little. Well, actually, he's in the same place where he was long time.
Yeah, long time ago. He's back.
But imagine him being next to the tier 1 on the mid lane. Come on,
I'm about it.
Why not?
I'm about it. You know, we got to get experimental.
Flipping the coin for the map as well.
So far,
I want to see
nothing too experimental about the draft.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate it.
No worries, Governor. Right.
Yeah, so far in the first phase of vetoes, we do have the AA, the Doom, the Tink, and the Tidebound out on Tundra, and the Monkey King, the Nature's Prophet.
And I believe we're going to be playing on Dust too.
There we go.
We had a nice graphic with the PA, by the way, before the series started. So far, out of the two, only Tinker has been banned out. The other teams have respected Aurora. The other teams that have played against Aurora in the recent past, and if they're Eastern European, 100% that PA is gone. So I'm interested in seeing if that might be the case.
Can I just quickly check in with you guys about TA so far? Because obviously we saw a pretty sad Falcons game, the first time they ever used TA. But it's been the most contested hero here at Wallachia Season 4.
Yeah, I mean, you need the correct players to be... Like, you don't need to be a specialist on the hero, but you just need to be comfortable, as there is a little bit of nuance to what you need to do. And I think for some teams, their players just haven't hit that many TA games to truly showcase its top level, right? And for Chrysalis and other players, you know, they dabble with it a lot more. So,
Ringmaster, by the way, is the number 1 at the moment.
Oh, okay. It's just
TA
jumped up, I think.
Yeah. But they're in the same game.
I said it yesterday. I think eventually we're going to start seeing the Ringmaster get banned out. I know he's got like a pretty strong win rate as well. He's on like 62, 63.
Yeah, we might
60 plus.
Yeah.
He's looking good.
There's jokes there. I'm not doing them. We'll keep it.
58% at the moment.
We'll keep it clean.
19 games, 58%. It's pretty high.
Yeah, it's still pretty high. Yeah, big sample size too.
So many games.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nothing else happened. I was like, so, and then
that's why I was filling.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Yeah.
Well, the other support that has been banned out that I expected to be banned more often, but usually it is a second stage ban, is the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
I feel like this hero fundamentally changes the way the game is played. And if you have a Coddle player and a team that can play around it, it's a very hard beast to deal with.
I'm just excited for the part where Keeper Light just randomly goes for Solar Bind again, and out of nowhere.
It's happening.
Yeah, you have to deal with magic resist, and you're like, oh, God.
The craziest part, like, I'm seeing Coddle plus Storm mid without recall.
Yeah.
Like, they go Solar Bind, and it still works because it amps up everyone as well. They get the Slark. Wow. We haven't seen that since 5 minutes ago.
I mean, it was very well executed. You said it yourself, T-Gov. It was very oppressive to deal with. So
this is basically a plague for all the pub players out there, because you know that you're going to have that position 4 Slark in your games in the next coming days. And you know he's going to do nothing, absolutely.
Oh, of course.
He's going to deward a couple of times and then spam, I've been dewarding, boys, come on. I'm giving you all this vision. If I wanted vision, I just buy a couple of wards. I don't need a hero that does that. But in pro scene, it's a completely different story, of course.
Let's see what their answer is here.
It's pretty good, by the way, the entrance of the Darkseer as well.
Yes,
with the wall behind, it's really nice.
We got 2 purple boys.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm excited by them, but they're there. They exist.
And
the reason why I'm not too excited is just for, like, yes, Ricky in the previous game with Smokescreen was annoying for the Slark. It was threatening his, like, when you step up, oh wait, I'm in Smokescreen, I can't get off my Dark Path, I have to actually walk out of this. But it's still not that, I'm not seeing that hard damage. Right now it's like, you can stop the Slark, but you're not killing him. And sure, yes, Darkseer into TA, exceptionally good matchup for the Darkseer. When you Iron Shell to eat through Refraction, the Wall to take over a clone of the TA, good damage. So Darkseer is very good. The Riki can annoy the Slark, but it's still missing that one hero to be the kind of the X factor, to bring it together, to actually kill a hero when the Riki or the Darkseer catch their counter.
Yeah. The Silencer on the other side. The Global and his laning presence has always been strong. It's decent into the Darkseer as well. What do you guys think, Will? Is there a chance that this Riki is not a core? Or is this just like some core special for Aurora? Because Riki plus Darkseer in the lane,
it's possible. Right?
Back in the day, it was a thing.
Yeah.
I think it depends on what Tundra pick here, but you could argue, yes, Riki could be 4 or mid here. And then for Tundra, the TA also is getting flexed between a couple roles. But with the Medusa as well, with last pick for Tundra, your TA could be mid or carry, your Medusa could be any of the 3 roles, your Slark could be support or carry. There's flexibility everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, great.
I mean, without banning the anti-mage, picking the Medusa is always a bit scary.
Yes.
But it's still, like, anti-mage versus Medusa is quite a fun little kind of discussion, because for Medusa offlane, you go for roots with an Atos, you go for tower pressure with hammer, so you can progress the map, you go Ghost Scepter, so now you're not getting threatened in the game. As a carry Medusa, you have Manta, you rush Butterfly, you get the Aegis, and then if an anti-mage is pressured, he will have Battle Fury Manta, and your Medusa has Butterfly, so you already are kind of countering him.
If that's the
just
build,
the laning phase.
If that's even the build for AM, because what I'm seeing recently is more of this Battle Mage kind of a build, like where you don't have to even rush the Battle Fury, you're going for just constant skirmish.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Anti-Mage has to be aggressive in this matchup, where if your laning is the Medusa, it's run down the lane, try and put the Medusa out. Don't allow her to just survive the laning phase, because if she gets through that, she can itemize to deal with him. But, you know, it's always a scary matchup way down the line. You're a walking pretty much time bomb. Anti-Mage at any point, if you hit the ultimate on the Medusa without any mana, hitters would disappear next to her.
In the laning stage, I believe the build that I have seen the most is something like a Vanguard on him, and then you just fight 24/7. And if you have that, Medusa does absolutely nothing to you.
Aurora have to ban Bloodseeker here. I think the Bloodseeker carry, TA mid, Medusa offlane, and Slark just pulls waves, and then you just rupture the anti-mage early on.
Dude, I mean, I'm fine with that. They have played Bloodseeker as well on Tundra yesterday, and it's a good pick. I'm imagining a game of Dota in which there's a TA, Medusa, Bloodseeker, and a Slark, and it's like...
But look how Tundra played the last game. They just farmed, they played the map better. I think Aurora, they lost a lot of like draft integrity by picking anti-mage, because they've countered the Medusa, but the anti-mage doesn't, you know, bring that stun to combo with the Darkseer, right?
Absolutely. Like, just imagine, you know, when you take chalk or nails and go over the board.
That's what the draft looks like.
That's what the draft does to my brain.
Yeah.
It's the same exact feeling.
Yep. No, it's the... I think I'm happier seeing Riki in a supporting role for a better active mid lane. I'm worried that a mid Riki that needs to buy a Diffusal Blade and isn't the most explosive. So I think Riki support and find a mid laner that's very aggressive. And I think the bans from Tundra are leaning towards that as well, right? You got
That's what they're
Pangolier,
expecting.
Puck,
Yeah.
So no, I like that. I think that's the way to fix the hole in the draft, which is just who helps each other out right now. The Ringmaster can help any lane, but the Darkseer and Anti-Mage, they don't naturally like overlap in the first 20 minutes of the game. They're quite separate heroes.
Yeah, the question is, like, how worried are you about the global silence now? Does it threaten you so much that you can't go for these spirits on the mid lane, on the side of Aurora? Or do you not care and you can still go for them? If you do care, you could go for some heroes that are a bit bulkier from the mid lane, your DKs, your Kunkas, they just don't really care about it.
I was going to say, DK doesn't really care about global, right? As long as it gets drag enough.
Yeah, just 8 clicks. So, haha, I'm silenced, but I'm still going to click you.
Yeah, so, I mean, might not be a bad choice.
But for them, like for the draft, if you can overcome this global silence, I feel like something like an Ember with an Iron Shell on top, just jumping in the back lines. They ban out the Kunkka themselves, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny is banned out too.
We already mentioned that they don't really have again, they don't have crazy damage, right? It's a lot of damage over time where Darks have Shell, you wall, then the TA or the Medusa illusion will do right click, Anti-Mage to right click you down. Like there's no, you're stunned, you're dead. And Kunkka is one of the best heroes against that concept. Because you just boat buff and no one ever dies. So yeah, I like the Kunkka ban. It still opens up for Anti-Mage to be countered with some of the heroes that I already mentioned, but to be fair, Aurora's draft is very counterable. You go for a Grimstroke.
So the Riki will be the mid, yep.
It's an aggressive little combo, right? Grimstroke, Riki running around the map together. Put a Ringmaster behind that. You're going to have Ink Swells and you got the whips from the Ringmaster. Sure, they can kill heroes.
Yep. Depending on the anti-mage build, this could be your 3 cores just constantly fighting, finding pickoffs on the map, but also scaling really well. And they have the supporting cast between the Ringmaster and Grim that can support that playstyle, so... Grim into the Medusa used to be really sick, right? Like with the Aghanims build.
That's why I want Medusa offlane here. I think putting the Medusa into carry, where she has to buy Butterfly to counter the Anti-Mage, but then the Grimstroke can eventually get Aghanims to then take a Dark Portrait, an illusion of the Medusa. That also gets the evasion due to Butterfly. It's like the Grim Anti-Mage combination really just punishes whatever build the carry Medusa does. So sacrificing Medusa to offlane, but using the Slark's high movement speed to pull waves is good, and they do go for the Bloodseeker that I wanted to see. So
it's the Bloodseeker on the safe lane.
By the way, if this draft happened in a pub, I'd probably abandon. That is like just looks so ridiculous.
Yesterday, Richard Lewis, you looked at me in the eyes. We locked eyes.
Yeah.
We both said to each other at the same time in unison as 2 bald men. We said never give up.
Yeah, but I was lying.
Oh,
I was lying.
Wait, you'd lie to me?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
There are
different hosts have to do that.
But you should never give up, Richard Lewis.
No, you're right, probably.
There are different ways of giving up while playing a pub, you know? And when you get this kind of a draft...
First you want additional maps, guys. Now you're advocating for giving up. What am I surrounded by? You're monsters.
I know. Listen, bring back early 5-man surrenders.
Anything can work in Dota. A famous man once said...
Yeah, we know. We've heard that.
And when
it's true in the pro game. It's just never true in pubs. So
it's true in the pubs as well. You just have to believe.
Now. But anyway, let's grade the drafts. I mean, you got everything you wanted, Tiga, from the Tundra draft.
Yeah, no, I think for Aurora to feel good in this game, it's going to be how well does Nightfall do in laning phase. This is the type of lane that threatening 33, getting a couple kills, forcing them to only skip wave and to feel like they can't go near the wave, means rather than going for the battle build, he might actually be rewarded by getting the early battle fury. So I think for Aurora, it's all about the anti-mage lane. How well does it do? But then it's that synergy. They need to actually be aggressive and not fall victim to, oh, look, the Slark's dewarding us. Like, they actually need to kill the map.
I think that the last couple of months and these patches and these kind of drafts are just proving to me over and over again that we've moved away from the Dota that we knew. Like, this is...
I've got to say, the drafts have been delightful, actually. All joking aside.
They're delightful, but they're missing a lot of those boxes that you need to check, like, back in the day to make a draft work. It's not the same anymore. Like, these kind of drafts are just screaming at me, we just want to fight on the map at any given point. As long as we have a couple of items and take good team fights, we can win the game.
Yeah.
That didn't used to be the case, but yeah, it's definitely fun.
I like that style.
Yep.
I mean, I think Tundra's got the slightly better draft. I think Aurora had to react quite a lot, but if you can pull off an anti-mage and showcase its easy game against Medusa, then sure, why not? But yeah, I think Tundra should be taking this one.
All right, then, guys, I'll hand you back over to the casters. It is going to be Beat Drop and Lacrosse Fade.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, Aurora against Tundra Lacoste. I had asked the green room yesterday, why not anti-mage? And I was told this hero's not really that good.
It's good against Medusa. This is where the hero really shines, burning the mana, and there's going to be Ricky Maru with the Fusel Blade. If you... Like, Panel discussed about these heroes looking kind of awkward. Like, Medusa, Silencer, Bloodseeker, TA, and Slark. This has to be the worst looking draft in terms of how Dota has been played for a very long time. But yeah, we're seeing some new Dota, some new tech coming out. This is, I would say, relatively difficult lineup to execute. If there was no mana burn on the other side, I think that this Medusa would have pretty easy farm, and we see a different item build from 33. A lot of the times you will see him pick up Magic Wand, 3 branches, but this time around he's starting with Orb of Blight. They want to fight it out relatively early, try to put some pressure onto Anti-Mage.
Right. If they can slow down the Anti-Mage, does that give them enough time, or is it just a matter of time? Because what it looks like is it's time for first blood, and it'll be Mira who gets the kill on a Whitemon. We'll see what 33 and Soxa can do, but is it inevitable at some point Anti-Mage takes over the game?
Depends. I mean, he can still die to Global Silence, because Anti-Mage build nowadays isn't you rushing Battle Fury and then going straight for Manta style, so you have a Dispel mechanic. It's more about, I'm gonna pick up that Vanguard and then see how it's gonna go, but definitely we'll need something. We'll need that Manta style to be able to get rid of the silence. Bloodseeker as a hero as well. Crystalis, he did play the only Bloodseeker game so far at the tournament, did win that game that he played yesterday. If we talk about his itemization, it was, I would say, pretty standard.
Right.
What you would expect with the Mjolnir, BKB, SNY. Did pick up Lincoln's because it was a good game for it, and also did get Dagon. Things have changed for Bloodseeker. We changed his Aghanim Scepter, we changed his Shard, we changed how the hero does work, and he's back to, I would say, original Bloodseeker, where he still deals pure damage with all of his abilities, which is kind of nice.
It was an interview we did with Pure, where he said that Bloodseeker was a dead hero.
Yes, this was during Fissure Playground, or was it? No, it was Fissure Universe, and 33 in the top lane. He's gonna die.
And so
both of them are gonna die.
This is a repeat of game number 1. 3-0 right away for Aurora.
BZM also taking a big couple of hits there as we get another pause in this series.
What is this? What am I looking in the mid lane? What kind of hero is that? Like, if you didn't tell me this was Templar Assassin, I could not. Well, it doesn't even look like anything.
It looks like
a part of the hero.
It looks like when a caterpillar is in the cocoon. Like, it looks like the cocoon right now. Except
it makes a lot of sense with Templar Assassin. Yeah, I can see the connection. Not.
I mean, you asked me what I saw. That's what I kind of saw.
From this angle, it looks fine.
Well, from this angle, you said it could have been Muerta or Arcee.
Maybe I'm just a Templar Assassin hater because, I don't know. I don't like too many cosmetics. Kitaka did put a lot of pressure. Bloodseeker is the big winner of the laning stage, 13-5. But yeah, we can go back to what Pure has been talking about the hero, because if I remember correctly, what he said is he did not like the changes to pure damage, especially to his Blood Right, because damage numbers have been lowered, and this also means that you're not going to be able to get as much farm.
Well, farm doesn't seem to be the problem at the moment. 14-5 for the Bloodseeker up to this point. See if that trend continues. Gotta be careful top, because this Inkswell, especially combined with the Anti-Mage right now, seems pretty devastating. Not sure how they have to react to this to make sure that this lane at least exists for them for a couple more minutes. Guess we'll see what 33 wants to do. Nightfall again. Goes forward, tries to get that Inkswell to land. Doesn't catch Soxa, who is not really going to be working with much mana at all, unfortunately. But the Gorgon's Grasp, it does root up Panto. They'll get a kill. They'll make it 4 for Aurora. This is all going according to game number 1 for the moment. And you can see Toronto Tokyo actually taking a significant amount of damage. Mira actually having to jump away, but the Impalement Arts and maybe a couple more right clicks might be enough to get this kill. The Arcane Curse, Mira will get low, and Whitemon looking to finish off this kill and will. So takes out Mira.
This is one of the most satisfying things in Dota, seeing that Silencer is getting +1. I might be a little bit biased, loving to play Silencer, but that mental damage that you're doing knowing that they lost intelligence, especially on heroes that do need... I mean, every hero needs mana pretty much, but some definitely feel worse when you lose some early mana. 33, this Orb of Blight isn't really doing that much. Maybe they wanted to square up, use Essence Shift, try to fight against Anti-Mage at level 1, but they managed to stabilize this lane. Nightfall, he's involved in all 4 kills as Anti-Mage, which is pretty impressive.
Which is really good for an early advantage needed for the Anti-Mage. Bottom lane, Whitemon taking some damage for that Impalement Arts, but Crystal is sitting here 26-9, so at least keeping up in terms of the Bloodseeker. However, when you switch it to net worth, it's a little bit more of a lead for Anti-Mage. This Medusa is ahead of where the Darkseer's at, but now Saksa dead again.
Mid lane.
Mid lane, though,
Getting a
BZM.
solo kill.
Yeah, we'll get a kill off Kiyotaka.
BZM. He's gonna be level 6 after this. Rune is gonna spawn in 40 seconds, which is not enough. I mean, there is... I'm looking at the banner runes. There are no bounty runes to be picked up, so we'll need to wait it out. But there's gonna be some relatively good damage onto the tower as well, but solo XP is what makes the difference. And because there are no runes, BZM is gonna TP back to base. And Medusa, it is unplayable. It's very, very difficult.
Oh. Oh. Panto getting that kill, Mira making the rotation, helping out, throwing the Impalement Arts. This is just all going so well in this top lane. And Darkseer doing what Darkseers can do really well is take these stacks and make them. Life's pretty easy. Mira comes over to help out Kiyotaka, tame the beast. That's going to be the fear on to Saksa. So Kiyotaka is going to get a kill, or assist with a kill here for Mira. 33 for some reason, now here mid.
Can't lane top. I mean, it is extremely difficult. You're playing against Vanguard Anti-Mage, Panto, 3 points in Inkswell makes it very difficult, and they need to relieve some of the pressure. 33 is going to come to the mid lane, get an assist, and maybe they could do something to Kiyotaka. He doesn't have anything to blink to.
Sentry down. A blind Gorgon's grasp and doesn't catch anything. Crystal is just pushing Toronto Tokyo away from the lane.
Yeah, Medusa became Medusa. She came to mid lane and is trying to get something done. Their XP are on the other side. At least Saksa's going to pick it up. This could have been a disaster. If Anti-Mage was there a few seconds earlier, you can't really square up as Slark. You get your mana burn. Anti-Mage with the Vanguard is going to block most of that damage anyway.
Man, you know it's a good one from you, and even it cracks you up pretty heavily.
I was trying to think maybe 33 is gonna be changing his item build. He did buy Crown, which is a component for Meteor Hammer. You want to buy all that stat early on. I saw Kaya. I was maybe thinking if he wants to change his item build, instead of going for Meteor, turn that Kaya into Kaya Sanj, because it does give you mana loss reduction. You're going to be playing into Diffusal Blade and Mana Burn.
Oof. Well, right now, it really is unplayable. To the point where you might want to think about going somewhere else, that's for sure.
If we're talking about carry Medusa against carry Anti-Mage, there's a way to do it, because you are building into Manta Style your first item, you are building into Butterfly. These are the big items against Anti-Mage, so he doesn't know which one is real, and he also doesn't have MKB. He's not a hero that loves to buy into MKB, so you have a good window of opportunity where you're shutting down Anti-Mage and having that Butterfly so you can take the fight. But this is offlane Medusa we're talking about here, which means that he's not going to be building into those items, at least not early on, which makes this matchup very, very difficult.
Crystallis on the run. Stunned for the moment with that Inkswell. And Vacuum Pact, he's trying to survive, but Tame the Beast, Soul Mine now puts them together. Silencer, ooh, yeah. Close with Crystallis. The Impalement Arts, get down, Mr. President. Whitemon getting in front of the Impalement Arts to make sure that he doesn't die on this Bloodseeker, at least for the moment. And another blind Impalement Arts does not connect.
They're in a lot of trouble. Templar Assassin from the mid lane is a bit of a I would say, different one, because you have the levels. You are the ones who's also picking up the runes. So if he gets some haste rune, 33 again, puts a point in his ult. He just got that level 6.
Yeah, showed in lane, so Nightfall immediately matched the movements. But they don't get the kill on a 33 this time. They will, however, find Toronto Tokyo with that Rupture. Happy to at least get something on the board. Similar to last game, though, you get all these kills as Aurora, and you're not up much in terms of net worth.
Yeah, the one who's struggling is Kiyotaka this time around. His Diffusal Blade is going to be delayed. They're going to be getting the kill here. This is the ultimate scaling lineup. You have Silencer, infinite amount of intelligence you can steal, Slark as well. Preparing for that late game. Cap on Deso, though, 30 when Templar Assassin gets it.
Yeah, not infinite, but definitely some high scaling. It could take a long time to get those charges, though, especially yesterday we saw TA with 0 charges after owning the item for 20 minutes. So it could feel like infinite scaling. Trap on a Nightfall. Is BZM now going to be the one who elects to go up against this Anti-Mage?
Anti-Mage going for Radiance after picking up that Vanguard. I like that a lot. It's going to be more about him being in the fight for longer. He's playing into basically 3 heroes that love to deal physical damage, Bloodseeker, Templar Assassin, even Slark. So it's a very good game for it. Medusa doesn't deal right-click, and seems like he also wants to pick up Radiance after finishing off Meteor. So I think we need to buckle up, go grab some water, because this game seems to be very late-game oriented.
I've got my water ready to go. I'll stay hydrated. But if you had to give it a number,
I think it's some like 45-50 minute game.
That's what I figured you'd say. I also buckled in. Rupture and Toronto Tokyo, he's got some help, so they're not committing just yet. But Toronto Tokyo able to stay in lane. Rupture, it's not the longest cooldown, 75 seconds at level 1. BZM, not terribly far behind the Anti-Mage, neither is the Bloodseeker. But you can see, compared to the Riki, this TA feels pretty solid at the moment. They'll try to get a kill here on a Whitemon. Tame the Beast actually doesn't connect, but Mira gets that kill, blood right down, and now you're down to half health, and Chrysalis should be able to keep up with you at this point and get this kill, but it's Whitemon after the fact that gets it.
He should have bought back to get that +1.
That's real value. Probably some of the best value I've heard so far.
33 is having more farm than Riki. He's also getting very close to Darkseer, which is pretty impressive considering what he was playing into. Meteor Hammer now completed. Global Silence.
Trying to get a kill here onto Toronto Tokyo. They'll get that with the Soulbind. Looking for the Ink Swell. Chrysalis even going to be tipped here by BZM. They will find Whitemon. Tame the Beast, though, hits 2. And now Chrysalis and Whitemon are dead. 33 is pretty vulnerable. Even despite the fact that he's under the tower, I mean,
he's
Nightfall
alone.
shouldn't
He's
really
surrounded
care.
by 5 heroes.
Gorgon's Grasp, Meteor Hammer. Okay. I mean, at least he's getting something done, but eventually mana voided and dead for 30.
I think Silencers should have an ability where you can use Brain Drain to give it to your allies. Like, you can give intelligence to your allies.
It would be called Tutor.
This is something that you would say.
Oh, as you were saying it, I looked at myself and I went, am I saying this? And I'm just hearing it out loud? Like, so these are the ideas I love from you the most.
Might be OP in certain situations, but could be a fun one.
Just to give it to the Medusa, all that intelligence.
Yeah, so that she can lose those, so the mana void deals more damage.
Do you get it back after a while, or is it gone forever?
No, it's gone. It's permanent.
Bloodseeker. Chrysalis hit with that wall, and there is a Kiyotaka kill onto the Bloodseeker, who is now behind its own TA, but TA is getting there and keeping up with the anti-mage.
Nightfall has a lot of farm. I mean, he was super farmed in the previous game, but this time around, he's about to finish Radiance, Vanguard, Treads in 15 minutes.
Making the jump all the way back.
Imagine waking up from coma.
Yeah.
And then you see Medusa. Like, you tune into this game. First of all, you see the 5 heroes inside of Tundra. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Then you see Aurora with Anti-Mage Ricky. Some new heroes as well. Like, what are the last 2 heroes? And then you check the itemization. Suddenly you see Medusa with Meteor Hammer, Radiance, and Ghost Scepter in its quick buy. There will be a lot of questions to be answered.
Oh, yeah. First of all,
where do you even start? If you didn't play Dota for like, I don't know, 7-8 years, and you want to start again, do you go through all the patch notes, or do you just start fresh?
You dive in. You have to dive in. You don't look at it patch note by patch note. You dive in and relearn the game. Nightfall. Not going to get this kill in a White Mon. But Saksa, that's another question. That'll be answered with a death of the Slark. White Mon eventually dies here, though, to Kiyotaka. They're kind of getting...
They're getting kills, but they're losing on net worth. Which means that Bloodseeker is getting quite a lot of farm, Medusa's getting good amount of farm, but most importantly, Templar Assassin, she's almost keeping up with Anti-Mage. When BZM picks up that Deso, he's going to be ready to go.
Yeah, that's the jumping off point, and we'll see. It would have to be his 5, right? Like, can you really fight this minus numbers? Do you fight with TA Medusa Silencer Slark to get Bloodseeker more farm off the map? Or would you just want to 5-fight it?
Their pickoff is really non-existent. There's basically nothing. There's no way you can really gank. So they need to be as 5 Nightfall.
They'll try for it. Global Silence is used, and now this is an anti-mage that is not going to survive to BZM and the rest. Soulbind comes through. They go to the Wheel of Wonder. They'll use the Tame the Beast. They have gotten them feared and taunted, but BZM goes into the Refraction, surviving for now. Silence for the moment. Do they have the damage to get this kill? Toronto Tokyo with the vacuum back. They drop down the wall. They go to the Gorgon's Grasp, but Toronto Tokyo unable to get the kill here.
Onto
BZM until just this point as Panto gets it with the Ink Swell. Down goes White Mon, 2 heroes down on the side of Tundra. 33's got about half his mana. Doesn't have to worry about an anti-mage. Will still try to survive here, though, with 4 heroes around. The Ink Swell from Panto is there, and the Stroke of Fate gets the kill.
They need a little bit of extra damage, it feels like, on Tundra. Anti-Mage died immediately. They were sitting at 70% HP. Some of the heroes were down to 50. If Bloodseeker gets like a heal in the middle of a fight, I think they take that fight again. But he was also very close to his Hyperstone, which would be full Mjolnir. They have no ways of dispelling things. And if he goes in with Mjolnir, the procs would definitely make the difference in the previous fight.
Felt like he was on the edge, especially they killed the Anti-Mage off really early in that exchange.
Anti-Mage needs to be careful. He lost mana. He lost -3 because Silencer does have a shard. And he has a really low mana pool. If he blinks in a couple of times, he loses mana one more time. Manta Style, to use it, it is very costly. So we'll not have that much mana to work with. Manta Style is 125.
Yeah, not great. He's 29 plus 2 for the moment. But White Mon could take advantage of having this shard, but he has to be alive. And he is very dead. We'll need to be careful. But they finally get this 2-1 tower over mid. And Anti-Mage is starting to pull away a little bit. BZM needs this Deso. I swear we've been talking about this Deso for a while.
Did pick up shard, so wants to have extra bit of control, maybe jump the backline. It's an S tier shard. In this game especially, you're playing against Anti-Mage Ricky. One silence could make a difference, would give you just enough time for Gorgon Grasp to hit, and then you get the Blood Right. You have Global Silence as well. It does feel like Aurora, they are putting the pressure, but they also want to farm another round of items. They want to have those Manta Styles up, especially on Ricky. There is a little bit of a save coming out from Escape Act. There is shard available on Grimstroke. and he also did go for Instigate, so he can detonate it when he wants to.
Right.
But again, you're playing against the Global Silence, and that Global Silence needs to be timed. Problem is, Tundra doesn't have that much control. Usually, you would see Road of Atos on Medusa, but this time around, he's toying with the item build, thinking what he needs to buy, whether that needs to be Radiance. Right now, he is going for Nullifier, it seems, which is going to be great against Escape Act, great against Grimstroke, so you dispel Inkswell, and also great against Darkstar, removing Ion Shell and Surge.
Looks like Whitemon and the rest might be searching for a fight at the 20-minute mark to potentially also steal the Shrine. They are set up nearby. Panto probably going up into the high ground. Alex to go the other way. Global Silence.
Just kidding, guys. Global into TP out.
That is a bit brutal. I mean, that makes Anti-Mage feel pretty safe for the next cooldown.
Yeah, it feels like Tundra were 1 minute too early. Usually the 20-minute mark would be good if we were talking about the previous patch where you can take enemy Tormentor, Kiyotaka.
Smoke screen, wall down, and this is Bloodseeker trying to fight this out, but Crystallis actually doing an okay job. Meld Strike, Bloodright doesn't land, but Toronto Tokyo Eruption up, can't move, and ends up dead. They're still... Oh, he's healing!
He's healing up.
Healing!
He killed the creeps.
He's alive for now. Kiyotaka fights, and eventually he gets that kill, and oh no! They don't... No, they don't have the vision. And now, all of a sudden, I mean, BZM's stuck around.
That would have been...
He's just dead.
If they managed to get a kill on Kiyotaka, if he got that proc on Maelstrom, maybe 2, it would made a lot of difference. But still, they're getting some trades. They killed the Darkseer out of it. You can see that Bloodseeker is very tanky.
Soxa still stole that Shrine, by the way.
Yeah. This
that
is
was
the
a
big
bait.
item.
Top of the map, takes him away from the Shrine. They baited to get Soxa that extra experience.
If he can get to a Nullifier, this is going to be massive, but I also see that Aurora are building up those Manta styles. One is completed on Nightfall. Kiyotaka needs another 100 gold, and he's going to be ready with the Dispel. So multiple ways of dispelling things. I'm not sure if they got the value out of Global Silence. Like, you need to be able to get something done in the first 15, 20 minutes.
They got the kill on Anti-Mage mid, but
yes,
that
but
last
that was
one
about it.
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. It's still a very close game in terms of net worth. The value, I would say from 33 is he's going to get jumped, and they're going to try and get this kill, but he's got this early Ghost Scepter. And they've got a lot of heroes here to try and get this, and Nightfall is even going to show up, blink in, Mana Void, and get this kill. Yeah, your Medusa has 9,000 net worth, but it almost feels like ineffective net worth.
Yeah, and Mana Void does deal 9,000 damage. They could potentially get Soulbind on Medusa +1. That's going to be the big combo. Other abilities, they don't do as much. You have Blink Strike from Ricky, but that's kind of meh.
Get the kill on Asaxa, chase for more, Rupture used. Global Silence this time isn't going to be effective enough. Kiyotaka goes into the tricks of the trade with the BKB pop by Crystallis. Nightfall backing away, but going towards Crystallis.
Yolnir proc.
All alone. Arcane Curse, not sure it's going to matter. Inkswell will pop and the TP out from Kiyotaka. Nightfall getting another one. Rod of Atos now onto this TA. Tame the Beast, Nightfall in, but a blink out from BZM.
It does feel like in every single fight, Tundra needs one more hero just to be able to deal extra damage. Again, if they get a kill there, Bloodseeker heals up a little bit more. This could have been easily a fight for Tundra. It's just the Templar Assassin had no mana. He needed to blink out. And now Aurora, they seem to be in control of this game. Roshan is available for them. In terms of damage, they do have good amount of damage to deal with it, and Orb of Venom picked up on BZM. I was talking about it yesterday. Orb of Venom is still not fixed. Orb of Venom actually still gives True Strike on 9-second cooldown, so he wants to have that because he's playing into the cloud. Probably not intended to work this way, but because it is a part of Witchblade, which does have True Strike, and definitely has something to do with it, but for some reason it does have True Strike.
Saxa ends up dead, and that'll be another kill for Aurora. Kiyotaka's going to collect some Lotus Petals, but things not looking good for Tundra overall. That being said, Whitemon and BZM are here to try and get a kill on a Kiyotaka, or Kiyotaka might be able to kill them. They go to the Rupture once again. Vacuum pulling him back. BKB, but he's linked up. He can't reach Kiyotaka. Oh, dear. BZM falls. Crystallis is going to die here, and they will take out Whitemon. This is looking like a Game 3 is coming our way.
Yeah, the last couple of fights, they needed extra bit of oomph, extra bit of a damage, but it's just not there. 33 finally finished off his Nullifier. That's going to be the big item for him.
Nullifier always strong. Bottom tier 2 is being pressured by Aurora. They're looking for this Aghanim Scepter on Nightfall. Get that upgraded Blink. Take a tier 2, and at some point you gotta expect Roche as well, right?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Aurora didn't go for it, because there's potential that Tundra goes inside Roche Pit and try to snatch it. They sacrifice one of the heroes on the sides. They see 2-3 heroes showing. Suddenly they take Roche on. With Bloodseeker and Templar Assassin, you should have more than enough damage to bring it down. They're going to go for Tormentor.
Panto? Whew. A lot of heroes get close to dying, as is tradition. Crystallis, he's actually here on Roche.
Yeah, that's the play that I just mentioned, where they see other heroes on the map and they instantly go inside Roche Pit, seeing that they were doing Tormentor, knowing that you need like 3 to 4 heroes at least to kill it. They did bring the whole squad, and then suddenly Roshan is down to half HP.
Question is, do they take it quick enough with no reaction? But right now, Aurora aren't exactly moving towards Roche at all. Crystallis doesn't have a lot of health to work with, so they're going to have to kind of get this in bail pretty hard.
That's why I wanted to see Roshan being taken earlier by Aurora, because this type of a play, this Aegis is not like, okay, we want to use this Aegis, be aggressive. It's more, we're taking it away from Aurora so Anti-Mage doesn't have a second life.
This isn't a fighting Aegis for Tundra, though, right? This is kind of buy some time.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage doesn't have it, but this used to be close. TA Anti-Mage used to be close in net worth.
Not anymore. Andy, his net worth skyrocketed, does have Lincoln Sphere for protection against Bloodseeker. 33, also thinking how he needs to itemize against Anti-Mage so that he doesn't get his mana burn. BKB, Butterfly, these are the 2 big items that you need to buy. Still a long way until you can get those, but if the game is long enough. They also need to be respecting the high ground defense with Global Silence. If they can jump the backlines, I think Aurora supports, if they die first, I could see Tundra coming back into the game.
They have a sentry down, and I believe they might have spotted that Ricky. Pinged him immediately, and he actually ends up taking out Crystallis' courier with a Quelling Blade.
He's holding the gem. They want to see traps. They want to get rid of vision.
Toronto Tokyo joins in to the group. Inkswell jumping, BKB well timed by Crystallis. They'll go to the Global Silence, but now can they get the kill onto the Anti-Mage? Nightfall doing everything he can. They go to the Guardian Greaves. They've got the Stone Gaze. They get the kill on a Whitemon. Vacuum back towards the wall, not into it. But the Stone Gaze turns Toronto Tokyo to stone. The Gorgon's Grasp is a little bit of a whiff. They go to the Soul Mine. That connects this Sark up into the Crystallis. They'll get the kill onto the Bloodseeker. They'll look over at Saxa. That's 3 heroes gone. BZM's going to try and run. He's got an Aegis, but I don't know if it's going to be really more than just a second inevitable death. 33, no mana left. Mana Void used. BZM, he's going to be killed off once and then killed twice with 5 heroes around. Smoke screen, Stroke of Fate, it's all there, ready to go. Full team wipe for Aurora, and they lose nothing.
They try to go for a play. The supports definitely need to die during Global Silence. Problem is they also have some defensive items. There are Bolt holding on to Blink Daggers, Ghost Scepter available on Panto as well, and now you have pretty much 3 lanes pushing in. Heroes are going to respawn quickly because they're not that high level. Still, Anti-Mage, he's doing quite a lot of damage in every single fight. He's blinking in, that Radiance Burn is causing a lot of damage, the miss chance as well, and he's about to finish off his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, that Ags now there has that upgraded blink. That tier 3 is gone. They've got one more fight, I'd say, for Tundra.
Burning extra mana on Medusa and not allowing her to get mana. So even if she uses Mystic Snakes, she's not going to get the mana back, which means that your mana is pretty much gone once you blink in.
That is rough life. As they got the top tier 3, they'll look for more. Radamato's thrown, and ooh, actually neutral, eating that impalement arts. BKB popped by Crystallis. You can see the damage being dealt here. Nightfall thinking about jumping in. He's got the Iron Shell. He looks over at Soxa, doesn't commit to this. The Gorgon's Grass comes from 33 just in case. But again, doesn't really hit on much.
Also, the problem with these Lincoln Spheres on side of Aurora, one on Anti-Mage, Ricky is also gonna buy one, is they don't have many abilities to proc that Lincoln's with anyway. Like, Bloodseeker doesn't have anything. Templar Assassin, she doesn't want to use Hurricane Pike for that. She needs to be more maneuverable. Same goes for Slark with the Yule Scepter, so it has to be Mystic Snake, and that's about it. They have basically 2 abilities plus 1 item that they can proc a Lincoln's with.
Tier 2 drops mid. Nightfall blinking in, and 33 immediately goes to the Ghost Scepter. Can they get a kill here? Is this too far? Kind of wonder with the global silence, but do they have the damage? The Lotus Orb, the Guardian Greaves, they've got the heal, and the sustain is there to make sure that this Anti-Mage is able to survive. They'll take out Crystallis once again.
Oh my God, that's it. That's the combo.
Damn!
That's the get out of the game combination.
Oh yeah, it is.
Gets a triple kill. Wanted to see that throughout the whole game. Finally, they get it in the end, and they immediately GG out. They tried something different. It was very, very weird-looking draft coming out from Tundra. If you look at all these heroes together, if you're playing a pub game with these heroes, chances of you winning the game, I would say, are below 5%.
Right.
And this one, Aurora, they had a more stable draft, and this top lane was just a disaster. 33 still managed to get some good amount of farm, but playing into Anti-Mage as Medusa is just a disaster.
This time, a lot of kills for Aurora, and they pull away and get the victory, so we get a game through between these 2 teams, and the panel will have a chance to talk about it. We'll send it their way. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, K-Pop. Yes, one of those games that just spiraled out of control very, very quickly. Aurora just had it all their own way. And, you know, we talked about, like, how interesting the drafts and everything were, but in the end, I mean, that one certainly didn't work.
Yeah, we like to be politicians here on the panel.
A little bit diplomacy.
Diplomacy, yeah. It's interesting. It's funky. It's different. It just sucked. Like,
yeah, it kind of did.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly respect where Tundra was going with their lineup, right? But I think Aurora just identified what is the key piece of the puzzle. The laning phase, Medusa was shut down, and then they put a massive target on Crystallis' back. If they don't kill Crystallis 3-4 times in the early game, then he can step up in the early fights. He can rupture a Darkseer or an Anti-Mage, even the Ricky, hold them in their place, and then you get the damage around it. But because he was so shut down, and they, again, Medusa has no lane, Bloodseeker gets ganked, Tyr then has to farm. You then just have no game to play, right? So
that's basically what happens always when you have one of these lanes that completely bleeds out, specifically if it's 2, right? And like you have a safe lane that needs to be helped. Sorry, the off lane that needs to be helped all the time. Like, you need to babysit this Medusa. Well, you can't babysit the other lanes if you're doing that to her, right? So because of that, the other lanes are... It's like one thing leads into another. It's not like they had this super massive plan. We are going to instantly move on to Chris. Well, who else, right? Like, they have to move somewhere because Anti-Mage can solo her 24/7 in that lane. She can't even stay in it.
But imagine if there was like a 4k net worth difference in that fight there, right? Like, the fact that Bloodseeker nearly, even in a losing game, he was 1 kill away, like in a 1v5 situation, to probably even maybe get 2, 3, 4 kills there, right? So the fact that they lost lanes that hard and had no real way to kind of recover it and Chrysalis gets shut down, like, it is difficult. Even here, like, you saw by the TA then dies, Chrysalis then can't get close enough to kill off the rookie.
Yeah, just unfortunate, really, that they instantly got anti-maged. I'm not sure if that is what they were expecting or not.
The stats as well.
Yeah, they might have had a plan for the anti-mage, but 15-1-13, this is usually what happens when you have Medusa into the AM, especially if it's the offlane Medusa.
Yeah, it is a very good sign, though, for Aurora, because the way in which they drafted, they picked the anti-mage, a weaker team could easily struggle, where it's like you don't really get enough pressure on the Medusa. Maybe the anti-mage goes for the battlefield, goes a little bit greedier. Like, I think it's a couple choices away, and we could be talking Tundra about winning this game. The fact that they won the laning phase, kept killing, kept punishing Tundra, it is like they're a good team. They can do it, but yeah, it's this is what you expect to see from Aurora.
Here he is. It's Nightfall making another hero work. It's not a PA, it's an AM.
Yeah, absolutely made it work. The Medusa also made it work. The pick itself, I feel like, is what made it work. But another thing to harp on more and flame Tundra's draft a bit further, I guess, is...
Please do.
Like we did talk about, Lacoste just mentioned it, right? Like less than 5% chance in pubs that you're probably winning if you get that sort of a draft. And one of the problems is, like, you're cooking already with this Medusa that's kind of an unorthodox offlaner. You play around your Meteor Hammer. It's not the casual one. And then on top of that, you have a Slark as a position 4. So... it's some twisted world that you're living in when you're playing that draft, and everything has to go right. If one lane fails the way it did, it all falls apart.
Well, we already highlighted Nightfall, obviously the MVP of that particular game, but we can take a look at a kind of head-to-head comparison. Just
hammer it home.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
go. There we go. No, but yeah, to summarize the main point there is, I think if Chrysalis has like 3 less deaths in the early game. If support was able to tank the rotation, maybe, again, we praised Saxer and his positioning in the previous game. Maybe if the Slark was down in the bottom side of the map to cushion those rotations to prevent his carry dying, we could have maybe seen a different narrative where Chrysalis had a couple more kills and a way to enter the game. Because I really do feel that Tundra was 1 or 2 choices away from actually getting to make this game competitive. But they just didn't make it, and Aurora's draft, again, was on paper. If they play well and win lanes, they should just snowball and win the game. And Tundra has to really step up to win this one. But they didn't step up. I feel like they kind of fell victim to just getting outplayed for the entire game, which is a rare thing for Tundra. Normally, they do show moments of brilliance, and in this game, it felt like there was no player to make.
Yeah, I kept waiting for that moment to happen because, like you say, that's what happens in a Tundra game. But it just, I don't know if it was the hero thing. Maybe they overthought it a little bit, overcomplicated it a little bit. But
a little bit.
Yeah, there just wasn't. Just
detection as well, actually.
Oh yeah, you were raging.
We didn't clip it because I didn't want to rage on panel, but
no, we saved that for back.
20 minutes into the game, game 1, Kiyotaka dies. That's when Tundra, oh wow, we're alive. This time around, same thing happened. Kiyotaka at the Ancients, he's about to die, but the cause, they don't have the detection. Bloodseeker dies, you then don't have the first. TA doesn't get the kill. Bada bing, bada boom. That could have been your comeback. Didn't happen. Detection wasn't there. That's the point. That's the point. Maybe we should have had that as a highlight.
Maybe. I mean, look, there weren't any real highlights for Tundra. I think we've spared their blushes. But don't worry about it, guys, because there's one more game to come. They have a chance to redeem themselves. So with that said, we are going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll get into the decider. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, guys, we've had a back and forth series, but we are about to decide it. Who will win? Will it be Tundra? Will it be Aurora? We're going to give our thoughts as we go into the draft.
Ooh, and at least for this one, Medusa probably won't get picked openly like that again. I think now that Aurora have shown both Tundra and all the other teams at Wallachia that they are not afraid to pick anti-mage if they see Medusa with kind of no care of their own hero picks. That itself, boom, draft change now for Tundra.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Some of these drafts, they just break my brain. If there is anything, like the left remaining neurons just get burned when I see Slark, Medusa, TA in the same draft and on the same team and with the item builds as well. It's crazy. But I mean, we have been moving in that direction for quite some time, and specifically position 4 players, I think, are to blame for a lot of experimentation in that role.
I was going to say, one of the things I've loved about the Wallachias in general, it always feels like whatever is going on in the meta, it kind of pools and settles while we're here at these events. So I love a crazy draft. It keeps it interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives you game trees as well from time to time.
We said that yesterday. We knew we were getting some 3 gamers.
And if you are 1 game up, you can afford to experiment a little bit, not ban out the AM.
It is
and it happened.
It's finally banned. There it is.
It happened.
Please explain to the audience who may not have been here during the previous draft what happened, Richard Lewis.
Yes, they've banned Ringmaster, sir. And and I said that was going to happen because I think that hero is bonkers.
It is bonkers. And I think a lot in draft is about finding the best building block in early picks. And Ringmaster is one of the best supports to doing that. You pick it, you do not care whatever your opponent picks. It is simple. It unlocks your draft. It continues it. So, yeah.
I like playing Jakiro into... I mean, I like playing Jakiro into anything at the moment. The hero is absolutely busted. But I feel like...
Jakiro's win rate here hasn't been that good, though.
Yeah, I think Jakiro is lane dominator that sometimes lacks a bit of identity going into mid to late game. You're just kind of like an Ice Path bot compared to Tinker with Matrix and Global Presence and Ringmaster with his control and save. Like, AA with Ice Blast, like all these supports have like
They
value.
have that one extra oomph.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, your oomph is eventually you might get an Aghanims, and then you kind of just win team fights or contribute so much that an AA is just as good. But yeah, I'm not sure. Versus Ringmaster, at least I do like it, because there's only so much you can do with Escape Act, and you can't really save a target from a positional, vector-based, more or less stun, right? Ice Path, you can't get away from it. But let's see what the other bans are. Tusk and Beast on one side, getting rid of those. Darks here as well, so we're not going to see any of those in the hands of 33.
And Tundra also showcasing why Niche Prophet is very good, because they see a Sand King and they're still like, you know what, we'll go Prophet. Because if you think like traditionally, it's like Sand King, you stand in front of towers, you prevent the push, you have good jump, you find the Prophet, you force them to buy BKB very early on. And they're like, whatever, even if you do all this stuff, Prophet farms so quickly that you'll get the BKB, you'll get the Satanic. Once you get to this economy, then you kind of brush off this type of engagement from the Sand King.
Yeah, I think both openers are very open at the moment. Like they can go in any direction. The Prophet as well has been played on mid and saved by Tundra, so it is flexible. I guess we aren't seeing any offlane Prophet for quite some time. I don't think it's it's a thing any longer, but yeah.
Yeah, Tundra's keeping up that skirmishing aggression, which I like. I think as soon as you pick Prophet, being able to play out a lot of early cheap fights feels good. Because I think relying on Prophet getting to, I want 4 items on you, I want you to push every wave, I want you to have all this farm, level 25, like, it is unrealistic, of course. We have to think about the journey to getting there. And any cheap damage on a support, a mid-tiny, it just makes Prophet feel like he always has a way to play out the game if he, if your team's already kind of looking for the fight.
Yeah. Gotta be
Jack as well.
Yep.
Have to keep an open mind though with the Tiny, right? Because they are a team that can run it as a 4. Like they've been playing Slarkheim. I know that Saxa can pick the Tiny up as well. On the other side, a ton of AoE damage, a ton of magic damage. Like you are playing these 3 heroes into a Prophet as well. If he gets caught, he's not going to have a fun time. And Sharpshooter into the Tiny, if Tiny is 1 as well, is pretty damn good.
Yeah, they have just beautiful follow-up damage. When Sankin gets the early Blink Dagger, it's I find Hero Blink and Ice Path, Macrofire, Sharpshooter, Bushwhack, Acorn, like everything is just thrown into that one hero. It will be, like Lizard was mentioning, it's going to be aggressive early on from these heroes, and objectives will be somewhat difficult for Tundra to take at the moment, right? Like if they don't get a kill, if they don't start the fight with a good execution or entry, they are just going to have, an abundance of spells thrown at them.
So given the volume of magic damage, do you think they're looking for an aura kind of carrier?
If Duracho was on the team, we're talking about Lifestealer, but Crystallis isn't really playing it as much.
You're looking at 2 things, right? Either a hero that has a built-in BKB, or a hero that's buying pipe. And no matter what you get, you're buying some BKBs for sure on your on your cores versus these heroes.
We've seen it a couple of times from other teams like NAVI, but even I think Spirit played it as well. But the Underlord, a hero that we don't see too often. I'm not maybe you're not expecting it here, but it's something that we could entertain potentially more in the future. When you have heroes that want to play for pickoff, having I push my wave but can always join that pickoff and throw down the pipe could be an option. Again, maybe not in this draft, but as the meta progresses and we start respecting heroes again, I think in this pick position, Underlord could be a hero that we might have to entertain. But for now, Tundra, they go for the Bristleback.
I feel like with Bristle, it might be a little bit easier as well. You don't move like a slug through the lane, so you can move in and out of fights, and you also will be purchasing more or less a similar type of items.
Well, if he wants to go for Snot Rocket, I think the last game 33 played, he could go for the Seeing Red, and he went for SMY into BKB. So it's kind of like the selfish version of Bristleback, but still has tanky and formidable.
I feel like the choice between these 2 facets is more on what your other 2 cores are doing and what they are as heroes. Then it, of course, you can answer the enemy team as well. But damn, we get our PA finally.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, that's the excitement. Skyrath name.
Yeah, the Skyrath is exciting.
Yeah, Skyrath for sure as well.
I want to check how many times did we see it. Okay, so the previous LAN we had, it was picked once, I think, and won its game. So it was like, I should know, it was...
There's a couple of things here. Of course, it has some natural synergy with the Tiny, like you buff up all of his magic damage, right? But he's really strong into, like, when you're playing a Hoodwink, you hate these heroes that can keep vision on you, like we were with Bugs, let's say, right? Yeah. But Skyrat can do the same, and he deals an insane amount of damage from his spells. That's all he does, and they follow you through the trees, so you can never get away.
One game, one loss, never played again. But the reason why we don't see Sky is because I think with how skirmishing the meta is, it is one point where if you get seen, you do die. The whole reason why the hero lives or dies in the meta is, can he hide? Can he get that entry to the fight? Is there mobility cores in meta? Is there, that, like a PA, for example, here? Yes, early on, Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare, you're going to be dying on PA. As soon as you get a BKB, farewell, Sky. If you show yourself for a millisecond, you are going to get deleted by some rogue dagger or a jump. And we already mentioned how Aurora is ready to make those explosive turnaround plays, even hunt the map with the Sand King. I think that is a very kind of... The Sky will live or die based on how well his lane goes. And lane goes well, he'll have a Ghost Scepter, he'll have ways to survive. But if that lane isn't decisive, then it could be scary.
When you look at Sky, you usually expect this hero to be picked by Eastern European teams, actually, right? Like they're the ones that specialized with Sky recently, at least. But okay, Tundra taking it against one of those teams. We'll see how well it does.
You did mention it though, right? It's like the idea that if you're picking Sky here, I need to see Tiny plus Sky play the map together. It needs to be an Avatos with Ancient Seal, explode heroes.
And it's also telling us that it's most likely Tiny mid. Like, they're kind of sealing the deal with the Skyrat. Crash Landing, Ancient Seal, like almost any hero is dead, whoever they jump on. And PA as well, no matter how many items you've got, if you're in vision and they can get on top of you with that combo, you're most likely dying.
We're not looking at like Pangolier or something for Aurora here. They don't have ultimate last pick in the draft, but I feel like if you add one more layer of just nuisance damage in the fight, then you have to deal with a chaos of Sand King jumping you, Pango jumping you, and to position, like Tundra, if they only position around Bristle frontlining. Everyone else kind of waits for the information to then jump. Tiny wants to blinking to get a hero. Prophet wants to TP once the fight's developed. Sky needs to hide. Like, if Bristle doesn't have a game, then there's no one really standing in the front line, right?
They also have the freedom of choice on Aurora, right? Like this Sand King can also go mid, and you can pick something different for the offlane. But Pango, Ember were probably the best two because of them kind of giving away that Tiny is mid. Pango that Tiga mentioned and Ember deal with a hero. Well, they don't outright win the lane, but they're one of the better heroes to play against them.
I mean, right. If this was gaming, we'd say Huskar. Very simple.
Yeah, Huskar's still there, yeah.
But it is Tundra. And then your draft does look a little bit weird. But Sky, Tiny, support duo, Bristle offlane, Prophet carry. You pick Huskar for mid just to make Ember not too happy.
There are multiple breaks into him later on, though, right?
Oh, it would put you on a massive timer.
Yeah, sharpshooter as well. It is dangerous. And there are teams that just... If you guys remember the double mid into Quinn's Huskar where he went 0-13 as well, like that kind of a thing can happen.
I think it's for Windrunner, right? BZM Windrunner? He does like it? Or is it support? I don't know, I'm just going to wait and see. BZM Tiny, alright, cool, keep it simple. I was overly cooking for no reason there. That's great.
That's why you're here, brother.
No, it was more like a question. Like, BZM, is this what you've requested, sir? And I would prefer the Tiny, and luckily he does go for it.
It's still nice, like... just the kill shot is really good on the Wind Ranger at the moment, on top of all the damage that they've got. You can always secure those stray kills that run away, but usually when I see the Wind Ranger, I want to see how much Gale Force is going to come into play in the mid-game, like the shard is massive. However, in this game, I do see a lot of heroes on the other side that have some insane mobility, so it might not be that impactful.
I just love the fact that game 3, both teams have a way to, if they win their laning phase, just catapult into the game. Sand King with a Blink Dagger, you then have Tiny also with Blink, pairing with Whiteman on the Skyrath. If the game's difficult with Tundra, you're hoping Crystallis can get to like MKB Satanic, and then it's like both teams should really have to care about their laning phase. I think Aurora, their draft is overall easier to play, because when you think about like PA Ember late game, you're playing into a Tiny that's probably going to go more like Octarine, Yules, and this type of stuff. You don't really go for right-click from mid lane. Prophet, somewhat countered through the draft. It's an early pick. So I think Aurora have the better overall draft, but Tundra, they got some some nice little combinations to be very explosive.
I mean, the risk of another snowball game is right if someone gets ahead.
Yeah, exactly. It really is a race to have the better lanes and make your kind of your stamp in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. Lanes are important, but you know what? We did have that one screen of 8-2 PA in Nightfall's hands.
Correct.
Recently, he has been absolutely dominant on the hero. And I believe that's what's making me...
I also think your point about the Skywrath being in the game as well, I mean, that's just food for a
potentially
a PA with a BKB.
It is, but also we don't really see any position 5 Skywrath mage. So for Whiteman, maybe he's got some secret tech where his lane's good, maybe he plays well, and after this we're praising it, and it's like
get some armor now as well in Sky. So
but that's it. This is like the first of the tournament, I think, and
it is,
I'm ready to learn. I want to see if it's actually good stuff or if it's just like maybe an overcook in the draft.
All right, well, we're about to find out. We're going over to our commentators for this deciding game between Aurora and Tundra, and bringing you this one, it is going to be Bunny Hop and Crisscross.
Game 3 for Tundra and Aurora. Yeah, Skywrath Mage, first pick of the tournament, first contest of the tournament as well. Nightfall maybe 8-2 on this Phantom Assassin recently, but currently in the tournament, 37.5%. Not sure if he can bring up those numbers, but if there's somebody who can, it's him. And then, yeah, the Obs has it hovering over what I was thinking about. The Shield of the Scion. Does this make Whitemon on this Skywrath Mage tanky enough? And is BZM tanky enough to not only not get his ward swipe, but survive? But the Stifling Dagger from Nightfall is what gets the first blood.
This is the question whether a lot of the times you see people not skilling anything just in case. On Tiny, you want to have that tree grab for your last hitting purposes, but if he has Avalanche there, he doesn't die. It ruins your laning stage a little bit, but you're also giving away first blood to the guy that you do not want to give first blood to. This is a very good, I would say, overall Phantom Assassin game because you have break mechanic, supports. Phantom Assassin is just gonna have, I think, against Skywrath Mage, it makes it very difficult for him to play the game. And also, you're building into Battle Fury, which means you're upgrading your Quelling Blade. So throughout the whole game, you will have something against the Sprout. You can also get out of the Sprout with the Blink Strike. And I think overall, it's one of the best hero toolkit that Nightfall can have. Because a lot of the times, you will see him being very patient, whether he wants to jump into the fight or not. This time around, with low cooldown ability on Blink Strike, he can get out of the fight if he doesn't like what he's gotten himself into, have a BKB as well on top of that. And looking at the bottom lane, I want to see how much Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to get out of it, because he's playing against Skywrath Mage, concussive shot, playing against Greater Treant, not going to be the easiest lane for Toronto.
Just saying, Shield of the Scion, that concussive shot garnered him 11 shields.
Yes, it is fake. This is like fake effect on the screen. You're like, oh man, he has a barrier, but it does absolutely nothing. And then you attack him, because a lot of the times you see just the trade without using the spells on the side with both supports, and you're like, his barrier is not going down. What do I do? And it's 11 magic damage barrier.
Is this the new tech? Is just you see the barrier, you get scared from attacking Skywrath Mage. What if it's too much? And then you just don't focus him.
He can be tanky. If this hero gets something like a Glimmer Cape, Mana Boots, he becomes very tanky. Hero does consume a lot of mana. It's the best silence pretty much in the game, except for Global Silence. It's the instant long duration silence, 6 seconds on a relatively short cooldown. And there's a lot of magic damage. Every single hero except BA has magical damage.
We'll see how the Sky does. You gotta expect that Whitemon does play it. He's got the Arcana, and that's usually the indicator that you're playing the hero. I'm not gonna say that it means you're really good at the hero, but if you're putting the money in, there's gotta be that thought.
Because you remembered how many Arcanas you have. I'm like, I have 7 Arcanas, but I'm still not at the pro level yet. I need to buy another 2.
I might need more. If they made an Ancient Apparition one, I'd be buying that in a heartbeat. Sox on the run here from Nightfall and Panto. You know, these two heroes, Phantom Assassin and Jakiro, we see a lot, but they do not have good win rates up to this point. Jakiro also sitting at a sub 50% win rate. After 15 games, 40%. It ain't great.
On top of my head, I would say like it should be around 55. because I think Jakiro, this number doesn't give him justice. And as expected in the bottom lane, Toronto Tokyo is struggling. This is one of the better junglers from the off lane, especially early on, because you already see that Mira, he's on the stacking duty. He knows exactly that this lane is not going to go too well for them.
Yeah, kind of getting forced out already. 7-1 only for the Sand King. Gets the stack off. And just needs to make sure that he gets the Sand King a little bit of a backup plan. They already have a 1,000 net worth lead. In the first 2 games, Aurora, pre-25 minutes, have averaged over a kill a minute. They have really been, I can't confirm that stat, I'm doing quick maths here, but they have been very aggressive early. And, I mean, game 1, it looked like it was going to be enough to surpass Tundra, but they kind of found themselves in a spot where they were able to get the gold back and ultimately bring that one back. But here again, I mean, they take out 33, and they're just not afraid of playing quick and aggressive early on.
Underneath the tower.
I mean, Saksa, he's dead.
Panto's going to get a double kill. 1 kill for each head. They both have Magic Wand, and White One will be grabbing a kill here on Mira. Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, Skyret Mage doing some good amount of damage. 2 points in Sandstorm should be enough for Sand King to clear this one. But this also leaves solo lane, and it has to be Mira who's going to be collecting. This is not too bad in terms of the trade that you're getting, because Sand King's getting quite a lot of farm. Mira has been stacking since minute 2. We're only like 4 minutes in. There's triple stack for Sand King and double stack slightly more to the north.
Not bad at all. Get you a little bit of extra gold while you're able to sit in the lane. Saksa looking to make Nightfall uncomfortable, having that power shot at level 2 and having that kill shot. So you need to kind of be aware here.
Try to snipe him.
As the execute threshold is 10%, which I'm not going to do the math. I'll just assume that
next power shot will kill him.
Well, I'm not even, like I said, I'm not going to bother with math. But I'll trust you on that one.
Anything that is not 2 out of 8 or 1 out of 10, you're not doing the math, not doing percentages.
33, he is getting run down and killed by Panto, who's now on a killing spree. I can confidently say now, though, the next power shot's not going to kill him.
He did bring Raindrop and Healing Salve, so having a pretty good read what's going to happen in this lane, that he's going to get harassed quite a lot. And look what Panto has. He did go for Twin Terror, as his facet on Jakiro. Wants to rush Shard. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. It is a lot of damage coming out from his right clicks, because you do unlock both of them.
This could be new tech, new Jakiro tech. Buys the smoke already. BZM hitting that level 6. Kiyotaka, he throws a Remnant bottom, and this is going to be a regen that will be denied. So it gets denied. Avalanche, though, it connects. Power shot is there. Toss as well. And all of a sudden, Crystallis is here. Sox is dead to Mira, but Kiyotaka, he needs to be very careful as BZM's continuing the chase. Has Avalanche in 4 seconds, but just too speedy for the side of Tundra. I say that. He backs up for the bounty rune, and he's still fine. Always had that right.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Sky takes over the mid lane, already at level 4. See if either team aggresses onto the opponent's shrine, as we've seen them do in the past. 33 not exactly having fun. He's level 4.
Now let's check the XP. Skyret Mage has a little bit more, so it's going to be Bristleback who's going to be getting XP from the shrine, which is nice for him. Not the best for Skyret Mage. This hero definitely needs levels once you hit that level 6. In terms of setup that they have, it's pretty okay. Tiny will hold him in place for a long duration. Ulti, even Shackle Shot will do the trick. So kill on their side. The explosive damage that they do have is definitely there. Tiny makes profit with his ulti. First epicenter of the game, Toronto Tokyo.
He's controlled, but Crystallis is still alive. Wrath of Nature can't get out of the Sandstorm and ends up dead. Saksa taking some damage here from Panto. Ice Path connects. And that will be Crystalis and Soxagon for Mira. And all of a sudden, well, Aurora, they decide to back out, even with the Phantom Assassin showing up for a moment. Avalanche connects, and this will be Panto eventually dying, and that's good gold to get. Especially for this Tiny.
BZM sitting at only 30 CS, 44 CS on Kiyotaka. In terms of net worth, he does have more net worth because he's been involved in 2 kills. Kiyotaka does have only 1 assist.
We'll see if he gets more involved as I say that. Bushwhack, the control on Soxa, but there's the shackle shot. BZM coming from behind, but Soxa burning away and throws a power shot out there. Soxa's still alive, and Kiyotaka, he's gonna die to Crystalis, but Nightfall's over here going for Whitemon, gets that crit and takes out this Skywrath Mage. 2 dead on the side of Tundra, still 10-5 for Aurora.
Oof, a little too deep. That power shot did connect. Gave them just enough damage, and then BZM comes with a toss. Plus Wrath of Nature finishing him off. I think they had vision somewhere where he used Remnant to, and then that ulti clipped him for a second. Still 2k gold lead for Aurora. Crystalis continues to farm up. Phantom Assassin is the biggest winner of the laning stage. This is going to be some really, really good timing on that Battle Fury.
Yeah, happy with what they've got. And they get that kill on the Skywrath Mage, something that was talked about by the panel. How much food is Sky going to be? I mean, with how much they're going to be able to do early on, they'll go in and aggress on to 33, but the more they're able to kill the Skywrath Mage...
They brought 5 members. They knew exactly where Bristleback is going to be recovered. I mean, it's not that hard to guess, but this type of a move, bringing 5 players, you can see the number of stacks. Mira did get 5 of those relatively early on. Whitemon with the silence.
But not long enough. They get the Ice Path down on a BZM. These heroes aren't here. Nightfall's still sitting up towards top, so he's not looking to make any crazy moves just yet. Side of Fist Searing Chains and another rune controlled, and they also get that water rune. However, all of a sudden the silence, is the damage going to be there to get the kill to Kiyotaka? No! He ends up surviving. Remnant the other way. Crystalis TP'd in. Finally he falls, but BZM and Whitemon are already dead. Soxa low as well. That's going to be a 3rd gone. Panto getting right-clicked by Crystalis, but the Sprout doesn't connect. The Ice Path is there with the Burrow Strike, and Nightfall, he'll kill Crystalis. Aurora again, aggress, and they have not stopped.
All these smaller items, keeping them alive. Raindrop, you see itemization on Ember Spirit, who has an extra Ironwood branch. He has Power Treads on Strength, which is not your item that you usually see on Ember Spirit. And once he picks up that mage there, that's going to be pretty big. This trusty shovel dig inside the river to refill the bottle kind of baited him in, but it wasn't enough to kill him straight away. Soxa, so he comes back into the fight with Remnant, dies, but the rest of the team is going to be ready to clean up. Nature's Prophet needs to be more careful. Like, you TP in, and Nightfall is also the one who's going to be joining. This is what I like to see. 1 stun, and Nature's Prophet's dead.
They have just continued to play aggressive all 3 games of this series to pretty similar success. Wrath of Nature, dual breath with the Ice Path. BZM, Bushwhack not going to connect, but they'll have the Sharpshooter with the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains. They're burning BZM low, but Crystalis is here, and he'll just Remnant out. The silence, though, Whitemon able to put the damage on Mira and at least get 1 kill for the side of Tundra. Shield of the Scion. 26 shield. Big numbers.
Just looks cool. When he uses ulti, then when you're going to be seeing the bigger shield coming through. So in the end, he's going to end up to go for Road of Atos. It's good against Sanking, great against Ember Spirit, set up for your ulti, of course, and great against Phantom Assassin so that she can't blink.
Kiyotaka, not afraid. And that is a 12-minute Battle Fury, by the way. Woof. That's a fast one. Battle Fury BKB is the plan. They'll find Whitemon again.
And Sky gonna try and walk away from this one. Goes north towards Chrysalis, who's actually TPing out. Whitemon also gonna try and TP, but the Searing Chains connect. And that will be another kill for Kiyotaka.
Once Kiyotaka finishes off his big item, that's Mage Slayer, damage from Tiny, damage from Bristleback, it's the anti-Bristle damage. Tiny, he's also dealing a bit of a mixed damage, so he's fine. But against Wind Ranger, against Skywrath Mage, this item is gonna, I'm gonna say, cause a lot of issues on side of Tundra. And again, they're farming inside the triangle. Aurora ready to punish and steal more stacks.
They have not stopped. They're continuing to go back on streaks. They are continuing to get these kills. The tier 1 tower will die mid soon enough. And with this Battle Fury, you can farm, but I really respect that Nightfall is not afraid of getting involved. And you said it earlier. You know, when he came mid to get that kill on a Crystallis who had TP'd in on the Nature's Prophet, he had to kind of mirror those movements, and it's paid off in droves, and now he feels confident to show up continually.
It's the perfect hero for him. Hero on low cooldown that can get in and out of the fights. Hero that builds into BKB. Hero that is tanky, never going to be lacking damage. And he's going to also take the Shrine, so will push himself closer to level 2 coup de grace. Tiny, how's his Blink Dagger looking? Very far away from him.
Yeah.
500 gold, 14 minutes in. Did opt to go for these smaller items, Phase Boots, Wind Lace. You can still have like a very big impact in the game before Blink Dagger, so you can run in, get your toss, get your avalanche. Kiyotaka smoked up with both supports. They're looking.
Sox is spotted, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Bushwhack in the Ice Path all layered on top.
Such an easy setup. Kiyotaka can set things up with 1 Chains into Ice Path, Macropyre combo. Bushwhack, they're never going to be lacking damage. Here it comes. Gotta check how much damage barrier he's going to get after that hits.
After the Mystic Flare, he had 350.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's good barrier. Toronto, Tokyo. Still,
it's coming. Imagine if it really matters. It hits, and then he's about to die, gets the barrier.
The longer it travels, the more damage it takes.
Don't blink away from it. It's gonna... There it is, 17. Sweet 17.
Where'd I get this barrier from? Threw that arcane bolt like 10 minutes ago. First shard is for Panto.
This is what he wanted to buy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, didn't he want to purchase this first?
Yeah, I mean, there are better items to buy. You need to buy some team items.
Oof. Mira dead, Panto gone very quickly. 468 from the Shield of the Scion.
1 armor, though.
Yeah, armor's not important.
I think if this hero was getting armor as well, this hero would see so much more play. Sitting at 1 armor, it just feels like a very overall... Like, this is something that he needs. This hero definitely doesn't need to have 1 armor.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, he has 3 armor. Suddenly Skywrath Mage is OP because of that. But, yeah, it's been... Like, a lot of the other heroes got their toolkit upgraded. Skywrath Mage has been the same for a really long time.
So you're telling me if Skywrath was also a very tanky hero, he'd be played a lot better. So the thing that makes him vulnerable, if that was no longer his vulnerability, he'd see a lot of play.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that everybody got some kind of upgrade. His attack animation's not the greatest. Arcane Bolt could be faster as well.
Tundra have been doing a good job recently of just getting these kills, but here comes Nightfall. BZM, he's gonna die. The trade is there for Mira, but Sock's on the run. And eventually spotted. Nightfall gonna put himself on a mega kill streak, 2 for 1 in favor of Aurora. They're definitely playing aggressive, and they're fun to watch, Aurora. They definitely don't hit me with the Aurora Borealis.
Boring Alice.
Yeah.
Nightfall has his BKB finished. I can see them also going for a Roche. Not immediately, but if they take a fight near the enemy triangle, get a kill or two, they can definitely go inside a Roche pit and take it. And I really like that Kiyotaka is also building into Manta style. Wants to have something cheap where he can dodge some of the spells, get rid of that Ancient Seal. If he's the one initiating and getting that Mage Slayer, he's not going to be dying. There's the Glimmer Cape on top of that, stacking the barriers.
Shield doesn't exactly matter when you're dead, but the Mystic Flare was used. Bushwhack connects. Sox is in trouble. Both supports are going to fall on Tundra again. Nightfall's been involved a lot, but that being said, he's starting to be caught up to by Crystallis, who's been more farming oriented in this game. Got that Battle Fury pretty early, but it was Battle Fury into more fights than anything. Looking at the tier 1 top now. Panto will help out with the Liquid Fire. That is another tier 1 dead as Nightfall getting credit for that. And Mira gonna help Toronto Tokyo get that creep wave and farm. He's looking for that Ags. He's looking Ags BKB. You like this build from the Sand King?
This is a bit of a new trend on Sand King because Bloodstone did get nerfed. This was his core item. And now Epicenter upgrade. It's really nice in the middle of a fight. You're dealing so much more damage, but you also need some kind of a defensive item. So BKB, they don't have any abilities that go through BKB. Essence Ring, is that gonna keep him alive? Not really. Does buy out, so he did not lose any gold.
Mira TP'd into this, and then all of a sudden, Blink Avalanche. Sharpshooter into the trees with the Scurry, with a toss of the Skywrath Mage on top of Mira, the silence with the Ancient Seal, and 33 gets that kill. But here come the rest of Aurora. They're gonna try and make something of this. They're hitting the back of 33.
Kiyotaka.
Now, Avalanche lands on a Kiyotaka. Sleight of Fist once more. Nightfall's gonna get the kill on a BZM, but Kiyotaka's a little bit low. He'll pop that Essence Ring. The BKB comes through from Nightfall, but that's after all is said and done on the kill on a BZM. So that BKB is really specifically just to run away.
Getting 2 kills and trading it for Tiny. BZM, 5 deaths on him. Also, I like that he's building into a BKB. There was a game yesterday where NGX played and they had no BKB on Earthshaker. The game kind of changed as soon as he got it. I think it's going to be the same for BZM, where he's going to be able to get multiple round of spells with the BKB. A lot of the times you will see Tinies go greedy, Echo Saber, disassemble that Echo, get a BKB, but I think BZM has a pretty good read that he needs to be the one going in and soaking up the damage as well and being able to reset, maybe get even a 3rd round of spells after a BKB.
We'll see how his effectiveness works past this 21-minute mark. That being said, is it going to be enough for him to stand in front for Crystallis, who wants to get into these fights and hit from a distance out? Kiyotaka's nearby. A lot of heroes here for Tundra, though. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains immediately remnants out. That is the escape plan, at least for now, for Kiyotaka. They're trying to get Nightfall to that Manta. He's also looking for the Shard to get the Fan of Knives. So far, though, it's still another one of those games, a lot of kills for Aurora and not a lot of net worth lead.
It seems like Aurora won laning stage 3 times in this series. Second game especially, but even in the first game, they were putting quite a lot of pressure in the first 15-20 minutes, and then they start to play as aggressive. Aurora, seems like they're ready to go.
GWR, go when ready. Everybody should be...
Yeah, Tundra muted all of members on Aurora. It was a really bad pub game where they were playing against each other, so they don't see what Aurora
say
in the old chat. It does happen. It definitely does happen. Not in this one. Let's see who's the good guy. It's Whitemon. He's the only one who didn't mute the enemies.
You were probably doing that, right?
Yes.
Muting Morning, everybody. Macropyre, Whitemon. All right, he's soaking up a lot of the Macropyre damage thanks to the Mystic Flare. He stands in this Macropyre for a while, but eventually Kiyotaka gets that kill. The Shackle connects on a Toronto Tokyo, who will try to keep up with Saksa.
I like how you hyped it up, try to sell this tankiness from Sky.
I am. Trying to sell the Facet. Gotta hype it up like I'm selling a car. You like this Facet? It defends almost against all of Macropyre if you throw down a Mystic Flare. Sounds pretty good in my book. Mira picking up 2 Lotuses. Also finishing off that Rana Betos. The Bushwhack combo, Blink, Avalanche, and the toss up into the air. Crystallis is here, but misses the Sprout. So Mira scurrying away. Sharpshooter for some distance actually ends up hitting on a BZM. All that's going on. Kiyotaka.
Go in, Kyo Daddy. It is time. It is time to throw the game. He had Manta Style available, so can get out of Root Mechanic, can get up that Ancient Seal, which is going to be his biggest enemy, pretty much. I want to see what he's going to be building into next, whether he wants to pick up some Shiva's Guard, get a little bit of extra armor, or if he wants to maybe get some bigger item.
Are you surprised with the fact that Nature's Prophet surpassed this PA?
No, the hero farms extremely fast.
Yeah.
A bit of a global presence. Nightfall will get another kill. Not a single death to his name so far in the game.
I just thought that maybe with the 12-minute Battle Fury, the farm from PA would put Nightfall at a spot that was maybe ahead of the Nature's Prophet by like a couple thousand. But he has elected to more so fight, right? Because he's been involved in 15 of 25 kills. This Panto, 21 of 25.
They secured the laning stage for Nightfall, and that's what matters. Shackle is going to connect. Gale Force ready.
Ice Path, Stifling Dagger, Saksa with the Gale Force, but Growth Strike is there. The Avalanche toss. Mira is dead. The Shackle connects. It's on a Nightfall. Saksa gonna just walk away from this fight, but Kiyotaka comes off to the side. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. He needs to be a little bit careful. He's got some sips of that bottle, which he can use to potentially throw a Remnant into an escape, but doesn't need to do so anyway.
Saksa loves to play these slippery heroes, playing Slark with Shard, with Yule Scepter, now has Gale Force, Windrun to be able to run away. He wants to draw the attention, and I was checking some of the stats for the last couple of tournaments. I like to see who's dying the most, and Tundra, they were doing really well, but Saksa in most of the tournaments at one time was always in top 5 deaths. So this is the way he plays. He's a very like sacrificial for the team, where his position 5 tends to get a little bit more farm than him as well, and also have least stats, because he's playing, when he was playing Bounty Hunters, Nyx Assassins, Ricky Maru's position 4, he would go in, scout things out, especially Nyx, and then he die. And he just dies, gets the XP, keeps repeating that. I think it's pretty similar for the heroes that he's playing in the meta right now as well.
Avalanche on a 2, Mystic Flare down. They've also got the Shackle shot that lands on a Nightfall, and all of a sudden Tundra come through with a vengeance. They take out Toronto Tokyo. They take out Nightfall. This Gale Force is making Mira's life very difficult. They've got the Radametos to get the control on to this Hoodwink, and they'll finish off Mira. BCM gonna burn out here to Panto's Macropyre, but it's an Ultra kill for 33 with the Bristleback. And the Arcane Bolt. Ooh. Crystallis. Oh. Power shot off the mark.
Wanted to give himself vision for Road of Atos.
Oh, now the Gale Force, but has the Remnant outside the Gale Force to leave. Although Saksa persistent.
Nobody's going to be ready to back him up. Roshan was definitely on the menu for them. They could have easily taken Rosh. This is going to delay it by just a little bit. And look at this move from Tundra. They're sitting on the high ground. They have the vision from the high ground, and then they jump in, immediately burst him down from 100 to 0. BCM with that BKB. Does have a little bit more protection. Two supports, they don't have any defensive items. Both of them did opt to go for Road of Athos, which is a bit of a surprising one. It's a lot of control.
33 stats this Aegis, by the way. It was Panto nearby, and some of these heroes trying to make it work to swipe this out, but Crystallis, he gets a kill on Toronto Tokyo, and things from Aurora is starting to kind of peter out. Bushwhack Ice Path, Stifling Dagger, blink forward in the Avalanche coming through. Nightfall, though,
nice Manta
not going to be tossed. That Manta style keeping him alive. As Mira now on the run and silenced up a couple of times. Crystallis comes over. They'll get that kill onto a second.
Because they were chasing Ember for a really long time, it did allow Aurora to respawn and get that Roche fight. They got the last hit, but in the end, 33 got the Aegis, used it immediately.
Nice path. Panto, Gale Forest, and getting pushed a little bit. This is kind of reminiscent of Game 1. I feel like all 3 games, the early part of the game has started the same. Game 1, Tundra brought it back. Game 2, Aurora held on. And now again, it's Game 3 where Tundra are starting to feel like they're overtaking the game. Rod of Atos and Kiyotaka with his own Manta style allows him to remnant away.
Let me
and he's
saw
got Nullifier come through.
Panto picking up Blink Dagger. This is relatively early Blink Dagger on Jakiro. I think he wants to be able to get out of the fight, get out of the Sprout maybe, and also, as we've seen in the previous engagement, blink out of the Gale Force, because if he doesn't have it, he definitely dies there. And I was talking about the itemization on Kiyotaka, what he wants to get. Seems like he wants to be able to run in and take care of Windranger, take care of the supports. There is Ghost Scepter available on Sky, wants to nullify that shield that can be pretty high. With level 2 ulti, couple of bolts, it goes up to almost 500, so that's going to be removed.
Not bad. See how much it ends up giving him in the next fight. Going for the Ags. Also the Aether Lens. I could definitely see one more fight, and all of a sudden, Tundra have completely taken over this game. Soxa nullified, but there's the Ice Path, and the Mystic Flare coming through. The damage of the Jakiro is not going to be enough just yet, but they've got the Gale Force. That'll keep them close. They'll get the kill to Panto with that power shot. And Kiyotaka has to get out of dodge, but again, Tundra doing a really good job of reacting.
I love itemization. ECM. He knows that the rest of the team is going to be able to deal damage, so he's buying into all of these defensive items. Wants to get a Force Staff to get out of the fight, Ghost Scepter as well. Maybe now, after seeing Nullifier, he decides to change his mind, buys something different. A little bit more scaling. I wouldn't mind seeing Silver Edge, Shadowblade, just so that you can cut into back lines, try to find these supports, upgrade it to Silver Edge later to have break against Phantom Assassin. We'll see if he commits.
I have to keep an eye on his items. Ghost Scepter for Soxa should keep him alive a little bit longer when he picks that up. Nightfall going into the Basher and the Satanic. But you could see Nature's Prophet pulling away again. And it's a 5K lead for Tundra. Can they start to pull away even more? And that was a kill on Skywrath over there. Sky only did 5 times. Not as much as I thought it was going to be.
It's the tankiness.
Yeah.
Shield of the Scion. Has GPM bonus. Greedy Whisper of the Dread.
And now he's taking even more, you know, even more gold in. Has that extra mana, but his attack damage doesn't do anything.
Doesn't even do anything without Greedy enchantment. You never see Skywrath Mage right-clicking.
It would be a cool build if somebody could make it work, but what they're making work right now is to go for BZM, who pops the BKB, but it's not going to matter. Panto getting credit for the kill on a BZM and taking out this Tiny again. Like we've talked about, the Tiny's died a lot. He's 7, 7, and 9.
Nullifier doing the work there. against the Ghost Scepter, forced to use a BKB, still gonna die afterwards. So this type of itemization on Tiny, it could backfire. This is the old school build of mid-Tiny where you were picking up Yule Scepter, Ghost Scepter, Force Staff, and then you would upgrade it to an E-Blade. Going for Octarine Core, wants to lower the cooldown. He just wants to be a menace in front while Nature's Prophet and Bristleback are going to be dealing the right-click damage. It's fine because you don't have to worry about not having enough damage in a fight. Crystallis pops a BKB.
Yeah, Crystallis trying to fight back. Force step forward. Toronto Tokyo is going to end up dead. Sox is still not gone yet, but Crystallis is in such a poor spot that he will be crit eventually, and Nightfall will get this kill. It's not really worth the kill on Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, you save Soxa, but I think the point of the support is to save you.
Still can't take the fight against Phantom Assassin. Even without a BKB, she has Manta Style available, Satanic, so if she gets a crit, it gets very difficult, like this whole matchup. He's itemizing to get the most damage output, so you see Revenant's Brooch, which is magical. Mjolnir has Mjolnir procs, they do have True Strike, then you have MKB, you have Serrated Shiv, which also gives True Strike. We could also hear him smacking the keyboard.
You ever hit your keyboard that hard?
No, this wasn't even hard.
No, I know. I'm just saying, you know. I feel like you're not the keyboard
Not
type.
anymore. No,
not anymore.
Not in the last week.
my keyboard hurts now. It's made of like all metal. If I hit that thing, I'd break my own hand. I don't want to risk that.
And they're getting more expensive. Got to be careful. Before, when they were worth like $20, you're like, yeah, sure. I can
snap it over your leg, pull out one more.
I'll eat a piece of it.
Well, that might have to be a content piece. Somebody get Nomad on the phone. Nightfall just about finished with this. Basher has the BKB back up and available. 4-man smoke coming through from Tundra, but not finding anything. At least not yet. They're going to wrap all the way through, but maybe we'll see if they get anything. Roche is up potentially soon. 30 seconds minimum, 3 minutes maximum. So let's see. Panto also working on that Ags, which I honestly thought he might get before this Blink Dagger, but you're right with the idea that he wants to get in and out of these fights.
He's having a blast of a game. He's, I would say, very underrated position 5. This guy kind of reminds me of Whitemon when he first started his career. Panto doesn't have that much experience, and Whitemon kind of became one of the best 5s in the world, grinding, and I could see Panto doing the same thing, because this guy is pretty insane. Like, if you look at his KDA in this type of a game, he's 11, 5, and 13. Whew. This is the score of your mid laner.
Yeah, or should be. He has definitely come up. He was on Liga, Chimera recently, now here with Aurora. I mean, this is definitely a guy who's been on the rise.
Yes.
They push down that tier 2 bot. Zeros from Aurora. They're searching for something, but they're not home on the side of Tundra. They're actually bottom, using this Treant to try and break the tier 3 tower and force some heroes back. Make them move around the map and then go back for Roche, which has a pretty short timer. And that 2 minutes is not the actual timer. They're set up here on Aurora. Send out this Prophet Treant. Sees that Invis rune. Tundra also smoked up.
Burrow Strike hitting on a 2. Hits on a Sox as well as 33. They should have the damage to get the kill on a Sox, and they'll take the Wind Ranger immediately. The break from the Sharpshooter forcing the BKB from 33. No buyback committed yet from Sox, but a Remnant forward coming out for Kiyotaka. He wants to go for 33. There's the buyback being committed from the Wind Ranger as they have that outpost to come over to. So they'll be back into the fight pretty quickly, but another Burrow Strike right on the Sox as well as Whitemon. They get the kill to Crystallis. They'll take the Nature's Prophet. The Satanic is popped. Sox and Dev for the second time, and the attention is on a BZM who pops his BKB and TP's out.
What a good fight. They immediately killed off Saxa. As you said, there was outpost available to TP2, and then one Burrow Strike from Sanking to pretty much keep them in place. You can see the damage coming out from Nature's Prophet is definitely not there, and also damage from Bristleback. Tiny damage, very low, getting pretty much one combo, 600 damage only.
33, he is dead.
1,100 gold. That's going to be his level 25, so we'll have that -1 attack to trigger coup de grace. And full Abyssal Blade available, so even during the BKB, you have guaranteed stun, and this is also going to be a Roche for them. So Aurora taking over this game.
Yeah, one good fight, and it all turns around, and it all starts with Toronto Tokyo, and that Burrow Strike that lands on 2. From there, I mean, Aurora just playing their ins and outs of this fight really well. Waiting on these BKBs, waiting on their moments. BCM tries to come through and mess with Kiyotaka, but I mean, again, Toronto Tokyo there even. He just does so much with that Burrow Strike.
They also grouped up for Battle Fury, so the heroes just disappeared immediately.
You've got this Aegis. Is this a push for high ground Aegis, or is this solidify the lead?
This is we're gonna choke you out of the map. If we get one big kill on a core, we're definitely gonna go for the high ground, try to poke, and we can see the win probability, 70% now in favor of Aurora.
Mystic Flare.
Yutaka is gonna be the one holding that Aegis. They feel Phantom Assassin cannot die. 3.5k HP. With Satanic Manta style Black King Bar, I don't think they can kill. The problem right now on side of Tundra is they don't have enough lockdown to kill him from 100 to 0.
No, they don't.
And it's also carry-to-carry matchup. Nature's Prophet against PA at this point. Like, sure, you itemize to have something for that evasion, Mjolnir, MKB, you have Revenant's Brooch, so your damage output is pretty nuts. It's just that you can't stand the ground and try to man-fight PA. Because if you do, you're gonna get bashed. You get one crit, suddenly you're down to half HP. Your BKB is not gonna do as much.
They TP'd in BZM pretty far forward, but Aurora immediately backs away from that area of the map. Have this obs down that got a glimpse, and Kiyotaka and the rest of the team now backing him up. Take out the vision that was there. And Aurora again solidifying their position near this triangle and potentially near pushing the high ground. Kiyotaka almost level 25. Pushing some creeps in, nothing too crazy. Also taking out some deep vision, has this gem on Mira. We'll see. Right now, Mira away from the team. I wouldn't say that makes these fights impossible not having your Hoodwink, but definitely want to be as 5 for Aurora if you're going to fight with this Aegis. What's next for Nightfall? 3,500 gold, has Satanic Abyssal, Battle Fury Manta, BKB.
I'm thinking whether he wants to get another Nullifier for himself, but there's also a possibility that he's gonna say, screw it, I'm going Divine Rapier. Even though a lot of the times you will see Divine Rapier being picked up. Ooh, that Bushwhack doesn't connect fast enough. Maybe there's another Bash chance coming out.
BZM also using this BKB. They Epicenter, Avalanche, and a 4-staff BZM trying to get away. Blink available, he'll get some distance. They aren't chasing completely, but now that's 2 heroes without BKB and no Saksa.
they've spread them thin to the point where they're all pretty vulnerable, and now the nullifier on a Crystallis, BKB even committed.
It's a tough matchup. Like, he he needs to use it, knowing that Phantom Assassin is going to be jumping in. And I really like what Nightfall's doing in terms of his neutral items, picking up Ogre Seal Totem. So that's an item that can get him out of the fight as well if his blink is on cooldown, if he overextends. And you ask what they're going to do with this Aegis. They're choking them out of the map. This is the last tier 2 tower that is standing. It's a 35-40 minute mark, so they do have 2 catapults, so we'll poke the high ground. And big item as well on Toronto Tokyo. Refresher, which means double BKB and double Epicenter.
Yeah. A chance to finish it. Kiyotaka Sleight of Fist Searing Chains with a nullifier coming through on a White Mon. We said earlier that this Sky might be food, and when he is being jumped on, well, it has been cloudy with a chance of meatballs with the food falling from the sky. Nightfall. He's a little bit low, but he's got that Satanic. They've got the Abyssal. They'll put that on a Crystallis. He's dead. 90 seconds, no buyback. Epicenter doing a lot of damage here. No fire on a 33. With the BKB being popped here by this Bristle. He turns for a moment, but there really isn't much. They've got no Crystallis, no Nature's Prophet. Waiting for 33 to finish that team.
He bought out. He doesn't have enough gold. He needs 40 gold for his buyback.
That's a bit tough. You don't get that buyback and you end up dying here, but now the buyback is going to be used here by Mira, who ended up dead. Kiyotaka now going to be silenced up with the Gale Force, but they get 33. They take out Saksa, 3 heroes with no buyback. Ogre Seal Totem from BZM, but they've got the Burrow Strike that lands, and he's dead too. He's got buyback, but
Deso, I think it's time. He's going to get it. Fight that Deso and go for an end.
Aurora lining up Crystallis now as buyback comes back in. They get the Kona White Mon though, and they're going to throw Toronto Tokyo into the fountain and get that kill, but he'll buy back. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains on a 2. Mira, Hunter's Boomerang thrown over and a Remnant in their face. They'll expose the throne. And BZM's going to jump in with an Avalanche on a 2, but Nightfall trying to fight this rock, chisel him down. BZM Abyssal, and he's going to get that BKB off, but fall anyway. Sharpshooter connects, down goes Crystallis, and it's GG. Aurora will take the 2-1 over Tundra.
Man, they had their number in the laning stage 3 games in a row. They beat them pretty heavily. Like 15 minutes in, you can see that every single time they have the advantage, but this time around, Nightfall on, I would say, his probably best hero, and he delivers pretty heavily.
Yeah, and so Aurora looked like they were slipping this one away just like game number 1, but they hold on to the lead. They get the victory over Tundra in the series 2-1, and to break it down, we've got the panel. You guys, take it away.
We will be breaking it down, but I think you've done a great job there. You've hit it very succinctly. It's just that Nightfall PA again. I mean, he just seems to win every time he gets that particular hero. Works so well. But that was another game where back and forth. You know, we saw the good and the bad of the draft.
It's the PA in Panto as well, because that guy was absolutely demolishing them, carrying them. I have to say, on the Jakiro, he got a lot of. I mean, he did a lot, but he was also getting a lot of really good macro pyres. They constantly, through the game, to me, looked like they have agonyms. By the way,
the cosmetic was a
because
little
of the
bit jarring,
cosmetic.
yeah.
But overall, a really good game from Aurora. There were signs of life from Tundra at the beginning, like the Skyrat plus Tiny. Gale Force as well a couple of times looked, well, it is incredible and it looked incredible, but not incredible enough.
Yeah, I kind of feel a little bit bad for BZM, because I think a lot of his entries to the fights in this kind of skirmishing style from Tundra was pretty good. He was getting like support tossed onto another support with Avalanche, then comboing with White Mon for Ancient Seal. But after that, it's like if you don't have the perfect positioning, the perfect place to take the fight and that jump, you don't really take a fight, because Nature's Prophet, you teleport in, you don't have Satanic, PA will jump you or Abyssal, you die, right? And it felt like, I think it might even be this fight, Toronto Tokyo finds that great entry, finding 2, and all Tundra can do is run away. Like the fact that you're mid to late game with your draft is, does BZM find a jump? If no, we probably are not going to win the fight. That is not a way to win a game, unfortunately.
Honestly, there were too many mistakes from Tundra in this game. Like maybe
very uncharacteristic.
Uncharacteristic. A lot of plays in which they have a carry dying for a support, TPing in to try and save, to try and get a counter kill. A lot of moves that did not connect, a lot of spells missed. And bottom line for me as well is also, speaking of Tiny, like Skyrat activates him in a way but it's just more of the same. I feel like this hero on the mid lane, for me, at least personally, is not my favorite mid laner at the moment, unless he's paired with Coral. I feel like he completely changes the way you play, because you can do like 10 times of avalanches within a single team fight, 10 tosses as well. Not here though, not with the Skyrat.
Yeah, but as much as we're saying that Tundra weren't maybe playing their best, Aurora were playing very well, right? Like their game 3, even the other game that they won, it feels like they had a very clear understanding, like this is what we want to do to win the game. Sure, there could be some moments where it's not the cleanest Dota, but overall, your carry is farmy. He understands what he wants to do. Your, Kia Tucker as well. He had a couple Ricky games, one popped off. Ember as well, 11-3-18. Like the stats, they look good. The way that they played out this third game was good.
And the stats are 9 wins and 2 losses now on his PA in the last couple of months. So this was all the rage in all their previous series. They kept the hero until the last pick of this series. They picked it up. It wasn't banned. It wasn't contested up to this game, in this series at least. And I am surprised. Tundra, they felt...
might very well change moving forward. I mean, look, it's very early in the tournament still. In isolation, it's a statement win. I think this is a great win for Aurora over Tundra. Obviously, there's still a long way to go, so it probably doesn't mean all that much. I think Tundra will still be there or thereabouts come the end, but food for thought.
I mean, it just makes the Swiss format a little bit more spicy, right? Because now Tundra is going to be a 1-1 team, and now they're going to have to play up against a potential like Nigma Galaxy or an Xtreme or like a team that wants to try and make that run. And now their next round is like, hi, we're Tundra. It's like, oh, it's going to be a wake-up call for some of the teams not having the best runs. But yeah, for Aurora, I think now you're sitting at 2-0. You beat Tundra. You beat NAVI Junior. Maybe not the best result to show really, but I think for them it is just a trajectory of another top 8 potentially of
If you guys talked about Anti-Mage before and how they won with it, now they won with the PA as well, right? So you've got 2 heroes to worry about in the future.
I mean, there's his Ursa. That's what they banned. That's the hindsight here is you ban the Ursa, but you give him the PA. Maybe if you ban the PA,
I think we'll get to the respect ban stage. The statistics just don't lie on that one. Anyway, we're going to be taking a break. It's a quick break. When we come back, though, an absolute banger. It's going to be Team Liquid taking on Falcons. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are playing Climb the Ranks. It's a general knowledge Dota 2 quiz, and I'm here with Skitter from Team Falcons. So, Skitter, basically, every time you get a question right, we're going to climb a rank. If you get one wrong, you're going to drop down a rank. The multiple choice, 3 answers. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, great. Let's get into it. Let's get to our first question, the Herald level question, which of course start quite easy. Throughout 2024 and 25, Dota had a multi-part event featuring a story, many cosmetics and minigames, but what was it called?
Yeah, that's a very easy question. It's C.
Yeah, it's a Herald level question. We're starting off with a softball, but yeah, you're indeed right.
And there's no time limit on this.
No.
That's perfect.
We're chilling. We're chilling. All right. Yeah, indeed, it is a Crownfall, of course. So let's get into our Guardian level question. Which of these removed items was never in the game?
Well, Necronomicon has been in the game for a long time. I've always heard complaining, like post-5 complaining about Necros devouring the wards and sentries.
Yep.
So that's been in the game. Diffu 2 was an upgrade to Diffu 1, so that's been in the game. So I've never heard about Obsidian Knife, so it has to be that one.
Yep, never existed, completely made up, and that is, of course, the correct answer, a Obsidian Knife, which means good. We can move on to our Crusader level question, getting a little bit harder now. Which neutral camp has the most spells?
It's HP Regen Aura and Satyr, Mana Burn plus Mana Regen Aura, so that's 3 plus that's 5. So it has to be Satyr then. Or wait.
Oh.
3 GPM, small creeps. There's the one that is Disarm, and then there's the movement speed. I think it has to be Kobold then.
You going for Kobold?
Ah, dude. Fuck it, let's go with Kobold.
Going with Kobold? All right, let's see. C, Kobold. Incorrect. It is a large Satyr camp. You should have listened to your heart, Skitter.
All right,
oh no. So let's back down. Let's get back up to Crusader nice and quickly here with this question. Which of these heroes is not universal?
I mean, Evoker is no longer universal. He's in now.
Okay, you're going Evoker?
Yep.
All right. Absolutely correct. You are indeed right. That they did take away Invoker and then put it back on Intelligence. So there we go. Straight back up to Crusaders. Let's get you to Archon now. What flooded camp creep is the lowest level?
I think the Polywog has the bubble, and I feel like that's one level above Boglet. So I think Boglet is the most useless one. So I'll just go with C.
I'm afraid it's getting it wrong again.
Alright, it's over.
It's the Polywog. Oh no.
Alright, do not release this, please.
And the questions are only getting harder as well, so let's go.
It's over.
What hero has the description, stalks invisibly to ambush enemies?
The thing is, I'm so torn between B or C, because I can see Valve using this language on both of these. The Clinks doesn't really seem to fit, unless it is A, and I'm gonna look stupid again. Let's go with B. Let's go, Ricky.
Going with B. Well, your choice between B and C didn't really matter, because I'm afraid the answer is indeed A.
Are you serious?
Let's get back to our next question, back into mechanics, where you're comfortable. It is a hard one, though. Which of these spells does not affect Roshan? Which of these does not have an effect on Roshan? Doesn't do anything to him.
Bro, I have no idea. Whatever. Let's go with B.
I'm sorry. Skinner. I'm sorry. I feel so bad.
What is it?
It's A.
Don't tell. Okay, that's fine. At least it's not C.
It wasn't C. It wasn't C.
Right.
Yeah. It wasn't D. Let's get into it. Which of these heroes was not included in the very first version of Dota 2 in 2010?
Well, I started playing this game in 2012.
Okay. Same as me.
So I think I've seen Dazzle on TI1, and I feel like, I mean, unless this is not referring to the TI1 version. And I think I've seen Enigma as well. Alright, fuck it, let's go Morphling. I'm not gonna think.
Alright, go Morphling. Yeah, not talking yourself out of this one. Alright, let's see. Hardest question. Did you get it right? I'm afraid you did not. It was indeed Enigma. It was released a couple of months after. Yeah, Skinner, I'm very, very sorry, but you are indeed herald at Climb the Ranks. But good luck out, Wallachia, Skinner. Thank you for coming to play Climb the Ranks. And yeah, thanks for coming to play.
Thanks, guys.
Always a good sign in a quiz where the player is begging for it not to be released. Great stuff there from Skeeter, a good sport. And now we're going to be, of course, seeing him in action. We're going to be seeing Falcons taking on Team Liquid. What a great series. I'm actually super excited. We had a bit of a couple of sad Falcons moments the other day we were talking about. But one thing you can always say about them is they adjust over the course of a tournament and generally bounce back.
Yeah, they definitely do. Versus this team, they don't necessarily have to bounce back when it comes to the history and the amount of games they've played, because there's an abundance of those series. But at the moment, at least, they're not looking like they're in the best form, right? Like Liquid, look at the amount of games that they've played, and this is
intimately familiar with each.
By the way, all time, but Falcons, they haven't really been around for a really long time. So all time is basically like a year and a half, right? So a lot of series, and so far Falcons are doing all right. They have the advantage. Even though when we look at Wallachia alone, they haven't been crowned yet. Like Falcons so far in PGL Wallachia have ended second, third, second, I believe, something like that. Meanwhile, Liquid, of course, are our reigning champions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's honestly somewhat fine for Falcons, right? We already heard in multiple interviews that the quality of teams in this year is far more. We actually have 6 or so teams that can compete to win a tournament. Beforehand, it was always maybe 1, maybe 2. So I think Falcons just respect the fact that the depth of our tier 1 teams is just better. And on top of that, I think we saw Falcons experiment against Talon, right? They, for their first game or second game, they did a first attempt of Templar Assassin. It was okay, not
you did joke first and last.
It was, exactly, and I'll hold true to that. I think they experimented, it didn't work out, but then they in the third game went straight back for that kind of tanky tri-core of scaling annoyance, and with the explosive damage of crit playing some clinks, like it was back to their roots, right? And I think Falcons, their identity is the same, their playstyle is the same, just the other teams around them are better.
I think this isn't a team that can experiment a lot. I feel like this is a team that can experiment with the heroes that they're good with in a way that they're completely reshaping the way the game is played with them. Like some Razor farming behind your tier 2. You don't, with the Midas, you don't find a way to deal with him until you figure it out like months afterwards, and they've already won like 3-4 tournaments. But when it comes to the heroes themselves, each one of these cores, they have a set amount of heroes that they play, and they're really good at them. So when you squeeze in a hero that they don't necessarily play a lot, they don't look as great.
I think they frustrate a lot of fans at home. Obviously, if you're not personally invested in the fortunes of Team Falcons, they can be a very frustrating team to watch. They have an abundance of overcaution. They like to farm sometimes when they could maybe turn the screw a little bit. And obviously, just with the 3 tanky core setup, it's not the most exciting Dota, but it's like we said yesterday, T, it's clinical, and more often than not, it will grind you out.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that Falcons, though, they also show that they can play the opposite of what you've described as well, depending on the draft, right? So I think they just have depth. I think just the best version of Falcons is when they have that calm and they have like authority in the game, where it's like, if you make a mistake, we will outscale you, make these moves. And I think if they can replicate that when they are trying to experiment with new heroes, they'll be fine. But it's like, as soon as you pick a TA and now you have other heroes, and that identity that you lean on does fade slightly. So they're kind of their default kind of subconscious moves they make every game aren't the ones that are successful. So again, it's just when you're a team that's so true to a playstyle, new heroes can hurt you a little bit.
And meanwhile, Liquid came out of Raleigh 56 because they were using a stand-in. It's got to be said. Niche is back now. Very different prospect today.
Yeah, absolutely. They looked all right, considering they had a stand-in. Of course, not their true form. Right now, looking much better already. I feel like we can expect a long run from them once more. And in comparison to Falcons, they adjusted the terrain. Like, they are way more versatile, in my opinion at least. They do have their identity and their heroes that they excel at, but the standard is a bit higher when they're playing the strats that they're not as familiar with.
Still, it was a spooky series for Liquid against Nigma Galaxy, right? I think even in the game 2, we expected Nigma Galaxy to be able to convert on that win, but then there was this just beautiful moment where, like a 50, 100 HP Storm Spirit, getting a clutch Vortex, being able to re-engage the fight.
It was not easy. Yeah.
It was not easy at all. So I think, yes, Liquid are they won the first series position, but it wasn't, okay, Liquid dominating the first round of the Swiss, looking to continue that form. It was we easily could have been talking about Nigma here potentially.
But I feel we've talked about this a lot whenever we talk about Liquid. It's like they grow into tournaments.
Oh, for sure.
Like day one, Liquid is never, it is not the same as what happens with playoffs. They do seem to evolve over the course. So,
but they already have the signs of brilliance as well, where it's like, the things that they do in that game is the things that you need to do to be able to win a tournament. Where like other teams, they win series, but it's like, okay, sure, their draft was better, but like the small little decisions they made, the plays they make, it's why Liquid are, such a strong team, right? And you can never knock that away from them. So
these two, they did match up about a month ago, right? Like the last time, and let's see. So far, I'm seeing the same bans. The Prophet on one side, the Bristle on the other. This was literally banned. The TA is a new adjustment, though. TA was, I believe, not picked or banned in the last series they had against one another. So, okay, a bit of a new tech coming in. Even though the patch is more or less the same, things are a bit different. It has evolved.
I think
Yeah, we've seen this as well with the whole question around Tinker where Falcons are concerned.
Yeah, it's just
taken out this time.
Very good bans though from Falcons. I think the only debate you might entertain is, do you want to respect Keep Light or Tiny? But so far, when I see these four, it's like, you know what? They're perfectly stable. They do the job. And
Tiny on one side, Ancient, by the way, left in the pool. But Liquid picked the Tiny. Never mind. Seeing that they picked the Tiny, they do have that option as well later on.
I feel like the AA ban is one of those bans that it is very good in the game, 100%. Being able to prevent healing on a hero is conceptually just, broken to some degree. It amps up heroes' Vortex. But if you pick, Tiny, you see the hero for a millisecond, you're going to be able to delete that hero. Avalanche toss, you get deleted. So I think Liquid taking the first pick on Tiny does somewhat force Falcons away from wanting the AA instantly, especially if it's a mid-Tiny.
Well, in the last couple of series that they played, Falcons completely disregarded Insania's heroes. Like, they did not respect them during the banning stage. Maybe that's something to look for, because the last series, at least, double AA, double loss for Falcons, might be a problem. The hero does make the game a lot easier to play.
I mean, now Falcons, they'll open the pick in the next phase of the draft as well. So if they really respect the hero, they can just pick it themselves. And now you've got Sandking plus AA, you have explosive damage in the early game, simple stun into Ice plus.
The way I see that hero is, like, no matter what other four heroes you have, AA gives you enough damage to get kills, to make things done. Like, the moment you hit 6 on AA, the map is your playground. Sometimes you have these two supports, like we had yesterday, Silencer and Tinker. They don't have that oomph. There's no... Okay, you have a global silence, but it doesn't allow you to move on the map and get kills. AA, on his own already, he needs just another hero, and usually it can be whatever.
I mean, that's the main point. It's making a move on the map. You reduce the amount of heroes you need to make the move, right? So in other lineups, you need 3 heroes minimum. With an AA lineup, it's AA plus stun. That's it. That's your ganking squad. So 3 other heroes can farm jungle, can push waves, can do any objective they want, as the AA plus 1 is doing it. So we'll see again if Falcons want to go there. So far, it has been somewhat ignored, but yeah, both teams potentially in the next phase, they'll happily take a late pick. I mean, even Ringmaster's still available.
Yeah, there's a
lot of the 5s.
When we heard Crit in the interview talking about how much he likes the Ringmaster and thinks it's really strong.
It's good here, yeah. Why not?
We have seen the Jakiro in the last game and in a lot of games today already. It was simultaneously played on our stream and on Stream B, I believe.
Yes.
And with the Sand King being there, I feel like it's a good combo to take away from them. So they do ban it out. Falcons also did play Jakiro against Liquid in the last series.
They really are taking a long time to decide this ban. They banned Brewmaster, a hero that has risen in popularity for this event.
The Renaissance.
Yeah.
I'm so happy we talked about the Frozen Boy, the fridge, for so long. It would be kind of anticlimactic if it wasn't picked at all.
Sometimes we just get it right.
And so Jakiro is out. AA is in. When it comes to other position 5s and 4s, like you mentioned, the Ringmaster that's in.
Yeah, you take it. Get magic resistance whilst you're inside the box. You're going to have to eat
Silencer as well, an option, right?
Yeah, plenty of options. I mean, again, they've been respecting a lot more of the core heroes with the bans, at least from both teams.
Are these two enough to prevent any sort of a zoo to come out from Saberlight? Or maybe even a Night Stalker resurgence? Like, we aren't seeing Night Stalker at all recently.
Well, again, Liquid will be closing out the draft here, or this phase with the pick. So I think if Liquid just pick up another support, keep the kind of draft a little bit more open, then for sure, there could be some world where an Enigma or any lane pressuring hero can come into play. Like Ancient Apparition doesn't really like playing into zoo heroes in the offlane because you just don't protect your tower too well. You kind of want to play kind of like a slower lane where you can poke them with Chilling Touch, bully the hero, play on your small camp.
Is Ringmaster like an Insania hero? I feel like he'd rather play it on Liquid. Like out of the two, and maybe a Hoodwink position 4 or something like that with some extra burst plus Tiny.
Yeah, I think so far in the last couple of games I checked, Boxy's been playing it, but yeah,
Okay,
they easily both can play it.
Yeah. Do you have a preference? I feel like it is a better 4 at the moment.
I think
But can be played
specific.
both, yeah.
Well, they are pondering, truly pondering.
a lot of options still in the pool.
If they want to really copy a draft they did before, it would be the Phoenix pick here. This would be identical to the draft they did 9 days ago against AVULUS.
And I actually love that pick.
Not bad.
Yeah.
You get Ice Blasted as a support, who cares? You just press egg.
Same goes for the Sand King.
But they go for the
They go for okay. I mean, these are, at the moment, you don't really have to go too far away from these 3 heroes. Jakiro, Ancient Apparition, and Silencer. There's a Warlock as well, but not in perhaps in this situation.
Great win rate, by the way, guys, 16%.
I was going to say, I haven't seen a lot of Warlock.
No, sorry, Warlock, no, but the Silencer, that was the...
Yeah, the Silencer has been, I don't know, there's been some dubious picks, I think.
Yeah, it's been rough.
Dubious pairings, let's say.
Keep in mind that we are only in day 2 of the tournament, and stats, they don't truly paint the best picture at the moment. It's all pixelated.
You're saying
really
because there's still weak teams in the tournament that are ruining the stats of the better. Is that what you're saying, Lizard?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Richard Lewis.
Well, if he was...
I think I can speak on his behalf.
Yeah,
if it was equally played by the weak teams and the strong teams, then it wouldn't matter, but unfortunately he has been losing quite a bit.
Yeah, it's... a hero that is just understood, I think, right? It's play around the global. If it's up, then respect it, try and bait it out. Look for that kind of initiation of a fight, but then you kind of reset, kind of punish the player for using it incorrectly. Then you swarm your opponent. And for Falcons, like both teams here, they have just a beautiful amount of poking fight here. Tiny can jump in. He can then re-engage the fight. Sand King as well, AA. Like, they like taking multiple fights. It's not just we're locked into when we start the engagement, that engagement when it ends, we can have to run away. Like, they can just keep poking and keep prodding their opponents. So both teams are really going to be locking into a lot of fights, it feels like.
What's really nice about Falcons as well is, I was just going to say that it might be a flex on the TB, but I don't really think that fits the Falcons playstyle. Sand King, sure, but...
Although, I mean, you know, we've seen them all pull out some, you know, crazy heroes in the offlane. I think last Valhalla it was the Ember, right?
Yeah, he's dabbling, but for Falcons, they are just pretty much telling Liquid, like, you know what? You're going to look for a pickoff, but try looking for a pickoff when illusions are scouting the map. You've got a bounty invisible who's tracking the Silencer or the Ringmaster and instantly knowing your position. And sure, you've got the global, but yeah, I think Falcons are drafting really nicely to punish what Liquid has, and they need to find a way to see through that. And
what's cool,
a carry pick that can punish a bounty is difficult because Silencer can't do that.
Yeah, the only question is, like, if the Sand King is your offlane, Sand King plus bounty does not strike me as the strongest of lanes, especially into the Silencer. So you need to find a way to play around that, maybe some creep skips and whatnot.
I think they're keeping it open within the draft, right? They have last pick, so I think Sand King right now is the offlane or mid, and then Terrorblade's the carry, and then depending on where Liquid goes, they'll decide what's happening.
But another thing that Bounty is bringing to the table, by the way, is the pace, right? Like, the way you play the game is, you do have kind of a long cooldown on TB, but TB is still a pace setter. Like, he constantly plays the map. You cannot go AFK with the Zero any longer. Back in the day, TB was the end-all carry. Right now, the way he's played is he's tempo. He constantly plays the map, constantly pushes in, and with a Bounty Hunter and AA, you can hunt for those kills, specifically when the global, especially when the global silence is off. But even when it's up, you can bait it out easily, right? Like, you can poke and prod. So, yeah, I like it quite a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
Huskar is still left in the pool, by the way. Keep that in mind. If you're Liquid, probably...
Oh, it's getting banned out, yeah.
I actually, never mind. I lied. It's banned out in the first stage, by the way. My bad. They banned out the Monkey King as well, another good counter to the Ember on the mid lane.
I mean, Liquid have really put everything into the Ember is going to do a lot for us, right? Because, sure, Bounty AA, not the best stuns. Early Mage Slayer to annoy Sand King. But if the tempo of Ember ever falls, then the problems that we mentioned about killing heroes can come into play for Liquid. It's somewhat similar to the game we just witnessed, right? Where it's like, if Tiny doesn't get the jump and a pickoff, your team fight falls apart. And it's going to stay true here, right? Once you enter kind of the mid game, it really is, how can Ember exploit a hero, make them waste their spells, and then Tiny from the carry role to come swooping in and get the kill under the cover of global as well. They need to make sure that during global, they're getting the kills.
What's the offlane for Saberlight here, by the way? That's the next pick that we're waiting for. They will ban out another mid that they find decent against Ember.
Tide or Underlord come to mind for me at least, because
Tide, Underlord, yeah.
Either I blink stun and haha we take fight, or I just bring a lot of auras and I can cushion the damage.
Banned out. That's what I want to say.
You're talking about these first phase bans, but yeah.
Yeah. Another one that is kind of not that bad to me. It doesn't fit nearly the same role though. Is the Night Stalker, right? The hero that fell off completely. But this one as well.
Here he is.
Same color code, not necessarily the same playstyle.
But it does go back to the point about what does A struggle in laning phase against, and it was Zoo. And I think Enigmas can easily go for Drum. You can buy Aura if you want to enable your team that way, but expect a lot of pressure coming in the early game. Ember opening up the game with Corrosion and Mage Slayer, Enigma trying to take towers. It's very skirmishy, very aggressive, and very tempo-based for Liquid.
I have to say, for the other side as well, like on one side you do have this Enigma that isn't necessarily centered around the Black Hole, but you have a really crazy team fight as well. Global Silence plus Black Hole is good luck resetting when those two are up, but
there you go. That is an S tier entrance. That was good. I love the flames. But yeah, we've got the Doom, which...
Yeah, I mean, I think the main problem for Falcons with their draft is it looks good on paper when you think about the fight with everyone having items, but how do they really defend a tower early on? Like when Enigma with the cover of the supports and Ember slighting you from their backline, even maybe Tiny joining in, you don't have that natural hero that goes, look at this wave, I'm quickly deleting it. It's a TB has to right-click it.
All in Liquid, this guy. Look at that smile.
That's a big smile.
That's all in Liquid right there.
Like, this feels exactly how Liquid likes to play Dota against Falcons. It's aggressive, it's good lanes, it's break the map, don't allow the greed to come online. And sure, against other teams with this lineup, Falcons probably will get gold on all their heroes. But I'm a little hesitant. I don't know if they have the tools to survive.
Well,
I do like the tools that they do have, though, and I'm not thinking about surviving. I'm thinking about killing people, because you have Ancient plus Sand King, the best hero to counteract on the aggression. So I do think that they've got what it takes, like to take a fight to Team Liquid.
There's two things. How quickly can Amar get to his BKB? Just greed up and become like unkillable. And then Maureen, Ember versus Sand King. Maybe there's a different build on Sand King to try and punish the Ember, delay the timing of Nisha to get online. An early Blink Dagger, you kill Sableye who's trying to come to a tier 1 tower, bam, you kill him instantly, and now that tempo we expect can fall apart. So a lot of pressure on Maureen to maybe outplay Nisha to bring life to the game, because I think Sand King is the key hero for Falcons.
Well, I'll ask what our commentators think. We're going to put them up on the big screen. There they are. It's Bellhop and Le Concierge. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. How are you doing, Le Concierge?
Doing good. I think this one, Team Liquid, I think they outdrafted them, and I think Team Liquid is the best team in the world to utilize Tiny, so going to be very excited to see how they're going to play against it, because just a month ago, they were the ones dominating the whole tournament. Season 3 Wallachia with Tiny, every single time they played it, I think they won. They had like 90% win rate on the hero.
You agree with that, Big Cup? You think Dom's on to something?
Whatever Lacoste says, I always agree with. I've been taught
got my back.
Yeah.
All right then, guys. Well, looks like we're about to get ready into the action, so I'll let you prepare for the cast. Break a leg, several limbs. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. Oh, don't die on me now, Lacoste. Breaking some legs over there, but we got a series to cast, and it's Liquid Falcons for the 18th time. It's teams that know each other like the back of their hand. Well, at least they think they do.
Yeah, they do. They really do. These two teams have met so many times. In 2025, last time they met, it was when Liquid met them in the upper bracket and then knocked them down, and then Falcons got knocked out of the tournament, and Team Liquid did end up winning that tournament. Dream League Season 25, the Falcons were victorious and at the Fisher Playground as well. But yeah, in 2024, they met so many times. It was in favor of Falcons, but yeah, these two teams, they know each other very well, and there's going to be a quick reconnect. Maureen is ready to go. This Doom pick is not what I expected Falcons to go with. It doesn't strike me as wow, this Doom game, this is it. It's countering, you know, Lifestealer or anything like that. It's good against Enigma, so you have something, but Enigma, a lot of the times you see this hero, especially recently, not even opting to go for a BKB as his first item. It's more about the auras, pick up those drums, bongo boots as well, tank up, get some pipe online, because there's a lot of magic damage from Bounty, Sanking, Ancient Apparition, and if he gets those two big items online quickly, I feel like Team Liquid could really snowball out of control.
Right. And well, what's the deal these days with throwing off-lane heroes mid? We're seeing this more and more. The trend is becoming very popular. Now you've got a Sand King mid, something we used to kind of see like a year or two ago. But what's the deal? Why are we seeing so many off-lane heroes willing to make that move over mid?
In Sand King's case, this hero doesn't really have that good laning stage. Every single time we watch him from the off lane, he loses the lane. You saw in the previous game where Sand King was jungling starting at minute 3 pretty much. So in the mid lane, you don't get that treatment. You're getting all of your spells relatively early on. Your matchups are much better, and you're getting the levels, exactly what you need. And to go back to the Doom, you're also going to be playing into Tiny. I don't know who's going to be the Doom target here. Most likely Ember Spirit. Tiny's not the perfect target, considering that he's playing with Insurmountable, so he's getting all that status resistance. He's also going to be building into SNY, so the Doom is not going to be lasting as long. And yeah, I kind of like the team fight. Team fight from Team Liquid is definitely much, much better. You have Silencer, you have Enigma, you have ways to set things up, Wheel of Wonder as well. Every single hero has some kind of a stun, some kind of a lockdown, which makes the game easy to play.
We'll see how easy it feels and how easy it ends up being for these teams, and we'll end up getting that first blood. Got this sentry down and ready for Malrine, and I'm interested to see what Skitter does with this TB early on, because did end up taking that Metamorphosis level 1. Sometimes we see it, we see Reflection level 1, but it doesn't look like they're going to get any kills out of this. Obviously, here to just kind of secure some farm. That's what you can do with Metamorphosis as well early on. But is this kill really or is this lane really a killer lane for either side?
It definitely is for Liquid. They're not going to be winning this lane. Ancient Apparition, Terrorblade, it's a super weak lane. You have no ways of setting things up. It's a lot of harassment. Something that AA doesn't like to play into is any kind of Zoo, any kind of summon hero. This is where he really struggles. And you're also playing against Ringmaster. So the trade, if you get hit by that Impalement Arts, Malefice, you're definitely dead.
Could be very dangerous to deal with. And we've seen some teams kind of move Ancient Apparition to the 4 for a little bit more priority there. What do you think during the draft or in this lineup was the reasoning that AA is not going to that 4? We saw guys like Planet really love that 4 Ancient Apparition.
I think the hero shines the most out of 5. It doesn't really scale that much with items compared to some other position 4s. Sure, you can get Gleipnir. You can still get that from position 5. We saw Snaking yesterday when he was playing Muerta that he does get priority. And you also have Bounty Hunter on the team, so extra gold will be kicking in if you're going to be involved in those kills.
Does have to get that level 6 for that track to start kicking in.
Yeah, I was also checking the numbers on Falcons specifically in the last couple of tournaments. And this is the team, like Crit, in all of those, did have the lowest amount of farm. Because Amar takes a lot of farm as a position 3, and so does Snaking. He's playing some of these position 5s that take a lot of farm. Yesterday when he was playing Muerta, he was also the one that utilized that farm pretty heavily. He had the highest damage on the team when he was playing Muerta. But this is also classic Falcons. I think they are the ones that I would say not invented, but they reinvented the strat with the gold. So you have Doom with the Devour, with Hand of Midas, with Track, with Stacks. Tundra they were also the ones who were doing that, creating gold out of nothing. And this is something that definitely can be exploited. There's something to it where you're just getting that extra bit of gold, turning that into items and keeping the pressure onto the enemy team. Game did slow down a little bit. I thought there's going to be slightly more pressure on the side lanes, especially on the bottom lane from Liquid. Tiny, not the easiest hero to kill. He has 1000 HP at level 2.
Yeah, a lot of health in these early levels for Tiny. Some decent damage done to Amar. I'm not surprised with the pace of the game after yesterday's Falcons series. It feels like this team is very methodical and maybe tortoise-like when it comes to their gameplay. But
why not turtle-like?
I just wanted to say tortoise. But the tortoise is a turtle.
Every tortoise is a turtle, but not every turtle is a tortoise.
Yes, I think. I'm not a zoologist. But
you said that with confidence, and
but then you start asking questions.
Because I don't know the difference.
Yeah, but then you look at me for answers, and you've known this. I'll say the first time, like, real confidently. Second, you start, like...
I know the difference between crocodile and alligator.
Which is?
One you see in a while, the other one you see later.
Just... Take it away. I can't with that.
Back to the bottom lane. Still 0 damage onto the tower. Ice Vortex is not doing that much to Eidolons because they do have high magic resistance.
Yeah.
A little surprised that he's not putting in some pressure. The damage is going to be there. This tower is definitely going to fall. They bring in Ember Spirit. They get a kill. There's really no control. I think Malrine is going to need to mimic the moves that Nisha's going to be doing from this mid lane.
All of a sudden under tower, he takes some damage, though, Malrine. Nisha, we'll see when he's ready to move where he goes, and if it is ending up bottom, if maybe there's a rotation coming out from, say, the Bounty, who's already bottom, trying to get a kill here on a Boxy, but the first blood goes to Saberlight.
Blood.
And Boxy,
he's living.
He does
not
die.
For long.
Yeah, the Vortex is there, but they get Skeeter, and Saberlight's got a double kill. They want Snake King. Nisha's also dead. Epicenter used over mid. So it ends up being a 2-for-2. I'm a little surprised at the solo kill there from Malrine.
Malrine, he was level 6 and pretty much killed him from 100 to 0. Did keep him low. He did keep him low for some time. TB finishing off his power treads. Crit, the lane was in a good spot. I can't really blame him.
Yeah.
There was Doom farming underneath the tower, so he saw this opportunity. Goes to the bottom lane. Tries to make a move, but damage from Ringmaster at some of these early levels, it's way too much.
The Impalement Arts can be tough to deal with, and Crit's got an eye on Boxy, but they don't see Crit for the moment. Can't really make a move just yet, and you've got Skeeter who's gotten back to the jungle. This tier 1 tower very vulnerable. They've left the Enigma by themselves. I like this. You get to that level 6, you get these items online a little bit quicker, especially these drums. You're talking about the bongo boots that you want to see. Having the lane way open like this feels very good for Saberlight.
I want to see a rotation to the bottom lane after they pick up the XP rune. They were also afraid that maybe Bounty is going to be picking it up. It's one of the best heroes, so now they're bringing 3 heroes just in case they're there on time. Boxy and Insania will get that XP rune, and so will Crit on the other side. So yeah, I want to see the pressure. I want to see heroes move to Saberlight's lane. Unfortunately, he's still not level 6. Ideally, you would want to be level 6 so that you have that black hole, use it on one hero, get a kill. Also, in terms of the stuns that they have, they don't have many. You have Bounty Hunter with the stun, which is not the easiest to execute, and then you have Burrow Strike. That's about it. Infernal Blade.
And potentially Hoof Stomp.
Yeah.
Or War Stomp. Malrine down here just continuing to farm while Insania and Saberlight maybe look to go for Malrine. Boxy also showing up in a TP out from Malrine back over
bailing
towards mid as Nisha now with that chilling touch. Burrow Strike a little bit short. However, some decent damage onto this Ember, who now has an Ice Blast coming his way, but Remnants towards bot and fills up that bottle with an amplified damage.
Panel talked about maybe there's some new tech coming out from mid-sanking, whether he's going to be rushing Blink Dagger or going for something else. Road of Atos, I really like this. This item has been really good for quite some time now. It gives you exactly what you need on a lot of the heroes, especially on the supports, but you can also get it from the mid lane. It's a good, cheap catch set up for your... If you initiate with Burrow Strike into Road of Atos and then get the Epicenter on Ember, you could definitely get a kill with like one follow-up hero.
Ooh, thinking about the epicenter, now the Sunder. Skeeter throws that Sunder out, and he might pay for it with his life. Black Hole comes in, Nisha's gonna survive, and all of a sudden, Maureen, Burrow Strike just gets the kill on Anisha, but ends up falling.
First Black Hole usage. They killed the tower relatively early on at 8 minutes, which does allow Saberlight to play a little bit more aggressive, go inside to the enemy jungle, and prepare for it. Game in pretty even state. That extra bit of a gold from Doom is kicking in. They're keeping it equal for now, but yeah, I feel this type of a lineup from Liquid, as we said, once Saberlight gets his items, drums his own line, he's going for pipe, as expected in this type of a game. You want to tank up. I also want to see Saberlight move to the mid lane relatively early and try to play maybe with a 10-minute catapult so they can put the pressure. Right now, I'm not seeing the heroes from Falcons. They can easily defend the towers. They can try to set things up with a Sanking and blast from Ancient Apparition. Other than that, they don't really have the heroes. Like Ice Vortex, Sandstorm, this is going to be your defense.
Kind of relying on hoping to get to that track gold as well, but Crit right now only level 4. Not really seeing all too much just yet. I will say he's level 4, but this Ancient Apparition being over 6 this early on is pretty crazy. Having Ice Blast available, I would have said turns into more kills at this point, but they haven't really made that Ice Blast work yet. Everything's still pretty quiet after that one skirmish. Arcane Boots finish for Snake King, and you're kind of right. Snake King's kind of taking the priority away. He is much more farm than we see Crit on this Bounty Hunter at the moment, especially if he does in fact end up dead.
Level 4
Bounty.
Bounty.
Forward, Sleight of Fist, and they get the kill.
There's not much they can do about it, and as you can expect, Team Liquid, they're playing with the catapult, they're bringing in numbers, both of the supports, they have a Global Silence to back him up, and also Saberlight. He's coming in, they want to be able to close out this tower. Sandstorm has already been used, it's covering some of the area, but look at the angle that Saberlight approached. It's not going to be enough, so the tower is going to fall. Maureen tries to go for a deny play, but doesn't get it in the end.
Thinking about going for Amar, they've got the Wheel of Wonder, and he is taunted up. Trying to run, but another Impalement Arts toss up into the air. Here comes an Ice Blast with a Doom. That lands, but can they save him? Arcane Curse on a Crit with the last word. So he'll be silenced up, TP out from Amar, but the Remnant over, and they're going to get another kill here on the Crit. And another +1 for this Silencer of Insania. Turns out that illusion, and that Rod of Atos isn't going to matter, but they've got the Burrow Strike, and it won't land. Epicenter thought about, but there's the fear with the Tame the Beast. They'll TP out. Maureen can't get anything done.
He's super tanky. 2,000 HP on Sanking at 11 minutes. They used first Doom. They didn't get the kill, even with Ancient Apparition ulti connecting there. They need a little bit more. Turblade also not joining in any of these fights. Crit is the one who's struggling the most. This is a very difficult game for him, where he's level 4. They kind of rely on him getting that early level 6 so that he can start being more active on the map. And right now, in the mid lane, oh, look at this damage.
Oh,
finds the perfect rune.
Black
Another
hole.
Black Hole.
Yeah, using this off cooldown and getting this kill, and another +1 for Insania.
And that's going to be another tower. I don't think that the Falcons have enough to defend. There's just not enough damage. And also, this pipe, it's going to come online relatively soon on Enigma. This is a big timing. Needs another 800 gold to finish it off. They're going to smoke. Saberlight for now, solo pushing. They do have a kill threat on one of the heroes if they go with the Burrow Strike and Ancient Apparition Blast. It's a lot of magic damage. Ice Vortex is maxed out, but the damage has already been done.
Oh, Global Silence stops that combo. I mean, the Rod of Atos was the only part of that combo that they even got off.
That's it. They baited Global Silence. Long cooldown, 120 seconds.
You could also say they saved Saberlight very preemptively. Like you said, he's not too far away from that pipe. Still no track here for Bounty Hunter. He's just level 5, but they finally find Saberlight, and it's not going to matter this time. They get the kill. Maureen gets credit for that one, and this Tier 1 tower top. Mosquito here in the Metamorphosis should be dead.
Supports are just doing so much more. On side of Liquid, you have 2 big team fights. You have ways of disengaging the fight. This Road of Atos, first, it got him a global silence out of it. Now it got him another kill, and it's also putting quite a lot of pressure on Tanisha.
Put the pressure on him, and he almost remnants into Doom there. It was close, but doesn't end up mattering. Snake King is quite literally shadowing Melreen. Wants to hit that Ice Blast, wants to be there for the potential of a kill. Also helping him take these stacks. 8 to 6 on the stacks at 14 minutes.
Both of these teams known to be stacking quite a lot. Liquid, this time around, I would maybe expect slightly more, but because you have Enigma, which does allow Boxy to be more in the triangle, you're pulling the lane back. So far, Saberlight had a pretty good game on Enigma. Did kill 2 towers, did get multiple kills, used his black hole early on. Nisha is getting close to his Mage Slayer, which is going to be great against Sanking. Now you're going to have combination against Ancient Apparition, which is all magical damage, where you have Mage Slayer and you have Pipe as well, 15 minutes into the game.
Win probability of 53-47, and now they've got access to track, so we'll see if the gold ends up boosting up for Falcons or if it's just a little bit of a bait. Insania getting the kill, the escape back, Burrow Strike comes through with the Infernal Blade. And Boxy's dead here with the commitment of the epicenter from Melreen. I'm wondering if they want to go in and try and swipe this Tormentor.
They don't have the best damage. Snake needs to be careful. Like, this is a bit of a slower damage. Sanking, dropping the Sandstorm.
The only thing I was going to say is if you get an early shard for this Silencer, he's been involved in a lot of these kills, and all of a sudden you're brain draining these heroes pretty heavily.
Early shard on Bounty Hunter could make a difference. It does allow you to use Shadow Walk on one of your allies, so you can hide Sanking, you can play with Doom, which would give you both of you invisibility, and then you can try to go for a play, which makes things a lot easier to execute. Amar immediately stopped that TP.
Tame the Beast fears him up, and this will be a kill onto the Doom. Another +1 for the Silencer, who is currently at 7 on the Brain Drain, but imagine an early shard here. Well, the Silence committed, but the Ice Blast already came through. Nisha's pretty low. Should survive this Ice Blast level 1, not really that big of a deal. He's okay.
It was level 2 Epicenter, still not enough. Mage Slayer keeping him alive there. Still a 2k gold lead for Falcons. As you said, slow, methodical. This is how they play. Getting farm somewhere else. Look where Skeeter's farming right now. He's on the, like, you don't even see him. He's on the complete opposite side of the map. That icon on minimap, is that Terrorblade? Because I can't even see it. Orbs, yeah, that's TB. Yeah, now we can.
Yeah. It's up there. It was hidden under an illusion icon. But now he's coming over bottom. When you've got that large outer rings, it does see a little bit difficult to spot. And Insania, Arcane Curse, but the damage is going to be overwhelming enough to get this kill. The average match time or game time for Falcons, 43 minutes.
They had some longer games, even though I feel yesterday they could have closed them out relatively early, but this is how they like to play, especially the third game where they were playing against Medusa when the break mechanic came through. Tidehunter died once, Tidehunter died second time, so every single time the hero dies, they're like, okay, we need to farm up a little bit more, farm the whole map, get the Roshan, get the second, get the third Roshan, even in some of the cases yesterday. But yeah, a bit of a slower team. I feel like this team just takes it very long when it comes down to closing out the games. It's been their specialty. This is the old Tundra style.
Crit is in trouble, and Insania is here, but here comes the Burrow Strike with the Epicenter, the Ice Blast flying through.
Can they save him with the escape back? No, he can't. Malreen's going to get that kill. Another Impalement Arts as well as a blood grenade onto Malreen as they come over from the side with Nisha to put the attention onto the Ancient Apparition. Should be at least able to get Snake King. They end up losing Boxy. TP attempt from Malreen, and he is out inside that Sandstorm.
Tiny still hasn't been involved. This is the time where Tiny wants to come. He has his Shard, Echo Saber, Shadow Blade ready. Shard is your farming tool, so is Echo Saber. So we can now expect Mickey to get involved in some of these fights. He has been pretty slow, as you would expect from a carry Tiny. They've been playing 4 versus 5. They should be able to utilize this Pipe Mage Slayer combination that they have. Try to look for a fight. Global Silence is up online. I think they try to look for a fight, get a kill, maybe 2 in the enemy triangle, and turn that into Roche. Roche still on the dire side for another 30 seconds.
Then it'll be taking that walk all the way over to the other side. They saw Insania, they go to the Global Silence early on. Insania, though, with the last word, that's going to silence up the Doom. The side of Fist, Searing Chains. Insania survives this with the Sandstorm down. Avalanche and the right clicks with the toss. Snake King's dead to the Tame of the Beast. Boxy gets that kill. Impalement Arts don't land, and on the back lines, they've got Nisha deterring Amar from going for Insania, who's picking up the brain drains. They've got the track out there on Tiny, but that doesn't really matter if they can't get these kills.
They definitely wanted some bigger targets. Tiny, he wants to cut into back lines, try to kill off somebody immediately. Ancient Apparition is the perfect target, but they couldn't find any other openings. That Global Silence came in immediately. He used it to save himself, to get out of the trouble. And now with that amplified damage on Nisha, Malreen, he's in. This might be the time where they say, okay, where's Tiny at?
Yeah.
Maybe we have enough to go for Roshan with amplified damage, and Ancient Apparition ulti just missed, but Tiny, he is far away from the fight.
He's TPing in, and they'll have their opportunity to maybe fight and then go Roche. He'll show himself over mid.
Level 16 on Tiny.
Very farmed. Super duper very farmed, and now inside the jungle of Falcons. But Mickey back to farming. Looking at that Sanjin Yasha. So buys out on that Yasha and nobody going ferocious yet. Radametos picked up here for Snake King. This Ancient Apparition got some farm priority. Of course, the Shard boosting up crits numbers. He's got that friendly Shadow to work with, but we haven't really felt the effects of that Shard. It's okay. I would say the Ancient Apparition one is probably better because I'm biased on Ancient Apparition.
It is. It definitely is. It's a follow-up as well. You have Sanking, so you can easily follow it with a stun. Use Road of Athos later if necessary for a little bit more control. Boxy popping the drum.
Crit weaving, man. He avoids a lot of that Ice Blast flying through. And it has that connection, but the Global Silence was used, and now they're turning this around, or at least trying to on Malreen. He's low, Searing Chains, Tame the Beast to get the kill. And the look over at Skeeter, he's in pretty far. Nisha doesn't have Searing Chains just yet, but the Remnant now, the toss into the black hole! Little alley-oop! Throwing him directly into the event horizon. And Nisha, he looks for more, but just not really having the mana to make the move.
What's up today with some tiny combinations? Team Spirit, when they were playing Cart, he kind of tossed himself the combination as well.
And now he just tosses a black hole in there. I mean, that is one way to get in. You don't need Blink if you just get tossed in. That was awesome. Let's see it again. Escape back, Ice Blast doesn't really do that much to Mickey, and let's just keep an eye on where Saberlight and Mickey are. Just remember in your mind as the camera shifts down. Backs it up, and then Mickey for 3.
You go in.
Hits it, nails it, black hole. They'll get 2 more.
And it's not going to get easier. Enigma now has a Blink Dagger. He did have it in the previous fight as well, but he's going to start to get into the BKB territory, maybe a Lincoln Sphere as well, so that Doom is not going to be annoying him. And they also have Global Silence. I think Insania is having a pretty good game. He's 4-1-8 on that silencer. Good amount of brain drain. Didn't have shard, but they could potentially get it in a minute because first one did belong to Bounty Hunter. And also Mickey. We did talk about status resistance being very good in this game. You're playing against Doom, all these Road of Atos, so your status resistance is going to kick in. And that's going to be another kill.
Crit can't find space. He's not having a great game.
He got shut down completely. Level 4, 12, 13 minutes into the game.
Never really had a chance to have that track kind of matter. I mean, the game is close still, but it's not because of the track. Ice Blast flies over, lands onto Insania, and Malrine will get credit for that kill. Ags, I believe, flying out for Malrine. Or, yeah. So he'll have that upgraded epicenter. And we'll see if they can make that work in the next team fight, especially if it's going to mean Roche. We've seen a couple of these fights that we thought were going to be Roche and haven't yet. Amar.
Friendly Shadow, he's looking for that Doom, but knows that there is Global Silence to back him up. And also SNY completed on Nisha, so now you'll have basically 2 SNYs. For now, it's just Yasha on Tiny, but will definitely turn into SNY. Amar is thinking about it.
Doom out, and there's the Radamatos. Even Ice Blast committed for this. Escape back's not going to matter, but the Ice Blast now lands on a Boxy. They've got the Radamatos to follow it up from Malrine. Boxy able to walk away. I thought maybe they'd commit a little bit harder on this. Shockingly, they don't. Liquid here as the Tormentor respawns. Do they want to? Yeah, I mean, they can just commit to this. I was going to say, do they want to? Malrine is nearby, but he TP's out. And they will just grab this Torm.
I like this a lot. We've seen it in the previous game, or previous series, where one team takes Tormentor, they know exactly where they are, the other team goes for Roche immediately. Skeeter will pop his meta.
Anybody aware? Maybe Emperor. But not coming this direction. They circle it. The Ringmaster circled it, but just they're not going to be there in time. It'll be Aegis for the Terrorblade.
Not the best Aegis carrier, but is a transformation hero after all, but I guess they also did not want to give it to Sanking. Doom is also not the best carrier. I love the itemization on Amar, though. This is, I'm not going to say a new tech. We've seen him do it before, but it's not Hand of Midas. You keep selling it, get drums, get blink. Instead, he opted to go for drums double bracer, makes him super tanky than SNY. So, because you'd still deal quite a lot of right-click damage, but if we look what he has chosen, he's all about that speed. Basically, has haste when he pops the drums. And yeah, with level 15 talent as well, which makes him super tanky. Status resist. I mean, SNY is still one of the best, if not the best item in the current patch.
Ice Blast, Epicenter, Burrow Strike, kill on Tanisha. That's the combo they had been looking for throughout a majority of this early game. And now Skeeter's been spotted, but Saberlight comes over. They go to the dust. They got the Sunder off. But the Impalement Arts and the Tame the Beast throws him back towards Mickey. Nobody else is hitting this Terrorblade, though. It was just Boxy. A little bit of a surprise. Mark comes over, Avalanche toss, throws him on Insania. They go to the Global Silence. That's a bit early. They global now, and that will be down, making this a little bit harder of a fight for Liquid, even with the buyback.
No global, no Ember Spirit for 10 seconds. Team Falcons, they got what they wanted from this fight.
This is going to be a tough few minutes now for Liquid, potentially, without that Global Silence.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They want the BKB on the Enigma, but don't quite have the gold for that. Now the top tier 2s get pushed by Falcons. It's a bit of a slow burn from Falcons, but it's working. They're up 5,000 net worth. I thought Liquid were kind of putting a hold on this game, but with each kill, with each track kill, more and more gold goes the way of Falcons, making this tougher for Liquid.
Sanking plus Ancient Apparition pairing did allow them to get back into the game. Skeeter, he continues to farm, and then with those two heroes, you can easily set things up, kill pretty much any hero other than Tiny from 100 to 0. If they want to kill Tiny, they probably still need to doom him. Tiny did finish off his BKB, so 9-second BKB, SNY on top of it, going for Revenant's Brooch, wants to have that mixed damage against high armor on TB. Perfect target to kill.
Ooh, actually puts the Doom down. They're TPing over plenty of heroes, but they need to be able to go out. Oh, Burrow Strike on 2, Ice Blast flying through, and that will go over Saberlight. Doesn't land on Anisha, but Skeeter's on the back line. He's trying to get a kill here on the Saberlight as well as the rest, but Mickey going to try and stand his ground. This is Mallorin, who doesn't have Epicenter to work with. The missing Black Hole doesn't exactly hurt them immediately. But that being said, Burrow Strike slight niche in trouble. Cold feet on him, and now Mickey with the BKB. But the Wheel of Wonder, they get the kill on Anisha. Skeeter's going to be low. He's got Sunder if he can find a target, but the Burrow Strike now, well, a miss.
Oh, nice play.
But the Sunder and the Ice Vortex, and Skeeter gets the kill on a Mickey.
Ice Vortex and Reflection immediately. He also did go for the other facet on TB, not the one that we see every day. It looked like it was a zoning Black Hole bait that's going to come out from the Saberlight, where Falcons are like, okay, we need to take this fight. We use Doom. There's no Black Hole. We're still going to be taking the fight. But yeah, in the end, that Sunder saves the whole fight.
Skeeter was holding that Sunder for a while, looking for the right opportunity to find somebody, and eventually does find the right person. Puts them up a little bit more. Still have 45 seconds left on this Aegis.
This looked funny. Boxy with Escape Act while having Reflection on him. So he's trying to attack him while he's in the box. And this should be probably a tower for Falcons. There is Global Silence available. Malrine, he's in again.
They find Boxy.
Boxy's dead for a long time. 70 seconds. He used buyback in the previous fight.
Do you try to force a high ground fight, knowing there's no Black Hole for a little bit? Track onto Insania. Big damage numbers from this Bounty Hunter. Nobody gonna make that jump though to get the kill onto Insania. And no Aegis right now, when you watch the way Falcons play, pretty much means no high ground.
Yeah, they're not even probably discussing the high ground. That's the forbidden word for Team Falcons.
High ground or just high or ground?
It's more about farm, Roshan, spread out, farm on our side of the map, get a pick off, continue to do so until we hit the critical mass, 50,000 network lead. Two big items, one on each side. Terrorblade with Scotty, BKB on Enigma. Things are going to be much easier for Liquid to execute. He used that one bad Black Hole. You know, you got to get it out of the system.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the one-man Black Hole on a too tanky of a hero. Sometimes
I've seen worse ones where you immediately cast and then immediately cancel it. This one at least was there for a good second.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he kind of canceled it quickly. This one, though, is on the Terrorblade, and immediately you have repented. On Easter of all days. Look for Mallorin, and Global Silence comes out. The damage not enough to get the kill onto the Sand King, but a blink forward Malfist now on a Snake King.
Good body blocks.
He goes north. Remnant over. They spot him. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. And the lockdown is there. Ice Blast thrown out, but will fly forward in death. And Insania does have that shard, so he gets that +3 on the Brain Drain, which puts him at 13. I was going to be a little bit more excited for the number to come up, but 13 is not exactly big boy numbers yet.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't really matter. It's more about that early stages and how you're going to transition. If you have between 10 and 25 on position 5 silencer, it doesn't really matter that much.
I mean, if he gets like Six more kills on Terrorblade or Sand King. Maybe they just don't have the mana anymore.
We're at the point where mana pool is relatively big. Terrorblade, he has 1,600 mana, so he doesn't care too much about it. Everybody else, mana pool looks good. It's not like you're killing, I don't know, Phantom Assassin or Centaur, Troll, some of these more number heroes. Tiny. Harpoon is ready. 4,000 HP on Tiny.
Now, if only you could do Brain Drain, but Strength Drain.
That's Undying for you.
But permanently.
What if Pudge steals Strength? That hero is not in a good spot. He had his good run with the Facet. Now he kind of feels completely dead. When the new patch dropped, we saw a couple of these players trying out Mask of Madness, Glimmer Cape, Pudge with the right click, but it's just not working out. Even in pubs, you can't really see the hero anymore.
Well, tell that to my allies. Because that is the double pick. Every game, if you pick Pudge first and Pudge is immediately picked by the other team, it's banned out. They still don't know that that hero is dead, but if I'll have you coaching my games just to tell them. And then you can go.
One game. I need to do it that one time to see what's going on.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
What's wrong with me and my brain? Yeah.
Sounds like you played a lot against the Silencer. You've been drained.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been brain drained pretty heavily. To nobody's surprise. Not even my own.
Crit. Trying to set things up here.
Ice Blast connected onto the Silencer. Doom comes through. They do have Global Silence if they want to use it, but not really going to matter when you're dead to rights anyway here on Nisha. However, maybe a turnaround. Black Hole. Malrine caught. And they've got this Wheel of Wonder. They'll get the kill here onto the Sand King. And then at the end of that BKB, a TP out from Mickey. As now into the escape bag, no Black Hole, which was already used. So these supports are going to have to try to escape. Boxy may not be so fortunate, but Insania gets out, and that'll be 2 dead on the side of Liquid.
Going in, Black Hole committed to get a kill on Sand King, but they didn't lose the gem. I'm looking where the gem is. It's on Bounty Hunter right now. He was the one holding it for a long time, but does need a slot. Aghanim Scepter, BKB, going into Shiva's Guard. This is the second Shiva's. One is on... It's not about reducing the healing, because there's no healing whatsoever on the side of Liquid. It's more about providing vision and getting the jump on target, also slowing them down. Falcons one more time. We'll go for Roche. Using the opportunity. Last time it was Liquid who killed the Tormentor. Now they got 2 good kills, and they're going to transition that into Roshan one more time. Skeeter will be the one picking it up.
He's got this Aegis now, and we'll see if this is the Roche that pushes the high ground.
You see the number on top of your screen, 12,000? Does that scream go high ground?
Well, you know what bracket I'm in. Yeah. It does, to me.
Not for Falcons. I think they also got to give respect. You can't just go in. They don't have the heroes to hit the buildings. If you commit with meta and then you die once, you respawn in melee form, not where you want to be. Got to give respect to tossbacks, Black Hole as well, chip damage, even Wheel of Wonder. So they will continue to farm up. I mean, we have to buckle up. This is going to be a longer game. It's been already 38 minutes, but this game is going to be a bit of a longer one because Falcons, they are the ones controlling the map. They don't want to go for the high ground, so they're looking for a pick-off, maybe try to go for a poke, get a buyback out of them.
So settle it.
Yeah.
Buckle up. All right.
Get yourself comfortable.
All right.
As expected, knowing these two teams, this is how Falcons love to play. Team Liquid, they can close out the games early, but they're also very familiar choking enemies out and then going for that one high ground push. Okay, on his Tiny, seeing Butterfly, he needs to have MKB. Needs to be able, because when you have MKB and Revenant's Brooch, you have mixed damage, you have course, damage from AVULUS. And again, same spot. Amar catching Nisha. Is this a replay?
I was just about to say, this is same exact death spot.
He's going to tip him or use a voice line. What do you think?
I'm going to go with neither because they're fighting. Ice Blast coming in, Black Hole used, but Global Silence comes out. And can they get this kill even with the Black Hole committed? No, they can't. BKB's going to run down. They're going to think about going to the Reflection and pushing it even further, but instead they'll use the Metamorphosis with their own illusions.
Spotlight is dealing so much damage.
Spotlight is
They die immediately.
Harpoon.
Toss back.
Toss. All right.
Like, he even blinked back.
He tried to blink back and pull him back further, but he's still alive.
Mike is ready. He's looking for a Sunder. Sunder on Tiny, and Tiny dies.
Burrow Strike has to...
Oh no! Box! Oh no! Boxy with the box save.
Symphony of skills? I mean, the damage on him, he still gets the kill.
Oh, that was good. That was a good attempt. This is why Falcons didn't go for the high ground push.
All right, disable help.
Ship it, clip it. I want to see this on Reddit. In 3 minutes time, I'll check what's on Reddit. This better be a top post.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, just like me and you, they make mistakes. They're only human.
They are. This is why Dota is such a beautiful game. And we want to see it again. We might want to see it again one more time.
Avert your
how funny it was.
Fans out there.
He was hiding. He did not want to go back. I think the talk was, we got to blink in. My Sunder is ready. I'm going to Sunder Tiny, and we can burst him from 100 to 0.
Okay, break. Let's do it.
There it is. Malrine. Fake pumping. Then the box comes. You saw Skeeter standing there for a millisecond, realizing what he has done. He's like, what the fuck happened? It's like, okay, now I know.
Is that Liquid's way in?
We're going to be in territory where Enigma also is going to be looking to buy a refresher.
Doom, Global Silence, but Amar going to commit. Can't get this kill, and now all of a sudden, Mickey's here with Nisha, but the Burrow Strike Epicenter and the damage, but there's the escape back. Mickey gonna survive, he'll pop his own BKB, they get the kill on Saberlight after the fact. And Nisha, he'll die too, doesn't have buyback. At the end of the day, it doesn't look like that Sunder misplay will hurt them too much.
Yeah, still getting 2 kills. Octarine Core ready on Enigma. He's running out of slots. He needs to decide whether he wants to get a Lincoln Sphere for that Doom, whether he wants to go into Refresher and then go BKB Doom, BKB Blink Black Hole onto Doom. And speaking of Octarine Core, ATF is also the one who got it.
Huh. Here they go. Tame the Beast, hits the illusion. Spotlight down, but Amar in the face of Boxy. They even have that dust in the track, so he'll escape back, but to back off for only a moment. High ground 2.0. This is the second time around. Amar pushing Boxy back again. Force Staff used by Insania to send him back towards the base, but this is at least 2 sets of racks. No Ember for 50 more seconds. The illusions burn out quickly.
But
thanks
the
to the
heroes
spotlight,
don't.
yeah.
So that's 2 sets of barracks for them. Team Liquid, they might have only 1 fight left in the tank. All the abilities are resetting on side of Falcons. Doom is ready. Epicenter about to be ready in a couple of seconds.
Liquid, the percentages probably don't look good. Even with a Sunder that...
Yeah, I think Gabe would give them like 10%. All right, 11, generous.
Just that 1% more is generous.
It's going up.
Huh? Well, Falcons, they back up. Roche in 1 minute and 30. Could use this time to get those final items before what should be the final fight. Anything on that list? standing out to you on this inventory list?
Overwhelming Blink on MR, and I also see Snaking going for Wind Waker, Yield Scepter purchased. It's still a long way until he can get it, but yeah, this is the item against the Black Hole. Overwhelming Blink is the insane. This is my favorite combination between two items in Dota. It's not Hand of Midas plus Boots of Travel. Sorry to disappoint you, it's Overwhelming Blink plus Shiva's Guard. It's insane amount of slow, canceling the Blink daggers, providing vision. Gets pretty difficult to take the fight between these two.
Now, what do you go for? Doom Break or Doom Mute?
Oh, Mute. This is not even an option.
Oh, okay. So you like...
It's not one of that memes where the guy's sweating, choosing between the red and the blue, like which button he needs to press.
I'm just wondering. Guess Amar likes it a little bit quiet, you mute everything, and then all of a sudden the cast sounds like...
What do you think that ability does? You mute your own sounds?
Muted myself for a little bit, yeah.
Nah, this is the old Doom. Can't believe that was part of the ability.
Double gem for Liquid, by the way. Maybe that'll help them keep the vision in this potential high ground final fight. Let's see, what does the analog clock say? Because this 252 is never correct. But it is a short Roche spawn. According to that, if you do the math correctly, which I never do, I think that's like 30 seconds. Maybe 20.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll give
no, it wasn't
35 seconds.
35 seconds.
Yeah.
Wait, the mouse is deciding on whether I was right or not. Yeah. Okay, you're pointing.
We're getting there, okay.
Anyway, it looks like there might be a fight over mid. As Mickey just kind of standing here waiting for Amar to come over. They've got the Doom, but now Simmerway with the BKB. He's going to throw that Black Hole. It's going to be on to this Terrorblade.
They need his damage.
But they need the damage. They don't quite have it. They'll look for the Sunder, but they've got the stun. Can he get it off on anybody?
He can.
He heals back up to full. Saberlight, Boxy, and Sadia fought him out. Reed. Nisha looking next. Ultra kill for this Sand King, who absolutely devastates Liquid.
Tiny bought a Blink Dagger for purposes where he can blink in, play with the Enigma, but he's the one who's getting doomed. Black Hole's good, but there's no real follow-up damage, and Sankin goes pretty ham. We wanted to see what Sankin's gonna buy. This sort of Atos, very good pickup. Did allow them to get multiple kills. The gold strategy that they ran with Doom, with Track, it did allow them to get extra bit of a gold, and yeah, surprised with Falcons going for the high ground relatively early, closing out the games in 46 minutes.
Yeah, it was a little over their average, but overall, Falcons do in fact get that victory over Liquid in game number 1. So we're going to send it back to Rich T. Liz and hear what they have to say.
It's good. You workshop that one. We'll see what comes out. But what didn't need workshopping was the Falcon strategy. This is kind of what we've seen them do to other teams. We highlighted it at the start, but to do it to Liquid, you know, not easy.
Yeah, no, I think they did a pretty exceptional job, right? We anticipated a bit of aggression in the early game from Liquid. You got Enigma, the Ember, like they're heroes that want to kind of break down the map and remind you that the draft is going to be very aggressive. But yeah, Falcons, they kind of stemmed the bleeding quite early on. They were able to neutralize a lot of that aggression, and already just the critical thing here, Malrine plus Snaking this entire early game.
Yeah.
Burrow strikes epicenters, throwing in the Atos. Sure, here they are dying, but it's when you kind of fast forward, it's the constant attempts that you eventually will get the kills to kind of convert into that kind of the bigger momentum of the game that Falcons was able to control.
A fun game overall, I have to say. A couple of bloopers here and there, you know, like crazy moves. Some Sunders that didn't really go the way they should have, but in general, a fun game. So far, by the way, between these two teams, in the last 3 games, Ancient Apparition has 100% win rate.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay.
Twice played by Liquid, once played by Falcons, but 100% pick rate in the last 3 games as well. So it just makes the game so much easier, man. And I feel like this hero is, when you're playing versus a really good team, just what you need, because it gives you just that extra oomph that you need to take down heroes, to get this extra damage and to prevent them from just healing up when they run away in the fountain, because they juke so well, they move around the map, they help each other so well that they always find a way to escape, but not against Frostblast.
But also here in the tail end of these highlights, like the way that Amar was playing on his Doom, right? Like he was identifying the key targets to jump on. He was kind of creating this kind of artificial wall where we'll deal with, you know, we're getting Black Hold on the side, but then I'll kind of force 2-3 heroes to have to disengage whilst I'm kind of zoning them. He had the Cloak Aura on the Doom as well to throw out additional resistances to his team to help with that magic damage that Liquid was trying to utilize. And yeah, I think overall, once Falcons was able to play the first 15 minutes, you know, survive what we expected Liquid to maybe be a little bit stronger in, yeah, they were just playing the map really nicely, and yeah, very, very scary. And already from here, we're probably going to look at Malrine, but I just love his itemization. Again, they mentioned it in the cast, but I'm going to harp on it again. But he goes, he had Atos. He doesn't have it here, but I promise you, he did have it in the game. And yeah, the Atos was so critical for the early fight. If you don't lock down the Ember, be it with the Doom, maybe with the Sign King Barrow Strike Atos, you're not going to kill him off. You had to get the kill on this Ember.
It was a really good item. At the same time, it made me feel, when it was purchased, that their draft was missing something, and that was obvious. It was missing some follow-up with the Sand King, some follow-up control. But sometimes, if you are missing that follow-up in your heroes, you can grab an item that helps you.
Yeah, you take it into your own hands.
Exactly. So it did help out, definitely.
Yeah, and I think this is also maybe one of the reasons why we're seeing kind of Silencer not have the best win rates at the moment, is if you don't get kills during Global, you kind of fall off as a little bit as a hero. Like we're seeing a lot of the other supports in the meta have kind of ways to play out multiple fights. But for Silencer, if you don't win the big fight, you kind of fall victim to, do I have a Solar Crest, do I have a Force or a Glimmer? But like a Ringmaster, you've got Escape Actor. Jakiro, you have Ice Path. For AA, you have Ice Flight. You have so many things to do. But for Silencer, not so much. And I think Liquid wasn't able to take multiple fights here.
Yeah, it was oriented in this black hole plus global, and let's get these fights going our way immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, you can reset, you can bait them in, and then strike back with the Sand King.
Now, you did allude to it. We said there were some dodgy Sunders in the game. I think we've got a clip.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I actually did say to the production, I don't know if I really want to show it after I asked for it, but it's fine. We'll watch it again. It does happen in the heat of the battle. You know, Skidder, he's hugging the high ground. He's invisible. He's like, okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to go for a Sunder. And he steps up. He sees the enemy. There's a Burrow Strike, but with the Escape Act, he misclicks and he hits his Sand King. But I think the good thing here is a team like Falcons, the caliber of Falcons, they can make mistakes too. It happens to everyone. But they kept persevering. They kept trying. Malrine didn't report his Terrorblade and just give up. You know, but no, it's fun. Right. It's fun to see the pros just make some of these like good little blunders.
It can happen to the best of us.
Yeah, we see a lot of old chat. I wonder if they type to each other or anything like within the game. Well, they can communicate as well, but maybe a casual.
Oh, we have a listen in. Oh, it's Malrine, and we can't show it. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, listen, none of that matters. They obviously did win. They're ahead in the series. We're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if Liquid can equalize. We'll see you in a moment.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time for another round of Climb the Ranks. I am here with Insania from Team Liquid. Insania, I'm going to be asking you a bunch of Dota 2 general knowledge questions. Now, if you get one right, you'll climb up the ranks, going up from Herald all the way to Immortal. If you get one wrong, you'll be knocked down. So how's your confidence levels coming into this?
Sky high, as always.
Good, glad to hear it. I don't believe you. Alrighty, let's start off then with our very first question. This will be the Herald level questions, so should be nice and easy. Let's have a look. Which of these heroes does not use a sword?
I can't call a friend.
You cannot call a friend, no.
All right, then I'm going to gamble on this one and go with Io. Option C.
Bold guess. Let's see if it's correct. And it is, of course, Io, the little ball of light. Let's move on to our next question, our Guardian level question. How many charges does the Tango come with?
So is it like a specific year? Is this like a trick question or?
No trick question here.
Okay, then I believe it's B.
It's a Guardian level question. Nice and easy, and yeah, you're absolutely right, it is B. All right, let's make things a little bit harder now, moving into the Crusader level question. What does Undying's Rotten Mitts facet do?
It spawns a zombie on attack, option A.
It is indeed a spawner zombie on attack, climbing the ranks, once again flying through the early stages. The questions do get harder though as we go.
Oh no.
Let's move on to our next question. Which hero has a description, drains enemy life to heal themselves?
So this is like what the tooltip in Dota says.
Yeah. So you know
because you know those are really good because they're very accurate and never wrong.
Yeah,
so I pay a lot of attention to what they say.
Yeah, the pros tend to pay a very close attention to these.
I mean, it's Pugna or Death Prophet, since it drains enemy life to heal themselves.
Yeah.
Let's go Death Prophet.
You going Death Prophet?
Sure.
All right, let's see. Is Death Prophet the correct answer or is it Pugna? I'm afraid it is Pugna.
That is unlucky.
Pretty tricky question there. Let's move on to the next one though. I think you're going to hate this one. The most expensive item in Dota 2 is currently valued at around $250,000 due to a bug making it a one of a kind. But what is the name of this item?
I have no clue. And I feel like there's no way anyone's paying $250,000 for a Dota item. So let's go with the Legacy of War Dog.
Close, but not quite there. It is in fact the Platinum Baby Roshan. Yeah.
Unlucky.
All right, let's move on to the next question here in Climb the Ranks. We have dropped down a little bit, but let's see if we can recover. What does the Fervorish neutral item enchantment provide?
Like, who reads this? Like, these things are like so irrelevant to be like, I swear to God, if you went to Herald players and you asked, they would know this better because I'm sure they spend like 15 minutes per game just like reading what it actually says on your screen. I have no fun.
That's true.
I have no clue.
No, you just look at the stuff. What do you think? Fervorish, is it base attack speed and incoming damage, or is it cooldown reduction and mana cost increase?
Yeah, speed bonus spell lamp. I mean, it's one of the. I think it's a spellcasting item or spellcasting one, but I don't know if it's. Let's just go option A.
Option A.
Sure.
Speed and bonus.
Sure.
Right.
Spell amplification. Let's go.
I'm afraid the answer is C. Cooldown reduction and mana cost
Unlucky.
lost increase.
We're
Unlucky. Back. All right.
We are so back.
All right. Let's go. We can recover. I believe in you, Insania. We can recover. Let's get into the next question. Which spell has the longest range?
Option B.
Straight in.
Lock it in.
Lock
Send
it in. We're on a Sacred Arrow. Let's have a look. Absolutely correct. Absolutely
Let's
correct
go.
indeed. Yeah. All right. Time for one last question. The hardest question of the bunch. Let's see if we can get this one right. Roshan's passive, Strength for the Immortal, gives him bonuses that scale over time. But what stat does it not boost?
So let's go with option A. Health regen.
Right, you don't think that Roshan gets health regen over time. Let's take a look and see if you are correct. And you are. Absolutely correct. Yeah, Roshan does not get any more health regen over time. So, gets armor, gets max health, and that's going to do it. So, Sania, on this quiz, you got up to the Crusader level. How do you feel?
I feel like I try to play this game as if it was a Team Liquid game. We started off really strong, had a little bit of a dip in the mid game, but then climbed back towards the end.
Beautiful stuff. Excellent analogy. Zania, thank you very much for coming to join me on Climb the Rank, and best of luck at the event.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back. The series is underway. Falcons are in the lead, but of course they are taking on Team Liquid. Anything is possible, guys. So what have we got coming up?
Well, the last time these two matched, it was a 2-0. It wasn't a full series, but it went the other direction. So maybe we have revenge coming up from Team Falcons.
think Liquid need to try and find a way for the target on Nisha's back to disappear or to kind of hide him a little bit, because in this game he finishes it 4, 9, and 11, right? Amar on the Doom, always want to go for him. Same thing for Maureen. They see Ember for a second, boom, they're going straight for him. I think trying to kind of enable Nisha through having other heroes to step up, kind of soak up the initiation to then take the fight might be a better option. With the draft they had, Silencer, backline hero, Ringmaster, backline hero, Enigma, somewhat backline hero, you need information to then initiate. So maybe a hero change could help there, specifically just because they had such beautiful catch for the Ember Spirit.
Ember is really good hero at creating chaos though, right? At the same time, jumping in, jumping out, creating chaos, giving that info. Usually he's the one utilized, but yeah, maybe that's an option, right? Like you get a position 4 that is in there, gives vision, maybe goes in first, at least makes his life a little bit easier, because like you said, there's definitely a mark on his back. Even the itemization from the Sand King, they didn't have too much catch, but he gets the 8 toss, makes it even worse.
But less about maybe what Liquid's picked. They banned out Jakiro and Gyrocopter in the second phase. They didn't ban the Ancient Apparition. If Snaking's playing Jakiro in this game and not the AA, there's plenty of times that Ember's going to be able to Remnant away. Ooh, I got Ice Pathed, who cares? There's no like big explosive damage over time. Ember can disengage. So maybe they just changed the bans. I think a lot of respect is going towards Jakiro, but the fact that AA was a second phase pick and integral to Falcons' ability to win this game is maybe the bigger picture here for Liquid.
Looking at the other series and the other games that these two teams have matched, Jakiro actually took priority over AA in some of those games. It was picked when AA was even not considered, not even banned. So, but that's before the last series that obviously Liquid have won 2-0 with the Ancient Apparition. So I wouldn't mind seeing it maybe snatched by Liquid or banned out at all. Like if Team Liquid wants to do that, like definitely a hero that perhaps isn't as strong in the laning stage as Jakiro, but does way more later on through the game.
And you can see Amar there, talkative as always.
Yeah, he's probably deciding what he wants to do for the next game. Of course, they did win the game quite nicely, but I think for Falcons, winning in that style, they know in the back of their minds that if they don't get that pick off on Nisha, if they don't find that way to threaten him, this could have just been a Liquid, stomp. We don't get to scale, we don't get to play. So I think they're just being very respectful after a win like that, and they're just ensuring they don't get too carried away. Because even when Liquid loses a game, they very quickly identify the mistakes.
I'm glad you brought that up, actually. I think there is a different swagger to Falcons' demeanor in 2025 than there was in 2024. Obviously, still looking for that first trophy win. They've been humbled a little bit. I love what Crit said in the interview. They're just better teams than us right now. And,
also, wasn't there another
beast?
Am I remembering it correctly? I swear there was an interview where Falcons also said that in previous years, just no one else was actually good.
Yes, correct, yeah.
So I think, they are just very respectful in the sense that teams are now good, so they can't have that, even if we play bad, we'll win mentality. Like, they do need to respect everyone.
Not always an outlook you've associated with Falcons historically, but
sure,
losing will change your perspective.
Yeah, it does help. Especially when they formed as well. It's like they form and then they dominate the region, they dominate everything. I think they can't dominate forever.
Yeah, I know they have a lot of haters, but hot take, I think this is still good for the scene to have a team that's a little bit spicy,
Oh, yeah. I mean,
especially in Dota. I know you come from different regions and different places with different talent and different people, but...
look, I'll say something stunning and brave for you. This is what the problem with the Dota community is the baked-in hypocrisy. You'll criticize Falcons for being spicy. I'm in those pubs too, guys. Like, I know what you're all saying. How dare you judge a team for a bit of all chat? So I'm just putting that out there.
And maybe there's a difference between the competitive scene and our good old pubs, but
exactly.
I sort of agree.
They're the ones doing the judgment, the worst people.
I think we just need to focus on the future, guys. I think that we are one patch away from new mechanics to come into play. We've had tips for a long time. We've had voice lines. There's going to be some new way to interact with your allies or enemies to influence a TI.
A button and you just DDoS your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have that. That did luckily get patched out.
True, actually, yeah.
Oh, that's just Dawnbreakers innate.
They should just power up the tips, you know, like the screen shake that everyone has disabled when you tip him, like the screen shakes as well.
Yeah, First you want to do Dota maps, now you... Oh, God, you're cooking today.
I like Lizard, the game designer.
Add some spicy stuff.
Anyway, over on the draft, we got a Tiny, we got a DK.
And we have a ban. That last ban right there. We will not be seeing the fridge in this game at least, so the first time we're not seeing an AA in the last 3 games. It's still contested, of course, but in the last 3 games of these 2 teams, that is.
Yeah, for Falcons, they will be able to replicate what they did in the previous game with the Sand King, but with the DK. Malreen's been playing the DK more often from the mid lane. We're not in that kind of era of Skitter wanting to carry, at least. And yeah, high tempo, Blink Dagger, join a support, get a kill. If the game gets difficult, you know those 2 heroes, whatever the support will hunt the map, be it Hoodwink, be it Muerta.
I know that they're a really good DK team, and there are teams that make DK work from the mid lane, but I'm a huge hater. Like when it comes to the DK, yeah. Like when it comes to the DK, ever since the changes, I feel like this hero has done a lot better from the safe lane, specifically with certain item builds that allow him to scale. When you're playing in mid with that Dragonlance, Mage Slayer-esque, with the Blink Dagger build, you're building and building and building up for this situation where inevitably you feel very weak. And from all the teams that I have seen, I feel like some Eastern Europeans on the mid lane make him work, but they make him work from the mid lane by going that greedy route still. Like you still go for, like GPK does it really nicely. You play it mid, but you still greed the hell out so that eventually in the mid game you scale. Because if you get to all of these little pick-off oriented items, I feel like the hero just doesn't do what he's naturally supposed to be doing later on in the game. Of course you do bring to the table the playmaking aspect, but so does an Ember or any other spirit, and he also does so much more because the item build is natural.
You can't disregard the corrosive from Facet on mid lane. Like with Blink and Mage Slayer, you're tanky, you're progressing the map.
I don't mind the Facet. Like you can keep the Facet.
Sure.
I'm fine with it. You don't have to switch that up. It's just the item build that kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Sure. I mean, you can very easily buy cheap items, but I think the way Malreen's been playing it, he's looking at SMY, BKB, Daedalus. Like he's kind of doing what Lizard is mentioning.
Ooh. Bless you.
I have no idea if that got
allergic
on camera.
to Cottle.
Yeah, I'm just it's
and 2 quick
filthy.
picks as well, by the way.
You know what? Lizard keeps yapping about what he wants in patch changes, inventing things that'll never happen. I'm going to invent another thing as well.
Okay.
Let's just delete recall. Thoughts?
Listen, I've got to say, conceptually...
oh, wait, okay. Sorry, let me add to that.
Okay.
We don't need to delete it. Let's delete the charges from the shard. 1 recall, that's fine. You know what? I'm happy with 1. I like teleporting a hero from, A to B. That's decent. That's
I was kind of all right with deleting it. I think conceptually it doesn't really fit what Keeper of the Light is and who he's meant to be and who he's been historically.
We're diving a little bit deeper.
Historically?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if we're going to speak about Kotl historically, Keeper of the Kotl should get his mana leak back.
Yeah, there we go.
Correct.
Yep. No,
But
I do miss that spell.
Yes.
As a support player, I do miss the spell.
This is the support players union right
some
here.
off lane right now in chat's like, fuck, get away from no. But I miss mana.
I absolutely enjoy all the toxic stuff that was deleted from Dota through the days, through the years, like techies and the mana leak, like all these things that are absolutely obnoxious to play against. I feel like they kind of gave the game a bit more soul, but at the same time, yeah, sure, I can understand why it was removed. By the way, when it comes to recall, it gives a different strategical approach to the game. And if you don't know how to play against it, ban it or pick it.
It's just the 2 charges. But now let's think, can Liquid utilize the recall with the heroes they have right now? In the early game, yes, but running into a silencer, you'll get global. The Doom, the DK, will be very tanky. DK likes buying BKB second item. We didn't see Amar go BKB too early, but he went for SMY, Drum, BKB later. And for Liquid, they're not opting for the pick-off play, but more amp up the TB, reduce the meta cooldown, bring Tiny for a pick-off, but they're going to try and match the map play.
By the way, speaking of recall, I don't think this is even the best game for recall. I feel like in this game where you have a Tiny mid most likely, you can go for Solar Bind.
Sure, yeah.
And versus a Dragonite, versus a Doom, that amount of spell amp actually allows the Tiny to blow them up. And then on top of that, you have all the magic damage from Ringmaster. So I would actually enjoy the Solar Bind more. Even though Recall as well is on a completely different level if utilized correctly.
Yeah. The issue is, the argument will always be, if you don't take Recall, then you're not TPing on, chakring, reducing cooldowns, and kind of buffing the Terrorblade that way. So it's like, if you really think you can kill the early game, Solar Bind will look good. If you don't think you can play on the early game, you kind of get forced to take Recall just to TP onto the Terrorblade or to TP onto heroes to give them that silly little chakra buff. But, yep. In regards to Liquid, they're going to be happy that right now their carry is kind of the carry of the game. Into DK you do well, into Doom you can stand your ground. Sure, you might not be able to stun.
Are we sure that the TB is the carry? We are, right? Like it's the position 1, 99%. There is no flex on the
They don't have last pick in the draft, and I think for Liquid, rounding out their lineup with a Mars, centers banned out, like I just blink initiate the fight is going to be kind of the glue to keep their draft together.
And seeing Tiny is 99% mid as well with the Coddle, right? Like it just makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm down with that as well. On the other side, flex potential between the DK being mid or safe is probably there, but not as massive, right? Also, Dragonite as well, most likely going to be played mid.
A hero that I have been seeing more in pubs, weirdly enough, is Naga Siren. And into Terrorblade, Tiny, it fares pretty well, right? You know, the illusion battle is a classic. Naga beats the Terrorblade.
You do have Ringmaster though. That's maybe a problem with the Spotlight.
Again, I'm not really calling that I'm expecting it to be picked, but again, I'm seeing it in top pubs, playing against it. It's not a deleted hero. I think there's a lot of heroes in Dota where it's like they don't really get buffed or nerfed, but they just live or die based on other heroes getting picked.
Yeah, Naga is like historically versus these heroes that are on the other side a really good pick.
Yeah, you just push wave, DK and Doom will keep farming up. The waves get skipped by the Naga, and then when Terrorblade wants to fight, you can just song, haha, you've wasted meta, you disengage, you always get the correct Doom. And I kind of like the idea. They have last pick for Falcons. Maybe Liquid will pick a hero that could deter that potentially from the offlane.
Do we know when the last time they played Naga was?
No, mate. I can check for you if you'd like.
Yeah, I know you've got those wonderful
I should have
tablets.
clicked the buttons. I just didn't do it.
He's a Naga player though, right? Like Skitter is definitely a Naga player.
2 months ago.
Okay.
But wait, hold. That was an era of... Let me double check. They beat Chimera. And it was a carry, Naga Siren. Yes. So 2 months ago. So actually relatively recent.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of games on her as well, so is absolutely an option. When it comes to other heroes that are a bit more in the meta, Gyro banned out, Monkey banned out, maybe an Ursa that's still in the pool, it can be banned out by Liquid, Morphling as well. These Morphling perhaps not the top skitter hero though.
Yeah, especially because you have a offlane pick for Liquid into then carry for Falcons, you do create this issue where if the pick for Saberlight is maybe vulnerable in lane but perfect for the game, Falcons will get the carry pick to just punish him early on, and they do ban the Naga.
Yeah, nice call by the way. Even though it's
well
not,
spotted.
even though it wasn't picked, it was a really good call.
I'm here all week. But Lycan.
I was waiting for them to pick the Lycan in the last series, in the last game. Like, was calling for it. The Zoo looked really good in the last game. They didn't go for it. They went for the Enigma, which was kind of Zoo-esque as well of a hero. But when you look at the supports, Jakiro, Silencer, extremely slow, immobile, absolutely. And Lycan loves to feast on these kind of heroes. So, does make some sense. And it also puts a wrench in their plan when it comes to certain carries. Like now you have to also adapt to the fact that you're playing into a Lycan in that lane.
It's just very scary. I mean, if you see certain heroes and Lycan just can't get picked, right? Especially when the Wolves were OP a couple months ago, it was the same thing. You just see a weak support, you pick it, and you make their life a misery. And same thing will be here. It's going to get run at. And...
So it will be DK save, right? Most likely, I think.
Yep. it's quite cool because like for Falcons, Timbersaw is like iconic for Malrine and Amar, but also a hero that you just kind of forget about because they just don't really pick it up as much. The heroes like kind of lost a little bit of favor, but I'm not opposed to it. You're going to see Timber versus Tiny in the mid lane. Timber will be quite annoying for the Tiny. You're going to force Tiny to think about rotating a little bit earlier. When you think about the game, you are going to be able to put yourself in front of that Lycan, maybe protect your supports by standing near.
It's just an extremely good Timber game, really. They have to itemize for it, maybe even an Orchid on Saberlight or something like that. They need some extra catch from what they've got already. Impalement Art is kind of nice, like you get a lot of bonus damage from it against high HP heroes like Timber, but overall it looks like a really nice Timber game to just completely control the map.
I think my concern for Liquid is outside the tempo of winning lanes and running around with meta and shapeshift, what happens when the game becomes like a 35-minute game? You fight him on Roshan, like Lycan runs in, but who's the hero kind of connecting it? Like Nisha on the Tiny, he can avatos someone, but there's not that, you know, simple hero to continue the fight going. Like it's a lot of, like it's 1 or 2 stuns, and then a lot of heroes that need people to stun for you to do your damage. Lycan wants heroes to help him, Terribly wants heroes to help him through stunning, and there's just not enough. And
this Timber, though, he did fall off a little bit recently, right? And one of the reasons was, like, you don't necessarily have to counter him in the lane or generally in the game if you can find a way to ignore him. While he's hunting your supports, you're already dealing with everyone else on the enemy side, and then you deal with him last. Do they have the strength to do that? Maybe they do. Like, you do have this Lycan Tiny. They can reach the backlines, and if they're able to do that, maybe Timber will not be a problem.
Often we use the phrase like a team's on like a timer, but I feel like for Liquid, the timer for them is like their ability to fight. In the early game, they can fight, but as soon as you get to 30 minutes in, levels and items, their ability to team fight will soon disappear, and they're forced to kind of like skip waves and play the map. And that's when it's really hard to play Dota. So I think that the timer for them is how much can they set up the map in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how much they can set up the map and how much they can make this Lycan miserable in the laning stage, because I think they need to pressure him there.
All right, we're about to find out. We're going to see if Liquid can get back into this series, and bringing you this one is Beat Cop and Le Constable.
I'm really loving this workshopping session of the names. I was thinking of some in the green room for when I throw it back to you guys, but we'll have to wait till the end of this game to hear that. And what we're seeing in this game is Timbersaw for his second pick of the tournament, lost his first game. That was Nigma Galaxy that played it up against AVULUS. Didn't exactly perform all too well, but like in Timber, kind of two different heroes than we've been seeing in this pretty tight hero pool meta.
Yeah, it's also, if we go back to, which TI was that? Was that TI in Romania, I believe, where we had Tiny plus Lycan? Maybe it comes down to Aghanim Scepter, you're biting Tiny, biting the rock, and suddenly, even like Terrorblade, it can become very, very good. Maybe if the game drags out post like 40 minutes, we're going to be seeing Aghanim Scepter on Saberlight, so could be something interesting. But the one thing that I do like is that there is Tiny with Keeper of the Light, with the recall facet, so lowering the cooldown on both of his abilities. This is also mid-Tiny, so he's going to be playing with Crash Landing facet, optimizing to have more magical damage. And looking at the amount of stuns that they have against Lycan, there isn't really that much. Unless he gets hit by Dragon Tail into Jakiro, this hero is not going to really die. They do have some of the explosive damage. I'm talking about his being in the Shapeshift. Two supports that don't really like to play into summons. That's why they picked this Zoo hero from the off lane. But overall, as a whole, I do like Falcons draft a little bit more, because they have 3 strength cores. This is pretty much their bread and butter. Amar's going to be playing Doom one more time, and then you also have, which is a very good hero against Terrorblade. He can get the Sunder off, and then you also have Timbersaw. This is something that they do flex from the off lane and the mid lane, and you're also going to be playing into Lycan. You're also going to be playing into TB Tiny. Very, very good Timber game.
We'll see how it goes. One of the questions I have is, you know that Falcons, they play this longer style Dota. They play 43-minute average games. Is a lineup like theirs built to go that long against Liquid's lineup?
It is a lot of
play faster.
They do have a lot of tower damage this time around with Dragon Knight, Jakiro even, maybe Timbersaw if he gets the shard. Saberlight, he's in trouble.
These right clicks starting to really hurt here from Snake King, but not
Boxy's also very low. I want to see if the couriers are bringing healing salves. There is one coming out for Lycan, but he also can't get close with the next Dragon Tail stun. And they are also going to hit level 2 faster, so that means that they might use Arcane Curse, they might use Breathe Fire. Snake King's doing a very good job in this bottom lane, keeping them low.
Yeah, these glaives level 1, very annoying. Does hit that level 2, so we'll see if they maybe even try to get this kill, maybe on Boxy if they spot him a little bit too far forward. Arcane Curse with a couple of glaives and maybe a Breathe Fire would be surely enough, but these couriers coming in for the two of them and starting to deliver some regen. So Saberlight using that salve. He's back towards full health, and that advantage that you had, at least for them being low, is a little bit gone. And now Crit, he dies, but Mickey ends up falling in return, and that is a trade, even giving up first blood, that you'll take for sure.
Amar gets the solo XP. They're definitely going to take this trade. So he's going to have 2 points in Scorched Earth, which is going to be even more damage. They could, like, easily, I'm not going to say easily, but run them down with this Doom. Plus Jakiro, it's a lot of damage over time. They got to be careful. And mid lane, this one's going to be in favor of Timbersaw. You don't have enough damage to kill this hero early on. You definitely need to bring somebody else, especially once he gets to his Soul Ring. Snaking in the bottom. They're dealing with the wolves. Skeeter seems to be having no issues picking up that Lotus.
No, none at all. Toss under the tower. Irene gets a little bit low, but he is fine with that. Starting to heal up a little bit. Saberlight hit with the blood grenade, and the right clicks again. Are they going to be enough?
They're so close.
Oh, so close to going down once more. And you can see Snake King with those glaives putting some good output in, but he has to run away from this wolf, as well as Boxy doing some right-click damage to him.
Both of them have healing salve in the bottom lane. Even Crit having great understanding how much damage is going to come, allowing them to get the better trades.
Just doesn't end up being enough there. Maybe if they brought a +1, if they had Jakiro come over, be able to pull something off, but the Illuminate touches both heroes, not enough just yet. But Snake King needs to be careful. If these wolves commit, so stupid. Maybe there's an Illuminate that flies through and does the damage to get the kill. But so far, pretty clean. Only 2 kills coming up in the top lane. And as we've seen as tradition so far with this Falcons team, it's a pretty slow, cordial affair. Courier being taken out. Couple couriers taken out. Getting a good amount of gold. But Saberlight again. Run all the way back to the tower, down to a couple of last right clicks needed to get the kill. And he's salving again.
That's Boxy's healing salve. Remember the meta where you had, as a position 5, buy healing salve because you were getting the full value. This has to be one of the most miserable times as a position 5 because your carry was never happy. No matter how many salves you bought, you always needed to have that extra one.
And if you didn't, you got yelled at pretty heavily. Wolves are hitting Snake King. He eats that Fairy Fire, trying to get this kill with the glaives, and finally gets it.
That's what he wants. +1, and then die, come back to the lane.
Full health,
they tried like 4 times to get a kill on Saberlight. Finally.
It worked. Aurene putting some damage on with the Whirling Death. 11 charges on that wand for Nisha. But you could see some damage on Winsania as well as Mickey, and they have to kind of hover around this tower. I mean, with the, like you said, the damage over time in this lane, the Scorched Earth and the Breathe Fire feels really destructive. Liquid Frost also hurting Mickey quite a bit. 6-minute rune will be collected for the Dire side. It's just a matter of who. And it's a shield rune which will be protected by Coddle, or at least I think so. And all of a sudden he's in between it. But Nisha has the toss and will keep Malrine away. But they got Mickey over top.
Crit, basically a solo kill in the top lane. They kept him low. Pops that shield rune. He was baiting.
But by how much? It's a bait, but I guess you survive. Yeah, basically a solo kill. Wow. That's a lot of damage coming from Jakiro. One of the reasons you see this hero so much.
Yeah. And this tower is gone. There's not much you can do about it. Even Snaking making a rotation. Again, very good start for Falcons in the lanes. Now, I'm looking where the damage is going to come from for Team Liquid. Two supports are not dealing that much damage. It needs to be Tiny, because Terrorblade, he's going to be in the jungle for quite some time. It needs to be Tiny who makes the rotations, Lycan also the very heavy farm-oriented hero.
Skeeter back to the bottom lane, going Blink Dagger, first item.
That's what he does. On Dragonite, we've seen different builds back when he was going for different facets. Armlet, Mask of Madness, but he's playing green Dragonite. Everything is going to be physical, and he also did buy Blightstone, which is very interesting. I mean, everything is, you're lowering their armor, you're lowering their armor with the Blightstone as well, and maybe you're going to be able to turn those Mad Stones into another minus armor item.
Maybe. That with the Corrosive Facet here for Skeeter, feeling pretty good. Top tier 1 tower got taken out very quickly, by the way. That is tough for Liquid, and already a 2,000 net worth lead here for the side of Falcons with all these lanes going so well. They do have a pretty fast-paced lineup, I would say. They're not super dependent on items. We'll see how they use it.
Skeeter putting pressure, trying to force Saberlight to use his first shapeshift defensively.
If he gets low enough here, though, doesn't Malrine just show up and kill him? And he sees him coming across the creep wave, so he's forced to use that shapeshift.
They're fine with this one. It relieves the pressure from the supports, especially Silencer. Jakiro has some ways to deal with it with Ice Bat. Silencer is basically a food for Lycan. Doom is available. We haven't seen him use it yet.
Hasn't needed it thus far. And Jakiro is getting a lot of farm top. Doom's kind of farming the jungle, but Crit's getting a good amount of jungle creeps and lane creeps as well. Like, he is in a good spot. He's looking to rush this axe.
We see that a lot. I think pro players might be trying to troll us, where they're like, oh, Jakiro, I'm rushing Shard, and then he buys Mana Boots, Glimmer Cape. This is a hero that consumes a lot of mana, but I believe this time around he might actually commit for it. There's going to be a lot of pure damage coming out if he decides to go for it. Between him, Timbersaw as well. Let's see which neutral item he's going to be crafting. Going to be Trusty Shovel. That's going to be his mana pool potentially. First
Ice
Doom,
Path Doom
to be dropped.
This is a dead Terrorblade. They don't even have to watch him die. Cool guys don't watch enemies die. Or explosions.
How do you watch Michael Bay movie then?
I don't. I just listen.
Turn it into audiobook.
Yeah. Avalanche. Impalement Arts. But Whirling Death, the Chakra, Malrine's fine. He avoids that other Impalement Arts, and now the right-click damage, the Global Silence even used. They've got the Infernal Blade with the Scorched Earth, and this is a dead Nisha Tiny.
They're not done.
Or Boxy on the run, and they'll get the second, as Malrine gets credit for that one. Amara looking even further, but not committing under the tier 2 tower.
It's a very difficult game from Liquid. From start, the first shapeshift has been used defensively. Tiny died. He doesn't have enough money to buy a Blink Dagger. He's very far away from it. He needs another 1,100 gold. You're going to lose another tower in the mid lane. They're playing with the catapult. Where's the damage? I'm just wondering where the damage is going to come from. Your Terrorblade, he doesn't want to join. He just got doomed, so he's trying to farm up. At least they're going to defend the tower just for slightly longer. Saberlight needs to be careful. There's the Blink Dagger reveal.
Yeah, that's the reveal. Shapeshift. Oy. Worried about maybe him ending up in a position where he shapeshifts and immediately dies. They're going to recall Nisha in.
Macro Pyre laid on the ground. This is in a decent spot with the Ice Path coming through. Skeeter takes a lot of damage, and now the Blinding Light, but he'll end up dead. It's Saberlight who gets the kill, and
he has another combo soon.
Avalanche, Tame the Beasts, they both die. Toss on the Wolf, slowing down Crit. Not exactly what you thought was going to happen here in a fight like that with how far ahead Falcons felt.
Overextending there a little bit. Good kills for Liquid. That shapeshift that was used defensively, suddenly they turn it into 2 kills and 2 pretty big kills. Saberlight should be pretty happy about this one. The item timing, when they group up together with Tiny with a Blink Dagger, maybe half another item, and then big Helm on Lycan, this is going to be the timing where they need to win a fight.
Giving a lot of favoring towards Falcons on those numbers.
Yeah. The thing about this is Doom is getting quite a lot of farm, and if they delay this Helm on Lycan, it also means that Doom is going to be getting levels, and if he gets himself to level 15, let's see, first 2 shapeshift usages are not going to be as effective. He gets to level 15, he can just devour his Ancient Creep. That's going to be pretty massive.
Yeah, then you've spent all this gold for what essentially is a...
Free gold for Doom.
Yeah, is just a Midas for Doom. Mickey has to be careful about where he's at. Ooh. They've got the Wheel of Wonder. Nisha here with Boxy. Running away, Global Silence, TP attempt, and he is out free. Global Silence was committed, though. Free for some. That hit. And that is a dead silencer. You should be able to take your intelligence back.
Here we go. When you kill him.
Yeah. Mallory now getting chased. They're moving around the map so effectively right now, and they're going to get another kill.
That's exactly what they need. Again, Shapeshift, Tiny, paired up with Keeper of the Light, lowering the cooldown of his abilities. That's exactly what Tiny wants to have. Like, this is the perfect combination for him. Lowering the cooldown, providing with mana. And also Spirit Vessel. I love what Boxy's doing. I've seen Keeper of the Lights from position 4 go for the other facet as well when you have enough magic damage. There's not too much magic damage from your position 1 and 3. Tiny does some, but Recall, too good of an ability. But I also seen, you know, the Spirit Vessel paired up with the other facet does quite a lot of damage. But very good Spirit Vessel game against Timber, against Dragonite, even Doom, because he has quite a lot of HP. Twisted Chakram. I love like some of the Dota tooltips. Twisted Chakram, when you hover over it, this facet grants the ability Twisted Chakram. Congratulations, Mike.
Well done.
Yeah, and then you need to click L to see what it actually does.
Boss, I came up with the description for Twisted Chakram. It was my day's work. Yeah, what does it say? The facet grants the ability Twisted Chakram. I'm out of here. I'm going to clock out for the day.
Yeah, that's a bonus at the end of the year.
You did a lot of naming. You're really good at this. Gonna take some stacks. Mickey, who is struggling, he's bottom of the net worth in terms of the course. A lot of gold on this Jakiro. And
he is committing to it. He's actually one component away.
He's not that far from it.
Dig. Let's see what he's gonna find. Heal himself for now. Yeah, it could have been a Cobalt, could have been Bounty Rune.
If it was a Cobalt, that would be my favorite. 3,000 net worth lead here for Falcons as they're just trying to extend it with maybe a fight as they smoke up as 5. If they can win a fight here, maybe get the Torm if they're here in time. They're actually bailing from it on the side of Liquid. This could be a big fight for either team. They'll get an objective at least committed on a fight victory. But Crit already half health. Avalanche toss comes through. Crit's low. He'll end up dead. Nisha, though, he's within the trees. They go to the Global Silence. They just need another Whirling Death to get this kill, and that's what will take out Nisha. But Snake King, he's standing his ground. Saberlight, this is not going to be good for him once that Shapeshift runs out. Namar's going to be sticking with him, but the Tame the Beast spins him back with a fear.
Mulrain, he wants more. They want the supports.
Recalling out of there. And he'll be going top with the Terra Blade, and Insania able to escape. But this
somebody made the call. We should go for Tormentor instead. Yeah, they did not want to chase. Skeeter and Snaking, they're on very low HP. Snaking, he needs to be careful. The Wolves are scouting them out.
Uh-oh.
Insania drops a dagger.
Insania. Another brain drain there. Wolves are still searching. Uh-oh. This is the life of a support against Lycan. It's not exactly fun. Nisha gonna just walk up this high ground. He's got a haste. You gotta be careful. And at the end of the day, they didn't get this Tormentor.
No, let's see if Liquid is going to be able to take it. They have four heroes around it. Insania's going to TP to the mid lane. With Helm, they should definitely have enough damage. They can basically do it with 2 heroes. TV. Lycan, a lot of illusions, a lot of extra physical damage. Let's see who's going to get it. They have good shards.
Nisha blinks in. And has the Avalanche, but they get the Doom out on Anisha. Here comes the Chakram and the Twisted Chakram. Macro Pyre in a really great spot. Nisha, Insania, Boxy, all 3 are dead.
They don't have enough. Like, it's very difficult for them to kill a core with the heroes that they have. If you look at the HP, Malrine, he's sitting at 2,000 HP, Dragon Knight 2.5. He did go back to Armlet, wants to have that, because he knows if he can survive long enough, he might be able to just toggle it, because the damage is not really explosive, especially if you remove Tiny out of the equation.
Let's take a look at this again.
He pops the haste, and then it gets dispelled immediately. And then he's just straight up dead.
Great Macro Pyre. The Aghanim's light Macro Pyre, where you throw Ice Path over the Macro Pyre.
Fake Ags.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has to be one of the fastest Ags I've seen on Jakiro. It's going to be 18 minutes. We probably have stats on that one, so we should pull it up on screen once it gets delivered. In my book, this is when you buy it, not when it's delivered, but when you have the components. Because let's say your courier's dead, shenanigans, fastest on this hero, 15 minutes faster than the previous record.
All right, somebody beat it. Get that at 17 minutes, I'll be impressed. But the fastest Ags here. And, you know, he's pretty farmed. Coddle's kind of right there, thanks to the shard. But he's kind of catching these bottom cores. He's 3K away, but, you know, maybe he gets there. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's a lot of damage. Like, your damage also turns pure, so once you get level 2 ulti, it's 150 pure damage per second, and you can't get out of it, which is going to be very difficult. Terrorblade, I think if he's going to be living long enough to get the Macro Pyre in every fight, and he should, considering that there is Global Silence, their damage is not really very explosive, so hard to kill him from under the 0 so quickly. I could see Jakiro having super high damage at the end of the game. Might be like in top 3.
Well, I'll remember that.
There was a game, I think you and me were casting it during Fissure Universe, where they were... It was Miposhka who had the highest damage at the end of the game as the hero with some Refresher, Octarine Core.
Ooh, blowing up Nisha, yeah, it was the, yeah, because I remember the final fight by the throne, the double Macro Pyre.
The zoning Macro Pyre, you can't get close.
They get that kill, but they do get an Aegis on the side of Liquid. Again, on Terrorblade, something we've talked about, transformation hero. Going for this Aegis.
They have there's 3 transformation heroes in this game. 2 on side of Liquid, 1 on Falcons.
Yeah. Amar. Looking for a high 5, nobody to give it to.
Do we consider even Keeper of the Light a transformation hero?
Huh. I mean, yeah.
Kind of. Tiny's in.
Toss, and can he get a Macro Pyre off? No, he can't. Tame the Beast. They'll get the kill on a crit. Nisha getting credit for that one. They are all here. Gotta be careful. Maybe not expecting the numbers.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I love this pickup from Amar. He did opt to go for Crimson Guard instead, seeing that you're playing against Lycan, TB, even right clicks from Tiny. It is very good, not just for yourself, it's more about the team, trying to protect your supports from dying instantly.
Yeah, absorb what you can, and by the way, Malrine taking that other shrine, so both shrines again going to Falcons. 3 minutes left on this Aegis. They've got everybody up again. Do they want to take the fight to Liquid? For the moment, that is not going to be the case. As Crit's finally back alive. But we'll see how they set up with this first Ags Macropyre. You've got Doom available. Have Global Silence. Like, the fight definitely favors Falcons, even with this Aegis, I would say, on Terrorblade. They're going to look to get Snake King. They'll recall Nisha in. They've got Mickey here. He survives for a moment, now goes to this Global Silence. But Skeeter, he's not going to find the right target, and they'll escape with Global Silence now expended.
Skeeter, even in the previous game, he blinks in, he sees the target, he goes for it. Doesn't matter what it is, whether his allies with Sunder, this time around going on an illusion. Snaking, dropping that Global Silence, he's like, I'll try to do something still, try to help out my team, but two relatively good pickoffs from Liquid. They, I would even say, stole away Aegis from Falcons, considering how far ahead they are, and also getting the kills now inside of the map, slowing them down. Falcons, they want to take a real, by real, I mean fighter. They are the ones getting the jump. They are fighting underneath their vision, but haven't managed to do so in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, I really like the moves that they're making for Liquid. Boxy, if he gets that observer vision or he sees him under the creeps, he comes close. He's already recalling, gets a hero like Tiny in with a blink that can be that initiator for him. And if you've got a +1 like we saw top, I mean, anybody is pretty much dead at the moment. They are recalling Boxy. And they've got Nisha going in, but that's not going to work out yet. Wheel of Wonder explodes, and Snake King eating some damage, but nothing too bad. No worse for wear, really. Escape back immediately thrown out of the box. Box is going to be killed, though. And now they'll buy back on Boxy.
He's super tanky. Crimson Guard plus Aghanim Scepter, literally taking 0 damage from these right clicks. Nisha is in.
Nisha jumps in, toss, but there's the Doom. Timber Chain across. They'll try to get this kill onto this Tiny, but the Tame the Beast pushing him back once again. Malrine is about half health. Amar, though, he's in some trouble. Has drums again to work with if he wants to turn this around and go the other way. They've got 30 seconds left on this Aegis, but these heroes on the side of Falcons are a little bit low.
Macropyre has not been used. Nisha running away. Pops a BKB. Amar tried to chase him down with that haste that he just picked up, but it was not good enough, and in the end, he gets the Sunder off. But still, you can see the power of Falcons lineup. They go in with 3 almost unkillable cores. Right now, there's still not enough damage. We didn't talk too much about Mickey's items. He's going for the standard stuff. Manta-style Falcon Blade, has a casual Dragon Lance, and now he wants to go through all of that tankiness. He wants to pick up Revenant's Brooch, because these are pretty high armor heroes, and then he wants to pick up Scotty to slow them down, reduce the healing coming out from Dragon Knight and Timber.
Gem for the Silencer of Snake King. See those wolves, see those wards. And again, gonna be recalling in a hero, which is Nisha. They've done this combo before. They've also got Saberblade. They haven't seen you too. The Illuminate, the Blinding Light, but he is very quick. And now again, are they looking to turn? Gleipnir, Force Staff, Whirling Chakram, and the regular Chakram both miss. Timber Chain through the Illuminate. The Reflection used by Terrorblade. Blink forward, Skeeter going through, but now Saberlight goes into the Shapeshift. They've got the Macropyre down, but it's very zoning in this sense. Malrine's going to protect himself by staying in it. He's able to Timber Chain back towards the rest of his team, but the BKB's been popped by Nisha. They go to the Gleipnir once again. They go and throw out that Wheel of Wonder, but
Macropyre is still
spot.
on.
Sunder gets used, and Saberlight ends up dead. He's the first one to fall on the side of Liquid, but they do take out Malrine. They'll look over for this Terrorblade. Mickey in some trouble with the Dragon Tail hitting him, but the escape back, trying to pull him out of the box, trying to figure out if they can kill this Terrorblade, but Snake King great. They'll go after
has Doom ready in a second.
Get the kill there, and that's 2 heroes dead on the side of Liquid.
They want
Spirit
Nisha.
Vessel,
They want to do
Skeeter.
him up.
Toss. Mars still alive. Mickey on the high ground. There's the reflection, but now Skeeter looking for an
Nisha,
option.
he's
Nisha's
breaking
got
the
full
ankles.
health. He is juking these heroes out. Toss over. Now the Avalanche. They're going to get another kill. Crit on the low ground, but there's the blinding light. Just TP's out in time.
What a turnaround play from Nisha. Using fog so that he doesn't get doomed, gets the toss, gets his combo replenished by Keeper of the Light, and they get 2 big kills. That Macropire wasn't really doing that much, and we can see the goal change in favor of Team Liquid. 6,000 damage dealt by Tiny.
A lot of damage here for Tiny overall, and Nisha, like you said, breaking ankles. I mean, he was using those trees to find spots to stay safe, and he had full health pretty deep into that fight.
They got a first jump. This Macropire is zoning out. Insania goes in. It lasts for such a long time. Thunder has been used immediately onto Amar. But yeah, Nisha is the one who's tossing them away from the fight. Skeeter, he goes in. Sure, Mickey, he's gonna die afterwards, but Doom was not ready at the time. They wanted to Doom up Nisha. It was just not ready, and they're not stopping now. Nisha, BKB TP out. They have nothing to stop it.
No way to stop that BKB TP. And although it's been a lead for Falcons of about 4,000 to 7,000, they haven't really capitalized on it completely. And now this Terrorblade is top of the net worth.
And another Tormentor for Team Liquid.
Now the net worth is even.
And also to point out, Doom did not go for his level 15 talent. He did opt to go for Scorched Earth movement speed instead. Even though he was moving at the speed of light anyway, if you look at his enchantment, it is also 20 movement speed. He did go for Quickened. Wants to have that. I don't even know if he needs it on level 15, because he's already have Speed Aura. Drums, Phase Boots should be enough. Like right now he's moving at 550.
Yeah, so, I mean, he could have definitely taken the other talent. Gets a solo kill, and also the Shrine.
This is the big item. Malrine, he really loves to pick up Road of Atos. Picked it up after finishing Aghanim Scepter. Turned that into Gleipnir. So the AoE on his abilities are going to be increased by 75. And that's also going to be potentially a setup, because you see the supports, they are running away. Going to be a big tool, keeping them inside of the Macropire.
Meanwhile, the Lycan has picked up that Ag, so has that Wolf Bite. Ow. Sound of a bite. I don't know why you looked at me like that.
I got scared for a second, that's why.
Well, I was going to give you 40% lifesteal. Would have been nice. You were talking about this, about the TI-10?
I believe it's TI-10, yeah.
Tiny Lycan? Although, if I recall correctly, LGD had Tiny in Game 5 and they lost. I don't know if they had Tiny Lycan. Smokes from both teams. How do you bite into a rock? You should lose your teeth after that.
Lose some damage.
Yeah. And jumping forward, BKB, they go to the Avalanche. They've also got the toss. Crit, though, has the Macropire in a really good spot. Ice Path lands on a Saberlight. They get the kill to Insania as well as Boxy. They're going to buy back here on this Ringmaster. Lose Saberlight, who is stuck in that Macropire. This time the fight doesn't go that well. Nisha, though, he's part mountain, part wolf. They really don't understand how that works, but the fight overall for Falcons goes pretty well.
Yeah, you want to use that on Tiny. You do not want to use it on your Terrorblade, because he turns into melee. Imagine if he pops meta, and then he's like, well, this meta doesn't actually work, so he needs to get close. So you're most likely going to be using on Tiny. Nisha was toying with the idea before, after picking up Blink Dagger, to go for, you know, these Ghost Scepters and Force Staffs. In the end, he opts to go for more damage. I think he understood that he needs to scale as well. This is something that Falcons do really well. They outscale their opponents, so opted to go for more damage-oriented build. Revenant's Brooch done on him. Revenant's Brooch as well available on Terrorblade, knowing that these high armor heroes, that's one way to deal with them.
Said the last Aegis was stolen by Liquid. This second time around, Falcons, they'll have control of the pit, at least for the moment. Could throw a Wheel of Wonder in there.
Leipner missed.
Bailing on the pit. Roche is now up for grabs with the rest of Liquid coming over. They'll bite, I believe. Yeah, Nisha bitten. And now that's actually a disarm because they're the ones going for the back-to-back Roche. Still no commitment from either side yet, though.
Nisha has Christmas lights on him.
Yeah. A dog getting stuck in the lights. Just jumped in the tree.
I think because you do have pack leader facet on Lycan, I think as a pack leader, you should take control of the unit that you bite, being the leader and everything.
So what do you do with yours?
Or tax him. I don't know. That's how it works in the human world.
Jump here, Dragon Tail. They'll try to get the kill here onto this tiny. Ooh, the Timber Chain didn't actually land, but it's not going to matter.
Beautiful.
The Macropyre does so much damage. Gleipnir now the Infernal Blade, but they have the box to leave. So Mickey, he's running away from Amar, but Amar is quite speedy, and the Sunder will send him packing.
And now that Roche belongs to Falcons. Down to half HP. Macropyre damage isn't even that great. I mean, there was 3,000 damage coming out from Doom, but yeah, I guess the reason why they also didn't go for level 15 talent on Doom is they have more than enough damage right now to deal with that creep. You don't really feel the influence of it. There's also Crimson Guard available on him. Killing Roshan. There was an attempt by the Wolves.
They had Gem, though. They see those Wolves. Saberlight holding on to the ancient frostbitten goal. A lot of bites.
Cooldown reduction from that creep is 14% right now. Which is not too bad. Amar is just chasing them down with this move speed that he has. Love this build on Doom. No Blink Dagger, super tanky, runs in, provides you with vision. He was thinking about picking up Pipe as his last item, but then he's like, okay, I need to have something else, something that's going to scale slightly better. He was probably afraid of Tiny blowing them up.
Uh-oh. Gleipnir, double Chakrams, 4 staff back, not committing anything more. So maybe a Macropyre commitment could have been enough. Certainly a possibility, but they don't end up getting the kill there. They get the tier 2 mid, though. Surprisingly, only the first tier 2 taken by them. 9,000 net worth lead. Still, I mean, the net worth lead doesn't feel insurmountable by any means for Liquid to come back in. We've seen some fights go their way pretty convincingly. It's just about the execution right now and who could be there on the foot up first.
They still have some of damage issue. Like, if you look at their heroes, there's BKB on Tiny, there's no BKB on Terrorblade, so if he's caught inside of that Macropyre, both of the supports, they also have don't have any like real defensive items. You get stunned, you're gonna die. There isn't much they can do about it other than putting them inside of the box, but even after the box, you're still gonna die. So pretty difficult fights for Liquid, I would say.
Have to try and defend against this Aegis. Another tier 2 gone. Last tier 2, last outer tower over bottom. Amar is moving around so quick, just looking for anything that he can. These supports would get run down if he does get a grasp on them. But they're going to make the jump. Avalanche, Wheel of Wonder, toss up into the air, but there's the Macropyre, Global Silence. This is not a lot of damage from this Macropyre, but they TP in Saberlight. Now they've got the Gleipnir on it too. Chakrams will fly through. Chakra Magic used on Mickey. But nothing committed completely by either side. I mean, yeah, I guess Macropyre Global. Some pretty big cooldowns for at least the Global Silence.
Has level 15 talents. It's going to be shorter by 20 seconds. Going to be up in a minute. We haven't seen Snaking. Snaking's on the other side of the map. Continues to farm up. This is what you want to see on your Silencer. You want to see him scale. Has a couple of good team fighting items, Solar Crest drums, but he also wants to pick up Refresher, wants to have that double silence, and he's getting relatively close to it. If you look at his neutral item choice as well, Ninja Gear with Greedy, so wants to have stay away from the fight as fast as soon as away as possible, and also have that extra bit of a gold.
Okay.
So we'll get it. How many Ninja Gears? Ninja Gear 3 and Whisper
2. 2 gloves. Yeah, that's all the math I needed to do. Bloodthorn finished off for Skeeter. Minute left on this Aegis. They don't end up taking the high ground on this one. But it doesn't look as though they're going to fight. They're a bit split for that. What can Liquid do to kind of pull this one back down by a bit of gold? They've got these Wolves trying to get some vision for them, trying to get some information for them to make the jump. Not so easy, though. I mean, they're looking for an opening, but it's tough, even when these heroes are split. Not finding anything just yet as Saberlight going into the Nullifier. Nisha, he wants a Lincoln Sphere. He finished that Revenant's Brooch. That Nullifier actually already finished for Saberlight. And we got the Shard on Insania, so he's got that Spotlight. I'm not sure how much that's going to do.
There aren't many illusions. Mischance could also be higher. I mean, they have Blinding Light. They have Spotlight, a lot of lights. Another Tormentor for Liquid.
That'll be Shard for Nisha. With all those lights and Illuminate, they really are making the map quite bright. But it hasn't been enough. Falcons prefer to stay in the darkness. They were born in it.
Molded by it.
No, nobody knew who I was until I put on the mask. They'll move up towards top, and you got to assume that Falcons are waiting for the next Aegis with the way they play the game. Solidify the lead, get this Aegis, go up on high ground with it. They'll push these lanes forward. They'll farm what they need, but it just choke out Liquid overall. I mean, they don't have access to a lot, but what they do have access to, they're going to take advantage of. You can see both Nisha and Mickey trying to get anything out of the map. They're on the bottom side, but eventually are forced to come back.
Slow and steady. Tier 3 tower in the mid lane.
It's the Tortoise.
Down to 300. 400 in the top lane. Slow and painful death. Roshan is dead and may respawn in a minute and 20 seconds. Liquid's gonna smoke out. Lincoln Sphere available on Tiny. He was thinking what he wants to buy. Malrine, not the easiest skill to get.
They shapeshifted. They bit Nisha. He is a wolf. Blink in, toss up into the air. They go to the global silence. Amar's going to be tossed and hit at half health, but this is a great macro pyre. But the BKB from Nisha keeping him alive. Amar on the run. Scooter trying to do the damage here. They go to the global silence once again. They've got that refresher on this silencer. They'll kill off Mickey. Now they'll look towards the rest, but the BKB's running out on Skeeter. They need to follow this up with something more. Malrine's going to go in with the Ogre Seal Totem, find himself his hands on Boxy. The Impalement Arts don't land. He's not slowed up. They've got the Chakrams. Timber Chain across once again. He'll Yules up into the air, and he'll be down into the Ice Path. They'll get themselves a second, and Malrine is dominating.
They used everything on Doom. Toss back immediately into Nullifier, removing that Crimson Guard, and immediately Amar is like, you know what? I don't want that Crimson Guard anymore. So he sells it. He has Devil's Bargain. Doesn't lose that much gold. Gets BKB. Still sitting on 5,000 gold after.
Huh. A lot to work with.
5,000 damage coming out from Jakiro in the previous fight. These are the damage numbers that you do expect him to have after getting that Aghanim Scepter, and both supports actually making quite a lot of difference in these fights. Refresher on position 5 silencer, 40 minutes into the game. Jakiro also thinking about getting one for himself.
Skeeter
This would be a big kill. Probably slows down the potential Roche take if he does in fact die.
Armlet toggle.
But he armlet toggles back to healthy and back towards his team and blinks away.
Very nice ice bat from Crit. Connects onto everybody.
So now Roche, let me look at the clock. About a minute and a half.
I always have to check.
I'm just guessing. It looks like a minute and a half. Wolf, sneaking, both checking. It's a little depressing when you think about it. Who's doing the job? A position 5 or a familiar? You're doing the same job as a wolf.
Mic problems, apparently, for Team Falcons. They're going to fix that shortly. And yeah, almost 20,000 gold lead for them.
Yeah, they have
They're
mic
gonna be
problems.
ready to go.
But they don't have McKay problems. All right, anyway, they unpause and 19,000 net worth lead ready to go, and they have a gem on the courier for sneaking. They'll be trying to control the positioning here around Roche. Make sure they can get this next Aegis. Although, again, I feel like these fights for Liquid are on the cusp of being good. They kill Amar in that last fight to start.
It's still very difficult. Like, they were chasing down Terrorblade, who has one Dispel. That's Manta style, and after he used it, Snaking was looking at him. They chased him down. Another Global Silence. He can't use Sunder. Doesn't have any defense left.
Right. He needs to be very careful. He building on this TB. He's going BKB, but he's far away from it. It'll be a lot of time. If somehow they get this next Roche, do you think Liquid can pull back the deficit completely?
I just don't see that one play that they do have with the heroes. Sure, Tiny's dealing quite a lot of damage when he gets bitten, so is Terrorblade if they can stand their ground, but the explosive damage is not there. Like, the 3 cores on side of Falcons are backed up by double Global Silence, and if you look at the HP, Dragon Knight, he does have almost 5,000 HP with Armlet on, with status resistance, literally 5,000 damage on your Timbersaw, and Doom as well, sitting at 4.2k.
So much health to have to get through.
After reductions on these 3 heroes, if you want to kill them, you need to deal like 50,000 damage.
It's more than some teams have in a game. You need that in a fight. See if they commit for Roche. They are sticking around the pit knowing what's what. Malrine. A bit forward, tossed back towards his creeps. Global Silence used, though. Malrine's going to be fine. And they do have Refresher for another Global. Blink in, Dragon Tail, they'll take the fight to them. Instead, they'll go to the Doom. It's going to be onto the Terrorblade.
He refreshed.
BKB
Another
from
Global
Malrine.
is ready.
They'll get the kill onto the Coddle. They'll take out Boxy first and look towards the back lines. Ogre Seal Totem as well. That's a double kill for Malrine. Saberlight's dead. Doom is on the Terrorblade, who is ticking low and ticking out. Amar getting that kill and no buyback available for Mickey.
That level 25 on Timber, you're not getting away. Overwhelming Blink plus Shiva's Guard as well, available on Amar. He also did go for Yashikaya. The cast speed bonus is going to be there, so he wants to get that instant Doom. And also, after, because he's been holding onto his speed aura creep for a really long time, and after seeing that Linken's on Tiny, he wants to have something to proc it, so did pick up Mana Burn, have a low cooldown ability. Refresher on Jakiro.
Double Macro Pyre. This is what we saw with that Maposhki game that we were referencing.
Yeah, level 20 now as well. Extra 20 Macropyre damage.
That's a lot.
Gonna give Refresher to his Doom.
Oh.
A little disappointed, even though he's sitting on almost 4,000 gold, so can't buy his own Refresher very soon.
Timber Chain Gleipnir and the Chakram's thrown over onto the Coddle, backing him up. Nisha has a toss back, but this is a very tanky hero.
That's amplified
Skate back
damage.
down. With KB. They've got the Doom. It's onto the Tiny. They get the kill to Insania. They'll eat the cheese. They'll take out Nisha. They'll take out Saberlight. And 4 heroes are dead right now for Liquid. And the bottom center racks will also join them in a grave.
This is equivalent of you tossing Tidehunter into your own team. Maybe this is even worse, Amar. Immediately uses that BKB, doesn't want to get tossed into the fountain. Saberlight, this is the last fight that they do have. Jakiro with the refresher, it's coming.
Skeeter on the high ground looking to secure Megas. Nisha has BKB ready.
Do it for the lulz. Just cast that double macro fire.
Yeah, has the refresher orb ready, and I mean, I'd love to see it. Just cross both, make an X. Or a plus sign if you straighten it out. Didn't get Megas, surprisingly. Not sticking on the high ground. 3 minutes left on this Aegis. But they are grouped up on Liquid, and they need to make a move, but Malrine takes the fight to them, and the reactor armor will explode. They'll try to get the kill to Insania. They don't get that quite yet, but they'll shapeshift on Saberlight. Turning this around, Nisha goes in with a BKB and does the damage on a crit. Takes him out. Macro Pirate down to the ground, but it's not in the best spot. They go to the Global Silence. They've got that again. They'll get the kill on both Insania as well as Saberlight. Both don't have buyback. Down goes Mickey. GG is called 2-0 for Falcons over Team Liquid.
Oh, they had their number. This strat that they've been running for ever since they formed with triple strength core is definitely working out for them. They also did win laning stage at this one and just completely dominated. They were the ones controlling the map. Both supports ending up the game with refresher. This is not something you see very often.
No, you don't see it that often. Falcons take the 2-0 over Team Liquid. We've got the panel of T. Lichard ready to go. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, Beehive. Appreciate it. So, there you go. We got the 2-0. You called it, Lizard. You said revenge could be on the cards. Certainly looked across both of those games. Falcons had Liquid's number a little bit.
Yeah, they had the number. They had a good draft. They out-executed them, outplayed them in comparison to 1 month. I feel like Liquid are looking a little bit worse, maybe still gelling with Nisha after all. But I have to say some really nice things coming from Falcons.
Oh, sure.
I just have to vicariously live through these two supports, like Jakiro and Silencer. Like, you're playing with 3 strength cores up front, doing everything for you. Even though you're playing into a Lycan, like, you can sit back, cast all your spells. The aggression is already taken care of. It must feel wonderful to play the Jakiro in this game and end the game with the refresher as well.
Yeah, I mean, we said in the draft we were worried a little bit for the Lycan. Like, how is he really going to enter the game? After the laning phase, if you don't kind of dictate the tempo, you can kind of fall victim to just being another hero that kind of just exists. And that kind of was the case, unfortunately, for Saberlight, right? Like, he had, what, 11,000 hero damage, less than his, you know, Keeper Alight, less than his Ringmaster. He was buying Aghanim's to throw into his Tiny in the hope that Mickey could kind of convert in the fights. And like, for Liquid, sure, they took the first Aegis, but even with the Aegis, I think during that entire 5-minute span, I think they killed Silencer once. They didn't really progress the map. And then it was Falcons going, you know what? We got a Doom, let's go to get a kill. Oh, we got a global setup, let's go get a kill. It felt like Falcons just controlled the map.
The Wolf Bite was a problem to me as well, because was it this fight? No, a bit later. Maybe it actually was this one. Like, the Wolf Bite is used actually on the Terrorblade, and the Tiny, as he is going for the toss facet anyway, and for these kind of items, maybe the Wolf Bite isn't as crazy good on him. And because of that, like, this Terrorblade uses one transformation, then gets hit with another one, but the Wolf form is only used to run away and die in Doom. And that was another issue. Like, on the other side, you couldn't truly protect Mickey. I feel like they lacked some... I don't know, they lacked some area of control, and that's something that Lycan never brings to the table.
But that's why we, I think, are currently praising Falcons in their kind of return to this kind of philosophy of their cores and the type of heroes they're picking. It's the, if you don't outplay them in the first 25 minutes, force the cores to overlap their farm, to share experience, to maybe, you know, bicker about, oh, which jungle am I farming in, then they are going to become unkillable, right? And when you look at Liquid's lineup, this is not a lineup that you really want to see play at 45 minutes. It's a lineup that's going to struggle, and if they are to win, it's going to be individual brilliance, like the entry to a fight from someone.
Yeah, standout player, by the way, and definitely standout pick as well. Timber saw, I feel like the moment they saw that Lycan, Timber saw, like, we questioned if they are maybe able to just ignore him and cut to the backlines. Well, the answer is clear. They weren't able to ignore him, especially with all these new Gleipnir builds on all different heroes. So you don't really lack control on a hero that usually, if you have a couple of mobility spells you can get away from, not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I did say Liquid at the start of a tournament, early on in the tournament. You know, they're not always at their best, and obviously Nisha missed one, he's back now. They're probably playing around with some stuff and feeling out the meta. Still, got to say, it's probably a little bit concerning just how non-competitive that series was.
I don't think it's anything to do with Nisha or anything like this, like him taking break or whatever. I think it's just simply against Falcons, if you have one wrong pick, they will punish you. And to beat Falcons, you need to have your kind of your best draft, your best play. And today, Liquid, their draft just felt like a step down to what we've seen them, especially when they won Wallachia. We were praising how like no one could go near them. Any team that faced them, they would beat, right? And in this tournament, at least, they're kind of trying a little bit, you know, again, just a Lycan pick, at least. Like in other patches or tournaments, we would see a different pick there. And they kind of faced the punishment. You cannot make mistakes in the draft against Falcons.
Yeah, for sure. And they're playing into Falcons, but I feel like they're still stuck on banning out most likely meta heroes instead of banning out the Falcons' bread and butter that other teams have had success when dealing with Falcons before, right? Like you ban out the Doom, you ban out the DK, you ban out all of their heroes, and then you force them to play something a bit different. Even though Malrine, I've seen a Reddit post, he's got like 15 level 30 heroes at this
level
point.
Level 29 Pugna.
Yeah, and the level 29 Pugna.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll just say one other thing as well. Remember, Liquid are the reigning champions of Wallachia, and of course, Falcons haven't won a Wallachia. It could be that we're about to witness them get their first trophy win of the year up here and running. Do we feel that way? Are we feeling good about Falcons overall?
I'm not sure. Like, there's still a lot of teams that I'm yet to gauge like how strong they are at the moment. But Liquid perhaps can do it as well again from the lower bracket. We've had our Sing Sing personality in Dota win a tournament recently as well from the lower bracket, so it's possible here as well.
Right, why don't we take a look at today's results and we can just delve into these. Obviously, these are from the main stream. As you can see there, you just saw Falcons beat Liquid. We had Aurora overcome Tundra. That was kind of a crazy series, that one. Prior to that, Spirit overcame Team Tidebound 2-0. And starting out the day was PARIVISION beating Edge. Of course, PARIVISION winning in Raleigh. Any of those results jump out to you?
I think probably only Aurora beating Tundra, because based on seeding, I would assume that only Aurora was the lower seed team beating a higher seed team out of the series that we saw in the mainstream. So yeah, good for Aurora, but not good for the story of the big underdog yet. Maybe that's going to be tomorrow or on the B stream. Let me double check. No.
Well, hold up.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting carried away.
No, listen.
I'll have a little look.
You can cheat on the tablet if you want. These were the other results from the B stream. Remember, it's a PGL event.
Look at that segue, yeah.
We do 2 streams. Yeah, thanks for setting me up for that. We had Shopify Rebellion overcome Heroic. Shout out to Bulba.
I think, you know what, from gut, Shopify probably were like the bottom 4 seed for this tournament, I'm guessing. So that probably is an upset, technically.
I think it will be, probably.
Yeah.
Wait, this one, Shopify and Heroic?
Yeah.
Well, Heroic are kind of low as well, right? So
Yeah.
When it comes to the bottom
I'm speaking
seeds.
purely on like seed 15 beating seed like 12.
Bulba was telling me that, you know, they're bedding in some new unproven talent. All the wins, great experience for them.
Yeah.
Super happy with that one. You can see Team NGX as well. They overcame AVULUS. So it was heartbreak yesterday, but they bounced back today. NAVI Junior not able to get the win over Team BB. What about you, Lizard? Anything jump out to you there?
Absolutely not. I feel like on Stream B, everything was pretty much straightforward. I feel like the teams that were favorites have won their games as well. Maybe I expected Heroic to put up a better fight versus Shopify Rebellion, but didn't happen. Nigma as well could have taken a cleaner series after game number 1, which was absolutely insane. But of course, it didn't happen. They like to play around a little bit every now and then. They drop a game or a series even.
So why don't we take a look what we've got on the secondary stream for you tomorrow. You can see this is stream B. So working our way backwards again, we'll be closing out the day over there with AVULUS versus Heroic. That kind of gets interesting now. You got Talon versus NAVI Junior. We've been wanting to see the awesome power of friendship anime story that is Talon level up. Should be a winnable game for them there. Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion. Work cut out for them there. We did say pity to whoever gets Tundra in the 1-1s.
Yeah.
And Team Tidebound versus Team NGX.
Yeah. In regards to Heroic, I feel like one final point for them is they won Wallachia Season 2, and then since then they have somewhat been non-existent in kind of like international play. They have been at some lands, but I think they're one tournament away from you starting to ask questions a little bit about the roster, what is the plan? Because these were qualifiers for other tournaments. They're now coming third in the region.
Yeah, they used to dominate the region.
Yeah, they used to dominate the region. It used to be no questions. I think for Heroic, the fact that we are talking about them losing series again, it getting to that point, I think for their sake, they really want to have that wake-up call. And luckily, AVULUS is like a good...
I'm never getting rid of the Parker storyline.
Yeah, there we go.
It's such a big loss. Anyway,
save it for the next series.
Yeah, we will. Okay, and this is what we got coming at you on the main stream tomorrow. Again, working our way backwards. You can see we'll be closing out with Team Spirit versus Aurora. Wow, that's great. PARIVISION will be taking on Falcons that we just saw there, beating Team Liquid. Speaking of Team Liquid, they'll be taking on Xtreme Gaming, and the day will begin with Edge versus Team BB.
Yeah, I feel like the first series is probably the most straightforward one for me, at least. I feel like BetBoom should be the clear favorites. Out of the other series, Xtreme Gaming versus Liquid, this is like the true test for the Liquid form. Because in any different tournament, I feel like this is a series that they should take home easily. But let's see, maybe they're not as strong any longer. Maybe Xtreme can take it. When it comes to the other series, Eastern European special in the end. So looking forward to that one.
Some final thoughts from you?
I think Liquid honestly are fine. I think it's just the fact that Falcons' philosophy clearly dismantles a off day for Liquid. So I think Liquid are going to be able to bounce back quite nicely and show us some better Dota. I don't think this series today is too much to really focus in on. And I think Falcons also returning a little bit to form there.
Keeps the tournament interesting.
Yeah.
The way we like it. So, yes, if you want to see more interesting Dota, make sure you tune in tomorrow at 9:30 local time. Hopefully, we'll see you then. Till then, take care.
gura, nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bolnăviară, drăguță mioară. Stăpâneți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi dă mare baciu.